Demon's Diary Chapter 932 to Chapter 985. Demonic Dweller immediately shouted violently. His arms suddenly doubled in thickness, and the purple spirit patterns on his body and the long whip in his hand flashed at the same time. He then lashed at the sky. At the same time, a purple whip radiance that was over 1,000 feet long shot forward. Boom boom in the air, the purple and crimson lights collided a few times. Rays of mixed red and purple light radiated in all directions. On the originally incomplete mountain peaks on both sides of the valley, there were holes of 10 meters in size. With a crisp sound, the red saber radiance was split into two and shattered by the whip radiance. One of the crimson saber projections spun in the air before flattening a mountain in the distance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming quickly took out a white talisman and patted it on his shoulder. A white flame went into his wound, and the wound slowly healed. His figure flickered again and turned into 4 figures that blasted at Demonic Dweller. There were a few black lights flashing in his hands. Seeing this, Demonic Dweller waved his arm again without hesitation. Another purple whip shadow appeared in front of him, and it turned into a large purple light like a storm, shrouding the 4 black figures transformed by Lu Ming. Puff! 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 3 of the black shadows dissipated as soon as they touched the purple whip shadow. Just as the last black shadow was about to be hit, a figure wrapped in white starlight flashed and appeared from the side. He waved his hand toward the sky with all his strength. A streak of white starlight shot out and forcibly stopped the purple whip that was falling down. Pung! Under the whip, the white starlight collapsed, and Kim Tin Ti's figure staggered and flew backward. But in this moment, Lu Ming took the opportunity to twist his body and appeared a few 10 meters away from Demonic Dweller. He waved his sleeve, and 3 black lights blasted out. Among the black lights, there were 3 thumb-sized black rings. The 3 rings swelled in the wind, and they became the size of a millstone in a blink of an eye. They floated in the air, making a low buzzing sound as they trembled slightly. It was the demon restraining ring that Lu Ming had taken from the celestial phenomenon Fiend Corpse and the Golden Barbarian Patriarch, which had a miraculous effect on fiend dwellers. Demon restraining ring. And 3 of them. How did you get them? As soon as the black bracelet was summoned, the devilish being's expression changed drastically for the first time. He lashed out with his purple whip, and the grayish-green devilish chi around his body surged as he reappeared over 1,000 feet away. He then stared intently at the black bracelet with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Lu Ming completely ignored the devil cultivator. With a blur of his hands, he drew several semicircles in succession. However, after the black ring trembled slightly in the void, it suddenly became motionless. Lu Ming's eyes immediately narrowed. Hee, I don't know where you got these things from. I'm afraid you don't know how to use them. Why don't you offer them to me? I can make an exception and let you go. After a while, the devil cultivator suddenly said with a sneer on his face, but his eyes were still glancing at Lu Ming and the 3 bracelets. He seemed to be trying to figure out the truth. Lu Ming was still calmly drawing the semicircles with his hands, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Before, he learned the method of the Golden Barbarian Patriarch in the illusion and tried to communicate with these demon restraining rings, and there was nothing wrong with the communication. He didn't expect that when he wanted to use it against the enemy today, he couldn't control the rings at all. He didn't know what was wrong with the method. On the other side, Kim Tin Ti saw this scene, and an imperceptible strange expression flashed in his eyes. His lips moved slightly, and he quickly transmitted a few words to Lu Ming. After that, he turned into a white rainbow and blasted toward the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller. Seeing this, the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller pointed at the white light a few times. The gray-green light flashed on his fingertips, and a gray-green light beam as thick as a thumb blasted out. Kim Tin Ti's body was shining with white starlight, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. After a few leaps, he actually avoided these light beams cleverly. Seeing this, the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller's face flashed ferociously. He bent his fingers, and the gray-green light beams circled around and surrounded Kim Tin Ti from all directions. But the starlight escape technique that Kim Tin Ti used was really mysterious. He could easily pass through the light beams. Just at this moment, Lu Ming took a deep breath, and his 10-finger sign suddenly changed several times. When 3 faintly discernible black flames shot out and entered the rings, the 3 demon restraining rings trembled slightly again, and finally let out a low buzzing sound. As soon as the sound came out, the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller that was originally fighting with Kim Tin-Ti was shocked. He spread his 5 fingers, and the gray-green light beam suddenly accelerated and shot around Kim Tin-Ti's body. A loud rumbling sound rang out. At Kim Tin-Ti's location, the gray-green demonic energy and the white starlight intertwined, turning into a blurry mist that spread out, and once again submerged his body. After doing all this, the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller didn't hesitate at all. He moved his right arm, and the purple whip flashed. It turned into a blur, and turned into 3 whip shadows that whizzed toward the 3 demon restraining rings. At this time, Lu Ming was fiddling with the whip as if he was playing a zither, and his mouth spat out a few inaudible incantations. The 3 black rings flashed with spiritual light, and suddenly turned into a blurry illusion. No matter how the purple whip whizzed past, it couldn't really touch them at all. Seeing this, the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and the purple whip in his hand shook again. Suddenly, several purple whip shadows changed direction and suddenly lashed toward Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that it was like a spark. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to dodge, a figure flashed in front of him, and Kim Tin-Ti appeared with a body full of wounds. His body was shining with starlight, and on his chest, a milky white star-shaped rune was spinning non-stop. In an instant, a thick white beam of light shot out, dispersing the whip shadows. After a flash, it struck toward the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller. The celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller was startled, and he subconsciously used his demonic energy to block in front of him. However, the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the beam of light that shot toward him suddenly exploded. Countless white lights shot out like needles. Chi-chi, chi-chi, the white lights flashed by, and the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller was caught off guard. Bloody holes appeared on his body, and dark green blood gushed out. No one knew what kind of mysterious power these white lights had, but they actually ignored the thick demonic energy on the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller. The celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller was unexpectedly injured, and he was naturally furious. When he was about to control the blood flowing out of his body and counterattack fiercely, Lu Ming in the distance smiled slightly. He drew 3 semicircles in the void in front of him with one hand, and the 3 black rings floating in the air suddenly flashed and disappeared out of thin air. Oh no! The celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller, who had been paying attention to the 3 forbidden demon rings, immediately changed his complexion. He suddenly thought of something, and the demonic energy on his body rolled, and his body suddenly retreated backward. However, all this was in vain. Puff puff puff, under the 3 black lights, 3 black rings appeared on the left arm and legs of the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller. In the horrified gaze of the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller, the 3 black rings were put on his body. Suddenly, the surface of the rings was shining in black light, and there were dense strange demonic runes constantly appearing and flashing into the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller's body. The celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller was immediately imprisoned in the air. His whole body was trembling, but he could no longer move his hands and feet. He could only roar at the same time. At the same time, the green demonic energy rolled out desperately to resist. The purple demonic patterns on his body were also flashing wildly. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He shook his arms, and the black gas rolled out behind him. It turned into 5 black dragons that roared at the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller. Kim Tin-Ti also made a gesture with both hands without hesitation. The runes on his chest rotated again, and another white light beam blasted at the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller. Both of them were obviously planning to kill this celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller with a full blow. Seeing this, the celestial phenomenon Fiend Dweller was naturally shocked and angry. Seeing that the misty light beam was about to arrive, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He roared toward the sky, and the purple spirit patterns on his body flashed wildly again. Bang bang bang, 3 loud noises. His legs and left arm, which were bound by the demon restraining ring, swelled wildly, and exploded, turning into rolls of grayish-green demonic chi and flesh that swept in all directions. However, these demonic chi only hovered in the air for a while, then they were sucked into the 3 forbidden demon rings again. This celestial phenomenon fiend dweller decisively abandoned his three trapped limbs. Taking advantage of the force of the self-explosion, his body turned into a cloud of bloody light and retreated backward, barely avoiding the 5 roaring dragons and the light beam. However, after a few flashes in the air, the celestial phenomenon fiend dweller moved his remaining right arm. The purple long whip that was clenched in the air exploded and lashed at the 3 black rings that were absorbing the demonic chi. Bang bang, the 3 forbidden demon rings were bounced away by the whip and fell to the ground with a few clattering sounds. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes twitched a few times. He just stared at the celestial phenomenon fiend dweller and ignored the 3 forbidden demon rings. After all, he had already secretly tested it in the illusory realm. The amount of devil chi that this bracelet could absorb was limited, and every time he activated it, he couldn't use it a second time in a short period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit by the whip so easily. After this celestial phenomenon fiend dweller merged, he was suppressed by the backlash of this space. Just now, a lot of demonic chi was absorbed by the forbidden demon rings, plus the self-explosion. At this moment, his strength should be less than 30%. Even so, the magic weapon-level demonic whip in his hand shouldn't be underestimated. Lu Ming thought quickly in his mind. The celestial phenomenon fiend dweller on the other side also looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy face and panted heavily. At this time, his aura had plummeted by more than half. The wounds of his left arm and 2 broken legs, the gray-green demonic flame was constantly lingering, seeming to be recovering. The purple long whip in his hand also retracted like a strange snake, coiling from his arm to his body again. Not far away, Jin Tianxi's body swayed a few times before he staggered and fell down. Bang, he fell into the gravel pile below, stirring up a layer of gray smoke. Lu Ming was shocked, and he quickly released divine thought to scan Kim Tin Ti on the ground. He found that although his breath was very weak and his blood was a little chaotic, he should not be in danger of dying. Lu Ming was relieved. At this moment, his complexion suddenly changed. His body suddenly became blurred, and 4 identical phantasms appeared in an instant. They blasted in different directions at the same time. Following a string of sharp whistling sounds, spatial fluctuations surged through the air, following which countless grayish-green arrows appeared out of thin air before hurtling through the air in a torrential barrage. The 3 phantasms transformed by Lu Ming were instantly penetrated by the gray-green arrows, and they turned into black gas and dissipated again. There was only one figure that suddenly let out a low roar. His hands immediately turned into countless fist shadows that struck out violently, forcibly destroying most of the arrows around him. However, he was fiercely struck by 2 of the arrows that slipped through the net. 2 bangs rang out, causing his vision to darken, and he almost directly fell from the sky. At this moment, there was a heart-wrenching pain in Lu Ming's back. In the bloody mess, a silver armor had been broken, and a few pieces of red scales had also been torn apart. Seeing that this sudden attack did not succeed, the demonic dweller in the distance also looked gloomy. These grayish-green arrows that had suddenly appeared were actually the devil chi that he had gathered from his self-detonating body earlier, and then conjured again. If Lu Ming hadn't summoned the beast armor tactics and the crimson hydra scales to block his back, he might have been directly penetrated by this sudden attack. Humph. Your reaction is quite fast. But now that the demon prohibition ring has been used, the 9 heaven divine thunder will not be released easily. Let's see how long you can struggle. After the celestial state demonic dweller let out a long breath, he suddenly moved and turned into a gray-green demonic wind that rushed out. Lu Ming snorted when he saw this. He raised his hand without saying a word, and 3 black mist dragons of more than 200 meters in size instantly condensed and rushed forward. Courting death. A roar came from the gray-green demonic wind. It spun wildly and instantly turned into a huge vortex. It engulfed the 3 mist dragons and crushed them instantly. With a flash, the demonic dweller's body rushed out of the demonic wind. After a blur, he appeared in front of Lu Ming as if teleporting. With a shake of one arm, a long whip phantasm wrapped in purple flames lashed at Lu Ming like lightning. At such a close distance, Lu Ming had no time to dodge at all. The raging purple flames fell in an instant, completely drowning Lu Ming in it. The demonic dweller was delighted. He moved his finger and spat a mouthful of blood essence at the purple flames in the sky. The demonic flames in the sky burned fiercely and turned into a purple fire sea. However, when the demonic dweller made a gesture with one hand, the flames in the sky suddenly dissipated. There was only a dim golden talisman floating down. It was the yellow turban talisman. The previous Lu Ming turned out to be transformed by the yellow turban talisman. The real Lu Ming had already escaped before the demonic flames fell. At this moment, in the air 100 meters away from the side of the demonic dweller, a vague figure with wings on his back appeared in a flash. He also looked at the demonic dweller with cold eyes. At the same time, he touched his waist with one hand, and a sword pouch suddenly appeared. There was a faint silver light flashing. It was the real body of Lu Ming. He suddenly exhaled, and the 5 fingers that were pressed on the sword bag suddenly flicked in a dazzling manner. Several symbols immediately disappeared into the bag in a flash. The next moment, a clear sound came from the sword pouch. A small golden sword of a few inches flashed out, exuding a strange cold sword chi. As soon as Lu Ming saw the small sword appear, he made a gesture with one hand without hesitation. He spat a mouthful of blood essence at the sword and uttered the word /. After the small golden sword absorbed the blood essence, it immediately turned blurred and turned into a golden ball the size of a thumb. After spinning, it disappeared into thin air. Not good, sword ball. Only then did the demonic dweller sense something. When he turned his head, he saw the scene of the small golden sword turning into a ball. He was immediately shocked. His body shot back like an arrow without hesitation. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound in his mouth. The grayish-green demonic flame flashed and appeared. He seemed to be about to cast some kind of powerful mystic arts, but it was too late. In the next moment, after he felt a chill on his neck, wisps of faint golden sword chi suddenly appeared in front of him. They flashed like lightning and condensed into a golden bead again, then they disappeared without a trace as if they were never there. The grayish-green demonic flame that was only half spat out of the demonic dweller's mouth collapsed with a poochie sound. He opened his mouth in disbelief and barely managed to make a sound. A line of blood flashed across his neck and his headless body suddenly separated from his head. With a tremble, he plummeted from the sky. A long purple whip also fell from the right arm of the headless body. Seeing this, Lu Ming was surprised and overjoyed. Even though he had no choice but to use his final trump card and use the special secret technique of the Great Symbol Sword technique to cast the sword orb that he had just sealed and nurtured not long ago, the mysteriousness and power of the teleportation was still far beyond his imagination. From the moment he opened the seal on the sword bag while the opponent was distracted by the incarnation of the yellow turban, to the moment he cut off the demonic dweller's head, it only took less than a second. Yes. Even though the demonic dweller couldn't exert 30% of his true strength under the suppression of the power of the ruins, and he was seriously injured, he was still a real celestial state demonic dweller after all. Before he used the sword ball, he never thought that it would be so easy to succeed. But then again, even if this sword ball really had the power to defy the natural order, if he encountered this heavenly elephant demonic dweller at its peak, he would never be able to succeed with one sword strike. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dragged it until now to use this last resort. At this moment, a golden light flashed in front of him, but the golden bead teleported back again, but the light on the surface was dim. It seemed that the previous blow had instantly vented most of the terrifying sword intent contained in it. Lu Ming touched the light silver sword bag on his waist with one hand, and the golden bead flashed into it. The silver light on the surface of the light silver sword bag flowed, and it disappeared again. At this moment, a strange scream came from the void. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound, and his face changed slightly. He was just immersed in the surprise of using the sword ball for the first time. He didn't notice that the head of the heavenly elephant demonic dweller didn't fall with the body, but it was floating in the air. The black and green blood on the neck seemed to be condensed, and it was covered with a layer of gray-green demonic chi. At this time, it was spitting out a gray-green demonic chi at the purple whip that was falling straight down. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming, who had seen the power of the purple whip, naturally wouldn't let the opponent succeed. He immediately patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist, and a roll of black mist rolled out. It condensed in the void, revealing a demon flying head with green hair. It was Fei. As soon as Fei appeared, he went straight to the falling purple whip. And Lu Ming flapped the wings behind him, immediately turned into a silver rainbow, and blasted toward the demonic dweller's head. After just a few flashes, Feyre arrived just over 1,000 feet away from the purple whip at a speed that was even faster than the grayish-green devilish chi. His green hair then shot forth and coiled around the purple whip in a frenzy, following which Feyre took the lead. Seeing this, the demonic dweller's face turned blue. He hesitated for a moment, then he gritted his teeth, turned around, and fled. At the same time, he chanted an obscure technique. The green hair of the demon flying head wrapped around the purple whip and was about to pull it back, but the gray-green demonic chi spat out by the demonic dweller's head went into the long whip. Suddenly, purple runes appeared on the surface of the long whip. At the same time, spiritual light flashed wildly, and it emitted a strange and terrifying aura. Feyre, don't worry about this treasure, quickly get out of the way. Lu Ming scanned behind him with his divine sense, and his expression changed greatly. He stopped and quickly gave an order to Feyre. At the same time, he shook his sleeve and released the heavy water pearl. He poured his Feli into it, and a layer of black water barrier suddenly appeared on his body. Feyre's heart trembled, and his green hair shook as he threw the long whip far away. Then, he turned into a roll of green light and flew away. There was a loud bang. After the purple long whip was thrown out, it suddenly exploded with a few flashes. Immediately, a purple mushroom cloud that was thousands of meters tall rose from the ground. This was a true magic treasure of the demonic dweller. When it exploded, the power of the explosion could be imagined. Immediately, purple gas surged in all directions, and the entire canyon was affected by its power. The few remaining mountains were instantly turned into ashes, and dust rose from the ground into the sky. Lu Ming only felt a violent fluctuation of spiritual power outside the heavy water pearl. The entire layer of water barrier shook violently, and cracks appeared on the surface of the water barrier. At the same time, a ray of starlight shot into the sky from the nearby ground. It flashed by and carried Feyre away. After a flash, it appeared a few thousand feet away. The purple gas behind him rushed toward him, and he staggered and was about to fall to the ground. It was Kim Tin-Ti. Quickly chase. In the starlight, Kim Tin-Ti barely managed to stabilize his body. His lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission. He quickly tore a light golden glyph, and a layer of golden barrier enveloped him and Feyre. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. Ignoring the impact of the shockwave in front of him, he put away the heavy water pearl. The silver wings on his back flapped, and a gust of wind whistled. With a flash of silver light, he chased after the demonic dweller's head. But with this slight delay, the demonic dweller's head was already several miles away. At this moment, the demonic dweller's head noticed the flash of silver light behind it. It clenched its teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a bloody mist appeared. The bloody mist and the gray-green demonic gas intertwined with each other, and there were faint, strange demonic texts jumping up and down. The entire head became a blur, and it turned into a bloody light that shot away. With a tremble, it inconceivably leaped a few thousand feet forward. After another tremble, it turned into a black dot and disappeared without a trace. Blood escape technique. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he revealed a hint of surprise. If Lu Ming could use the sword controlling technique and the silver wings of the beast armor tactics, he might be able to catch up. But now, after a series of fierce battles, the wings on his back had been covered with scars, and the power of the sword pill was exhausted. If he didn't recuperate in the sword pouch, he couldn't use it at all. With the opponent's current amazing speed, it was obviously too late to catch up. After Lu Ming sighed, he immediately turned around and flew slowly toward Kim Tin-Ti. When he got close, he said helplessly, "Seeing your fellow apprentice Jean, he still ran away. How are you?" "So what if he ran away?" "Fortunately, you really cultivated the sword pill, otherwise it would be really dangerous today. Now this demon is seriously injured, and the magic weapon in his hand has already exploded. He can't pose any threat to us. I'm just a little injured, it's not a big deal. But the movement just now was too big. This is not a place to stay for a long time. Let me leave this place first." After Kim Tin-Ti took a deep look at Lu Ming, he shook his head and said. He immediately patted several talismans on his body and swallowed a few elixirs. His complexion immediately improved a little. Alright. Lu Ming naturally had no objection. Demon Flying Skull on the side was hit by the explosion of the long whip, but it was rescued by Kim Tin-Ti in time. Except for a lot of green hair that was burned, it was not a big deal. Lu Ming immediately patted the soul-recovering bag and immediately kept the spiritual pet. Then after the two put away some things left nearby, they made a gesture, and a black cloud lifted them up. They turned into a black escape light and flew away. Not long after the two flew out, a golden escape light suddenly galloped in the opposite sky. Lu Ming's expression moved. The black cloud under his feet couldn't help but stop, and he looked back. It seems that junior fellow apprentice Chiu is here. Kim Tin-Ti glanced and said slowly. The golden light was extremely fast. After a few flashes, it arrived in front of him. After a while, the figures inside were revealed. It was Young Dragon and Long Yanfei. Senior brother Jean, younger brother Lu, you're here too. Where's the demon dweller? Senior brother Jean, you're hurt? When Jiu Longzi saw Kim Tin-Ti and Lu Ming, his expression relaxed at first. However, when he looked at Kim Tin-Ti carefully, his expression changed again. That devil is heavily injured and has already fled far away. There's no need to chase after him. I've suffered some injuries, but I've already taken some elixirs. As long as I rest for a few days, I'll be able to recover. By the way, where are the other disciples? Kim Tin-Ti waved his hand and asked. Senior fellow apprentice actually repelled those demon dwellers. You're really worthy of being. Haha, after we parted a few days ago, I took junior fellow apprentice Luo and the others to the entrance of a valley ruin. We encountered a group of beastkin cultivators. They were extremely powerful. After a few rounds of fighting, a junior fellow apprentice died carelessly, and several others were injured. So I tried to escape with the remaining disciples, but on the way, I saw junior sister apprentice Long who was being chased by two demon mystic sect disciples, so I killed the two guys. I heard from sister apprentice Long that you were trapped here by several real pellet state demons, so I asked junior fellow apprentice Luo to take the rest of the disciples to find a place to heal first. I rushed over with junior sister apprentice Long. Jiu Longzi was overjoyed when he heard the words, then he explained with a gloomy face. You were wrong before. This time, it's all thanks to junior brother Lu that I'm safe and sound. Those demon dwellers came from the Thousand Demon Continent. Their demonic arts with the blessing of true demonic aura are indeed powerful. After combining, their strength actually broke through the celestial state. If it weren't for younger brother Lu's sword pill, I would really be in danger this time. Kim Tin-Ti replied with a wry smile. Celestial state. Sword pill. Young Dragon took a deep breath when he heard the words, then he looked at Lu Ming up and down with shining eyes as if he was looking at some rare beast. Long Yanfei on the side was also full of surprise, and her beautiful eyes were also staring at Lu Ming. For Jean Dan Sword Cultivator, it was naturally the dream of countless people to be able to cultivate sword pill, but Lu Ming actually did it as a pseudo-pallet state. How could the two not be shocked and jealous? Moreover, Long Yanfei had personally faced these demon dwellers, so she knew how terrifying their strength was. Senior brother Jean, you flatter me. I've just condensed the sword pill, and I haven't even completed the final step of shaping it. If I rashly used it just now, my previous cultivation would be in vain. Moreover, if senior brother Jean didn't hold it back, junior brother would never have the chance to use this treasure. By the way, the beastkin cultivator that senior brother Chiu mentioned? Could it be the cultivator of Sky Beastkin Valley? Lu Ming heard the words, but he laughed and changed the topic. It shouldn't be. Those beastkin cultivators looked unfamiliar, and their techniques were strange. They were completely different from the disciples of Sky Beastkin Valley. Seeing us escape, they didn't chase after us. I'm afraid they are beastkin from other continents. Young Dragon shook his head and said. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. It seems that this trip to the ruins is more dangerous than we expected. This is not a good place to talk. Let's go back to the station first. Kim Tin-Ti's face also sank when he heard this. Young Dragon and Long Yanfei naturally had no objection, but Lu Ming suddenly clasped his fist and said, in that case, senior brother Jean, you guys go first. The two friends of Ouyang family are still nearby. I'm going to find them and rush back. Younger brother Lu, you are talking about the two sisters of Ouyang family, right? When junior sister Long and I came here, we happened to find their hiding place. We have already asked them to go back first. Young Dragon said with a laugh. Is that so? That's good. Lu Ming's face relaxed when he heard this, and he nodded. 2 hours later, the group came to the sky above a valley filled with thick mountain mist. Young Dragon was in the air. He raised one hand, and after several rays of light shot out, they all disappeared into the surroundings. Immediately after, the originally motionless mist began to churn and quickly revealed a hole that was several tens of feet in size. Seeing this, the four of them flew in one by one. After they entered, the mist closed up again. After landing, Lu Ming just glanced around and nodded slightly. This valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the entrance of the valley was facing a river. It could be regarded as an excellent temporary station. The valley was abnormally quiet. There were many rugged rocks everywhere. The largest was the size of a pavilion, and the smallest was the height of a person. Young Dragon strode to a boulder that was 3 to 4 meters in size. He raised one hand and the boulder moved to the side, revealing a dark cave entrance. After the 4 of them flashed in, the boulder slowly closed, covering the cave entrance again. Senior brother Jean, senior brother Chiu, you are back. As soon as they stepped into the cave, a handsome young man greeted them with a fist salute. It was Luo Tiancheng. His eyes quickly glanced at the 4 of them and stopped on Lu Ming for a while. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but his expression returned to normal. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled faintly. After a while, they walked through a short temporary passage and entered an underground cave. This cave was very spacious. The area was no less than an acre. There were some crystal white moonlight stones inlaid around, illuminating the entire cave in a white light. It was exceptionally bright. The disciples of Tai Ching Gate were scattered around the cave in 2s and 3s. Most of them were meditating. At this moment, seeing them come in, they immediately stood up one by one. The number of people here was obviously less than when he left, and everyone's condition was not very good. Most of them had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. It seemed that their morale was a little low. There was even a person lying in the corner of the cave, looking unconscious. Ouyang's sisters were also standing in the crowd at the moment. When they saw Lu Ming's figure, a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. Seeing this, Lu Ming nodded slightly to the 2 women. Previously, the 2 of them had also experienced a fight and escape. Now that they had rested, their complexions were much better than before. However, there was still not much color in them. This was especially so for Ouyang Qin. There was a faint layer of black qi lingering between her brows, and her complexion looked somewhat ashen. Ouyang Qian looked at Lu Ming with a look of hesitation in her eyes. But after looking at the people around her, she didn't say anything in the end. When the other disciples of Tai Ching Gate saw the return of the 2 Jin Dan realm leaders, Kim Tin Ti and Qiu Longzi, most of their faces showed a look of joy. These people were usually the best among their peers in the various peaks of the inner court, and they were highly regarded by their seniors or sect masters. They were conceited that even if they encountered an enemy, they would be able to protect themselves with their own abilities. Thus, in order to enter this place, they had racked their brains and finally stood out and entered the list of names. Originally, they were all aiming for the great opportunity that only appeared once in 30,000 years. In the end, after entering the ruins of the upper realm for such a short period of time, they encountered a series of accidents. Some died and some were injured. Compared with the injuries on their bodies, their mentality had a drastic change. Many of them no longer had the slightest confidence. Kim Tin Ti and Qiu Longzi, the 2 leaders of Jin Dan realm, had naturally become the backbone in their minds. At this time, they found that both of them returned together. Even Lu Ming, who they thought had a slim chance of survival, also returned together. They were naturally surprised and happy. After Kim Tin Ti saw the situation of the disciples in the cave, he showed a faint smile on his face and comforted them. Then, he walked to the corner of the cave with Qiu Longzi and squatted down beside the unconscious disciple of Tai Ching Gate who fell to the ground. Lu Ming's heart moved and he also followed them. The other disciples also surrounded them when they saw this situation. Qiu Longzi helped the unconscious disciple of Tai Ching Gate up. Lu Ming didn't see who the person was before. At this moment, when he saw the face clearly, he couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in his eyes. It turned out that the person turned out to be Wen Ai. His eyes were closed, and his robe was stained with blood. His breath was a little weak, but his breathing was still normal. Obviously, he took the secret healing medicine in time after being seriously injured. After Kim Tin-ti checked Wen Ai's situation, he took out a white elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. From the whispered conversation between Qiu Longzi and Kim Tin-ti, Lu Ming gradually understood the whole story. Wen Ai was seriously injured by a mysterious beast king cultivator when he followed Qiu Longzi to hunt for treasures. After taking the Earth-grade disaster relief pill given by the sect, his life was saved, but he had been in a coma until now. Lu Ming's eyes flickered for a while. He had fought with Wen Ai before, so he knew his strength very well. How could he be so defeated by those beast-kin cultivators? This caused him to be unable to help but recall the beautiful figure of the young girl who had a night of pleasure with him. When Lu Ming was still on Yunchuan Island, he had heard of the name of the Wild Continent. This continent was dominated by the Beastkin clan. It was not surprising that the Beastkin clan powerhouses were far better than the Middle Sky continent. Could it be that the Beastkin cultivator encountered by Qiu Longzi was the same as Yaoji, a Beastkin cultivator from the Wild Continent? Lu Ming thought about it for a while, but he couldn't find the answer, so he put this question aside. After Kim Tin-ti checked Wen Ai's injury and treated him, he stood up and said, "Junior fellow apprentice Wen is fine. Now that everyone is injured, let's rest here for a while and make the next plan." Qiu Longzi, Lu Ming and others naturally had no objection. Later, Kim Tin-ti came to the entrance of the cave and set up a few sets of arrays. After confirming that everything was fine, he found a place to sit cross-legged, took out the map of the ruins and studied it attentively. The disciples dispersed again and continued to meditate cross-legged to heal their injuries in various places in the cave. Seeing that the Ouyang sisters also sat down somewhere near the mountain wall, Lu Ming walked over. "Are you two okay?" "I'm fine. I just lost some vitality." However, when Qin Er was fighting with Long Xin, some corrosive demonic qi seemed to have invaded her meridians. "I tried my best, but I couldn't get rid of it completely." Ouyang Qian glanced at Lu Ming, and a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Sister Qian, I'm fine. Most of the demonic qi has been forced out by me just now. As long as I take a little more time, I believe it can be completely expelled." Ouyang Qian forced a smile with a trace of pain on her face. Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth and her eyes reddened. "May I have a look at Miss Ouyang's injuries?" When Lu Ming heard the two words devil qi, his heart stirred. "Thank you, Brother Lu," Ouyang Qian said gratefully after hearing Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming waved his hand to send a wave of Fa Li into Ouyang Qian's body. After it quickly traveled through her meridians, he quickly discovered the location of the wisp of devil qi in the two women's mouths. As Ouyang Qian said, it was firmly entrenched in several meridians. This trace of demonic qi was faintly green. Although it was not the true demonic qi, it was somewhat similar, and it had corrosive power. It had almost integrated with those meridians. No wonder Ouyang Qian couldn't get rid of it completely. "Brother Lu, do you have any ideas?" Ouyang Qian asked again when she saw that Lu Ming was silent. Although Ouyang Qian didn't say anything, she looked at Lu Ming nervously. "I'll give it a try." After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he turned his hand and took out a thumb-sized black ring. It was the demon restraining ring that shone brilliantly during the battle with the demon man with fusion body. Lu Ming had never been able to fully understand the function of this bracelet. However, this item had a very strong attraction and devouring effect on demon qi. This had already been proven time and time again. "Miss Jean, sorry." Lu Ming apologized. He held the ring with one hand and held Ouyang Qian's cold hand with the other. There was a hint of redness on Ouyang Qian's pale face, but she didn't say anything. Lu Ming didn't pay attention to the change in the woman's expression. At this moment, his Fa Li was slowly injected into the black ring. The black ring was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much Fa Li was injected, there was no change. Lu Ming frowned, and a beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows, merging into the black ring. Only then did the ring slowly light up with strange patterns, and a layer of dark light emerged. Lu Ming immediately sensed that the black ring was faintly emitting a devouring force. With a thought, he guided this force to his left hand. Xianxia's face suddenly showed a hint of pain. A wisp of black qi appeared on the arm that Lu Ming was holding. As soon as it appeared, it was quickly devoured by the black ring. When Xianxia saw the scene in front of her, her face revealed a look of surprise. Not long after, several wisps of devil qi were absorbed from Xianxia's body and merged into the black ring. When the last wisp of devil qi was absorbed by the black ring, the lingering black qi between Xianxia's eyebrows finally dissipated. Although her face was still a little pale, it had returned to normal. Well, the devil qi has been completely expelled. Miss Ouyang should be able to recover after resting for a while. Lu Ming let go of his hand and said faintly. Thank you, Brother Lu. Xianxia bowed her head slightly and thanked him softly. Miss Jean, you don't need to thank me. I promise to do my best to protect the two of you in this ruin. This is what I should do. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Without saying anything more, he walked to another corner and sat down. He flipped one hand and played with the black ring in his hand. There was a trace of excitement on his face. After this attempt, he seemed to have faintly mastered some other uses of this treasure. The thick ring was undoubtedly a treasure that was refined to restrain devil qi, but he seemed to be unable to control it freely. However, he believed that as long as he explored more, he would definitely be able to completely master this treasure. As Lu Ming thought so, he flipped his hand and put away the black ring. He took out a golden yuan pill and began to meditate. 3 days later, near the temporary encampment of Taiqing Gate, on a small hill that was more than 100 feet high, a young man in a golden robe and a young man in a green robe were standing with their hands behind their back, looking at the endless low mountain peaks in the distance. The two were Kim Tin-ti and Lu Ming. In this battle with the demon dweller, the means of younger brother Lu really surprised me as a senior brother. Kim Tin-ti said slowly. Senior brother Jean is overpraising me. I was just lucky. If it wasn't for senior brother who had already severely injured the demon dweller, I wouldn't have the chance to succeed. What is senior brother's next plan? Lu Ming shook his head and replied. Younger brother Lu is very modest. I think you have also discovered that it has only been a month since we entered this ruin, and the major forces have already begun to kill each other. You have also seen the demon dweller in the Thousands Demon Continent. Not only are they powerful, but they also have the true demonic aura. They are very difficult to deal with. They are far from comparable to the disciples of the demon mystic sect. And the beastkin cultivator that Jiu Longzi and the others encountered, if I guessed correctly, should come from the wild continent. He is also very talented. Now that our strength has been damaged, we can only retreat here for the time being. We will stay here for 10 days to half a month and wait for most of the disciples to recover from their injuries. Jean Tianxi sighed and said. That's the only way. Fortunately, according to past experience, we can stay in the ruins for a long time, so we can afford to waste this time. Lu Ming nodded after hearing the words. Let's not talk about this first. Since junior fellow apprentice Lu is fine, you don't have to accompany us to meditate here in the next few days. Although this mountain range seems to be desolate, there is a mineral vein called meteorite mine. Jean Tianxi suddenly changed the topic and smiled faintly. Meteorite mine? I have never heard of this mineral. I hope senior fellow apprentice Jean can enlighten me. Lu Ming was taken aback when he heard the words. Meteorite mine is a kind of enhancement material for refining high-rank flag arrays and some arrays. If this material is added to the array, it can be enhanced by some star power to greatly increase the power of the array. Meteorite mine is also a very scarce resource in the sect. I heard that junior fellow apprentice swept the Xian notice some time ago. You should have seen related missions, right? Kim Tin-ti's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. Lu Ming's expression suddenly moved when he heard the words. He did see missions to find mineral veins on the Xian notice before, and there were some rare ores that could be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of contribution points. However, these mineral veins were extremely difficult to find, and the sect couldn't provide relevant information. It would probably take a lot of time, so he just inquired a little and decided to give up this kind of mission. He didn't study it carefully. This mine is relatively rare. I can feel that there should be this mine nearby because I am more sensitive to the power of starlight. However, I can't determine its exact location. At present, there are not many people in the team who can act alone, so I can't split myself now. If younger brother Lu is willing to look for it, even if you give it to the sect in exchange for contribution points, it should be a big gain. Kim Tinti suggested to Lu Ming calmly. Since senior fellow apprentice Jean has taken the initiative to give advice, I naturally won't let go of such a good thing. Let's go. Lu Ming thought for a while and felt that there was no problem, so he agreed. Very well, this disc array can sense the location of some rare ores. Junior fellow apprentice can use it first. But remember, if you encounter a strong enemy, don't fight recklessly. Kim Tinti's fingers moved slightly, and he took out a pale silver disc array. After it rotated in the air, it fell into Lu Ming's hand. Senior fellow apprentice Jean, don't worry. I understand the pros and cons. Lu Ming nodded, took the disc array, and said solemnly. With junior fellow apprentice Jean, I can rest assured. Junior fellow apprentice, go and come back as soon as possible. If you really encounter an accident and can't come back immediately, it doesn't matter. Try to ensure your own safety first. Kim Tinti said in a concerned tone. Lu Ming naturally agreed, then he turned into a black light and flew into the distance. Kim Tinti stood in the original place and watched Lu Ming fly away. His eyes narrowed slightly, no one knew what he was thinking. Senior fellow apprentice Jean, you really don't worry about younger brother Lu going out alone. Aren't you afraid that he will encounter those beast-kin cultivators from the wild continent? Suddenly, a sigh came from behind a nearby big tree. Then a figure flickered, and Jiao Longzi walked out with a long sword on his back. Hee, if he can't even deal with some beast-kin cultivators, how can younger brother Lu become the esoteric disciple of our sect in the future? Kim Tinti said without looking back. He didn't seem to be surprised at all. That's also true. If it wasn't for senior fellow apprentice's sword pill being accidentally destroyed, then he was besieged by many powerful enemies, causing his cultivation level to fall from the celestial state all the way to the mortal world, and he had to recultivate. How could a mere celestial state demon be in senior fellow apprentice's eyes? After all, Jean Liang of Taiqing Gate was the #1 esoteric disciple. Who doesn't know that? Jiao Longzi said with a sigh. It seems that junior brother has forgotten that Jean Liang is Jean Liang, Kim Tinti is Kim Tinti. The two are not the same person. Back then, if he hadn't prepared an extra physical body in advance and allowed a wisp of his remnant soul to escape back to the sect before he perished, how could he have become who he is now? However, if it wasn't for this mission in the ruins and to rebuild the sword pill that was destroyed in the past, I don't need to suppress my cultivation to advance to celestial state. But then again, if I really gave up suppressing my cultivation when I encountered the celestial elephant demon and used those techniques to communicate with him, even if I could repel the celestial elephant demon, I would probably advance to celestial state on the spot, and I wouldn't be able to stay in the ruins any longer. I will never do this kind of thing until the last moment. Kim Tinti said lightly. That's true, but in this way, senior brother Jin's hands and feet are tied. You can't even use 10% of your strength. Young Dragon nodded and said with some worry. Even if I can't use my full strength, don't I still have you and younger brother Lu? Not to mention younger brother Lu, the sword pill that he has cultivated is enough to deal with any strong enemy below celestial state. As for you, junior brother, do you really think I don't know that the sword technique you are showing now is not your real ability? Although you have been unable to cultivate the sword pill, you should have made some progress in cultivating that archaic sword Dao secret technique. Kim Tinti suddenly narrowed his eyes and said. I didn't expect that senior brother Jean even knows about this. That's right, I have been trapped in the Jin Dan state for so many years. If I want to go further, I can only find another way besides cultivating the sword pill. However, although I found this primordial sword Dao secret technique with great difficulty, it has many flaws, and it is somewhat similar to the divine ability of body refinement cultivators. Usually, I have to seal my body, and I can only use this technique when I encounter a powerful enemy. Because I just made some progress, I can't hold on for too long when I unseal my body. Once I use this technique, there will be a lot of consequences, so I don't dare to use this technique unless it's a last resort. Young Dragon was shocked at first, then he replied with a bitter smile. Kim Tin-ti was startled at first, then he was speechless. Half a day later, Lu Ming followed the guidance of the exploration disc array and finally found the mineral vein that Kim Tin-ti mentioned. However, collecting and exploring such a rare mineral vein couldn't be completed in a day or two. He simply opened a simple temporary cave house nearby, and he waved his hand toward the sky in the cave. 8 light blue formation flags flew out and inserted into every corner of the cave. After a layer of blue light curtain spun, it dispersed and enveloped the entire cave in the middle. After a few flashes, it disappeared into thin air. After doing all this, he walked into the cave house unhurriedly. He found an empty place and sat cross-legged. He stroked his waist, and a silver light flashed. A faint silver void sword bag appeared. The opening of the sword bag suddenly loosened, and a faint golden light drifted out. He scanned the sword bag with divine thought and found that a pale golden bead was lying quietly in it. It was the void sword pill. There was no trace of damage on the sword pill, but the sword chi was much weaker than before. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He took out some prepared elixirs from the summer ring. After filling them into the sword bag, he took out a silver talisman and gently patted it on the sword bag. Seal. The silver talisman turned into a faint silver light and went into the sword bag. This time, he was forced to use the power of the sword pill, and he had seen its power. However, the consumption of mental power to control the sword pill was also far beyond his expectations. What made Lu Ming feel most regretful was that this sword pill was cast before it was completely nourished. The previous efforts could be said to be in vain. Now he had to nourish it again. He stroked it with one hand, and the sword bag disappeared again with a flash of silver light. He meditated to restore spiritual power while thinking about the meteorite mine. Early the next morning, Lu Ming left the temporary cave house in high spirits and flew away on a black cloud. Not long after, the black cloud hovered in a certain area for a while, and it soon landed on one of the bare peaks. As the black gas converged, Lu Ming's figure flashed out. After glancing at the disc array with one hand, he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist without hesitation. A black gas rolled out, and Scorpion, wrapped in a black gauze, flashed out in front of him. "Scorpion, it's up to you next," Lu Ming ordered faintly. He had already explored the surrounding mountain range. It might be because of the meteorite mine. The mountain rocks were extremely hard. It was difficult for ordinary Earth Escape talisman to penetrate it, let alone mine the ore in it. He thought about it, and he could only rely on Scorpion's Earth Escape talent to search. Previously in the Tianmen's secret realm, Scorpion had done similar things. "Don't worry, Master. Leave this to me." Sierra giggled, and her body swayed as a roll of yellow light flew out of her body, wrapping around her body before burrowing into the ground. 7 days later, on a potholed hill, Lu Ming stood against the wind. In the center of his palm, there was a fist-sized iron green ore with a faint shimmer. He looked depressed. The disc array given by Kim Tin-ti could only roughly sense the location of nearly 10 miles, but it couldn't accurately find the meteorite mine. Fortunately, with Scorpion's special magical power, after several twists and turns, he finally found only 7 or 8 meteorite ores of different sizes. The largest one was only the size of a head, and the smallest one was about the same size as the one in his hand. He thought there was a large meteorite mineral vein here, but he found that there were only a few scattered places. The finished meteorite ore was only found, which made him slightly disappointed. At this moment, a low buzzing sound suddenly came. Lu Ming's expression moved. He flipped his hand, and there was a palm-sized disc array. At the same time, Kim Tin-ti's faint voice came from it. "Younger brother Lu, after receiving the sound transmission, please return to the temporary station as soon as possible. I have something important to discuss with you." Lu Ming frowned when he heard the words. After putting the meteorite ore in his hand into the summer ring, he made a gesture, and a black cloud lifted him and galloped away. A few hours later, in the valley where the temporary station of Taiching Gate's disciples was located, a black light came down from the clouds. It was Lu Ming who rushed all the way. "Younger brother Lu, we were just waiting for you." As soon as Lu Ming walked into the cave, Jiao Longzi walked over with a smile. "Sorry to keep all senior fellow apprentices waiting." Lu Ming nodded slightly and said. At this moment, in the cave, the disciples of Tai Ching Gate and the Ouyang sisters had already arrived. There were a total of 16 people including him. Today, I gathered everyone here because I have an important thing to tell you. Seeing that everyone was here, Kim Tinti stood up and said loudly. Given that there are various forces from different continents entering the ruins of the upper realm, it is difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. The situation of the ruins itself is also complicated and unpredictable. Therefore, before we entered this place, the top management of the sect and the Nature Work sect have reached an agreement that the disciples of the two sects are not allowed to fight with each other in the ruins. In addition, under the premise of not harming each other's interests, we can join forces to fight against the strong enemy. Even if we encounter any benefit that is difficult for any sect to obtain alone, the disciples of the two sects can also join forces to take it down first. After that, we will discuss the distribution. Kim Tinti said straightforwardly. As soon as this was said, most of the people present understood that the thing he was going to talk about was most likely related to the Nature Work sect. Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the storage bracelet of the Nature Work sect disciple he picked up in the miasma swamp. There was a Jean Dan stage puppet in it. If the other disciples of the Nature Work sect knew about it, it might cause some trouble. A few days ago, when I was resting, I received a message from the Heaven's Work sect, saying that there is a treasure that is very important to the Heaven's Work sect in a certain relic. One of their tasks in this relic is to find this treasure and bring it out. However, this news was leaked somehow. In addition, some disciples of the Nature Work sect were injured or killed in the previous stage of treasure hunting. They are not confident to get the treasure by themselves. Therefore, they sent a message to us, hoping that we can send some strong people to go together. After the mission is completed, the Nature Work sect is willing to pay a rare treasure that is worth half of the treasure. According to the Celestial Work sect, the location of this relic is a little far from where we are now. Thus, after a discussion with Junior Brother Chiu, we decided to let Junior Brother Chiu and the injured disciples stay in this area to recuperate and search for treasures. I will take my fellow disciples, who are almost fully recovered, to the Celestial Work sect and see if there are any other opportunities. However, I must remind everyone that this trip will definitely be risky. Therefore, participation is voluntary. Junior brothers, please consider carefully. We will set off in half a day. Kim Tinti said slowly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other for a while, but no one spoke for a while. Lu Ming's mind was also racing. He quickly analyzed the information revealed in Kim Tinti's words and the pros and cons of staying and leaving. Senior Brother Jean, I am not injured. Count me in. After a short consideration, Lu Ming said. As soon as he said that, he naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Long Yanfei glanced at Lu Ming. Although she was a little tempted, she had not recovered from her previous injuries. Moreover, both of his spiritual swords were badly damaged. It would probably take at least 10 days to half a month for him to recover his normal strength. Therefore, she could only give up regretfully. Ouyang Qian and her sister did not show any intention of participating. After all, this was an alliance between the Tai Ching Gate and the Nature Work sect. Even if they wanted to participate, Kim Tinti would probably not agree. Senior Brother Jean, I am also willing to go with you. Another person suddenly stepped forward and said with a raised eyebrow. It was Luo Tiancheng. Okay, with your abilities, it's not a problem. Kim Tinti looked at the two of them, pondered for a while, and nodded. Lu Ming was the person he was interested in, so his strength was naturally unquestionable. Luo Tiancheng had an almost immortal Dutian spirit body. In terms of life preservation, there were probably not many people present who could compare to him. It was indeed very suitable for him to participate in this dangerous mission. Cough cough, Senior Martial Brother, I'm also willing to go with you. At this moment, a hoarse voice behind the crowd coughed a few times. Everyone turned their heads to look. What was surprising was that the person who spoke was Wen Ai. Lu Ming looked at Wen Ai. Although this man had woken up, his face still looked a little gray, and his breath was weak. Obviously, his injuries were far from healed. Junior Martial Brother Wen, this mission has certain risks. A few hard battles are unavoidable. Now that your injuries have not healed, you still need to rest and recover. Don't force yourself too much. After all, you still have a lot of time in this ruin. Kim Tinti looked at him and said while shaking his head. Senior Marshal Brother, do you mean that I can participate in this mission as long as my injuries are healed? Wen Ai felt the gazes of the surrounding people, and he said expressionlessly. If Junior Marshal Brother's injuries are healed, you can naturally participate in this mission, but your current situation. Kim Tinti frowned and wanted to dissuade Wen Ai with another way of saying it. Okay, since my injuries are healed, it's very easy. Wen Ai replied loudly, interrupting Kim Tinti's words. Then, he flipped his hand and a green talisman appeared. With a bang, it turned into a cloud of green mist and wrapped his body in it. There were various green light runes surging out and dancing up and down. Seeing this, Kim Tinti, Jiu Longzi, and the others were naturally surprised. The other Taiching Gate disciples were discussing for a while. In the fog cocoon, Wen Ai's expression was solemn. His 10 fingers were constantly forming hand signs and his mouth was softly chanting some strange incantations. As a result, there were bursts of low noises coming from the surrounding fog, as if ghosts were crying. The next moment, everyone felt a sudden cold wind in the cave. Rolls of green light appeared out of thin air in all directions and floated towards Wen Ai. After a while, the green light and the mist intertwined and condensed, turning into a green mist cocoon that completely wrapped around Wen Ai. You could even expand and shrink rhythmically as if you were alive. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he saw this. He could clearly feel that every time the cocoon expanded and shrank, Wen Ai's originally weak aura would rise a little. The others naturally noticed this as well, and they were in an uproar again. Senior Brother Jean, could it be? Young Dragon Z was a little surprised and asked Kim Tinti directly. Yes, it should be the Vitality Incantation Rejuvenation Technique. Kim Tinti replied with a slight frown. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard it. When he discovered that Venerable Kuei Mu had used the Withered Tree Reviving Technique in the Sky Beastkin Mystic Realm, he then returned to the sect and read the relevant classics. Taiching Gate also had such mystic arts that could restore oneself in a short period of time. One of them was the Vitality Incantation Rejuvenation Technique that Kim Tinti mentioned. This technique stimulated the potential of the body through a special spell. It could repair the internal and external injuries of the body in a short period of time. It seemed that the body could be restored in the blink of an eye, but in fact, it was the same as the Withered Tree Reviving Technique. It would cause a lot of damage to the body and lifespan. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would take such a risk to use this mystic art. After another quarter of an hour, the mist cocoon finally calmed down, and it collapsed. After the mist dissipated, Wen Ai's figure was revealed again. It was just that at this time, his face was no longer sick. Instead, his face was ruddy, and his aura was full. There was no sign of the sickly and seriously injured appearance just now. The change of Wen Ai made the onlookers burst into an uproar, and they couldn't help but be amazed. Senior Fellow Apprentice Jean, can I participate in this operation now? Wen Ai seemed to enjoy the surprised eyes cast by everyone. After glancing at Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng, he raised his voice and asked. Since Junior Fellow Apprentice One has made up his mind, just participate. Seeing this scene, Kim Tinti had no choice but to agree lightly. In the following time, 2 more disciples who had recovered but were relatively weak proposed to participate in this operation, but after a discussion between Kim Tinti and Jiu Longzi, they did not agree to let the 2 join. In the end, only Lu Ming, Luo Tiancheng, Wen Ai, and Kim Tinti participated in this operation of Nature Work sect. Kim Tinti didn't care about the number of people. He just told them to make more preparations and set off immediately after half a day. Then, he found a corner and closed his eyes to rest. Lu Ming didn't have anything to prepare. He just walked to the Ouyang sisters and told the 2 girls to try to act together with other Taiching Gate disciples and pay attention to their own safety. After the previous incident, the Ouyang sisters had a great sense of the chaos in the ruins, so they nodded and agreed. After Lu Ming talked with the 2 girls for a while, he went to another corner of the cave. When he was about to sit down to meditate, he heard footsteps behind him, and a fragrant wind came. He was startled. When he turned around, he saw Long Yanfei was walking over with light steps. It seems that junior fellow apprentice Lu has a close friendship with the two Ouyang girls. Since coming to this upper realm ruins, you have been taking good care of them. Could it be that they are all junior fellow apprentice Lu's confidants? Long Yanfei glanced at Ouyang Qian and her sister and said with a spurious smile. Senior sister apprentice Long, you must be joking. Lu Ming was stunned, then he shook his head with a smile. I have no right to ask about younger brother Lu's private affairs, but junior fellow apprentice, don't forget that Sister Callan is still waiting for you in the Misty Peak. Long Yanfei interrupted Lu Ming's words and said seriously. Senior sister, you misunderstood me. I was just entrusted by someone to take care of the two Ouyang sisters' safety in this upper realm ruins. Lu Ming frowned and explained a few words. Oh, it turns out that I misunderstood. I hope junior fellow apprentice is sincere. Long Yanfei listened to this, and her face was slightly relieved. After saying a few more words, she turned around and left. Lu Ming sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. He then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. Half a day later, first streaks of light of different colors rose up from the temporary encampment, then flew directly into the distance. A few days later, at the foot of a towering dark mountain, four escape lights came from the distant sky. It was Kim Tin Ti and the others who came all the way. The four of them randomly found an empty space to land on. Looking around, they discovered that there were only a few trees in the desolate land as far as the eye could see. It should be here. Kim Tin Ti glanced at the map in his hand and said faintly. Lu Ming closed his eyes and released his divine sense. He scanned the area within a radius of 10 miles, but it was empty. There was no spiritual power fluctuation. Senior Jean, could it be that the people from the Celestial Work sect have not arrived yet? Luo Tiancheng said impatiently after looking around. The date proposed by the Nature Work sect was originally 2 days ago. Because we need to recuperate more, I set the date to today. But maybe the people from the Nature Work sect have already arrived. Kim Tin Ti looked around quickly. Suddenly, his figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a boulder not far from the foot of the mountain. He raised his head and looked up. This was a grayish-white boulder. It was more than 10 meters high and 20 meters wide. Although it was a lot larger than the surrounding mountain rocks, there was not much difference. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others also walked to the sides of Kim Tin Ti. They also released their divine sense to scan the boulder, but they found that the boulder looked ordinary, but they felt something was wrong after careful observation. But the next moment, Kim Tin Ti stretched out his hand and pressed gently on the boulder. A layer of faint green light flashed on the surface of the boulder. Kim Tin Ti's figure flickered again, and he directly went into the boulder, leaving only a faint voice transmission. You guys come in too. Luo Tiancheng was startled for a moment before he followed along with a silver light. The remaining Lu Ming and Wen Ai, after looking at each other, naturally went in. When passing through the boulder, Lu Ming only felt that the scenery in front of him changed, and he was suddenly in a spacious stone cave. At this time, Kim Tin Ti was talking face to face with a sturdy young man with a plain look and a straw hat. Although this sturdy young man's face was pale and his aura was a little unstable, Lu Ming still noticed that he was a cultivator in the later stage of Jin Dan, but he seemed to be seriously injured. On the side of the sturdy young man, there was a row of nearly 10 disciples dressed in Nature's Work sect. Among them, there was a young man in the same green shirt. It turned out to be the young man in the silver carriage who joined hands with Lu Ming in the Elysium meeting that day, Yi Jiong. Mr. Yi, we meet again. Lu Ming bowed to Yi Jiong and said with a nod. I guess that there must be Lu among the people who came from your sect this time. The young man in the silver carriage also returned the greeting with a smile. Luo Tiancheng looked at the two of them, but he did not greet them. On the other side, the sturdy young man was smiling at Kim Tin Ti and said, Just now, I was thinking that Brother Jean should be coming soon. I originally planned to open the big restriction to go out and welcome the guests, but I didn't expect that Brother Jean could see through this illusion array so easily. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Come, let me introduce my 3 junior brothers to you. Kim Tin Ti replied calmly and pointed to the 3 people behind him. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the other 2 people immediately reported their names. Oh? Are you Lu Ming, who shone in the Elysium meeting and is known as the first inner disciple of Taiqing Gate? After listening, the sturdy young man looked up and down at Lu Ming with some interest. The other disciples of the nature work sect also looked over with different expressions. Obviously, they had heard of Lu Ming's name. "Senior brother, you flatter me. I am just an inner disciple of Tai Ching Gate." Hearing this, Lu Ming replied humbly with a fist salute. "Hee, I think I will know soon whether I am flattered or not," the sturdy young man said with a smile. In the following time, the young man also briefly introduced the disciples of the nature work sect. The young man's name was Zhao. Lu Ming had vaguely heard this name before. It seemed that he was also a famous esoteric disciple of the nature work sect. After the two sides exchanged names, the atmosphere between them became more harmonious. Then, Kim Tin-Ti asked about the specific matters of joining forces to obtain the treasure. "It's a long story. This time, our nature work sect's luck is not good. In just a few months after entering the ruins, we have lost half of our disciples. The worst thing is that in a treasure hunt, we were attacked by several Silver Tiger clan powerhouses from the wild continent. As a last resort, another junior fellow apprentice of Jin Dan and I used the mystic arts of the sect. As a result, both of us were injured. Although our lives are not in danger, we need at least 10 days to half a month to recover our fighting power. At present, the whereabouts of the treasure that our sect is looking for are also known by other forces, so we asked the Tai Ching Gate to help us." The sturdy young man sighed softly. When Wen Hen heard the words wild continent, his eyes flashed fiercely. "It turns out to be like this. A few days ago, we were also attacked by a group of Beastkin clan cultivators. We also lost a few of our fellow apprentices. The others are also recuperating, so I brought my younger brother Liu and the other two over." Kim Tin-Ti nodded when he heard the words. "I can't wait for Mr. Jean to come to help in person. Besides, the 3 friends brought by Brother Jean are not ordinary people. I'm ashamed to say that the seriously injured people in our sect are also recuperating in another secret place, so we can only send 7 crystallization period disciples. The success of this action depends on Brother Jean." The sturdy young man, Zhao Wei, glanced at Lu Ming and the other two and said faintly, "Brother Zhao is too polite. Our sects have always been on good terms. We will naturally try our best on this matter. Since the news of this treasure has been spread out, let's not delay any longer. Let's go now. We can talk about other things on the way," Kim Tin-Ti suggested. "Okay. Little Masters Jr., this action was originally to let Tai Ching sect's fellow cultivators come to help us, but now it seems that our sect's disciples have to assist Brother Jean and the others. Please tell Brother Jean about it." Zhao Wei naturally had no different opinions. He turned around and cupped his fist at the young man in the silver carriage. "Don't worry, Martial Nephew Zhao. I understand even if you don't say it." The young man in the silver carriage smiled. Seeing this, Zhao Wei gave a few more instructions before nodding in satisfaction. After that, Lu Ming and the others left the cave and soared into the sky. The sturdy young man and another pale-faced man stood at the entrance of the cave. Only after the group of people disappeared did they turn back into the cave with a frown. "Senior brother Zhao, isn't it a bit too rash to let only junior martial uncle lead the other disciples there this time? You should know that young martial uncle is the Grand Elder's only grandson and has a special position in our sect. If something were to happen to him, we won't be able to explain it to the sect leader and the Grand Elder when we return." As soon as they returned to the cave, the pale-faced man revealed a worried expression as he spoke. "How could I not know about this?" However, the spirit-nurturing cauldron was even more important. It was related to the rise and fall of the sect for the next tens of thousands of years, so how could he sit back and watch something happen to it? "Now you and I are just barely suppressing our injuries. If we don't let junior martial uncle go, the other crystallization period junior fellow apprentices are not qualified to lead the team. But you and I don't have to worry too much. Since the sect leader is assured that junior martial uncle will enter the ruins this time, there must be a reason. Not to mention other things, just the various protective treasures given by the Grand Elder in private. I'm afraid you and I can't do anything about it. Moreover, even if our sect is in a cooperative relationship with Tai Ching Gate, if junior martial uncle doesn't go with us, how can we really rest assured to let the other disciples go?" Zhao Wei explained with a wry smile as he heard the words. "We can only think so now. It's really hateful. If it weren't for those Silver Tiger Clan Beast King cultivators, how could you and I fall into such an embarrassing situation? I hope that Junior Marshal Uncle can go and return quickly this time. Please don't make any mistakes. The pale man could only say a few more words with hatred. At the same time, in the sky hundreds of miles away, on a blue flying boat, the young man in the silver chariot was standing at the front of the flying boat, explaining the goal of this operation in detail to the people of Taiching Gate. It turned out that the treasure that Nature Work sect was looking for turned out to be a rare treasure called Spirit Nurturing Cauldron. When Lu Ming heard this, he was shocked, whether it was a spiritual weapon or a magic weapon. Cauldrons and furnaces were naturally more precious. This cauldron must be used to forge weapons, right? Luo Tiancheng on the side suddenly asked. Mr. Luo has the same thought as when I first heard about it, but this spirit-nurturing cauldron is not used to forge spiritual weapons, but it is used to add spirituality to spiritual weapons and magic weapons. If our Nature Work sect can get this thing, it can improve the strength of all the puppets in our sect, so the spirit-nurturing cauldron is very important to our sect. Please work hard. After it is done, we will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Yi Jiong naturally didn't worry that Taiching Gate, which was also one of the 4 ancient sects, would break the alliance between the 2 sects for a mere magic weapon. However, he was still a bit vague about the secrets of the sect. In the end, he even glanced at Kim Tin-Ti with a smile. According to Mr. Ye's words, your sect should have been coveting this cauldron for a long time. You even know its effect so clearly? Kim Tin-Ti asked non-committally after hearing the words. Brother Jean is right. This cauldron is recorded in the ancient books of our sect. It is an heirloom magic weapon of a major forging sect in Archean times. However, since that sect fell behind, it was lost. Until 30,000 years ago, which was the last treasure hunt in the ruins, a predecessor of our sect accidentally found this treasure in a ruin. When he was about to collect it, a wild giant beast suddenly broke in and swallowed this treasure along with some other treasures. Yi Jiong smiled bitterly and told the ins and outs of this matter to them. He didn't mean to hide it at all. Wild giant beast? Not only Lu Ming and the others, but even Kim Tin-Ti was taken aback when he heard this. Yes, according to the predecessor, this wild giant beast is extremely huge. It seems to be extremely sensitive to all kinds of spirit fluctuations. It likes to devour items with spirit the most, and its skin is thick. According to his judgment, even a powerhouse of the celestial state can't penetrate its body in a short time. The predecessor of our sect was only at the pseudo-pellet state at that time, so he couldn't snatch the treasure from the beast's mouth at all. In addition, there was not much time left before we left the ruins. In desperation, the predecessor could only put a positioning magic weapon into the beast's mouth, then he left in regret. This time, as soon as our sect entered the ruins, we sent several disciples to follow the positioning magic weapon to find this beast. It was not until a few days ago that we found it was still hiding somewhere intact, and the spirit-breeding cauldron was naturally safe and sound in its stomach. But later, because our sect suddenly encountered a strong enemy, our strength was greatly reduced, and the 2 leading senior brothers were also seriously injured, so we had to ask you for help. Yi Jiong pondered for a while before he explained in detail to them. Hearing this, Lu Ming and others couldn't help but look at each other. The treasure that the Nature Work sect was looking for turned out to be in the body of a wild giant beast. This situation could be said to be completely out of their expectations. I wonder if your sect has found out what kind of giant beast it is. If its strength is comparable to a celestial phenomenon stage powerhouse, with just the few of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain the spirit-breeding cauldron. Kim Tin-Ti's expression became solemn as he spoke word by word. It's embarrassing to say this, although our sect has looked through countless documents, we still haven't found the specific origin of this giant beast. It should be some kind of primitive species left behind from the primeval age. But don't worry, according to the observation of the senior, this wild giant beast has low intelligence, and everything it does is based on instinct. Even if it has some strength, it shouldn't be too dangerous. It's just that this beast's body is extremely hard, and it will be quite troublesome to obtain the cauldron. Yi Jiong shook his head as he spoke. In that case, this beast's skin is rough and its flesh is thick, and it will be very difficult to forcibly break open its body. Moreover, if we attack rashly, we may scare it away, and then it will not be easy to keep it here. After listening to Yi Jiong's detailed description, Kim Tinti frowned. Don't worry about this. Before I set off, I brought a set of 5 elements puppets specially given by the sect. Using these 5 puppets, we can temporarily form a special 5 elements trapping formation. It should be able to trap this beast for a long time. Yi Jiong replied without thinking. If this beast has low intelligence, and your sect can trap it firmly in the formation, I have a way to try to obtain the cauldron. After a slight hesitation, Kim Tinti suddenly said with his eyes lit up. Is that true? What is the method? Yi Jiong asked with great joy. Actually, it's not a brilliant method. Since this beast likes to devour things with intelligence, then we only need to use spirit weapons to forcefully attack the giant beast and lure it to devour. The moment it opens its mouth, we will rush into its body and try to obtain the cauldron. Kim Tinti said with a slight smile. So that's the method. Before entering the ruins, the sect had also discussed this method. However, according to the message left by the senior, when the giant beast opens and closes its mouth, there is an extremely powerful corrosive breath. I'm afraid that the inside of its body is even more concentrated. This gas doesn't seem to have any effect on those rare treasures. However, if we human cultivators are placed in such an environment, no matter how strong our bodies are, it will be difficult for us to hold on for long. If we want to enter its stomach to obtain the treasure, we must first overcome this corrosive gas. Yi Jiong hesitated for a moment and said. This is troublesome. Hearing this, Kim Tinti frowned. However, there is a way to temporarily deal with this. I have 2 full-body mechanical armors that were specially made to enter the beast's body. The materials used to make them are mixed with the rare black spirit earth. Not only can it resist the corrosive gas, but it also has a certain transformation effect. It shouldn't be a problem to hold on for a while. The key is how to rush out of the beast's body after entering. I'm afraid this is not a very reliable method. Also, there is a huge sealed restriction inside the beast's body. Divine sense can't penetrate it at all. I'm afraid that after entering, we won't be able to communicate with the outside world. If we stay in the beast's body for a long time, once the armor breaks. Yi Jiong said slowly again. As soon as this was said, Lu Ming and the others immediately became silent. Listening to Yi Jiong's words, no matter how one looked at it, entering the giant beast's body to find the spirit-nurturing cauldron was a very dangerous thing. Everyone, don't worry. Even though this beast's appearance is as hard as a rock, its interior is obviously not like this. As long as we can find the spirit-nurturing cauldron in time and launch an attack from inside the giant beast's body, I don't believe that it won't open its mouth again because of the extreme pain. Wen Hen, who had been silent, suddenly said in a cold voice. Junior brother Wen is right. Besides, I'm afraid there is no other better way. Kim Tinti thought for a moment and said slowly. Although this operation required some risks, everyone present understood the principle of nothing ventured, nothing gained. To tell you the truth, since I brought the 2 armors into the ruins, I actually considered this method as one of the final choices. Since Brother Jean thinks it is possible, then we will use this method. Yi Jiong said after a brief discussion with the other Heaven Attack sect disciples. Very good. At that time, we'll divide the work. The 5 disciples of your esteemed sect will control this set of 5 elemental puppets to form a restriction formation. Fellow Daoist Ji, Junior Martial Brother Wen, and I will be responsible for attacking this beast and attracting its attention. Younger Brother Lu, Junior Brother Luo, you 2 will enter the beast's body to find the spirit-nurturing cauldron. Kim Tinti quickly conceived a complete plan and said to everyone. Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. Luo Tiancheng showed an eager expression and agreed without hesitation. The other Heaven Work sect disciples naturally did not object when they saw that they didn't have to take the risk to enter the giant beast's body. Senior Brother Jean, I am proficient in the killing curse technique and can exert its power in the beast's body. Can I also enter the beast's body to find the treasure cauldron? Wen Hen raised his eyebrows and said with a slightly unconvinced expression. Junior Brother Wen, the power of your curse technique is extremely great. Restraining this beast from outside is inseparable from you. Younger Brother Lu and Junior Brother Luo have very strong bodies and are more suitable to enter. Kim Tinti said lightly. When AI heard this, he glanced at Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng and did not say anything else. In the following time, the group discussed the specific details, and under Yi Jiong's lead, they flew eastward for 2 full days. After crossing a large stretch of snow-capped mountains, they suddenly appeared next to a boundless forest. After that, everyone stopped in the sky above a mountain dozens of miles away from the forest. As far as the eye could see, the forest in front of him was the color of yellow earth. For some reason, it looked like a bunch of bare tree trunks with a few odd-looking yellow leaves hanging on them. On the southeast side of the forest, there was a grayish-brown mound that covered an area of about 10 acres. The entire mound of earth was irregular in shape. The mountain was bumpy and uneven. On the ridge of the mountain, there were protruding stone pillars arranged neatly. The mound of earth was surrounded by a layer of faint gray mist, causing the entire mound of earth to look a little hazy, adding a bit of mystery to the place. Lu Ming's eyes had already locked onto the mound of earth. Although the gray mist on top of it did not emit spiritual power fluctuations, it gave him a strange unfathomable feeling. His expression immediately changed. That thing, it must be the savage beast that fellow you mentioned, right? A layer of white starlight appeared in Kim Tinti's eyes. He swept across the forest in the distance, and his gaze finally fell on the mound of earth. He suddenly asked. Senior Brother Jin's eyes are really sharp. According to the description of the sex records, it should be this beast without a doubt. However, from the looks of it, this beast is currently in a deep sleep. When we get closer, we must restrain our aura as much as possible. This beast is extremely sensitive to FA fluctuations. The slightest movement might wake it up. Yi Jiong stared at the mound of earth for a while before speaking with a serious expression. When Luo Tiancheng and Wen Hui heard this, their faces were full of surprise. They also carefully examined the mound of earth. After everyone observed for a while, Yi Jiong spoke again. Everything will proceed according to the previous plan. However, there is one thing that we need to pay attention to. Since the matter of obtaining the treasure has already been leaked, it is very likely that the people from other forces are already nearby. Especially the people from the demon race, they should also covet this beast. We must be extremely careful. When everyone heard this, their expressions turned serious and they all nodded. These are 2 full-body mechanical battle armors. They can be used as long as you inject FA into them. However, I suggest that Brother Lu and Brother Luo first wear them here and get used to them. Also, these 2 round beads are positioning beads. They can accurately sense the specific location of this cauldron within a range of 1,000 feet. Yi Jiong handed the 2 black metal tubes and 2 golden round beads to Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng respectively. After giving a brief explanation to the 2, he led the remaining 6 celestial work sect disciples to a pile of rubble at the side. He said that he was going to discuss the matter of setting up the 5 elements formation. Lu Ming held the black metal tube with one hand. After weighing it in his hand, he only felt that it was a bit heavy. This mechanical battle armor was no less than the weight of a single heavy water droplet. If a cultivator with a weak physical body were to wear such a heavy battle armor, they would probably not even be able to walk without using FA. As he thought this, he raised his head to look at Luo Tiancheng. He saw that Luo Tiancheng seemed to be quite interested in the celestial work sect's battle armor. He was also looking down and studying it. Kim Tinti looked at Yi Jiong and the others who had already walked into the pile of rubble. With a shake of his sleeve, 7 or 8 light yellow small formation flags shot out in all directions with a flash of spiritual light. They all stuck into the ground and formed a square. Then, he muttered an incantation and raised his hand. Several white flames flew into the surrounding formation flags in the blink of an eye. The formation flags flashed with spiritual light and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, a faint white formation appeared and enveloped the 4 of them. This is the spirit capture formation. As long as you are within the range of this formation, no FA fluctuations will be transmitted to the outside. Younger Brother Lu and Junior Brother Luo can familiarize themselves with the mechanical battle armor. Don't worry about waking up the giant beast. Kim Tinti said. Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng naturally thanked him. There are only the 4 of us here, so I have something to say. When we take the treasure, younger Brother Lu and Junior Brother Luo must be careful. The people of the celestial work sect say that the giant beast has low intelligence and only has rough skin and thick flesh. However, this beast has lived for at least tens of thousands of years. No one knows the specific situation. It would be best if you can find an opportunity to enter its body. If you really can't, don't force it. Put your own life first. Kim Tinti said solemnly. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Jean. Luo Tiancheng immediately cupped his fist and said. Of course. Lu Ming also nodded. Also, younger brother Lu and junior brother Luo will be doing something dangerous to obtain the spirit-nurturing cauldron. If we successfully obtain the spirit-nurturing cauldron, both of you can take 30% of the reward from the celestial work sect. Junior brother Wen and I will each take 20%. Kim Tinti thought for a while and continued. Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng looked at each other and nodded. Wen Hen, who was at the side, seemed to be a little unwilling. However, seeing that the other three had agreed, he did not say much. That's good. Younger brother Lu, you two can familiarize yourselves with the battle armor. Junior brother Wen, you and I will go and explore the surroundings to see if there are any other sect forces hiding nearby. After giving a few more instructions to Lu Ming and Wen Hen, Kim Tinti and Wen Hen flew out of the spirit-capturing formation. As soon as the two left, Luo Tiancheng glanced at Lu Ming coldly and walked to the other side of the spirit-capturing formation and sat down. Lu Ming smiled and began to study the mechanical battle armor in his hands. At the same time, beside a pile of rocks not far away, Yi Jiong and a few other Heavenly Work sect disciples were also surrounded by a layer of yellow soundproof restriction. They deliberately avoided the Tai Ching gate and began to discuss quietly. Young martial uncle, I have already followed your instructions. When we entered this place, I secretly activated the sect's detection glyph. Currently, I can confirm that there is no one else within 100 miles of the giant beast besides us. One of the disciples, who looked simple and honest, said respectfully to Yi Jiong. That's good. Yi Jiong relaxed when he heard this. Young martial uncle, do you think that the people sent by the Tai Ching gate are reliable? After all, once the 5 elements divine puppet array is activated, it will cause quite a commotion. If those beast cultivators come to us again, we will be attacked from the front and back. I'm afraid we won't be able to resist. Another disciple with sharp ears and a monkey's face said worriedly. According to senior fellow apprentice Zhao, the leader of the Tai Ching gate this time, Kim Tinti, is a person with a great background. His strength is unfathomable. We just need to be obedient and do our own things. The rest is up to God's will. In addition, among the 3 people he brought, Lu Ming's strength is also extremely powerful. He has already shown in the Tianmen meeting that year. As for Luo Tiancheng, I have also seen him fight with my own eyes. Although he is only at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, he has the legendary Dutian spirit body. His strength is comparable to Jin Dan. So, in general, we still have a lot of confidence in getting the treasure this time. Yi Jiong slowly explained to them. After listening to this explanation, several Heavenly Work sect disciples were relieved. Speaking of which, after these Heavenly Work sect disciples entered the ruins, they began to be attacked by demon dwellers and beastkin clan one after another. They lost many soldiers, but the harvest was very little. They didn't even get a precious treasure. However, if they could get this spirit-nurturing cauldron, then this trip to the ruins was not in vain. After returning, the sect would definitely reward them heavily. On the other side, in the spirit capture array, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged, releasing his divine thought to carefully study the black metal tube. This tube was only the size of half a fist. Its surface was extremely smooth. There were pieces of black crystals interlaced in it, flashing a faint black light. For the puppet skills of the Heavenly Work sect, Lu Ming had seen a lot. From the 4 symbols puppets to the huge copper puppets controlled by Ping Yu, as well as the humanoid puppets and spiritual puppets under Qing Ling in the Odd Desert, all of them were unimaginable. The production of mechanical armors was similar to this puppet. Since it was specially designed by the Heavenly Work sect, it would naturally not be ordinary. Speaking of it, he was not unfamiliar with mechanical armors. He had already seen them when he was a spirit apostle in the Yunchuan continent. After thinking about it like this, Lu Ming immediately tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his body according to Yi Jiong's words. He slowly condensed it on his fingertips and gently pointed at the metal tube. The black crystal in the cylinder suddenly glowed, and with a soft poof sound, a gust of black gas swept out and began to wrap around his 5 fingertips. Lu Ming only felt a chill on his fingertips, and the next moment, the black gas began to spread from his palm to his whole body. In just a breath's time, it covered his whole body, even his face. With a caw-caw sound, a black battle armor suddenly appeared, covering his whole body tightly. On both sides of the battle armor's arms, there were 2 lifelike wolf head patterns carved with black crystal silk. What made Lu Ming feel quite strange was that even though his whole body was covered by the mechanical battle armor, it did not affect his vision and other senses. He immediately released his divine sense and found that in the chest of the battle armor, there was a white crystal that was faintly glowing. Obviously, it was where the core of the armor was located. On the other parts of the armor, countless tadpole-shaped black runes flickered slightly, and from time to time, it emitted a rich and vigorous earth attribute aura. Just from the appearance, the defensive ability of this mechanical battle armor was quite good. Lu Ming looked left and right at the wolf head pattern on his shoulder, and then he moved the Fali in his body to his arms. After a wisp of black gas circled around the wolf head pattern, the eyes of the wolf heads flashed, and suddenly, 2 lifelike black wolf head Buddhas protruded from the shoulder armor. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he continued to pour the Fali in his body into the 2 wolf heads. The 2 black wolf heads opened their big mouths and spat out 2 black light shields. Like 2 shells, they protected Lu Ming in the middle. The mechanical battle armor of the Nature Work sect is really interesting. Lu Ming tried it for a while, and the black light shields could use the flow of Fali to change their shape, from 2 to 4, and they could also transform into shields, light blades, and other forms, which made him quite satisfied. On the other side, Luo Tiancheng was also operating the mechanical battle armor that covered his whole body with great interest, familiarizing himself with its various functions. For a moment, Lu Ming and Wen Ai, who looked like 2 black puppets, moved in this magic formation. At first, they were still a little cautious, but when they found that no matter how they moved, the small hill in the distance did not have any reaction, they began to jump up and down in the formation. After about half an hour, Kim Tin Ti and Wen Ai flew back from afar. From their expressions, it was obvious that they did not find anything unusual. After some practice, Lu Ming was quite familiar with the mechanical battle armor. At this moment, when he saw Kim Tin Ti return, he muttered something and made a sign with both hands. The black light on his body flowed, and he once again turned into a black metal tube. On the other side, Yi Jiong and the other 6 had also ended their discussion and walked over. Since everything is ready, let's not delay and set off early. Kim Tin Ti waved his sleeve and put away the spirit-capturing formation. After indicating that there was nothing unusual, he said in a low voice. Naturally, Lu Ming, Yi Jiong, and the others had no objections, so the group of people concealed their aura and carefully set off from the foot of the mountain, flying low in the direction of the tall forest in front of them. In order not to alert the enemy, after flying for about 20 miles, the group of people began to walk on foot under Yi Jiong's instructions. After walking for a full quarter of an hour, they reached the small hill that they saw before, and quietly stopped. When they were 100 miles away, they did not have a clear idea of the size of the beast, but when they got closer, the huge size of the wild beast made the elite disciples of the Taiching Gate and the Nature Work sect gasp. Even the knowledgeable Kim Tin Ti was a little stunned. Looking at it from such a close distance, the giant beast was like a small mountain, lying majestically on the side of the forest. The surface of its body was covered with grayish-brown dust, looking like a towering mountain, and it was surrounded by layers of gray fog. If someone had not told them in advance, ordinary people would not have been able to distinguish it even if they passed by. Let's begin. After Kim Tin Ti withdrew his gaze, he nodded at Yi Jiong and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Yi Jiong's lips moved slightly, and he whispered something to the disciples of the Nature Work sect behind him. Then, 5 of the disciples flew out and quietly scattered around the earthen mountain, standing in a vague shape of 5 stars. Yi Jiong's figure flashed and appeared on the top of the earthen mountain. He took out a 5-color formation plate with one hand, and his fingers moved as fast as lightning on the formation plate. The 5 disciples of the Nature Work sect waved their arms skillfully. It was obvious that they had practiced this many times before. Colorful formation flags were inserted into the ground around them in an orderly manner, and they quickly set up 5 circular formations of several meters in size. Kim Tin-ti, Lu Ming, and the others stood with their hands behind their back, watching the scene in front of them quietly. At the same time, they paid attention to the movements of the earthen mountain. Judging from the colors of the formation flags, the 5 formations were red, yellow, blue, green, and gold, and there were various runes printed on them, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the center of the formations, there were 5 fist-sized round beads of different colors, which should be the 5 elements puppets. Suddenly, Yi Jiong, who was in the air, looked serious, and his lips moved slightly. The 5 disciples channeled their spiritual power at the same time and launched a series of symbols to the surrounding flags. As the symbols went in, the various formation flags shone brightly, then they trembled slightly, and fist-sized light clusters emerged from them. These light clusters were the same color as the formation, and there were more and more of them. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them in the formation. At this time, the 5 of them looked a little nervous, but their gestures were orderly without a trace of panic. The next moment, they stopped making gestures at the same time, and the light clusters in the formation condensed in midair, turning into clusters of 5-color crystal lights that soared into the sky. Then the 5-color crystal lights burst in the sky above the formation, turning into countless slender crystal threads that fell down and drilled into the round beads in the center of the formation below. Suddenly, the light shone brightly. 5 round beads of different colors floated up one after another. After they transformed, they grew with the wind. In an instant, 5 huge humanoid puppet warriors with a height of hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone. Red, yellow, blue, green, and gold, 5 thick beams of light rushed out from the puppet warriors, and a powerful spiritual pressure pervaded. "Junior fellow apprentices, get into position." Seeing this, Kim Tin-ti quickly whispered to Lu Ming and others. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others immediately turned cold and they all dispersed. Rumble, at this moment, the dirt mountain in the middle shook violently. The surface began to crack, then pieces of grayish-brown gravel and soil rolled down. On both sides of the hill, on 2 grayish-brown stones, there was a rustling sound of soil peeling off. A pair of giant eyes the size of a house opened, and the whole hill stood upright. Roar! In a deafening roar, the whole dirt mountain collapsed in an instant, and the figure of a huge beast gradually became clear. This beast was grayish-brown in color, like a huge hedgehog, nearly 300 meters high, and 600 to 700 meters long. On its back were dozens of bone spurs like stone pillars, and its huge head looked like a dragon. There was a black horn more than 100 meters high on the top of its head, and a long gray tail behind it, the end of which was shaped like a triangle. The 4 short legs were like 4 hills, and when they stepped down, the trees within hundreds of meters were broken into pieces. At this moment, the sound of breaking through the air sounded around the beast, and figures flashed. Kim Tin-ti, Wen Ai, and a disciple of the Nature Work sect stood in the air. The 3 of them surrounded the beast in a triangular formation, faintly protecting Yi Jiong and the other 5 people. Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng also flew up and hovered in the air, waiting with rapt attention for an opportunity. However, even with Lu Ming's vast experience, he was shocked when he saw the huge size of the wild beast in front of him. Such a huge beast could be said to be the largest monster he had ever seen since he stepped into the world of cultivation. Looking at the huge beast in front of him, Lu Ming suddenly fell into a trance, and an image suddenly appeared in the depths of his memory. At that time, he was still a teenager, and in the last moments of escaping from Savage Island, he had encountered a sky-high beast, which seemed to be only slightly smaller than the one in front of him. However, with his mortal body at that time, he was naturally scared out of his wits, and in order to escape, he only glanced at it hurriedly. Roar! The huge eyes of the huge beast, which were originally a little confused, gradually became a little clearer. After seeing the surrounding situation, a ball of anger appeared in the huge pupils, and it once again let out a deafening roar. The huge gray-black scales on the surface of its body suddenly appeared circle after circle of light waves, and the 4 feet of its body turned into a group of gray shadows, pouncing into the air. Yi Jiong, who was hovering above the head of the huge beast, saw this scene, and his expression changed. He immediately threw the 5-color formation plate in his hand into the void, and his hands changed the gestures, striking at it one after another. The 5-color formation plate, which was originally only 2 to 3 inches in size, instantly became several tens of feet in size, and it spun rapidly in the void. Whoosh! The formation plate flashed above the head of the huge beast, and it spun violently, suddenly emitting thousands of rays of light, like a 5-color sun. At the same time, a small 5-colored flag appeared in the hands of the 5 heavenly work sect disciples who were squatting beside the formation. At the same time, they began to chant in low voices. As the formation flags danced through the air, 5-colored light surged forth in a frenzy before disappearing into the giant puppet before them. In the 5 thick light pillars that soared into the sky, the 5 giant puppet warriors flashed and instantly connected into one, forming an inverted bowl-shaped semicircular 5-color light shield. It covered the giant beast, Lu Ming, and the others in it. At the same time, a burst of dazzling halo was released on the surface. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The turtle-shaped giant beast's 4 legs slammed into the 5-colored light barrier. The entire barrier suddenly shook violently. The 5-colored light intertwined and flickered, and it looked like it was about to collapse. The giant beast's huge body was suddenly repelled by a huge force. Its huge body streaked across the ground, leaving a deep ditch. After the giant beast stabilized its body, its huge head swayed twice. It seemed to be a little dizzy from the impact. The 5 disciples of the Heaven's Work sect also shuddered slightly when the giant beast crashed into them. They hurriedly waved the formation flags in their hands and cast a series of incantation seals into the formation beneath their feet. Only then did the 5-colored light shield stabilize slightly. Now is the time! Yi Jiong shouted in midair. He chanted a few incantations and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the rapidly rotating 5-colored array plate. The 5-colored array plate suddenly shone brightly and let out a buzzing sound. Strong spiritual energy fluctuations gathered from all directions, forming a huge spiritual vortex. The entire void trembled violently. Even Lu Ming, who was standing far away, could feel the air in front of him trembling. The 5 nature work sect disciples immediately raised their hands, and the formation flags in their hands shot out a thick spiritual light. The 5-colored light barrier shone brightly, and the runes on the light barrier began to flash violently. Pung! The entire semicircular 5-colored light barrier collapsed into specks of crystal light. But in the next moment, all the specks of light condensed together and turned into 5-colored light ribbons. They intertwined like a large net and firmly bound the giant beast's body. Only then did the gigantic beast realize that something was wrong. A large amount of gray mist emerged from the dozens of stone pillar-like bone spurs on its back. Its huge body began to struggle violently, causing the ground nearby to rumble and shake violently. Although the light ribbons formed by the restriction were as thin as silk compared to the giant beast's body, they were unexpectedly tough. No matter how the giant beast struggled and shook, they still firmly bound it in place. At the same time, as Yi Jiong and the 5 disciples of the Heaven Work sect performed a series of actions, the 5 elements puppets, which were originally only several hundred feet tall, began to form new runes on their chests that represented the 5 elements, and their bodies began to swell. After the span of 2 to 3 breaths, the 5 puppets had already expanded to a height of 300 meters, and the surface of their bodies flickered incessantly with golden, gray, blue, red and yellow light. In the next moment, the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Work sect performed hand seals at the same time and shot a rune at the huge puppet. The giant blue puppet that was closest to Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng let out a roar. A water droplet-shaped rune on its chest flashed a few times, and 4 blue light pillars that were as thick as water buckets were ejected in a row, shooting toward the other 4 puppets. At the same time, the other puppets did the same, and 4 pillars of light of different colors also shot toward him. In an instant, a crisscrossed pentagonal light formation quickly condensed. With another flash, it fell down with a 5-colored spiritual light, enveloping the entire tortoise-shaped giant beast. The 5-colored light belt and pentagonal light formation were activated at the same time, and the giant beast was immediately suppressed, crouching on the ground for a while. A trace of panic appeared in the huge eyes of the huge beast, and it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a dense black and purple stream of air towards a red puppet that was facing it. Its momentum was so swift and fierce that it caused the hearts of all the surrounding spectators to tremble. No matter how low the spiritual wisdom of this giant beast was, it vaguely understood that the 5 puppets around it were the key to this formation. As long as one of them was broken, it could gain freedom. Yi Jiang and the others naturally wouldn't let it succeed. They immediately shouted in unison and made hand seals again. When the purplish-black air was still 100 feet away from the armored puppet, a large 5-colored light suddenly shot out from under its feet, sweeping toward the black air. Some of the purplish-black air was dispersed by the 5-colored light, but some of it was directly swept back. There was a burst of crackling sounds. These black air currents all whipped on the giant beast's head, body, and limbs, causing its body to shake. Although it didn't leave the slightest trace on the surface, it didn't dare to spit out any more air due to the pain. The 5 elements divine puppet array is really extraordinary. Now it's our turn to make a move. Junior Brother Yuan, Junior Brother Wen, you two are responsible for attacking the 2 sides of the beast's head with all your strength. I will be responsible for the frontal attack. Younger Brother Liu, Junior Brother Luo, you two wait on the side. Once this giant beast opens its mouth in pain, rush in directly. Seeing this, Kim Tinti turned his head and ordered everyone. The Junior Brother Yuan he mentioned was the remaining male disciple of the Nature Work sect. He looked a little short, but his physique was unusually strong. After listening to Kim Tinti's words, he and Wen Ai appeared on both sides of the giant beast's head in a few flashes. Kim Tinti also moved slightly and faced the beast's head. On the other side, Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng also turned into 2 black shadows. After a few flashes, they appeared not far behind Kim Tinti and waited quietly. Speaking of which, the beast's head was also about the size of an acre. Compared with the figures of Kim Tinti and the others, they were really like ants, forming an extremely strong contrast. As soon as the giant beast saw these people flying close, a hint of madness flashed in its eyes. With a shake of its body, it struggled to stand up slowly. Its roar became louder and louder. At the same time, the 5-colored light bands around its body tightened a little. Yi Jiang and the 5 disciples of the Nature Work sect, who were controlling the formation, were already sweating profusely. Large droplets of sweat rolled down their faces. It was clear that controlling the 5 elements trapping formation was not an easy task. It consumed a lot of their magic power and mental strength. After the young man surnamed Yuan of the Nature Work sect stood firm, he raised his arms without saying anything. 2 crystal lights shot out from his sleeves and flew toward the left side of the giant beast's head. In the crystal lights, there were 2 mechanical flying swords surrounded by more than 30 layers of formation. One was shining with red light, and the other was surrounded by blue gas. Slash! The young man surnamed Yuan quickly moved his fingers. Then, the 2 flying swords circled around and instantly fused into one in a ga-bing sound, turning into a strange red and blue blade. Then, it whizzed toward the left side of the giant beast's head with a whistling sound as it became more than 100 meters long. Puff! A muffled sound was heard. After the giant blade hit the scales on the giant beast's head, it couldn't break it at all. Instead, it bounced back with a muffled sound. Such an amazing scene not only shocked the young man surnamed Yuan, but also the expressions of Kim Tinti, Lu Ming, and the others changed. Apart from making the entire head of the giant beast tremble slightly, this attack had no other effect. On the other side, Wen Ai sneered when he saw this. At the same time, he raised one of his arms towards the sky and spat out some obscure incantations. Then, he made a series of hand signs with both of his hands. Balls of grayish-black light condensed and turned into grayish-white crows. There were a total of 48 of them. All the gray and white crows flapped their wings and flew toward Wen Ai's head. Suddenly, they condensed into a lifelike gray and white giant crow. Go! Wen Ai pointed to the void on the right side of the giant beast's head. The giant plague crow flapped its wings and shot away in a gray and white light. Caw! Just when the plague crow was less than 100 feet away from the giant beast's right ear hole, a shocking and sharp crow caw sounded. Boom! The giant beast seemed to be suppressed by this caw. After shaking its huge head a few times, it actually sat down on its 2 hind legs, causing the ground below to shake violently. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The plague crow also seemed to have exhausted all its strength after the caw. It turned into wisps of gray and white mist and dispersed. The attack of Wen Ai and the young man surnamed Yuan only lasted for 7 or 8 breaths. However, Kim Tin-ti didn't have any motive to do anything. He just stared at the giant beast, as if waiting for an opportunity. The young man surnamed Yuan glanced at Wen Ai with a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes. However, he patted the storage bag on his waist with one hand. Dozens of black mist flew out and turned into skeleton-like bone puppets. They floated in a row in front of him. Each of these skeleton puppets was nearly 100 feet tall. Their white skeletons were shining with a faint spiritual light. Each of them was holding a giant axe that was 70 or 80 feet long. The young man surnamed Yuan chanted and flicked his 10 fingers. Streaks of green light flashed and went into the crystal cores in the chest of the skeleton puppets. The skeleton puppets' chests shone brightly. They held the giant axes with both hands and chopped with all their might. Suddenly, there was a loud air-piercing sound. Streaks of 70 or 80 feet long white saber radiance whizzed out from the axes. The next moment, the pitter-patter of rain falling on banana leaves sounded. Under the continuous attack of the axe radiance, the giant beast still didn't show any signs of injury. It just shook its head a few times to the right. Seeing this, Wen Ai didn't show any weakness. He kept chanting obscure incantations. At the same time, he spread out his arms and condensed many gray plague crows. They repeatedly rushed toward the giant beast's right ear hole and made a series of caws. Whether it was the sharp attack of the young man surnamed Yuan or the powerful incantation of Wen Ai, they couldn't cause any substantial damage to the giant beast with thick skin and flesh. Under such relentless attacks, the behemoth's nostrils kept emitting humph sounds. Its pair of forelimbs kept poking at the yellow soil on the ground, and more gray mist came out of the bone spurs on its back. Suddenly, its body shook violently. The thick black mist on its back spun rapidly for a while and then flashed and turned into dense black air blades, crazily expanding in all directions. Bang! Bang! Several sounds rang out one after another. This time, the 5 colored ribbons of light surrounding him were sliced apart by the black chi blades. Yi Jiong and the 5 disciples of the nature work sect were startled. However, at this moment, the giant beast roared and suddenly lowered its head. Its forelimbs dug the ground and its hind limbs kicked the ground. Unexpectedly, it used its horn to hit the light formation above. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the light formation shook violently. The 5-colored light in the center flashed wildly, and it was forcibly hit higher. Seeing this, Yi Jiong's face suddenly turned a little green. He hurriedly made a series of hand signs that fell on the 5-color formation plate. The 5 disciples of the nature work sect also hurriedly made a hand sign and leaped to the top of the giant puppet. They spat out a mouthful of blood essence at the puppet's head in a flash, and their 10 fingers moved erratically like a wheel. The 5 giant puppets that were standing still suddenly moved their arms at the same time. They patted their chests and lifted their legs to walk forward slowly. At the same time, the runes on the puppets' chests suddenly soared a little, echoing in the surroundings. As the distance between the 5 puppets grew closer and closer, the connection between them also increased. The pentagonal light formation suddenly became a bit more solid, and it descended once again. With a plop sound, the giant beast was pressed to the ground again. After a while, the originally shaking 5-color light formation finally calmed down. Seeing that the 5 elements formation had withstood the giant beast's attack, the 5 disciples of the nature work sect who were sweating profusely also temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Jiong's heart, which was in his throat, also calmed down. After the giant beast failed to break the 5 elements divine puppet array as it had hoped, it seemed to be even more anxious. Its mountain-like body kept moving up and down under the light formation, and its nostrils spurted out a hot light purple breath. However, because it was no longer restrained by the 5-color light belt, after a short pause, the beast began to hit the light formation again, causing the entire formation to tremble again. Junior brother Wen, junior brother Yuan, attack its eyes. At this moment, Kim Tin-ti, who was originally suspended in the air motionlessly, suddenly opened his mouth and ordered them. Hearing this, the man surnamed Yuan changed his hand sign and commanded the row of skeleton puppets in front of him to shoot out streaks of sharp white axe radiance. The axe radiance rained down on the giant left eye of the giant beast. On the other side, when Ai raised one of his hands. Impressively, several talismans flashing with emerald light shot out. After circling once, they turned into balls of purple flames and shot towards the right eye of the huge beast. The giant beast seemed to sense the sound of the wind, and it subconsciously closed its house-sized eyes. A few rumbling sounds rang out. As a result, whether it was the white axe light or the purple flames, when they landed on the eyelids of the giant beast, they all turned into balls of light that burst apart, unable to harm it in the slightest. At this moment, Xianxia flipped his palm, and a white ring appeared in his hand out of thin air. He muttered an incantation, and a white rune flashed out of his mouth before entering the ring. The white light of the ring suddenly brightened, and strands of pale white essence qi that were visible to the naked eye surged from all directions, crazily pouring into the ring, causing its aura to soar. Could it be a spirit-collecting ring that can collect the spiritual power of heaven and earth? In the sky above the formation, Yi Jiong had been paying attention to Kim Tinti's movements. Seeing this scene, he muttered to himself in surprise. The other 5 disciples of the nature work sect who were controlling the puppets were puzzled. Younger brother Lu, junior brother Luo, get ready! Kim Tinti suddenly shouted and raised his hand forward. The white ring in his hand suddenly turned into a white light, and shot toward the head of the giant beast with its eyes closed, leaving a series of afterimages. Buzz! A muffled sound was heard, the white ring accurately hooked onto the black horn of the giant beast. Then, the white ring suddenly tightened, as if the roots of the giant horn had taken root. The surface of the ring was overflowing with light, and it emitted circles of spirit qi ripples. It was unknown whether it was attracted by these rich spirit qi ripples, or for some other reason, but the giant beast suddenly raised its neck, opened its huge mouth, and let out an inexplicably excited roar. Its 4 feet stomped on the ground, and its huge body trembled violently. It seemed as if the ring on its horn was some kind of delicacy. Swoosh swoosh. 2 ear-piercing sounds were heard, 2 figures, one black and one silver, instantly shot out from behind Kim Tinti and rushed into the mouth of the giant beast. The giant beast was chasing the delicacy on its horn at the moment, and it had no time to care about Lu Ming and Luo Jiong. Be careful. As Lu Ming rushed into the mouth of the giant beast in a flash, he heard Kim Tinti's voice transmission. The next moment, he only felt a stench coming toward him. When he saw the situation in front of him clearly, he suddenly appeared in a huge flesh-colored passage, and the light pink flesh walls on both sides were slowly wriggling. I guess this is the throat of the giant beast. It's really amazing. Seeing this, Lu Ming murmured to himself. At this moment, a faint purple gas floated out of the meat wall tunnel. As soon as the purple gas swept past his clothes, a sizzling sound came from his clothes. Then, a tattered hole appeared on his clothes. When his skin came into contact with this gas, it also stung him painfully. Corrosive gas. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. With a flip of his hand, he took out the black cylinder. With a movement of his finger, he injected Li into it. The cylinder immediately turned into a ball of black light that wrapped around his body. Amidst the crisp mechanical sounds, a black mechanical armor suddenly appeared and covered his entire body. In the next moment, the 2 wolf heads on both sides of the armor appeared in a flash. Under the big mouth, 2 black light shields were spat out, and they wrapped around the armor from both sides. As soon as the purple gas touched the black light shield, it automatically slid to the side. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was slightly relieved. He then glanced at the surrounding situation unhurriedly. He saw that these flesh walls were connected by layers of flesh-colored membranes. These membranes were net-like and half an inch thick. The front of the passage was filled with purple gas, and he didn't know where it led to. Lu Ming, let's compete to see who can find the spirit-nurturing cauldron first. With a flash of silver light, Luo Tiancheng's figure suddenly appeared next to Lu Ming. He saw that the others had also put on the mechanical armor and activated the defensive shield. Junior brother Luo, I don't know what unknown dangers there are in this giant beast. I think we should act together and find the spirit-nurturing cauldron as soon as possible. Lu Ming said with a slight frown. Why, are you afraid? Luo Tiancheng glanced at Lu Ming and said with a sneer. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He knew that Luo Tiancheng and even some other Taiching Gate disciples were very hostile to him, but he didn't expect that in this case, Luo Tianqing would still make such a childish competition. If you don't dare to compete, then give the title of the original #1 disciple of the inner sect to someone else. Luo Tianqing looked at Lu Ming mockingly. With a flash of silver light, he went into the depths of the tunnel. Lu Ming looked at Luo Tianqing's back and didn't show any anger. Instead, he shook his head and thought for a moment before taking out the golden sensory bead. He recalled the method of using it that Yi Jiong had told him and slowly injected his Fa Li into it. At the same time, he chanted a series of incantations. A ray of light appeared on his forehead and flashed into the sensory bead. This time, the sensory bead emitted a faint light like that of a firefly. At the same time, a faint wave spread out and instantly spread to the surrounding area of nearly 100 feet. This sensory bead could emit waves similar to a cultivator's divine sense. According to Yi Jiong, it could accurately sense the location of the spirit-nurturing cauldron within a certain range. As Lu Ming thought about this, he swept his mechanical battle armor with his divine sense and frowned. Although the mechanical battle armor on his body could resist the purple corrosive gas that was everywhere, he could clearly feel that the spiritual power in the battle armor was slowly but surely being consumed. According to this speed, the mechanical battle armor would only last for 4 hours at most before it could no longer be used. Without the protection of the battle armor, with the terrifying corrosive gas that he had just seen, his body wouldn't be able to last for long. Thinking about this, Lu Ming put the sensory bead into his sleeve and made a hand sign. Black gas surged out and wrapped around his body as he flew forward. The flesh tunnel was not a straight path and there were some twists and turns. At this moment, Luo Tianqing's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Presumably, he had already flown to the front. Lu Ming didn't dare to advance too quickly. After all, the dangers of this place were unknown. As he flew, he quietly spread out his divine sense and constantly paid attention to the surrounding situation. Not long after, his figure suddenly came to a stop. He saw that there were 2 forks in the tunnel in front of him. At the forks, there was a layer of cobweb-like mucus hanging down from the flesh wall, blocking the tunnel in front. This mucus seemed to be a few inches thick and was covered with a sticky liquid. It looked a little disgusting. The mucus on the left had a large hole in the middle of the cobweb. Looking at the size, it was just enough for a person to pass through. It seemed to be Luo Tianqing's doing. After confirming that the sensory bead was still unable to detect the position of the spirit-nurturing cauldron, Lu Ming's figure moved and he flew toward the right tunnel. At the same time, he grabbed the air with one hand. Black gas surged out of his body and formed a large black hand. It grabbed the cobweb mucus and pulled with all its might. The cobweb mucus was unexpectedly tough. Although it was taut, it didn't immediately break. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and increased the strength of his hand. Only then did the mucus tear and let out a sound like a bowstring snapping. Hiss. The broken cobweb emitted light purple smoke. It was the corrosive gas that permeated the entire tunnel. Lu Ming silently looked at the broken cobweb. His body turned into a black light and passed through the gap in the cobweb mucus. He continued to move forward. However, at this moment, the flesh wall connected to the mucus squirmed a few times. A dark red shadow emerged from the flesh wall and pounced toward Lu Ming's back. The red shadow moved extremely fast. He could only see a row of sharp, snow-white teeth shining with a cold light. Lu Ming was shocked. Before the red shadow emerged from the flesh wall, his divine sense didn't sense it at all. However, his body had already turned around. He waved his right hand and a jet-black wind blade slashed at the red shadow. Bang! The red shadow was sent flying at a speed twice as fast as it came. It hit the flesh wall and fell down. This time, Lu Ming saw the real body of the red shadow. It was a strange red insect about 2 feet long. Its body was covered with dark red scales. Its body was like an earthworm, but its head was like a lizard. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. It was a daunting sight. However, at this moment, the strange insect's lower abdomen had split open. Dark red blood gushed out. Its body struggled a few times, but it didn't seem to survive. What kind of strange insect is this? Lu Ming kicked the strange insect's corpse with his foot. It turned over and was motionless. It was obviously dead. Lu Ming looked at the strange insect's corpse a few times. At this moment, under close observation, he found that the parasitic strange insect's lizard-like head had no eyes or nose. Except for a mouth, there were no other openings. He turned his head and looked at the meat wall in the passage, and his face gradually became dignified. The strange insect's body and the meat wall were exactly the same color, and the breath was almost exactly the same. No wonder he didn't notice it before. Could it be that this strange insect is a parasite in the giant beast's body? He thought of this, and his heart shuddered. The strength of this strange insect was not very strong, but there was no spiritual power fluctuation when it attacked, which made it really difficult to guard against. He didn't know if there would be other parasites emerging as he went deeper. Lu Ming looked for a long time and finally retracted his gaze. The black gas wrapped his body again, and he galloped toward the depths of the meat wall passage. Since entering the forked road, he could encounter the cobweb-like mucous membrane in the meat wall passage from time to time, which made Lu Ming's progress a lot slower. The meat wall passage in the giant beast's body was like a maze, extending in all directions. The deeper he went, the denser the surrounding corrosive purple gas, and the dark red parasitic strange insects began to appear more frequently. These parasites were only at the spirit apostle stage at first, but as they went deeper, their strength gradually increased to the condensation period. Even later, the parasites at the condensation period later stage began to appear frequently. However, to the current Lu Ming, it was just a matter of raising his hand and slashing his blade. Half an hour passed quickly. Lu Ming still didn't find the slightest trace of the spirit-nurturing cauldron after going around and around, and the spiritual power of the mechanical armor on his body was also lost about a quarter, which made him a little anxious. Bang! With a dull sound, a 10 meters long parasite flew out with a punch from Lu Ming, and it fell heavily on the meat wall. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a very vast space. Although the surrounding meat wall was still squirming, it looked like a wide cave. Thick stalactite-like meat pieces hung down. Not far away, there was a meat wall passage. A big hole on the cobweb-like mucous membrane was clearly visible. It was the way he came from. After a series of rustling sounds, the largest parasite he had encountered so far rolled on the ground a few times. Unexpectedly, it raised its head and stood up straight again, as if it was not seriously injured. Lu Ming's expression changed. The punch just now had at least 10,000 pounds of force. Even if it was a normal crystal-level beastkin that took this punch, it would inevitably be seriously injured. It seemed that when this parasitic beast reached a certain size, its tenacious vitality would begin to show. Hiss hiss. The blood-red parasitic strange insect turned its body, and its skin became a little red. It hissed and slithered a few times like a snake. It turned into a red shadow again and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was cold. He turned his hand, and a heavy water droplet slipped into his palm. A black mist rolled out and instantly wrapped his fist. Then, he punched out again like lightning. There was a muffled sound in the air. With the sound of shattering, the body of the parasitic strange insect was blown away again. This time, it flew for 100 meters away, hit a meat wall, and rolled down. The neck of the parasitic strange insect was obviously dented. Blood spurted out from its mouth along with some flesh and broken bones. Its snake-like body struggled a few times, and it stopped moving after a while. At this moment, Lu Ming's face did not show the slightest hint of joy. He could only hear the rustling sounds coming from his surroundings. The flesh wall nearby squirmed. First, there was a bulge. Pu sounds could be heard. 7 or 8 strange parasitic worms jumped out of the flesh wall and pounced at Lu Ming without saying anything. Lu Ming frowned. He shook his arms and launched a punch that seemed slow but was actually fast. There was a fluctuation in the air, and a black fist shadow of 10 meters in size flashed out of thin air, shrouding all the parasitic strange insects that pounced at him. A series of sounds came. After the 7 or 8 parasitic strange insects touched the fist shadow, their bodies trembled violently. Blood oozed out of their mouths and noses, and they were blown away the next moment. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, there was another puff-puff sound behind him. A few more parasitic strange insects pounced at his back. There's no end to this. Lu Ming frowned. The black gas on his body surged. He stomped his feet heavily, and his body suddenly blurred, disappearing without a trace. The parasitic strange insects suddenly pounced on nothing, then they were startled. They raised their lizard-like heads and looked around as if they were looking for Lu Ming's figure. At the same time, on the meat wall in all directions, another 20 or 30 parasitic strange insects drilled out one after another. They gathered together, raised their heads like a group of snakes, and made a hissing sound. After a while, the strange parasitic worms wriggled and gradually dispersed after their fruitless search. Then, like earthworms, they drilled back into the flesh wall. At this moment, in a corner at the top of the meat wall space, a faint figure was hidden. It was Lu Ming. His body was covered in a layer of vague, black mist, and the Chehuan totem on his shoulder was blinking in vague, green light. Seeing that the parasitic strange insects had dispersed, he moved and floated down. He did not seem to be a real entity, and he was not releasing any aura at all. After swallowing tremendous demon souls in the pantheon of demons, the Chehuan totem was close to the greater accomplishment level. Naturally, the stealth effect was more and more delicate. Pooh, a parasitic strange insect crawled out of the meat wall near Lu Ming. It nodded its head at Lu Ming, as if it were sensing something. A moment later, the parasitic strange insect shook its head and crawled back into the meat wall. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming finally let out a breath of relief. The stealth effect of the Chehuan totem could not be sensed by the parasitic strange insects at such a close distance, which was a great delight for him. Then, Lu Ming glanced around. It was not until then that he discovered that the space in front of him was as large as 10 houses. It was full of purple, corrosive gas, as always, except that the purple gas here was even denser than in the previous channel. Parasitic strange insects crawled in and out of the meat wall every now and then. There seemed to be a lot of parasitic strange insects here. Looking at the wriggling meat wall around him, Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Thankfully, now that he had concealed his aura with the Chehuan totem, he did not need to worry about the parasitic strange insects. Lu Ming flipped his hand and took out the sensory pearl. He closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. The bright golden sensory pearl floated in front of him, blinking. A moment later, he opened his eyes again and mumbled to himself, according to the size of the beast, this is already the deepest part of its body. Why can't I sense the spirit-nurturing cauldron at all? Obviously, he found nothing. Also, he had checked earlier. There were no other channels in the space in front of him except for the exit from which he had just come in. I've come to a dead end again. With a bitter smile, Lu Ming moved his feet, planning to go back the way he came and find another way. But just as he took a few steps, his expression suddenly changed, and he stopped, a pensive look on his face. No, it had been more than half an hour since he entered the belly of the giant beast. He had searched many places, but the strange thing was that so far, he only saw pure meat walls and parasitic strange insects. According to Kim Tin Ti and Yi Jiong, this giant beast had lived in the ruins of the upper realm for tens of thousands of years. The number of spiritual items it had swallowed was probably too many to count. Even if some of them could be corroded and digested, there would always be some leftovers in its body, but Lu Ming had not seen any of them so far. Lu Ming suddenly realized that he seemed to have walked into a misunderstanding. The spiritual items swallowed by the giant beast should be concentrated in a special place, and most of them could not be found by ordinary methods. Where is it? Lu Ming tried his best to recall everything he had seen since he entered the belly of the giant beast, trying his best to find some clues. Puff, there was a sound like an airbag bursting in the meat wall space. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, the sound came from above. After pondering for a while, he moved his body and flew to the top of the meat wall. Soon, he found the source of the sound, and a surprised look appeared on his face. At a corner of the top of the meat wall space, there was a pink sack the size of a bucket hanging. It was full of dense green veins that looked like blood vessels. At this moment, there was a hole on the sack, and a pink head the size of a fist popped out. After a while, a parasitic larva that was half a foot long slowly crawled out. Looking around, there were many similar sacks. Every few zhang, there would be one like this. This was a parasite's nest. The larva crawled out of the sack, and with a bounce, it landed on the top of the meat wall space. Its body stuck close to the top of the meat wall, but it did not sink into the meat wall. Instead, it twisted and crawled toward the direction of the exit. When Lu Ming saw it, his heart moved, and he immediately followed. The speed of the larva was extremely fast. In a short while, it crawled to the entrance of the passage. It raised its head and looked for a while. With another flash, it quickly went in. When it walked to the three-way entrance at the end of the passage, the larva twisted its body and quickly entered another passage. Lu Ming's eyes flickered for a while. He saw that not far ahead of the passage, there was another larva also crawling forward. This passage should not have been through yet. He just frowned slightly and continued to follow without saying a word. Hey! As a result, not long after Lu Ming entered the passage, he made a sound of surprise. After glancing at the surrounding void, he suddenly grabbed with one hand, and a purple gas was caught in his hand. He suddenly injected some spiritual power into his pupils. As a result, after his eyes flashed, his face showed a look of surprise. In the purple gas, there was a faint white light that was mixed in the purple gas. It was hard to detect. This is aura. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. According to Yi Jiong, this wild giant beast's body formed a space of its own, completely isolated from the outside world. After he entered the belly of the giant beast, he really didn't feel a trace of aura fluctuation. So where did all this spiritual qi come from? Lu Ming thought so in his mind, but he didn't stop at all. He followed the larvae in front of him, and it didn't take long for him to walk out of this meat wall tunnel. There was another fork in front of him. This time, the two larvae didn't stay for long. They crawled one after another and went into the meat wall tunnel on the left. Lu Ming silently memorized the path he came from. Just like this, he followed behind the larvae, passing through one meat wall passage after another. As time passed, the number of forks in the road increased, and more new parasitic larvae appeared around him. They all seemed to be crawling in the same direction. He followed them quietly all the way, and he keenly noticed that the aura around him seemed to be getting denser. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, and a trace of excitement flashed in his heart. After another 10 minutes, Lu Ming stopped and stood at the end of a passage, in a small space. At this moment, in front of him was a circular meat wall that was no different from other places. The area of about 80 meters was now filled with dense parasitic larvae. The larvae were pushing and twisting each other. At first glance, it looked like clusters of maggots crawling on rotten meat. It made people's scalp tingle. The entire passage that he came from was now occupied by the parasitic larvae. One by one, they were scrambling to climb toward the circular meat wall in front of him. The Chehuan totem on Lu Ming's shoulder exuded a faint green light, concealing his aura. These crazy larvae around him didn't sense the existence of a different species, and they passed by him one after another. The larvae on the flesh wall, after making a series of rustling sounds, drilled into the flesh wall one after another, and the empty space was quickly occupied by the latecomers. The entire passageway was still filled with dense purple corrosive gas, but Lu Ming could clearly sense that there was a lot of messy and scattered spiritual energy in it. Lu Ming's thoughts spun quickly. Suddenly, he silently chanted and circles of black ripples gradually appeared in his eyes. It was the netherworld soul-searching technique. At this moment, he could clearly see wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy seeping out from the circular flesh wall in front of him. The giant beast's body was isolated from the outside world, so naturally, it would not produce heaven and earth spiritual energy on its own. Therefore, the true nature of the heaven and earth spiritual energy that filled the space was self-evident. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he immediately used his divine sense to explore the flesh wall, but his face immediately changed slightly. The flesh wall in front of him was filled with a layer of blood-red light. As soon as his divine sense touched it, it was immediately bounced back. He couldn't penetrate it at all. Lu Ming looked at the flesh wall in front of him, and his eyes shone brightly. He didn't seem to move, but black gas rolled out of his body. In the rolling black gas, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard faintly. The strong spiritual power fluctuations caused the passageway to shake. The surrounding parasitic larvae all looked at Lu Ming. In the hostile squeaking sound, many larvae arched their bodies and stretched out to pounce on Lu Ming. For a time, the larvae were like red raindrops, coming from all directions. The momentum was quite amazing. Humph! Lu Ming snorted coldly, and the black gas on his body suddenly condensed, forming a shield of black gas. Almost in the next moment, nearly 100 larvae fiercely pierced the black shield. Clumps of fist-sized dents appeared on the shield, but they quickly closed up. Following a series of pu sounds, which sounded like rain hitting the banana leaves, the shield was not shaken in the slightest. Go! There was a crackling sound coming from Lu Ming's arms, and they suddenly became thicker. Under a blur, countless pitch-black fist shadows surged out, smashing at the circular meat wall in front of him. Wherever the fist shadows passed, the larvae would turn into a mass of meat paste as soon as they touched it. The next moment, a group of black airwaves burst open on the flesh wall, resounding throughout the entire passageway. It vaguely formed a black gust of wind, whistling and sweeping in all directions. The opposite flesh wall trembled violently, and the densely packed larvae were blasted into flesh and blood in an instant, revealing the squirming bright red flesh wall behind. Under the heavy blow of this black fist shadow, the flesh wall first kept spilling blood. As more and more gushed out, it became dark red like blood. Boom! A loud sound rang out. After just 5 or 6 breaths, the surface of the entire flesh wall finally burst open under the violent blow of the black fist shadow. But at this moment, a layer of bloody light emerged from the flesh wall, blocking the fist shadow bombardment behind. Lu Ming's face sank. His body radiated black light, and the muscles on his arms suddenly became thicker. Black spirit patterns faintly emerged on his body surface. Break! He shouted and launched a violent punch. A long black mist dragon suddenly rose from the black gas on his body. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its momentum was terrifying. An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. The black mist dragon's body coiled and shrank, turning into a giant black fist of several 10 meters in size. A terrifying force suddenly broke out and hit the flesh wall. The bloody red light burst open with a muffled sound, and a big hole appeared on the flesh wall at the same time. A thick aura suddenly surged out from it. Seeing this, Lu Ming withdrew his powerful breath. He flicked his body and landed in front of the broken flesh wall. The parasitic larvae near the flesh wall were all shaken away because of the violent impact just now. Many of them were shattered in the impact. Lu Ming didn't rush in rashly. After all, no one knew what was inside. He looked through the cracks in the flesh wall and looked inside. Vaguely, it was a very empty flesh wall space. It seemed to be quite calm, but it was filled with a thicker purple mist. The visibility was very low. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could only see within a range of 200 or 300 meters. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the sensory bead automatically flew out of Lu Ming's sleeve, emitting waves of golden light. It really is inside. Lu Ming was happy to see this. At this moment, a series of fierce hissing sounds came from behind him. More parasitic larvae were pouncing over from the passageway. Among them, there were even some larger monstrous insects. It seemed that they were attracted by the violent fluctuations of magic power just now. For a moment, countless parasitic strange insects of all sizes formed a sea of insects. Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. In a flash, he passed through the flesh wall and flew into the space on the other side. The strange parasitic insects followed closely through the flesh wall, but at this moment, Lu Ming's figure had disappeared without a trace. The large strange parasitic insects raised their heads at the entrance of the cave and looked around for a while. After looking for Lu Ming for a while, they gradually dispersed. The larvae stayed where they were. Their small mouths opened and closed, making excited hissing sounds. Then, they began to breathe like cultivators. More than 10 feet high in the air, a dark figure silently floated there. It was Lu Ming, who used a totem to hide his aura. He looked at the strange parasitic insects' actions below. His eyes flashed slightly, and his heart came to a realization. Although these parasites are not monsters, they know that devouring spirit chi is beneficial. No wonder they gathered here. Thinking like this, Lu Ming took out the sensory bead again and made a few hand signs on it. The sensory bead suddenly emitted a golden light. After the spirit patterns on the surface circulated, it faintly pointed in a direction. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His body moved, and he moved in the direction of the bead. However, after a few steps, he was startled. He suddenly stopped and looked at a sarcoma on his head. He narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. Immediately, a light green wind blade flashed and disappeared. It easily cut open the tumor, revealing a green ball of light. Within it, there was an object the size of an egg. The ball fell down. Lu Ming just shook his sleeves and rolled the green ball of light over. He then rubbed his hands together and revealed its true appearance. It was a light green top with exquisite craftsmanship. On the surface of this object, there were circles of fine spirit patterns. It emitted a circle of faint effacely ripples in all directions. It seemed to be resonating with the golden ball in his sleeve. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and he understood a little. Come to think of it, this object was the positioning spiritual object that the nature work sect placed in the body of this giant beast. This top had been in the body of this giant beast for as long as 30,000 years, but it could still provide such accurate location information. It was enough to show the depth of the nature work sect's knowledge of this kind of object. After Lu Ming praised in his heart, he put away the top and continued to fly forward. However, because of the great restriction of divine sense and eyesight in this place, he didn't dare to fly too fast. Not long after, the surrounding air began to become a little damp. It seemed to be very humid. And the dark red meat on the ground suddenly made a wriggling sound, as if something was crawling inside. This movement seemed to have alarmed something. The ground within a few hundred feet seemed to be infected, and it wriggled slightly. Lu Ming's heart shuddered, and he became more careful. He immediately activated the Che Huan totem and flew forward silently. Time passed by minute by minute. The area of this meat wall space seemed to be astonishingly large. Lu Ming had already flown for a distance, but there was still purple mist rolling in front of him. He still couldn't see the end. Just when Lu Ming was muttering in his heart, a light flashed on the ground not far away. His heart moved, and his body suddenly stopped in the air. He slowly floated to the ground over there. There was a pile of dark green stones on the ground, exuding a faint light, and a shining green dagger was inserted in the stone pile. What attracted Lu Ming's attention just now was the light emitted by the dagger. It seems to be a kind of ore with high spirituality. This dagger should also be a magic treasure prototype level spiritual weapon, but it's a pity. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Being able to withstand the invasion of the purple mist in the belly of the giant beast, both the green ore and the dagger were definitely rare treasures. If it was in normal times, he naturally couldn't wait to put these things into his bag, but now he didn't dare to act rashly. He glanced down and vaguely saw a few dark red thick shadows slowly wandering in the dark green ore pile, and from time to time, they let out a low cry. Although there were only a few giant parasites on the surface, who knew how many more were lurking in the depths of the meat wall nearby? If he acted rashly, he would definitely attract the attention of these strange parasitic insects. Even with the Che Huan totem concealing his aura, it would be difficult for him to escape easily. This ore seems to be green flame copper ore, and the dagger is also a metal attribute spiritual weapon. It seems that the purple mist in the belly of the giant beast can't corrode metal attribute items. Since it was not easy to collect, Lu Ming didn't stay here for long. After a few glances, he continued to use his spiritual power and flew forward. At the same time, he thought silently in his heart. In the following time, Lu Ming encountered a lot of spiritual items that were swallowed by this wild giant beast. They were all kinds of spiritual materials, ores, or spiritual weapons. Among them, there were a few that made Lu Ming's eyes turn red. For example, a huge axe that was more than 100 meters in size and covered with simple green spirit patterns. The handle of the axe looked a little strange, but it was as clear as crystal. There was also a jade green seal with 9 dragons coiled around it. It looked very lifelike, and its entire body was glowing with a faint spiritual light. One could tell that it was no ordinary item at first glance. There were naturally many strange parasitic insects around these things. They were greedily looking up and absorbing the rich spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual weapons. Lu Ming was very depressed, but in order not to be exposed, he could only ignore these things. At this moment, he could faintly feel that the spirit-nurturing cauldron was getting closer and closer to him. After he moved forward for a while, a burst of magic suddenly came from the purple mist in front of him, followed by a flash of silver light. Lu Ming was stunned. This silver light was quite familiar. Roar! Another tiger's roar came from the front, along with someone's shout. It was Luo Tiancheng. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ever since the two of them entered the belly of the giant beast, they had split up. He didn't expect Luo Tianqing to be so fast and actually walk ahead of him. Thoughts raced through his mind, but he continued to move forward silently, and finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. In the purple mist not far away, fist force overflowed in all directions, and a ball of silver light tumbled endlessly, colliding with the dark red shadows and intertwining. In the silver ball of light, it was Luo Tianqing, who was wearing a black mechanical armor. At this moment, silver mist was tumbling around his body, and his fists were waving vigorously. He was fighting fiercely with the strange parasitic insects that were constantly pouncing on him from all directions. The mechanical armor on Luo Tianqing's body looked a little broken, and the black curved shield released by the wolf head on his shoulder was broken. His face looked a little pale, probably because of the continuous fierce battles that had caused his magic power to be depleted. After all, he did not have the ability to hide his aura like Lu Ming, so he probably relied on his pair of iron fists to fight his way here. Seeing this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes. From the looks of it, there was more than one way to enter the space. Intense magic waves continuously attracted the strange parasitic insects nearby, and the hissing sounds came one after another. Not long after, there were about hundreds of strange insects of all sizes surrounding Luo Tianqing, making it impossible for him to escape for a while. Lu Ming did not act rashly, but quietly watched from the air not far away. Huh! Both of Luo Tianqing's fists hit towards both sides, and the silver mist on the surface of his body tumbled. Suddenly, it separated, and a silver mist tiger that was more than 100 feet long and a mist dragon that was more than 100 feet long jumped out, charging towards the swarm of insects on both sides. The roar of a dragon and a tiger could be heard. The silver mist tiger charged into the swarm of insects with its fangs and claws, slapping forward fiercely. Bang bang bang! Immediately, 5 to 6 large strange parasitic insects were slapped away, and half of them were directly crushed by the remaining silver mist in midair. On the other side, the silver mist dragon was like a raging sea in the sea of insects. Everywhere it passed, several strange parasitic insects were torn apart. However, these insects were only a small part of the sea of insects around Luo Tianqing, which was still increasing in number, and there were at least 100 of them around him. A fierce look flashed in Luo Tianqing's eyes. He made gestures with both hands and muttered "explode" in a low voice. The silver mist tiger and mist dragon suddenly trembled, and they suddenly exploded. Silver airwaves immediately swept in all directions, clearing 2 large areas of the surrounding sea of insects. The encirclement was immediately blown up into 2 gaps. Luo Tianqing took the opportunity to turn into a silver light and flashed through one of the gaps in the encirclement. At the same time, there was a flash of light in his hand, and there was already a cyan copper lamp. Seeing this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. He remembered that in the Tianmen's secret realm, Luo Tianqing had taken out this copper lamp to face the Chuyao alien race. Its power was quite amazing. Luo Tianqing quickly chanted a few incantations. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of pure spiritual power. It landed on the copper lamp and lit up a little silver flame. Then he made another gesture, and the silver flame suddenly swelled several times. With a shake, it floated down by itself and turned into a huge silver wall that fell on the ground, blocking all the strange parasitic insects outside. Luo Tianqing, on the other hand, took the opportunity to forcefully move forward in a flash. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. His figure moved, and he followed up quietly. Although Luo Tianqing got rid of a bunch of strange parasitic insects, he was like a huge torch in the darkness after causing such a big movement. Soon, there was a rustling sound in front of him, and dozens of parasitic insects with the size of 10 feet came out one after another and pounced on him again. Damn it! Luo Tianqing's face turned cold. He didn't have time to activate the copper lamp in his hand, so he stopped and threw a strange red hammer forward. The strange hammer spun in the air and turned into a dense red hammer shadow, smashing toward the swarm of insects in front of him. Lu Ming looked at the situation in front of him and actually flashed past. He directly passed by Luo Tianqing and sped forward. The sensory bead in his sleeve vibrated more and more violently, and it was clear that the spirit-nurturing cauldron was nearby. Lu Ming, it's you. Luo Tianqing finally found Lu Ming, and he couldn't help but roar in surprise and anger. Because he had been focused on dealing with the sea of parasites, and Lu Ming had used the Che Huan totem to conceal his presence, he really didn't notice Lu Ming's presence. As soon as he was distracted, several giant insects on both sides immediately pounced in front of him. Luo Tiancheng had no choice but to activate two treasures at the same time and focus on dealing with them. At this time, when all the parasites were attracted by Luo Tiancheng, Lu Ming swayed a few times and turned a corner, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far ahead, there was a small palace that had collapsed in half. The area was about half an acre, and it was emitting a faint white light, very conspicuous in the purple mist. This wild beast had directly swallowed half of the palace into its stomach, and Lu Ming couldn't help but be speechless. At this moment, through the open palace gate, he could vaguely see that there were also strange parasitic insects of all sizes crawling inside. In the center of the palace, a 3-story altar was tilted to the ground, and at the top was a small silver 3-legged cauldron about a foot tall. It was quietly suspended in the air, emitting a burst of dazzling white light. This cauldron had a simple design, and its 3 legs looked like 3 beast legs. The body of the cauldron was full of spiral-shaped spirit patterns. Although there was no spiritual power injected at this moment, it still emitted a clear spiritual pressure fluctuation. In the center of the cauldron, there were 3 strange characters inscribed. Lu Ming also had some understanding of ancient characters, but he didn't know these 3 characters. However, the sensory bead in his sleeve trembled violently and flew out, emitting waves of golden light, all pointing at the silver ancient cauldron on the altar. It seems that this is the spirit-nurturing cauldron. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, and his body rushed in. A black light burst out of his hand, turning into a big hand of black gas, and grabbed directly at the spirit-nurturing cauldron. As soon as he made a move, the strange parasitic insects entrenched in the ruins of the palace immediately sensed it. The largest parasitic strange insect of 20 to 30 meters immediately twisted its body and turned into a red shadow, pouncing at Lu Ming like lightning. At the same time, an evil wind blew at Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming snorted coldly, but he didn't dodge. Black gas surged out of his hand and turned into a black mist tiger, roaring and colliding with the parasitic strange insect. This parasitic strange insect was the largest one that Lu Ming had encountered so far. The scales on its body had a faint red luster, and a pair of black sharp claws grew on its lower abdomen. The black sharp nails were 2 feet long, like a black dagger, making people shudder. Boom! The black mist tiger was transformed by the power of the tiger dragon hell prison, so the tremendous power it contained was naturally not trivial. However, this giant parasitic strange insect was also unexpectedly powerful. Its snake-like body swayed a little and withstood the impact of the mist tiger. Hiss! The giant parasitic strange insect hissed, and its front claws burst out a crisscrossed sharp claw light, cutting the mist tiger. The black mist tiger wailed, and its body was suddenly torn into pieces, turning into a black gas that drifted in all directions. Lu Ming shook his arms expressionlessly, and another 2 mist tigers pounced at the strange insect. At the same time, his figure blurred and turned into 4 phantasms that blasted out. 3 of them went to the other parasitic strange insects that came from the left, right, and rear respectively. The last one passed the giant parasitic strange insect in front like a ghost and suddenly turned into a big black hand, grabbing the spirit-nurturing cauldron in mid-air. There was a buzzing sound. Seeing that the 5 fingers of the big hand were about to spew out of the small cauldron, a dazzling white light beam suddenly emerged from the top of the altar, bouncing the big hand away and enveloping the spirit-breeding cauldron inside. At the same time, 3 small light beams of red, purple, and blue appeared around the altar at the same time, echoing the white light beam from a distance. There's even enchantment. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face sank. In the end, with this delay, the giant parasitic strange insect behind him had already defeated the 2 fog tigers, and with a gust of evil wind, it shot over, and the other 3 phantoms he released, at this moment, had already been broken by the other parasitic strange insects that swarmed over. Lu Ming's body suddenly rotated on the spot like a top, and his arms were wrapped in layers of black gas, suddenly becoming thicker. After a blur, countless black fist shadows shot out like raindrops, surging wildly in all directions. A series of muffled bangs sounded. All the parasitic strange insects that pounced over were shaken out, and the slightly weaker ones directly exploded and died. Even the giant parasitic strange insect couldn't help but retreat a few feet under the sweep of several huge forces, but there were no signs of damage on its body. Obviously, these fist shadows couldn't cause any substantial damage to it. A trace of surprise appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. This giant parasitic strange insect obviously also inherited the characteristics of the giant beast's rough skin and thick flesh. This defense was almost comparable to the general beastkin cultivator. However, he also knew that now was not the time to be surprised. Taking advantage of the gap, he took a deep breath, turned his palm, and there was a pale golden talisman in his palm. There was a pattern of a golden arrow on the talisman, exuding a strong spiritual power fluctuation. Lu Ming pinched the talisman. With a loud bang, a dazzling golden light arrow appeared out of thin air, with fine electric snakes coiling on it, and then with a poochie sound, like a thunderbolt, it instantly blasted toward the spirit-breeding cauldron. Boom, a deafening loud noise, the golden light exploded, engulfing the spirit-nurturing cauldron along with the white pillar of light. This golden thunder talisman was made by a talisman master in the Jindan realm. Before Lu Ming came to the upper realm ruins, he spent millions of spirit stones to buy 3 of these talismans. The power of each talisman was only slightly weaker than the lunar thunder talisman that Yin Jiuling once gave him. After a single breath, the golden light quickly dissipated and the white pillar of light that enveloped the spirit-nurturing cauldron appeared to have dimmed slightly, but it was still as stable as before. In contrast, the other 3 smaller pillars of light were flashing wildly. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared next to the red pillar of light in front of the altar. He shouted and punched. The tiger-headed fist shadow left his hand and hit the red beam of light. With a cracking sound, the red pillar of light shook for a moment before shattering with a loud bang. The white pillar of light in the center of the altar immediately shook in response and became much dimmer. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to grab the broken red pillar of light with one hand. Whoosh! The pillar of light shattered, and a dark red ring flew out from the bottom. It flickered faintly with spiritual light. So, it's the 4 directions green sifting formation. It even has a spirit weapon to maintain the formation. Fortunately, after so many years, its power is estimated to be less than 1/10 of its peak. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot more effort to break this formation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the empty space on the right side of the altar. He put away the red ring and moved to destroy the other 2 formation eyes. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. His figure suddenly blurred, and he suddenly shot backwards. Boom! The ground where he had been standing exploded with a loud bang. A ferocious head the size of a millstone popped out like lightning. Its big mouth bit empty, but it immediately swung its head and spouted a purplish-black liquid from its mouth. It arrived in front of Lu Ming at lightning speed. The liquid exuded a disgusting corrosive smell. It was the giant parasitic strange insect. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. At this moment, it was a bit too late to dodge. He immediately snorted, and black gas rolled out of his body, forming a spherical barrier. At the same time, the wolf heads on his left and right shoulders spouted 2 black lights, forming 2 shell-shaped shields, protecting his whole body in the middle. Poof! As soon as the spherical barrier formed by the black gas touched the liquid, it was corroded through and hit the shell-shaped barrier. There was a loud explosion, the surface of the shell-shaped shield flashed a few times, and with a bang, it also shattered. However, it finally blocked the purplish-black liquid, and it didn't touch Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming took the opportunity to flash again, and he flew back more than 100 feet in one breath. Seeing this, the giant parasitic strange insect raised its head and let out an angry low roar. The surrounding strange parasitic insects heard this sound, and they immediately hissed and rushed toward Lu Ming like a raging wave. This giant parasite has spiritual wisdom, and it can also command other parasites. It's interesting, facing the sea of insects that rushed over, Lu Ming didn't show fear on his face. He muttered to himself, then he made several symbols with both hands. The black gas around him surged out, shrouding him in the middle. Then, 5 black mist dragons flew out, followed by 5 mist tigers. A clear dragon roar came, and the 5 mist dragons were the first to bear the brunt. Their huge bodies slammed into the sea of insects at the same time, and a large number of strange insects were knocked away. The next moment, 5 mist tigers also rushed into the sea of insects, roaring and biting. They blocked the sea of insects for a while, and they couldn't get any closer. Boom, an evil wind came from behind Lu Ming, and the giant parasite drilled out of the ground. Its body of several tens of feet turned into a red shadow. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming like lightning. Lu Ming seemed to have expected it. He turned around like lightning, and his body was surrounded by black gas. With a shrill sound, it hit the head of the giant parasite heavily. Even though the giant parasitic strange insect had rough skin and thick flesh, it was still knocked back by this blow. However, its body swayed a few times in the air, and the force dissipated. It stabilized its body not far away. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and his body was wrapped in black gas. Suddenly, his figure rose into the air, and he escaped into the distance. Roar! The giant parasitic strange insect was naturally unwilling to give up. It roared, twisted its body, and chased after him. The other parasitic strange insects quickly followed and went into the distance. For a moment, the ruins of the palace became quiet. After a moment, a blurry figure appeared in the sky above. It was Lu Ming. The Lu Ming who had escaped was actually the yellow turban talisman that he had quietly used to lure the strange insects away. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the swarm of insects, and he laughed lightly. His figure flashed, and he flew toward the altar where the spirit-nurturing cauldron was. One of the 4 directions green Sivare's array eyes had already lost its effect, and now there were only 2 left. His figure blurred, and he landed next to the blue light pillar on the left side of the altar. He punched the void, and the blue light pillar shattered. He bent down and fiddled with it for a while. When he stood up, there was a blue flag in his hand, and it was surrounded by water light. It was a magic treasure prototype. Bang! The purple light pillar behind the altar was also destroyed by Lu Ming with a few punches and kicks. What was suppressing the array eyes was a short sword surrounded by purple lightning. It's a thunder attribute flying sword, and it's a magic treasure prototype. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised when he saw it. After the void sword was sealed, he had been thinking about finding a suitable flying sword to use. Unfortunately, he hadn't found one, so this thunder attribute flying sword was just right for him to use. The 3 array eyes were destroyed, and the white light pillar in the center of the altar flickered a few times, and finally dissipated. Lu Ming shook his sleeve, and a big black hand appeared again. It grabbed the spirit-nurturing cauldron floating on the altar. He scanned the cauldron with his divine sense, and when he found that there was nothing unusual about the cauldron, the black gas dissipated, and he personally grabbed the small cauldron. The cauldron was warm, and although there was no magic power to drive it, it still exuded an amazing spiritual nature. It really is a good thing. Lu Ming gently patted the spirit-nurturing cauldron, and praised it. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the distance, and a silver escape light flew extremely fast. It arrived at the ruins of the palace in 2 or 3 breaths. The figure flashed, and the figure of Luo Tiancheng appeared. "Junior brother Luo, you're here too." Lu Ming glanced at Luo Tiancheng and smiled faintly at him. "Lu Ming. You." Luo Tiancheng looked quite miserable at the moment. His hair was messy, and the mechanical armor on his body was damaged in many places. But his eyes were fixed on the spirit-nurturing cauldron in Lu Ming's hand, and his face was a little pale. "Now that the spirit-nurturing cauldron is in our hands, our task is also completed. There's not much time left, let's leave here quickly." Lu Ming interrupted Luo Tiancheng's words, turned his hand, and put the spirit-nurturing cauldron into the summer ring. After that, he ignored Luo Tiancheng's extremely ugly expression, and directly flashed away into the distance. "Damn it!" Luo Tiancheng looked at Lu Ming's back and growled unwillingly. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the surroundings again. After a slight hesitation, Luo Tiancheng also turned into a silver light and turned to leave. However, he did not follow the direction Lu Ming went, but flew back the way he came. Lu Ming flew forward for a while, and a golden light rushed from the purple mist beside him. After the golden light dissipated, a golden armored soldier was revealed. It was his yellow turbaned soldier talisman. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the golden light of the yellow turbaned soldier dissipated, and turned back into a golden talisman. After he put the talisman away, he quickly chanted an incantation and patted his shoulder. The Chehuan totem glowed with a green light, and his whole body was wrapped in it. This treasure hunt took a lot of time. Although the mechanical armor on my body is not damaged, the spiritual power in it is almost exhausted. I need to hurry up. Roar! At this moment, a familiar roar came from the direction of the yellow-turbaned soldier. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. The roar was from the giant parasitic worm, and it was obviously chasing in this direction. Humph! His body shook, and his whole body turned into a dark shadow again, and continued to move forward silently. Lu Ming used all his strength to activate the escape light. Soon, he left the giant parasitic strange insects far behind him. The journey here was full of twists and turns, but it was not so difficult to go back. With the car to cover his scent, ordinary parasitic strange insects could not find Lu Ming at all. Naturally, nothing happened along the way. Not long after, he saw the entrance not far in front of him. When he glanced at it, he frowned slightly. At this moment, waves of parasitic strange worms were crawling into the meat hole that he had destroyed, almost blocking half of the hole. There were larvae among them, and there was no lack of adult parasitic strange worms. Lu Ming was in the air, and his escape speed did not decrease. He made a gesture, and after a rolling black gas came out of his body, it turned into a black dragon that circled around his body. He let out a low growl and punched the hole in the flesh wall from afar. The black dragon roared, and after a slight shake of its body, it suddenly hit the entrance. Bang bang bang! Under the dragon's rampage, the parasitic strange insects that blocked the entrance were unable to resist and were directly blown away. The hole suddenly became quiet. Swoosh! A black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming flew out of the meat hole like lightning. Although there were many paths in the maze, he was prepared, so he was not afraid of getting lost. It was just that the mechanical armor that covered his whole body did not have much spiritual power left. The two arc-shaped light shields that were released were also dim. Under the erosion of the surrounding purple mist, they became shaky. After half an incense stick of time, Lu Ming rushed out of a meat hole. Just as he was about to speed up, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. His heart moved, and his body stopped to look back. It was a silver meteor like whistling. The person in the silver light quickly saw Lu Ming in front of him and quickly stopped. It was Luo Tiancheng. At that moment, his face was gloomy, the mechanical battle armor on his body was already somewhat damaged, and the clothes inside the damaged areas had long been corroded clean, revealing large patches of skin. Under the corrosion of the purple mist, the process of being corroded and reborn continuously played out. Junior brother Luo, if we want to get out, we need to work together. Let's travel together, shall we? Lu Ming asked. According to his estimation, it would only take the time to finish a meal to reach the throat of the giant beast if he flew at full speed. He did not know if it was because of the changes in the mysterious space where the treasure was hidden, but the meat wall passage was blocked by strange insects from time to time. In this way, the Chehuan totem had lost its meaning. Originally, no matter how many of these strange insects there were, they were not a match for Lu Ming. However, if the two of them worked together, they would naturally be able to save a lot of spiritual power. I'll go with you. Luo Tiancheng snorted when he heard this, but he did not object. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly, waved one hand, and continued to move forward with his body wrapped in black gas. Luo Tiancheng's eyes flashed slightly, but he still followed. After a moment, two rays of light, one black and one silver, flew out of the meat-colored passage at the giant beast's throat almost at the same time. When the light dissipated, the figures of Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng were revealed. The open space in front of them was the mouth of the giant beast, and it was surrounded by constantly squirming pink meat walls. In front of it was distributed in a semicircle, and there were 2 rows of huge white teeth, each of which was 10 feet long, which made people shudder. At that moment, both of them did not look too good. The mechanical battle armor on Lu Ming's body could barely emit a weak black light, but under the continuous corrosion of the purple mist, it looked like it would collapse at any time, and Luo Tiancheng's mechanical battle armor had long disappeared. But at this point, the purple mist was already very thin, and with Luo Tiancheng's Dutian spirit body, he could completely ignore the corrosion of the purple mist. Lu Ming looked around, and found that the giant beast's upper and lower teeth were stuck together without any gap, and it did not seem to have any intention of opening its mouth. It seems that it will not be easy to make this giant beast open its mouth. Lu Ming said lightly. What's so difficult about that? If we turn this place upside down, are you afraid that it won't open its mouth? Luo Tiancheng said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver light on his body shone brightly, and he flew forward. With a flash of silver light, Luo Tiancheng stopped about 10 feet in front of the giant beast's sharp teeth, and with a low shout, 5 silver mist dragons and 5 silver mist tigers jumped out of the silver light around his body and danced around him. When Lu Ming saw this, he frowned, but he also stretched out his arms, and black gas rolled out of his body. With the roar of dragons and tigers, 5 dragons and 5 tigers appeared, but their color was impressively black. The next moment, the two of them launched their attacks almost at the same time. Luo Tiancheng's hands formed a sign, and the silver dragons and tigers shot out at the same time, and fiercely hit the soft meat above and below the giant beast's sharp teeth. The surface of the giant beast's body was extremely tough, and it was almost impossible for the Jindan cultivators to break it. However, the soft meat in its mouth was obviously not that tough. At this moment, under the attack, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a huge wound was torn open. Then, the 5 dragons and 5 tigers that Lu Ming had cast also arrived with a loud bang, and heavily hit the wound that Luo Tiancheng had torn open. Boom! The entire space of the meat wall shook up and down, and the bodies of Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng swayed, and they almost couldn't stand firm. The whole space seemed to be spinning. The eyes of the two flashed fiercely, and they launched more attacks. In the yellow forest where the giant beast was, Yi Ro, who was suspended in midair, had beads of sweat sliding down her cheeks. Her hands were constantly forming signs, and they fell on the rotating 5-colored array plate in front of her. The 5 disciples of the Heaven's Work sect who controlled the 5 elements puppets were also extremely pale. In the center of the array, the pentagonal array that could effectively restrict the giant beast's movement had disappeared. At this moment, from the arms of the 5 giant puppet warriors, a huge spiritual power chain emerged, binding the hedgehog-like giant beast. This spiritual power chain was the same as the 5-colored light belt that bound the giant beast at the beginning. They were all a kind of binding restriction contained in the 5 elements divine puppet array, but the spiritual power consumed by these chains was much less, and the restriction on the giant beast's movement was also more limited. And the semicircular light shield that was originally like an inverted bowl was condensed again, covering everyone in it. However, the spiritual power on the surface of the light shield was a little thin, and it was far less solid than when it was first condensed. The giant beast that was trapped in the center seemed to be a little tired. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, and purple mist was spurting out of its nostrils, but it did not make a sound of anger. In the nearby air, Kim Tinti's face was also very solemn. He had already ordered Wen Ai and Man Yuan to stop attacking, and he had also taken back his spirit ring. If the giant beast was really angry, with the current situation of the restriction, he was afraid that it would not be able to suppress the beast for long. Now, their goal was to hold the giant beast as much as possible, and to buy as much time as possible for Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng. Suddenly, the face of the giant beast twitched, and it suddenly stood up with the support of its 4 legs. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Before anyone could do anything, the 4 legs of the giant beast began to move. Its huge body pulled on the spirit power chains on its body as it slowly moved. Suddenly, its body paused and its 4 legs stomped on the ground as it fiercely rammed the horn on its head. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the 5-color light curtain began to tremble endlessly. Seeing this, Yi Ro's face turned pale. Her spiritual power was continuously injected into the array, and she tried her best to stabilize the 5-color light curtain. For the first time, her face showed a look of anxiety. The 5 Elements Divine Puppet Array was a famous puppet array of the Nature Work sect, and it was famous for its defense. This array did not disappoint, and it had forcibly restrained the giant beast inside for such a long time. However, what he didn't expect was that this giant beast's brute force was so shocking. As it struggled in the spell formation, it almost drained all of their spiritual energy. After such a long time, Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng should have obtained the spirit-nurturing cauldron. Looking at this situation, the people of the nature work sect will not be able to hold on for much longer. Seeing this, Kim Tinti thought to himself, and at the same time, his eye swept around again. The only thing they could feel fortunate about now was that they did not find any external enemies from other forces. Otherwise, the 5 elements divine puppet array would have been broken under the attack from both inside and outside. Boom! The single horn on the forehead of the hedgehog-like giant beast hit the 5-color light curtain fiercely again, causing the light curtain to flicker continuously, and then it quickly dimmed. Yi Jiong and the others spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Seeing this, the giant beast's eyes flashed fiercely, and the bone spurs on its back trembled. Suddenly, more than a dozen dazzling black lights shot out. The black lights instantly merged into one, turning into a thick light beam that hit the 5-color light curtain fiercely. Under the loud rumbling sound, the entire light curtain shook, and the 5-color light intertwined and flickered. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Be careful. Yiro's expression changed greatly, and she shouted loudly. Her hands moved like a wheel, forming a series of symbols. The 5 disciples of the nature work sect held the array flag in their hands tightly, and a thick light beam shot out from the tip of the flag, continuously merging into the 5-color light curtain. The 5-color light curtain was like withered grass in the wind, shaking violently for a while, but it still barely stabilized. The giant beast was furious, and it swung its 4 legs, wanting to use the horn on its head to hit again. But in the next moment, a look of pain suddenly flashed in its eyes, and its huge head swayed left and right twice. It opened its mouth and let out a mournful low roar. Just as the giant beast opened its mouth, a purple fog rolled out, and within the fog, a black and a silver escape light shot out. In a blur, they were already 1,000 feet away. The light dissipated, and the figures inside were revealed. They were Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng. Seeing the two break out, Yi Jiong's face was first filled with joy, and he quickly asked, "Did you get it?" "Yes, it's here with me." Lu Ming put away the mechanical armor that had lost its spirituality, and said with a smile. Beside him, Luo Tiancheng was expressionless, and did not speak. This time, he had once again lost to Lu Ming in obtaining the treasure from the giant beast's body, and this made him very angry. Yi Jiong heaved a long sigh of relief when he heard this. Kim Tinti also felt relieved when he saw Lu Ming come out. He smiled and nodded to the two. Right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the formation, and a shocking shockwave abruptly shot up into the sky. Lu Ming only felt a gust of cold air brushing past his back, and he quickly swept backwards. He saw that the wild giant beast was shrouded in grey light at this moment. The layers of beast armor were bulging, and the grey light was flashing wildly on its back. It stood upright on its 2 legs, bound by countless chains. The giant beast opened its mouth, and a dark green aura gushed out. It turned into a surging wave, and fiercely collided with the 5-colored light curtain in front of it. An earth-shattering sound rang out, circles of dark green light appeared on the light curtain, and then wisps of green smoke rose. A huge hole suddenly appeared on the light curtain. The 5 nature work sect disciples who were controlling the formation saw this and broke out in a cold sweat. They changed their hand signs repeatedly, and the formation flags in their hands were waved again and again. There is no need to repair it. Since the thing is in our hands, we don't need to entangle with it anymore. Remove the formation and let the beast go. At this moment, Yi Jiong gave an order. After the 5 nature work sect disciples received the order, they stopped their hand signs, and raised the 5-colored formation flags in one hand. The 5-colored runes on the chests of the 5 giant puppets suddenly dimmed, and the 5-colored light curtain disappeared without a trace. Then, light flashed in the hands of the giant puppets, and the 5 giant chains of spiritual power exploded with a bang, turning into specks of crystal light and dissipating. Ao! After the spiritual power chains that bound its body suddenly disappeared, the giant hedgehog opened its eyes and roared at the sky. A roll of sound waves rushed into the sky. Wherever the sound waves passed, circles of faint green light rippled in the void, and the deafening sound suddenly resounded in the sky. "Put away the puppets, and quickly leave this place," Yi Jiong shouted again. The 5 nature work sect disciples around the giant beast heard this, and stopped chanting. Their hand signs suddenly changed. Pung, pung. Consecutive sounds rang out, the 5 huge puppets, each over 1,000 feet in size, quickly transformed into 5 beads of different colors amid a flash of light. In the next moment, the 5 Tiangong disciples put away the beads and leaped up into the air. At the same time, the 4 legs of the giant beast flashed with gray light, instantly condensing into a thin gray cloud. Then, it curled up and shrank its 4 limbs, turning into a huge ball, and rolled on the ground. The sound of the earth quaking and the mountains shaking could be heard as the earth trembled. Everyone present couldn't help but be taken aback by this. Whoosh! The huge ball that was like a giant mountain shot into the distance. Dust and sand were stirred up wherever it went, and it left an astonishing ditch that was several hundred feet wide on the ground. Considering the colossal size of the beast, its speed wasn't very fast. After a few breaths of time, it had only traveled 5 kilometers. However, compared to a cultivator, its speed was truly astonishing. After watching the beast escape for hundreds of kilometers, everyone came back to their senses, and they all landed with a sigh of relief. After landing, Yi Jiong walked to Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng with a happy face, and he cupped his fist at them. "Thank you, Brother Lu and Brother Luo. I will definitely thank you when we return. Brother Yi, you don't have to be so polite. This is not a place to talk. The movement of the giant beast is so big that I am afraid it will attract other cultivators nearby. This is the spirit-nurturing cauldron, Brother Yi, keep it first." Lu Ming shook his sleeve, and a small cauldron with white light fell into his hand. He stepped forward and handed it over. "Thank you, Brother Lu." Just as Yi Jiong was about to reach out to catch it with an excited expression, a cold and gloomy aura suddenly rushed toward him from behind. Several layers of ripples appeared in the void, and the next moment, the space became extremely twisted. Countless blood-red crystal threads flashed and shot toward Yi Jiong's back in an overwhelming manner. Yi Jiong's face suddenly changed. He didn't have time to take the cauldron handed over by Lu Ming. He suddenly turned around, and a golden light was released from his body. A shiny golden mechanical armor with runes on the surface suddenly appeared, wrapping his whole body tightly. At the same time, a black light rolled in front of him, and a small black shield appeared. It instantly grew to several 10 meters in size. A low, almost inaudible cackle was heard. The bloody crystal threads that filled the sky suddenly intertwined in the void, and they suddenly made a strange turn. They bypassed the black giant shield from the edge and shot toward Yi Jiong from all directions. Yi Jiong was shocked. He shook his sleeve, and 4 or 5 spiritual weapons flew out in a row. They turned into different colored light balls and flew in all directions. However, it was unknown what these bloody crystal threads were. With one touch, these spiritual weapons were cut into pieces the size of a knuckle. Yi Jiong had no choice but to open his mouth and spit out a black talisman. With a roar, it turned into a black lightning, and instantly turned the nearby bloody threads into ashes. In the midst of the blood-red light, there was an astonishingly large gap of about 10 feet. Yi Jiong was overjoyed. He hurriedly patted the mechanical armor on his body. There was a flash of golden light, and a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared on his back. He was about to break out of the encirclement of the bloody threads. Right at this moment, the crystal threads around him suddenly tightened at an unbelievable speed. Then, the sound of cloth being torn apart echoed. The thin threads were like sharp blades that flashed across his body. The golden mechanical armor seemed to be unable to resist at all. Ah! After a scream, countless golden fragments and pieces of shattered flesh and blood slowly fell from the sky. The small black shield fell rapidly because it had lost its connection with its master. Yi Jiong was killed in the blink of an eye. Even his soul didn't have time to escape. From the appearance of the bloody crystal threads to Yi Jiong's series of reactions in desperation, and the final death, it actually only took a breath. After the crystal threads killed Yi Jiong, they rolled back without hesitation and flashed toward Lu Ming and Luo Tiancheng. Lu Ming finally reacted at this time. In shock and anger, he took back the spirit-nurturing cauldron in his hand and instantly cast the 3 shadowy mirages great technique. He turned into 4 shadows and wanted to fly back in 4 directions. Pooh! 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 As soon as 3 of the shadows flew up, they were directly penetrated by the bloody crystal threads. However, the 4th shadow suddenly twisted and flashed out of the sky full of crystal threads at an indescribably strange angle. After another blur, it appeared in another place more than 100 meters away. On the other side, after Luo Tianqing let out an angry roar, he brought along a gust of silver wind as he pierced through the densely packed bloody light. However, one of his thighs and one of his arms had already been severed by the blood-colored crystal threads. His chest, abdomen, and his left arm were a bloody mess. Even so, relying on the indestructible body of the Du Tianling body, he survived the sneak attack of the strange crystal threads. Moreover, his incomplete body was also repairing itself at a rapid speed. Who was it that launched a sneak attack? Luo Tianqing roared furiously. Young martial uncle. The other disciples of the construction sect only just reacted at this time. Seeing the scene of Yi Jiong's tragic death, they all cried out in shock. Among them, the youth with the surname Yuan was about to break through the air with a green light around his body, but he was suddenly stopped by Kim Tinti, who was to the side, with a gloomy expression. Huh, what kind of spirit is this? His organs have already been torn to pieces, but he can still repair himself. At this time, a low voice came from the void where the bloody crystal threads were. At the same time, there was a flow of bloody light, and a red figure appeared. This person was a young man with a thin figure and high cheekbones. He wore a bloody robe and held a light red feather fan in his hand. He stared expressionlessly at Luo Tianqing, and with a seemingly casual wave of his hand, he grabbed the small black shield that was about to fall to the ground. Master Jiying, you've only just recovered, so you can't use the power of the life-blood crystal to its peak. Let me do it. A clear female voice was heard. Almost at the same time, there was a series of green ripples in the void next to the man in the blood-red robe. Another blue figure appeared out of thin air. It was a gorgeously dressed woman in blue. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, and the 3 blue feathers on her head were exceptionally dazzling. Below her black eyebrows was a pair of blue eyes that were as clear as gemstones, and they shone faintly. Senior Jean, this is the Yao cultivator who injured Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother not long ago. The youth with the surname Yuan of the construction sect said to Kim Tinti with a face full of fear when he saw the man in the blood-red robe. The other 5 disciples of the construction sect also turned extremely pale the moment the man in the blood-red robe appeared. Kim Tinti snorted when he heard this. Before he could say anything, there was suddenly a burst of wild laughter from the other side of the forest. Jiying, these humans can't all be handed over to your Shadow Wolf clan. I also want some benefits. As soon as the voice died away, a gust of wind rose in the forest, and a yellow hurricane more than 100 feet high swept out like a wave. The surrounding trees were uprooted and smashed to pieces. The man in the blood-red robe just frowned, as if he had not heard the movement in the forest. He was still looking at Kim Tinti and Lu Ming in front of him with great interest. No one knew what he was thinking. The yellow hurricane whistled through the gust of wind and stopped beside the man in the blood-red robe. After it was torn apart from the middle, a tall and ferocious figure was revealed. It was a strong man with a tiger's head and a human's body, who was 20 feet tall. The strong man's upper body was naked, and his whole body was covered with circles of silver-white stripes. The muscles on his arms were exposed, and his face was ferocious. Lu Ming's eyes quickly glanced at the 3 people in front of him. Although the woman in blue clothes was only a pseudo-pellet state cultivation base, the faint aura on her body gave people a sense of erratic, and the other 2 people beside her had the powerful aura of the peak real pellet state later stage. They are high-level Yao cultivators from the Wild Silver Tiger clan and the Shadow Wolf clan. Even if I use my trump card, I can only resist one of them at most. The enemy is strong, and I'm weak. We can't fight them head-on. Let's wait for an opportunity to retreat. Kim Tinti's eyes swept over the strong man and the man in the blood-red robe. His eyes became gloomy for the first time, and he suddenly transmitted his voice to the others. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the 6 disciples of the construction sect and Lu Ming and the other 2 people sank. As the elite disciples of the sect, before entering this ruin, they naturally had some preliminary understanding of the situation of other continents through various channels. This Shadow Wolf clan was a clan in the Wild Continent that was good at speed and concealment. Not only that, the people of the Shadow Wolf clan were also bloodthirsty. Their means were extremely cruel. Even in the battle within the clan, they were merciless. This Silver Tiger clan was the opposite. They were famous for their strength and tyrannical physical body. In short, whether it was the Shadow Wolf clan or the Silver Tiger clan, they were all well-known high-rank clans in the Wild Beastkin clan. Jiying just tore Yi Jiong into pieces directly with just one blow, and he also seriously injured Luo Tiancheng. This also made Lu Ming have a further understanding of the power of the Beastkin clan from the Wild Continent. His strength was probably not inferior to the nine-tailed girl he encountered in the ruins. The next moment, Lu Ming and the others turned around, turned into several escape lights, and fled into the distance. Only Kim Tin-Ti still stood motionless, looking at the bloody-robed man, Jiying. "You can run, but leave the spirit-nurturing cauldron for me." The tiger head glared at him. He leaped up and grabbed at the escape light transformed by Lu Ming. Boom! Wisps of yellow mist appeared out of thin air. After they condensed, a yellow tiger head that was several hundred feet in size appeared out of thin air. The eyes of the yellow tiger head flashed. With a roar, it rushed at the black escape light transformed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Kim Tin-Ti turned blurred. A burst of starlight flowed on his body, and he turned into a white meteor to meet the yellow tiger head. The white starlight flashed, and the meteor went straight through the mouth of the tiger head. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Under the explosion of the starlight, the hot breath burned the void, and the yellow tiger head collapsed without any resistance. Courting death? But that's fine too. I was just worried that no one would give me a good exercise. The yellow tiger head was instantly destroyed, and a look of surprise flashed across the tiger-headed brawny man's face. Instead, it was replaced by an expression of excitement. As he spoke, he pounced at Kim Tin-Ti like he was flying. His arms became slightly blurred, and 7 or 8 yellow tiger heads that were exactly the same as before flew out. With a piercing sound that almost tore through the air, they completely sealed off all of Kim Tin-Ti's escape routes. Kim Tin-Ti's pair of wide golden sleeves shook, and 2 streaks of white starlight flew out, turned into several silver rivers in front of him, and went up against the yellow tiger heads that filled the sky. Lan Si, I'll leave those bastards to you. This seat will take the spirit-nurturing cauldron myself. The crimson-robed man did not stop the tiger-headed brawny man. Instead, he glanced at the black light that Lu Ming had transformed into. Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and he blasted out with a series of bloody afterimages. When the last word take was uttered, his figure was already 1,000 meters away. A shrill scream came immediately, and then it stopped abruptly. Looking at the source of the sound, it turned out that the disciple surnamed Yuan of the Nature Work sect happened to be in the middle of Jiying and Lu Ming. After Jiying's figure flashed by, his figure was suddenly split into 2 halves from the middle, falling from the sky with a rain of blood. After the woman in blue giggled, she let out a harsh scream. Her figure turned into a blue light and chased in the direction where Wen Ai and Luo Tiancheng fled. As the shrill cry rang out, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from the forest beneath the feet of the Celestial Work sect, who had already fled 1,000 zhang away. A cloud of yellow dust exploded, and then several streaks of blue light appeared. Each of them shot toward a disciple of the Celestial Work sect at an unbelievable speed. Not long after, the sounds of chaotic fighting could be heard from all directions. The crowd was vaguely divided into 3 battle groups. Kim Tin-Ti was fighting with the tiger-headed brawny man of the Silver Tiger clan. Wen Ai, Luo Tiancheng, and the 5 disciples of the Nature Work sect had to deal with Lan Si and several other blue-clothed beastkin. Lu Ming was also stopped by Jiying after flying less than 1,000 meters away. He was forced to fight. At the same time, the several silver rivers coiling around Jin Tianxi's body had already pierced through the yellow tiger heads that filled the sky. However, with this delay, the tiger-headed man was already less than 30 feet away from him. The brawny man roared and shook his arms. 10-inch-long silver claws flashed out and fiercely grabbed at Kim Tin-Ti. Chi La. The starlight silver river that could easily defeat the yellow tiger head phantasm was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye in the face of the silver claws. Kim Tin-Ti quickly glanced at Lu Ming and Jiying not far away. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Immediately, his shoulders shook slightly and he disappeared with a swoosh sound. The silver claws that attacked him suddenly missed. The next moment, Kim Tin-Ti appeared in front of the tiger-headed brawny man. He waved his arms and a pair of fists wrapped in starlight greeted the hairy tiger paws of the brawny man at lightning speed. Two muffled sounds immediately came, where the two men's fists and palms collided, a mass of yellow and white light intertwined. Both of their bodies trembled and flew back at the same time. It seemed that they were evenly matched. However, Kim Tin-Ti flew for 7 or 8 meters before he could stabilize his body. The place where the tiger-headed brawny man stood was less than 20 to 30 meters away from his original position. Not bad. It's extremely rare for a human cultivator to be able to take my palm without any resistance. I'm getting more and more excited. Take this. The tiger-headed brawny man laughed wildly. The silver-white stripes on the surface of his body flashed, and his figure became more than twice as big. He turned into a giant man with a height of 30 to 40 meters. The next moment, the giant man moved his arms. His two hairy arms were covered with twisting veins, and they directly became several times thicker. He solemnly struck at Kim Tin-Ti slowly. When Kim Tin-Ti secretly thought about the intention of the giant man, a circle of yellow halo rippled silently less than 10 meters behind him. A pair of huge fists flashed out of the halo, striking straight at his back. Kim Tin-Ti groaned. His figure flickered left and right strangely, turning into countless afterimages that splashed away. His real body suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the place where he originally stood, a pair of giant fists whistled past, instantly tearing those afterimages into pieces. Just when Kim Tin-Ti and the tiger-headed brawny man were locked in a fierce battle, a chase was staged on the other side of the battle. A bloody afterimage and a silver-black escape light galloped over the yellow woods one after another. In the bloody afterimage, it was the Beast King clan powerhouse, Jiying. The 300-meter silver-black escape light in front of him was naturally Lu Ming, who activated the beast armor tactics and grew a pair of wings on his back. At this moment, he was secretly complaining. The opponent's speed was far beyond his imagination. Although he temporarily escaped by casting the 3 shadowy mirages technique, he was caught up again after only 7 or 8 seconds. A dragon roar resounded through the sky, the silver-black afterimage in front of him suddenly stopped, then a black mist dragon of more than 200 meters condensed and rushed at the bloody figure behind him. It was Lu Ming who made a move. As a result, the bloody light transformed by Jiying flashed slightly and easily dodged the black mist dragon at an incredible angle. As soon as the black mist dragon pounced, it shattered in the void and turned into a mass of black light that quickly diffused in all directions, trying to shroud Jiying in it. At this moment, Jiying's figure flickered again, and he disappeared in the void with a flash of bloody light. The black light once again swept away. The next moment, a bloody light flashed in front of Lu Ming. Jiying's figure appeared like a ghost. After another blurring, he turned into 6 indistinguishable afterimages, rushing at Lu Ming at the same time. However, Lu Ming's divine thought had long been comparable to the Jin Dan realm, and he had the assistance of mind imitation insect. In addition, the 3 shadowy mirages technique that he cultivated had the same effect, so he could barely track the real body of Jiying. So instead of retreating, he moved forward. His figure blurred into 4 black phantasms and confronted the 4 phantasms transformed by Lu Ming. Jiying sneered. After the 5 or 6 bloody afterimages flickered, they confronted the 4 phantasms transformed by Lu Ming. The void instantly evolved into a battle between phantasms and afterimages. The black and red figures kept flashing. The bloody light and black light intertwined, stirring up waves from time to time. Lu Ming was sweating profusely at this moment. Although the phantasms and afterimages were dancing in the sky, both sides were accurately targeting each other and fighting hand-to-hand. Suddenly, Jiying's figure suddenly blurred, and he appeared ghostly behind Lu Ming's real body. He spread his 5 fingers, and countless tiny bloody spirit patterns appeared densely on his arm. A bloody palm stretched and reached toward Lu Ming's back like lightning. Lu Ming only felt a chill behind him. He stomped on the ground with 1 foot and retreated a distance of 5 meters sideways. He moved his right arm and grabbed the arm covered with bloody patterns. Jiying snorted coldly. A murderous light flashed in his eyes. He shook his arm almost without thinking. Suddenly, a bloody light burst out, and countless bloody crystal threads burst out on his arm. At the critical moment, Lu Ming forcibly moved the crimson scales in his body and covered the palm of his right hand. Lu Ming's other arm suddenly made a cracking sound of joints. It passed under his right arm at an incredible angle, and he punched out heavily, directly hitting one side of Ji Ying's shoulder. In the void, a bloody light rose, followed by a black light flashing. A bloody shadow retreated and stabilized its figure 100 meters away. It was Ji Ying. There was a faint black mist lingering on his shoulder. It was obviously destroyed by Lu Ming's previous punch. However, with a violent shout, the bloody patterns on his arm flashed, dispersing the black mist without a trace. After the black light on the other side dispersed, Lu Ming appeared with a pale face. At this time, most of the afterimages and phantasms around the two suddenly collapsed. The fight between the two seemed to be complicated, but it happened like a flash of lightning. It happened in just a few seconds, and others couldn't see it at all. Lu Ming looked at his palm pierced by the bloody threads, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for him using a few pieces of scales to cover his palm in a hurry, his whole hand would be completely destroyed. However, he deliberately exposed a flaw to the opponent just now, and he managed to injure Ji Ying in exchange for injury. However, he didn't expect that such a punch at such a close distance would only push him back a little, which made him even more shocked. Interesting. He is obviously a human, but his fighting style is somewhat similar to the demonic cultivator. After Ji Ying said coldly, a bloody light flashed all over his body, and he turned into a few bloody shadows again. On the other side, Kim Tin-Ti was in a yellow mist sea, looking around with a gloomy face. With the special technique, he gradually gained the upper hand in the confrontation with the tiger-headed brawny man. But unexpectedly, the Silver Clan Beastkin cultivator suddenly released a strange yellow mist sea and hid in it. At this moment, the rumbling sound of explosions continued to come. Suddenly, hundreds of yellow lights appeared in the thick mist, blasting at Kim Tin-Ti from all directions. The white starlight on Kim Tin-Ti's body flashed. He waved one hand, and the white mist around him left his body. It condensed in the air and turned into a 100-long white dragon, wrapping him in it from top to bottom. A clear and melodious dragon roar rang out, the white dragon's eyes flashed, and the dragon's scales all over its body stood up like stars. As it coiled, it blocked the dense yellow lights. Starry Dragon! As Kim Tin-Ti shouted, the white dragon suddenly shone with starlight, turning into a 100 meters tall white hurricane. The hurricane only trembled a few times before the dense yellow fog in the surroundings was violently blown away. The yellow fog was all sucked into the hurricane and disappeared without a trace. The tiger-headed brawny man who was originally hidden in the mist sea was suddenly exposed. Facing the huge suction from the white hurricane, his complexion changed. He stomped on the ground, and his huge body jumped back like a meteor. In the next moment, a golden figure flashed out from the top of the white hurricane. With a wave of his hand, the hurricane once again turned into a white dragon with specks of starlight. It wrapped around the figure and shot toward the battlefield where Luo Tianqing and the others were. "Where are you going?" The tiger-headed man steadied himself and let out a furious roar when he saw this. Demonic wind surged into the sky as he chased after the white streak of light. At the same time, Luo Tianqing, Wen Ai, and 5 disciples of the Nature Work sect were surrounded by several beastkin cultivators in blue robes led by Lan Si. Each of these demon cultivators was holding a small blue shuttle in each hand, and they kept swinging it in front of them. Light blue thin threads were released from the shuttles, which condensed into branches that were as thick as arms in midair. As they intertwined with each other, they formed a huge, transparent blue ball of vines. The trapped disciples of the Nature Work sect had already cast all kinds of puppets. Beams of light of different colors shot out in all directions. As Luo Tianqing waved his arms, dragon roars and tiger roars were heard. The silver dragon tiger coiled around him. When Ai cast a spell again, and cursed crows flew out around him. However, be it the 5-colored light beam, the silver Wyrm tiger, or the grayish-black cursed raven, all of them sank into the surrounding blue vine barrier as soon as they came into contact with it. It was so much so that they did not even cause a ripple. On the other hand, the entire blue vine barrier became even brighter. Suddenly, a puff sound was heard, a thick vine flashed out from within the blue vine barrier and pierced through the chest of one of the puppets. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, a slightly fat disciple of the Nature Work sect behind the puppet was caught off guard, and his neck was immediately penetrated by the vine. Junior brother Gu. The other 4 disciples of the Nature Work sect were shocked when they saw this. However, before they could help him, the body of the slightly fat disciple of the Nature Work sect shriveled like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a skeleton. As for the blue vines that pierced through the corpse, they suddenly became several times thicker, becoming clearer and more transparent. Puff-puff sounds were heard one after another. Vines as thick as an arm emerged from within the blue vine barrier and shot toward the puppets and the people trapped within. The expressions of the other disciples of the Nature Work sect changed. 3 of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and made a spell with one hand. Rumble sounds were heard. The 3 puppets in front of everyone were directly detonated, turning into ripples of air that spread out, slowing down the onslaught of vines that were sweeping towards them. However, in the next moment, these vines shot towards everyone at an even faster speed. Even though Wen Hen and Luo Tianqing each used their own abilities to defend themselves, they could only watch as more and more vines appeared around them. While everyone's faces were ashen, Kim Tinti's voice rang in their ears at the same time. When the white light shines, don't care about anything and leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Tinti flew close to the battle. White starlight flowed in his eyes and his robe swelled up. He softly chanted a few incantations. Immediately, a giant white dragon shadow surrounded by dazzling starlight pounced out and quickly coiled around the whole rattan ball with its body. Boom, the whole blue rattan ball was directly squeezed and exploded. The giant white dragon shadow also shattered with the white light and turned into countless starlight that swept in all directions. For a moment, the world was almost occupied by the dazzling white starlight. Whether it was Lan Siji's clansmen or the tiger-headed brawny man, they were caught off guard and couldn't open their eyes. Their bodies were also covered by the white starlight. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 escape lights, one gray and one silver, flashed out of the white starlight and rushed into the distance. Judging from the color of the escape light, it was Wen Ai and Luo Tianqing. Immediately afterward, 4 escape lights of different colors flashed and scattered in all directions. Only Kim Tinti, who was originally surrounded by starlight, had already disappeared without a trace. After a few seconds, the white starlight in the sky gradually faded, revealing the tiger-headed brawny man, Lan Siji, and several other beastkin cultivators in blue robes. Mr. Hu Zong, since you are interested in the golden-robed human, I will leave him to you. Lan Siji glanced at the golden light spot that was about to disappear not far away and said to the tiger-headed brawny man with a smile. Humph, I don't need you to say that. Hearing this, the tiger-headed brawny man snorted angrily. His body was wrapped in yellow mist, and he chased after the golden light spot. These people are just some trash. There is no need to chase them anymore. You guys go back to the station first, I will help Master Jiying get the treasure first. After Lan Ning saw the tiger-headed brawny man escape far away, a strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said faintly to the rest of the people. As soon as her voice fell, a spiritual light flashed around her body. She turned into a blue rainbow and blasted to the other side. In the mid-air thousands of miles away from the yellow forest, the bloody and black figures were flashing dazzlingly. Lu Ming relied on the pair of silver wings behind him and the 3 shadowy mirages technique to barely evade the attacks of the phantasms transformed by Jiying. However, his whole body was already covered with blood stains. If it weren't for his tyrannical physical body, the blessing of the beast armor tactics, and the mutated crimson hydra scales, he would have died several times already. In the surrounding void, there were 4 black mist dragons and 4 black mist tigers that were over 100 feet long. They were slowly circling around, covering half of the sky in darkness. I advise you to hand over the treasure cauldron obediently, and I will leave your corpse intact. Your shape-shifting attacks have no effect on me at all, don't waste your energy. As several bloody shadows flashed, Jiying's low and sinister voice came. His tone was full of disdain for the tiger-dragon hell prison. Humph, how do you know if it is really useless until the end? Lu Ming snorted, and his figure flickered again. After avoiding the attacks of several bloody claws, black gas rolled out from his back, and a mist dragon and a mist tiger jumped out. The next moment, boom boom boom. Several explosions rang out, all the surrounding dragon and tiger phantoms burst open almost at the same time, turning into a black light ball of 100 meters in size, engulfing him and Jiying. swoosh 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 swoosh. 4 black phantoms with the same aura flashed out from the black light ball, and they blasted toward the north, south, east, and west directions without hesitation. After just 3 or 4 breaths, the dense bloody crystal silk came out of the black light ball. With a boom, the black light ball shattered, revealing Ji Ying's thin figure. "Sir Ji Ying, are you okay?" At this moment, a blue rainbow broke through the sky in the distance. Under a flash, a graceful blue figure appeared. It was Lan Si. "It's just a small trick. Lan Si, you use the myriad wood technique here to help me lock on this boy. Let's see how this human brat can escape from my palm." Ji Ying ordered blankly. "Yes, Sir Ji Ying. But it takes some time to prepare to cast this technique." Lan Si quickly agreed. "Humph, don't be so wishy-washy. As long as you can help me lock on this boy, a mere few thousand miles is nothing to me with my speed." Ji Ying waved his hand to stop Lan Si from continuing, and he said with a gloomy look in his eyes. As Lan Si heard the words, she immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. With a flash of blue light in one hand, a strange withered branch appeared out of thin air. She placed it flat on her hands, closed her beautiful eyes, and chanted. Ji Ying didn't even look at the woman. He just stood with his hands behind his back. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. As Lan Si's chant sounded clearly, a layer of blue light curtain quickly swept out from the dry branch in her hand and wrapped her whole body in it. The next moment, circles of blue ripples, centered on this woman, spread out in all directions and went far away. After half a quarter of an hour, a black spot appeared in the sky far away. After flashing a few times, the black spot grew from small to large, and it soon landed above a steep cliff of thousands of meters. With a flash of black light, a figure emerged. It was Lu Ming. He looked back at the direction behind him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He flipped his palm, and a small cluster of blood-red mane floated in his palm. This was a few hairs that he secretly tore off from Ji Ying when he was fighting with him. Lu Ming's expression condensed, and he chanted in a low voice. A circle of black disc-shaped ripples appeared in his palm. As he chanted, it expanded to a few feet in size, then it disappeared into the air. In a small cluster of blood-red mane, a faint red aura floated out and slowly merged into the black ripples. A layer of black light ripples also appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. After entering the ruins of the upper realm, he had experienced a series of killings. Whether it was his state of mind or his magical power, they had unknowingly settled a lot. At this moment, using the netherworld soul-searching technique, not only was it not as strenuous as before, but the sensing distance had also increased a lot. Sure enough, he still caught up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He retracted his outstretched arm, and the black ripples disappeared in a flash. He also turned into 4 phantasms and split into 4 different directions. He disappeared into the sky in a few seconds. After 15 minutes, a bloody escape light galloped from a distance. After a flash, Ji Ying's figure appeared. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and frowned. Then, he took out a cyan array disc. There was a flash of green light on the disc array, and there were a few inaudible female voices. It seemed that Lan Si was reporting something. When Ji Ying heard the words, he sneered and turned into a bloody rainbow again. He was going in the direction where Lu Ming's real body escaped. More than 1,000 miles away, Lu Ming was flying forward quickly while casting the netherworld soul-searching technique. Circles of ripples rippled in his eyes. I don't know what kind of tracking mystic art this Ji Ying used. He can actually perceive the location of my real body several times. Lu Ming's face became ugly. Since he mastered the 3 shadowy mirages great technique, the 4 phantasms' aura were the same. Under the blessing of his huge mental power, ordinary celestial phenomenon cultivators couldn't distinguish them at all. When he was fighting at a close distance before, it was reasonable for him to be recognized. Now that he was still easily recognized by the opponent at such a long distance, it was somewhat inexplicable. Thinking so, his escape speed accelerated a little, turning into a silver meteor that broke through the sky. Lu Ming did not notice that in a dense forest below, a blue light flashed on a tall tree, and a face slowly appeared on the trunk. It looked a bit blurry, but a pair of eyes shone brightly, as clear as sapphires. It was staring in the direction where Lu Ming had gone. A moment later, the face slowly sank into the tree trunk and disappeared. Thousands of miles away, the cyan disc array in Ji Ying's hand vibrated and emitted a faint cyan light again. The woman's voice faintly came from the cyan light again. Hee hee, I'd like to see where else you can run off to. Ji Ying grinned hideously when he heard the words. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a red light. There was indeed a diamond-shaped blood crystal in the red light. As soon as he cast it out, countless dense crystal threads emerged from it and wrapped his body. In the next moment, his whole body suddenly turned into a dazzling bloody light, and a wolf-shaped shadow could be vaguely seen. With a flash, he could leap more than 1,000 feet away, and his speed had increased by more than half. When Lu Ming once again cast the Netherworld soul-seeking technique to sense the position of Ji Ying, he found that Ji Ying's escape speed suddenly increased. In less than 15 minutes, the distance between the two had been shortened by half. Damn it! Lu Ming's face changed. Even though he had a lot of elixirs to replenish spiritual power, Ji Ying's speed was extremely fast. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. There was a hint of hesitation on his face, then he gritted his teeth and patted his waist lightly. Under a flash of silver light, the void sword pouch emerged and tore the silver talisman stuck on it. Swoosh! A small golden sword of a few inches flashed out. He launched several sword gestures, and the small golden sword immediately glowed with a dazzling golden light. It expanded with the wind and turned into a giant sword of several 10 meters long. The sword body was surrounded by little blue stars. Boom, a golden light suddenly rolled up in the golden giant sword and wrapped the figure up. It turned into a shocking sword rainbow and blasted out. After a flash, it turned into a light spot and disappeared into the horizon. This speed was more than twice as fast as before. Lu Ming stood tightly on the giant sword. There was a crisp sword whistling in his ears. Everything around him became blurred. The escape speed was too fast. It made him feel like he couldn't control the giant sword. This was the first time he used the sword pill to cast the sword controlling technique. It was much faster than when he used the prototype of the magic weapon. Lu Ming was shocked at first, then he was overjoyed. But at this moment, in the crisp sword whistling sound, there was a sudden tremor. His face changed slightly, then he sighed. The spirituality of the sword pill had not been completely stabilized. A few days ago, in order to kill the celestial elephant demon, he had forcefully used it once. Now that he used it again, he was afraid that the spirituality of the sword pill would be damaged. As Lu Ming thought about this, he flipped his hand and took out the thunder attribute flying sword that he got from the belly of the giant beast. From time to time, a purple electric arc appeared on the sword body, which seemed to be full of spirituality. In terms of quality, this sword was probably comparable to the void sword when it was still a prototype of a magic weapon. When his eyes moved to the hilt of the sword, his heart moved. When he took it out from the four-direction cyan sifting formation, he didn't notice that there were 2 silver ancient characters engraved on the hilt of the sword. Bitter wheel. Lu Ming whispered, then he opened his mouth and spat out a spiritual power that wrapped around the flying sword. He planned to use the sword to fly and refine it at the same time. 2 days later, over a snow-covered mountain range, a sword light flashing with purple electric light flew from a distance and landed on one of the mountain peaks. The purple light dissipated, revealing Lu Ming's figure. The purple sword light once again turned into a flying sword that was about a foot long and disappeared into his sleeve. Lu Ming's face was a little pale at the moment. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and took a breath. After that, his face looked better. Looking back in the direction from which he came, Lu Ming's face was gloomy. For the past 2 days, he had been playing a game of cat and mouse with Ji Ying. By using the sword pill to cast the sword control technique to buy time, he finally managed to refine the bitterwheel sword. Then he used the sword control technique with the help of the beast armor technique. Finally, he maintained the same speed as Ji Ying. In addition, he had the initiative, so he was not afraid that Ji Ying would catch up with him for a while. However, Ji Ying persisted unexpectedly. No matter how Lu Ming changed his direction or used an auxiliary talisman to speed up, Ji Ying always chased closely behind. Ji Ying had no intention of giving up. It can't go on like this. Feeling that the spiritual power in his body was slowly recovering, Lu Ming looked a little relieved, and he muttered to himself. Woo! A gray shadow rushed out from behind a rock not far away. It was a gray lizard the size of a washbasin. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit fiercely at Lu Ming's calf. Lu Ming was shocked. He flicked his finger, and a purple sword chi blasted out. It hit the gray lizard and sent it flying. The gray lizard rolled a few times on the ground. The scales on its back were broken, and a long wound was constantly bleeding. After struggling a few times, it stood up again and screamed fiercely at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. Although it was just a casual blow, the beastkin of the condensation period might not be able to withstand it. The beastkin power on this gray lizard was not strong, but its body was so tough. Just as he was about to kill the lizard, a group of identical gray lizards jumped out from behind a boulder not far away. There were at least a dozen of them, and they hissed as they pounced toward him. Lu Ming was shocked. He jumped up and flew into the air. The gray lizard couldn't fly. It opened its mouth and roared at Lu Ming in the air. Lu Ming's face was a little ugly. There were all kinds of strange beastkin in the ruins of the upper realm. He had encountered many along the way. If he continued to chase with Jiying like this, who knew what kind of trouble he would encounter? If he accidentally escaped into the nest of some wild ancient beast, he might not even know how he died. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of determination. He chanted and cast the netherworld soul-searching technique. Soon, he sensed that Jiying was 3,000 or 4,000 miles away from him at the moment, and it was flying over quickly. With the speed of Jiying, it probably wouldn't take long to get here. A murderous intent flashed across Lu Ming's face. He made a gesture with one hand, and his body suddenly turned into a black light, escaping into the depths of the mountain range. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he might as well fight to the death with Jiying in this mountain range. Although Jiying was powerful, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight. As a last resort, he sacrificed the spirituality of the Void Sword pill to use it again. Combined with the ninth heaven thunder, he had a 60% chance of killing this monster. The light was Director Han. With a flash of light in his hand, a stack of formation flags and formation plates appeared. They were the things used for the universal fairy formation. Just as he released his divine sense, intending to find a hidden place to set up the formation, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He turned his head and looked in one direction. He saw a light blue light spot there, rushing toward him. Lu Ming's expression changed. He put away the formation flags and formation plates in his hand. His figure flashed, and he fell into a dense forest below. As a result, just after he hit his figure and cast the Che Huan totem to restrain the fluctuation of his spiritual power, a blue light flew over silently and slowly stopped in midair. In the dense forest below, Lu Ming secretly complained. At this moment, his spiritual power hadn't recovered by half. If it was an enemy, it would be very bad. The blue light slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of a girl in blue clothes. The 3 blue feathers on her head were unusually eye-catching. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lan Si? Lu, we meet again. The blue-robed girl's beautiful eyes turned, and her figure turned in another direction. She faced Lu Ming's hiding place and said faintly. Her pair of sapphire-like eyes were shining brightly. Lu Ming only felt a chill behind him. He glanced sideways, and he was shocked. On the trunk of an ancient tree behind him, there was a blurry face. The eyes were blue, and it was the same as the woman in the air. It turns out to be you. How do you know my name? Seeing that his trace had been exposed, Lu Ming flew out from his hiding place and landed a few feet in front of the blue-robed girl, asking coldly. To tell you the truth, I'm good at concealment and can breathe with plants and trees. When Lu and his companions took the treasure from the belly of the giant beast, I'd been hiding nearby and saw it with my own eyes. Naturally, I know your name. The blue-robed woman said with a smile. Lu Ming's expression did not change at all when he heard this, but he was really shocked inside. It should be known that before everyone decided to take the treasure, Kim Tin-ti, Yi Jiong, and the others had used several methods to investigate the situation around the giant beast. He himself had also secretly used the netherworld soul-searching technique, but he did not find the slightest abnormality. Could it be that this woman was really hiding nearby and avoided everyone's eyes and ears? He looked up and down at the blue-robed woman, and his eyes gradually became a little cold. In that case, those demon race sneak attacks on us were all attracted by you, right? Lu Ming snorted coldly, and a thick layer of black qi suddenly appeared on his body. The blue-robed woman did not seem to feel Lu Ming's hostility, and still said with a smile, "That's not it. Jiying and the Silver Tiger clan have long set their eyes on the celestial work sect. I was only ordered by Jiying to lurk and monitor them. Moreover, the 3 people from your Taiqing gate did not die because of this. Between you and me, there should be no hatred to speak of." What the woman said was not false. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and his expression finally eased a little. When the blue-robed woman saw the change in Lu Ming's expression, her expression also relaxed, and said unhurriedly, "Speaking of which, although I'm also a member of the demon race, I'm not on the same path as the Shadow Wolf clan and the Silver Tiger clan. I wonder if Lu has the time to listen to a few words from me?" Hearing this, Lu Ming fell silent. During the previous chaotic battle, he had already keenly noticed that this woman's aura was completely different from that of Jiying and the others. The demon qi that Jiying and the others emitted was fierce and sharp, like that of a fierce bird or a hungry tiger. However, this woman's aura was gentle and graceful, completely different from the demon cultivators he had seen before. However, based on this alone, he would not really believe her words and let down his guard against this woman. Could it be that the Shadow Wolf clan member called Jiying saw that he couldn't catch up to me, so he sent this Lanxi to stall me and buy some time? Lu Ming's thoughts raced at lightning speed, and he suddenly moved. Then, he silently chanted an incantation and secretly performed the netherworld soul-seeking spell. In the next moment, he was stunned. He sensed that Jiying had suddenly turned around and chased in another direction for some reason. "You don't have to worry about Jiying. These past few days, he's been able to follow you closely because I've been using my clan's secret technique to lock onto your tracks and then report to him." Although Extreme Shadow was known for his speed, he didn't know any tracking secret techniques. "I've already led him in a different direction, so he won't be able to find out for a while." The blue-robed woman's eyes flickered slightly. She seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. Her slender fingers gently stroked the hair hanging down beside her ear as she spoke with a faint smile. When Lu Ming heard this, he was naturally very surprised. He took a deep look at the blue-robed woman, waved his hand, and slowly retracted the black gas on his body. "Hee, you are really a sensible person. It seems that my choice is not wrong." The blue-robed woman saw Lu Ming's action, and her eyes flashed as she giggled. "Sir, you shouldn't be looking for me to chat, right? If you have something to say, please say it." Lu Ming's voice was very calm. "Well, since Lu is straightforward, I won't be hypocritical and polite. Sir is now at the pseudo-pellet stage, so advancing to the Jin Dan stage is just around the corner, right?" The blue-robed woman said word by word with a solemn expression. "What do you mean by this?" Lu Ming's heart moved, but his tone was calm as usual. "I have a true soul fruit in my hand, which can greatly enhance the power of the soul. It is extremely beneficial for condensing the Jin Dan. I want to make a deal with Lu with this thing." The blue-robed woman smiled as if she was talking about a trivial matter. True soul fruit. Lu Ming's eyes flickered when he heard the words. He had naturally heard of this fruit. It was said that the true soul tree that condensed this fruit needed to absorb the soul of living creatures to grow inch by inch. Therefore, even in ancient times, true soul fruit was a kind of spiritual item classified as forbidden medicine by all continents. Now, it was only occasionally seen in some underground black markets in the Middle Sky continent, but every time it was sold, it would set off an unimaginably high price. However, after consuming this fruit, it was indeed as the other party said, it could increase the chances of condensing the Jin Dan by a lot. For him, this fruit was indeed a chance that could not be sought. "What do you want?" After a while, Lu Ming said slowly. "I'd like to ask fellow Lu to help me kill Jiying." The blue-robed woman's face was happy, then she said in a cold voice. "Kill Jiying?" Lu Ming was shocked when he heard the words. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the blue-robed woman. However, the woman's expression was calm as she looked straight into Lu Ming's eyes. Her eyes did not give in at all. "Mrs. Words surprised me. You and Jiying are both from the wild continent. Is there any deep hatred between you?" After a while, Lu Ming's eyes slowed down and asked slowly. "You are from the Middle Sky continent, so you don't know the situation of the wild continent. Well, since I have something to ask of you, I naturally have to explain the ins and outs of this matter. The blue-robed woman hesitated slightly, then she explained. The beastkin of the wild continent can be roughly divided into two categories. One is cultivated by various beastkin, such as the Silver Tiger clan and the Shadow Wolf clan. The other is the spirits of various flowers and trees, the beastkin cultivators who have awakened their wisdom. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression did not change much. In the Middle Sky continent, the classification of beastkin cultivators mentioned by Lan Si could also be applied. However, on the Middle Sky continent, there were very few beastkin cultivators who cultivated from plants. When it came to beastkin, most people would think of beastkin cultivators. The beastkin cultivators who cultivated from beastkin are especially good at physical skills. They are aggressive by nature and have a strong sense of aggression. The plant beastkin cultivators who cultivated from various plants generally don't like to fight. Most of the techniques they practice are focused on defense and enhancement. The blue-robed woman continued slowly, and her expression gradually changed. The difference in temperament between the two types of beastkin cultivators leads to frequent conflicts between the two sides. The temperament of the plant beastkin cultivators makes them often on the weaker side in battles, so they are often enslaved by the beastkin cultivators. Of course, this is only a relative situation. There are also extremely fierce existences among the plant beastkin cultivators who dominate the beastkin cultivators. In general, on the wild continent, the powerful beastkin cultivators have many other clans as their subordinates. The blue-robed woman's eyes flashed. Mr. should belong to the plant beastkin cultivator, right? Lu Ming interjected suddenly. Yes, my name is Lan Si, and I am the cultivator of the Bluewood clan. The Bluewood clan is the vassal clan of the Shadow Wolf clan where Jiying is from. Our clan has been enslaved by the Shadow Wolf clan for tens of thousands of years. I don't know how many clan members died tragically under the oppression of the Shadow Wolf clan, but unfortunately, the clan members are cowardly and have no strength to resist. When Lan Si talked about the Shadow Wolf clan, her clear eyes showed deep hatred. Lu Ming looked at Lan Si quietly and didn't speak. Lan Si also quickly realized that she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath and quickly returned to normal. However, in the past few thousand years, my Bluewood clan has gradually flourished and produced many talented experts. This has made the Shadow Wolf clan feel threatened. In order to maintain their rule over our clan, the Shadow Wolf clan used the excuse of participating in this trip to the ruins of the higher realm to take away our clan's sacred tool, the Bluewood seal, from the Bluewood clan. They then used the excuse of needing someone to activate the Bluewood seal to send several talented clansmen to accompany them. The Bluewood seal is extremely important to our clan. We can't ignore it, so we could only come to the ruins of the higher realm. However, in the previous conflicts, most of our clansmen were sacrificed as cannon fodder. Only I have always been careful, and the cultivation method I practice is useful to Jiying, so I survived. However, I also know that Jiying won't let me return alive. Rather than waiting for death, it is better to take the opportunity to fight. A trace of self-mockery flashed through Lan Si's eyes, and then she resolutely said. Do you really think I have the ability to help you kill Jiying? Lu Ming finally said expressionlessly. Although Lu is a human cultivator, his physical strength is abnormally strong, and his speed is almost comparable to Jiying's. As long as we can match his speed, the two of us together will have more than a 50% chance of success. Lan Si looked at Lu Ming with a hopeful expression. If you really want to fight back against Jiying, we can naturally work together. However, do you have any way to make me believe that what I said before is all true, and not a trick you used to hurt yourself? Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned over several times before he resolutely asked. As Lan Si said, Jiying seemed to be determined to get him. Even without Lan Si's appearance, he would have to face Jiying's pursuit alone. Now that he suddenly had Lan Si's help, he naturally couldn't ask for more. Moreover, the true soul fruit was something that could increase his chances of reaching core formation, so it was completely worth fighting for. Rest assured, Lu. In order to show our sincerity, you and I will set up a restriction on each other. How about it? Lan Si was overjoyed and said impatiently. That's a good idea. Then it's settled. However, I have to set up the restriction first. Lu Ming only thought for a while and replied. This is not a problem. Lanzi said without hesitation. Then I won't be polite. After Lu Ming nodded, he raised his hand and launched several black lights. After chanting for a while, the black lights changed in midair. Countless tiny black runes flew out from it and lingered around Lanzi's body. With another flash, they all went into the woman's body. After the black light flashed on the surface of Lanzi's body, she immediately returned to calmness. From the beginning to the end, the woman did not have the slightest intention of resisting and calmly accepted it. Lu Ming looked at the woman for a while. After checking that there was no problem with the restriction, he said with a smile, "Very good, it's Mr. Lan's turn." Lanzi nodded, crossed her arms in front of her, and constantly changed her hand gestures. After a while, she opened her mouth and spat out a light blue beastkin power, which turned into countless blue filaments that wrapped around Lu Ming, then flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming only felt a slight chill in his body, and countless hair-like blue lights appeared in his spiritual sea, wandering outside the spiritual power crystals in his spiritual sea, but other than that, there was no other abnormality. He and Lanzi tacitly looked at each other and smiled. The hurried restriction that the two set on each other might not be able to immediately affect the other's life, but it was more than enough to restrain the other at a critical moment. After this seemingly mutual restriction, but in fact, it was a test, the covenant between the two immediately became a lot stronger. Jing should contact me again soon. Next, let's discuss the specific strategy to deal with the joint forces. This woman had always been serious, but at this moment, she suddenly smiled, like a cold lily suddenly blooming, making Lu Ming dumbfounded. Mr. Lan should already have a well-thought-out plan, right? I just need to listen. Lu Ming said with a slight smile. Lu, you must be joking. I don't dare to say that I have a well-thought-out plan, but I have indeed prepared a few ways to deal with Jiying. Lanzi said slowly. After a short discussion, the two of them quickly split up. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a blood-colored escape light flew across the sky at an extremely hidden lake, making an ear-piercing scream. In the escape light, Jiying's face was extremely ugly. In order to get the spirit-nurturing cauldron in Lu Ming's hands and eradicate this potential threat, he had been tracking Lu Ming for 2 or 3 days with Lanzi, a subordinate of the Bluewood clan. Originally, he had never placed humans with weak bodies in his eyes, let alone a false core stage cultivator. Originally, he thought that with his speed, it would be a simple matter to capture him. However, he never expected that this human also had several secret techniques that could increase his speed. As a result, he still hadn't been able to capture him until now. This greatly infuriated Extreme Shadow, and because of the delay, it even affected the other major plan of the Shadow Wolf and Silver Tiger clans. However, the spirit-nurturing cauldron on Lu Ming was also of great use to him. Now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and chase after Lu Ming. A buzzing sound came from Jiying's body. His complexion shook, and he waved his hand to take out a cyan array disc. After the cyan light flashed, Lanzi's voice came from the array disc. Lord Jiying, I've already stalled that human for the time being. Please come to my aid as soon as possible. I can't trap that person for too long. Lanzi's voice sounded very anxious. After clearly stating the location, she quickly stopped. All right. Jiying was overjoyed. He turned his hand and put away the disc array. After chanting, he suddenly turned into a cloud of bloody light. His speed immediately increased, and he flew toward the location Lanzi said. After flying for more than 5,000 miles, an unusually tall forest suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the place that Lan Sichuan had mentioned. Humph, he actually ran here. He's really courting death. Jiying's eyes lit up, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No one knew better than him just how much power the Bluewood clan could unleash in a place like this that was covered in forests. At the same time, in a valley hundreds of feet wide in the forest, countless branches and vines rushed out of the ground and grew rapidly, forming a lush world. In the midst of a huge roar, all the trees seemed to be alive, swaying. The valley hundreds of feet wide seemed to be messy, but there was a secret hidden within it. A figure wrapped in black gas was flying through the forest. This person was Lu Ming. At this moment, purple sword lights danced around him, protecting his body. The surrounding branches were like spirit snakes drilling holes, entangling Lu Ming. These ordinary tree trunks, branches, and leaves were now as hard as steel. It seemed that even the power of the flying sword couldn't cut them off at once. Lu Ming's face looked livid. He moved, wanting to fly out of the forest. However, no matter how he moved, he was forced back by the countless intertwining branches. Jiying arrived in front of him in a few flashes, and naturally saw the scene in front of him. Wood Spirit Array. Lan Sichuan, well done. Since you've used this array, it seems that this human won't be able to escape even if I don't do anything. As Jiying spoke, a trace of imperceptible malice flashed in his eyes. The Wood Spirit Array was a famous array of the Bluewood clan. It could be used for both offense and defense, and it also had the miraculous effect of increasing the power of the tree species. It was also one of the most famous arrays in the Wasteland continent. However, only the core members of the Bluewood clan could use it. Judging from the power of the array set up by this woman, she was indeed worthy of being the leader of the genius disciples of the Bluewood clan. This made Jiying's desire to kill this woman a little stronger. Lord Jiying, in order to lure this man into the Wood Spirit Array, I have consumed a lot of magic power. I can't maintain it for long. I'm afraid that I will need you to take action to capture this human. Blue ripples spread out, and the figure of the woman in blue slowly appeared not far from Jiying. However, her face was pale, and her body was dripping with sweat. It seemed that she had overdrawn her magic power. Although she was talking to Jiying, her eyes never left Lu Ming, who was in the Wood Spirit Array. Her hands were constantly forming strange hand signs, and it was obvious that she was controlling the array with all her strength. Seeing this, the last trace of doubt in Jiying's heart also dissipated. Alright then. You continue to use the Wood Spirit Array to restrain this person's movements. I will cripple his magic power. Don't kill him first. I still have some questions to ask this person. Jiying laughed sinisterly, and with a long whistle, he bent down and rushed towards Lu Ming, leaving a series of afterimages. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to dodge and move in the Wood Spirit Array, and it seemed that he didn't notice Jiying's attack. When Jiying saw this, he sneered and jumped into the Wood Spirit Array. The surrounding vines and branches made way for him, and a bloody shadow quickly shuttled through it. The next moment, a bloody light flashed, and Jiying appeared in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. With a tap of his foot, his whole body suddenly shot backward. But at this moment, a thick vine heavily whipped his back like lightning, causing him to stagger. Although he didn't seem to be injured, his figure was slowed down. Go to hell. Jiying laughed sinisterly. A fine layer of red light appeared on his arm, and after a flash, it turned into a ferocious beast claw. 4 of his fingertips grew silver hooks like crescent moons, and he grabbed at Lu Ming's lower abdomen like lightning. Humph. The panic on Lu Ming's face suddenly faded, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Then, his figure blurred, and he retreated as if he was prepared, causing the claw to fall on empty air. A black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming appeared on a tree trunk more than 10 feet away. Rumble. The countless vines and branches that were originally aimed at Lu Ming suddenly turned around and wrapped around Jiying. Lan Si, how dare you betray me? Jiying was startled, and he instantly understood what was going on. He suddenly turned around and shouted angrily. Outside the Wood Spirit Array, Lan Si didn't care at all, and the exhaustion on his face was swept away. He just quickly made gestures with both hands. Roar. Jiying's face was livid, and his eyes were burning with anger. A powerful demonic aura suddenly burst out of his body, setting off a wave of air that shook away the twining branches. Black gas surged out of Lu Ming's body. His hands shook, and a black light spread out, quickly rolling toward Jiying. Nether prison. With the obstruction of the Wood Spirit Array, Jiying's speed couldn't be exerted at all. Coupled with the hasty change of events, he only felt his vision go black, and he fell into a pitch-black space where he couldn't see his own fingers. This technique again. Jiying was shocked at first, but he quickly calmed down. When he fought with Lu Ming before, he had already seen this so-called nether prison space. Immediately, he moved his arms, and a sky full of blood-colored claw shadows immediately appeared, cutting in all directions. Puff. Puff. The entire nether prison space surged, and the dark aura instantly became a little stronger, but it didn't shatter as expected. The entire space only took a few breaths before it returned to its calm state. How could it be? Jiying was stunned for a while. When he faced the nether prison space before, he easily tore it apart. Damn Lan Si, he actually used the wood spirit array to enhance this dark space technique. Jiying thought of something in a flash, and immediately became even more furious. Everything that happened now was completely out of the control of this Shadow Wolf clan expert. Outside the nether prison space, Lan Si clasped his hands in front of his chest, chanting a strange incantation. In the wood spirit array, countless blue light spots of various sizes immediately appeared, and with the sound of the incantation, they gathered and integrated into the black light. The nether prison space instantly inflated and doubled in size, looking more solid and stable than before, faintly exuding a kind of liquid-like dark crystal light. In the nether prison space, Jiying's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were blood red. Both of his hands had already revealed the shape of beast claws. With a slight wave of his arms, a blood mist suddenly rolled out, and the cold claw shadows filled the entire space. Buzz, the blood-colored claw shadows condensed and turned into two blood-colored giant claws that shot out. Rumble. With two loud sounds, the nether prison space shook violently, and at the same time, there was a sharp hissing sound, but it still didn't collapse. Damn it! Jiying cursed angrily, and the demonic power on his body surged. Just as he was about to continue to attack the nether prison space, a purple light flashed in the darkness, and a small purple sword emerged, faintly coiled with several purple electric snakes. It turned into a purple light and stabbed at the back of Jiying's neck. Jiying was shocked, and his body flashed with a bloody light. A layer of blood-colored hair appeared on his arms, neck, and other exposed parts. Dang! The small purple sword stabbed at the back of Jiying's neck, bursting out with a harsh sound of metal friction. The electric light exploded, but it was immediately rebounded. Nearby, Lu Ming, who was wrapped in the black light, saw the scene in front of him, and he was shocked. This blow didn't succeed, but it exposed his whereabouts. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiying suddenly turned around, and his body flashed with a bloody light. He swayed and rushed to the front of Lu Ming. His hands emitted several bloody lights, and he grabbed at Lu Ming. If it was in the outside world, even if Lu Ming could dodge Jiying's thunderous attack, he would be injured. However, in the nether prison, Jiying's five senses were greatly affected. Lu Ming's figure just flashed, and there was a rolling black fog around him, blocking in front of him. At the same time, his figure shot backward, and his whole person blended into the surrounding darkness. Cowardly human clan, if you have the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. Jiying's claw grabbed nothing, and he was furious, shouting at the surrounding darkness. Lu Ming's figure slid silently in the black gas, drifting out of the range of Jiying's divine sense. He quietly observed Jiying's every move, as if he didn't hear Jiying's roar. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, staying on Jiying for a moment, and then he activated his sword technique. The bitter will sword that was circling nearby suddenly swelled up several times. A burst of purple light flickered, and dense purple sword threads spread out. Suddenly, it transformed into a purple Qilin illusion that was over 100 feet in size, and its entire body was surrounded by lightning. This magical power of sword light transformation, Lu Ming rarely used it before. It was not that he didn't know it, but with the property of the nether sword, it was not suitable for this kind of powerful sword path magical power. However, after a few days of sacrificial refining, Lu Ming found that this unexpectedly obtained bitter will sword was very suitable to use this kind of sword light transformation. With a flash of lightning, purple clouds appeared on the 4 feet of the purple Qilin, and its huge body rose into the air. Under the cover of the surrounding black gas, it went straight in the direction of Jiying. At this moment, Jiying's 5 senses were limited by the nether prison space. When he noticed the movement, the Qilin was already less than 7 or 8 feet behind him. A burst of crackling sounds came, and a pair of front claws wrapped in purple lightning suddenly grabbed at his back. Jiying was, after all, a veteran of hundreds of battles. As soon as he sensed that something was wrong, a layer of bloody light suddenly rose from his body without even turning his head. His whole body turned into a blood-red blazing sun that emitted a dazzling bloody light. Pung! The purple Qilin claws were repelled as soon as they came into contact with the blood-red sun, unable to descend any further. A fierce look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he changed his sword art. The purple Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a blinding bolt of lightning that was as thick as a bucket. The lightning was extremely fast. With just a flash, it directly tore apart Ji Ying's protective bloodlight and landed on his back. A loud boom resounded, Extreme Shadow's blood-colored robe was burned through a big hole, and the dense blood-colored hair on his back was also charred black under this attack, emitting green smoke and spirals. Courting death. A look of shock and anger flashed across his face. Then, he let out a deep roar and turned around in a blur. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spouted a dozen or so blood-red balls of light in succession. These balls of light spun at a very fast speed and turned into a huge blood-red whirlpool. A shocking scene appeared, the lightning sword chi around the purple Qilin suddenly turned into strands of purple crystal silk. Under the pull of a huge force, they disappeared into the blood-red whirlpool in a flash. In just a few seconds, the purple Qilin wailed, and its figure was shattered by the impact. The purple flying sword revealed its true form. Under the crazy urging of Lu Ming, it tumbled out of the whirlpool. At this moment, a black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared beside Ji Ying. He waved his arms in the air, and countless black fist shadows were launched. At such a close distance, it was too late for Ji Ying to dodge even if he wanted to. There was a burst of sound like rain falling on banana leaves. He didn't know how many punches he had suffered, and his body staggered a few steps forward. However, he didn't seem to be injured. With a flash of anger on his face, he waved his arm without thinking. Several blood-red crystal silk burst out from his heart and turned into a big net to cover Lu Ming. Pung! The black gas on Lu Ming's body surged and condensed into a black mist dragon. It instantly held up the blood-red net, and his whole body shot out like a ghost, once again hiding in the darkness. In the following time, the two fell into a strange stalemate. Although Lu Ming couldn't really hurt Ji Ying, he relied on Nether Prison's geographical advantage and adopted the strategy of running away if he couldn't win, so he was temporarily in a stalemate. After a while, when Ji Ying once again forced back Lu Ming's attack, a burst of red light appeared in his eyes. He suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. The blood essence suddenly burned in the wind and turned into a layer of blood flame that wrapped his whole body. Then, his hands quickly made a gesture, and he was about to cast some powerful secret technique. In the darkness, Lu Ming saw this scene, and his heart shuddered. Although he still didn't know what secret technique Ji Ying was casting, he naturally couldn't let him do as he wished. Without thinking, he made a sword gesture, and the bitter will sword in front of him shot out like lightning. It turned into a purple sword light that was more than 10 feet long, slashing toward the blood flame that Ji Ying had turned into. A thunderclap, the purple sword light slashed on it as if it had hit an invisible wall, and it was easily bounced off. It didn't hurt Ji Ying in the blood flame at all. And with such a delay, Ji Ying in the blood flame stopped making gestures. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the blood flame that wrapped his whole body suddenly rolled into his mouth. In the next moment, a shrill howl came from his mouth, and his body suddenly expanded to 20 feet in the blink of an eye. His head had completely transformed into a wolf's head with a green face and sharp fangs. Although his body still retained the shape of a human, it was twice as thick as before. Berserk transformation technique. Feeling the unusually strong demonic power exuding from Ji Ying, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In the southern wasteland, he had a lot of dealings with demonic cultivators, and he knew a lot about some secret techniques of the demon clan. The spell that Ji Ying was casting at the moment should be the most common kind of berserk transformation technique of the demon clan. Casting this kind of secret technique could greatly improve one's combat power in a short period of time. However, once the time limit was over, the caster's demonic power would rapidly decline, and it would cause a lot of sequelae to the body afterwards. Lu Ming's guess was not far from the truth. Ji Ying was casting the blood-burning secret technique of the Shadow Wolf clan at the moment. It was a powerful secret technique that burned the blood essence in the face of a strong enemy, and it was far from the ordinary berserk transformation technique. Of course, the sequelae of casting this technique were naturally far more than the ordinary berserk transformation technique. Lu Ming immediately urged the purple sword light without saying a word. Immediately, a dense sword light emerged, surrounding Ji Ying and madly stabbing him. But this Shadow Wolf Clan powerhouse was surrounded by a bloody light, and all the sword lights were blocked a few feet away. They couldn't get close at all. Lu Ming's face darkened. If it weren't for the fact that he had only refined this bitter will sword for a short time, and couldn't display the real sword-controlling technique, how could he still be unable to deal with the opponent? At this moment, the last wisp of bloody flame also merged into Ji Ying's body. Two bloody lights suddenly shot out from the wolf's eyes, and the two beast claws grabbed the void, bursting out two bloody giant claws of several feet in size. Chi-la, the bloody giant claws shook, and the infernal prison space was suddenly pulled out two long intersecting cracks. But the next moment, the cracks slowly healed. Extreme Shadow let out a low roar. His claws suddenly blurred, and a dense blood-colored claw shadow whirled out. For a time, the infernal prison space was filled with bloody claw shadows. In the blink of an eye, it became riddled with holes. Finally, with a bang, it shattered and turned into black gas all over the sky. Just at the moment when the infernal prison space was torn, a black gas wrapped around Lu Ming and shot backward. At this moment, his face was a little pale. The infernal prison space was torn, and there was some backlash of spiritual power, causing his spiritual sea to also churn. Ji Ying's huge figure also appeared in the wood spirit great array in the midst of the black gas. Seeing this, Lanci quickly chanted an incantation and made several magic arts. Chi-chi sounds rang out, the nearby vines and branches suddenly shot towards Ji Ying like spiritual snakes. Ji Ying laughed wildly. A gust of demonic wind suddenly rose from his body. He waved his two beast claws and a dazzling blood-red light appeared in his palms. Then, it turned into countless blood-red lights that shot in all directions. The vines and trunks that rushed over were suddenly penetrated, turning into countless debris that fluttered in the sky. However, the wood spirit great array bought a moment of time, and also let Lu Ming breathe a sigh of relief. The bitter will sword carried a purple light, and went straight to Ji Ying. Ji Ying reacted immediately, and his figure suddenly blurred, turning into 5 or 6 phantoms. Lu Ming waved his hand and made a sword art. The bitter will sword trembled halfway, and countless purple sword shadows burst out, enveloping all the phantoms. Puff puff. Most of the phantoms were destroyed by the purple sword shadows. Only one of the fastest phantoms escaped dozens of feet away. Then, with a flash of bloody light, Ji Ying with a wolf head appeared. He suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Ming, and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. A dark red battle armor suddenly appeared on his body. He bent his legs, and his body turned into a series of phantoms, directly pouncing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his wrist unhurriedly, and the purple sword light rolled back. After it circled above his head, a dense sword shadow burst out from it. The next moment, there was a loud crackling sound. The sword shadow stabbed the battle armor worn by Ji Ying, but it burst into bursts of sparks. Not even a scratch was left on the red battle armor. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming was finally really shocked. His figure shook without hesitation, and he retreated again. Want to leave now? Don't you think it's too late? Ji Ying sneered, and a red shadow flashed. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lu Ming, raised one hand, and stabbed down fiercely. This series of movements was as fast as lightning. Although Lu Ming was already on guard, he couldn't keep up with the opponent's movements at all. He could only try his best to move his body to the side. Blood suddenly appeared, and Lu Ming's figure flew out. The clothes on his shoulder were torn, and a few deep scratches appeared. Blood gushed out like a flower, but he didn't care about the wound. The black gas on his body rolled, and it turned into 4 black phantoms that scattered in all directions. Playing this kind of trick with my Shadow Wolf clan, you really overestimate yourself. Ji Ying's figure shook, and he once again turned into 5 or 6 bloody afterimages, chasing Lu Ming's phantoms one by one. The 2 phantoms of blood and black were intertwined, almost in the blink of an eye. 3 black phantoms were directly torn apart. Bang, a muffled sound, there was another deep wound on Lu Ming's chest, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Oh no! Outside the array, Lanci saw everything in front of her, and a strange expression flashed in her eyes. She muttered a few incantations, and her body became blurred. With a circle of blue ripples, she flashed into the wood spirit array, and her body was integrated into the array. Lu Ming was in midair. Before he could stabilize his body, a bloody light flashed in front of him. Ji Ying's figure suddenly appeared, and 5 claw-like red lights whistled out. At this moment, countless branches and vines rushed in from all directions, instantly condensing into a vine wall, blocking between Ji Ying and Lu Ming. A burst of bloody finger light flashed, and the vine wall that was as hard as steel was torn into pieces like tofu. The sky was filled with sawdust. But in this moment of delay, Lu Ming's figure flashed a few times, and he once again hid in the wood spirit array. Lan Si, this seat will surely dismember your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Ji Ying roared in anger. His 2 arms moved slightly, and a large bloody claw shadow made a whistling sound, shrouding the place where Lu Ming hid in front of him. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Several thick trees only lasted for a breath's time under the claw shadows before collapsing. For a moment, amidst the interweaving of angry roars and the sound of trees shattering, blood-colored claw shadows landed solidly on the surrounding trees. Even though these trees were as tough as steel under the blessing of Lan Si's secret art, under the wanton destruction of Berserk Extreme Shadow, most of them could only withstand 2 or 3 hits before collapsing in the boundless claw shadows. At the same time, Lu Ming leaned against a big tree 100 meters away. His eyes were slightly closed, and his ears and nose were bleeding. His chest and shoulder were scratched by Ji Ying, especially his chest. If he didn't use beast armor tactics to block it, it would almost be directly hollowed out. But his face was expressionless, as if the injury on his body did not exist at all. Lu, are you okay? A thick branch in front of Lu Ming flashed in blue light, and Lan Si's figure emerged. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of Lu Ming's chest, she would have regarded him as a dead man. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, took out a pale green talisman, and stuck it on his wound. He then took out a jade bottle, poured out an elixir, and swallowed it. The wounds on his shoulder and chest gradually stopped bleeding. It's okay. Lu Ming said lightly. That's good. I didn't expect Brother Lu's physical strength to be more powerful than I originally expected. In this case, we have a greater chance of winning this battle. Ji Ying used the clan's blood mystic arts. Although his strength has greatly increased, it won't last long. I will try my best to delay his actions and buy time for Mr. Lu to recover. As long as he can hold on for a period of time, Ji Ying will definitely die. Lan Si's face was slightly relaxed when she saw this. Lu Ming nodded and didn't speak. He silently channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison to refine the elixir. Seeing this, Lan Si made a gesture with one hand and uttered a sweet incantation sound. A circle of blue wood grain appeared on her exposed hands and feet, and a pale purple light appeared in her eyes. At the same time, the beastkin aura on her body also suddenly increased. The surrounding trees seemed to be affected. The branches and leaves all turned pale blue. Her body flickered, and she once again merged into the surrounding trees, disappearing without a trace. In the wood spirit array, Ji Ying saw that the surrounding trees suddenly turned pale blue. He was slightly startled at first, but then he sneered. With a casual shake of his claws, a dense claw light swept out, and the surrounding trees immediately fell. But then, blue vines emerged from all the nearby trees. At first, they were only as thick as a wrist, but in the blink of an eye, they grew to the thickness of a bucket. The vines quickly twisted, bloomed, and bore fruit. A blue gourd was condensed around Ji Ying. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Ji Ying's eyes narrowed, but he shouted fiercely. He stretched out his arms and waved his sharp claws on both sides. 10 half-moon-shaped bloody lights appeared out of thin air and whizzed to both sides, slashing at the light blue gourds all over the sky. Poof poof sounded one after another. These light blue gourds were so fragile that they could not even withstand a single blow. The light blue gas all over the sky gushed out of those broken gourds in an instant. The cold air was so strong that Ji Ying was covered in it. Layers of hard ice spread from Ji Ying's body. As he inhaled and exhaled, he turned into a sparkling ice sculpture. Circles of blue gas continued to linger around, making the ice sculpture continue to strengthen and thicken. Swoosh swoosh, more than a dozen vines whipped at the ice sculpture, trying to smash it. Then, at this time, the ice sculpture exploded with a bang. Ice fragments filled the sky, and a thick bloody light soared into the sky. Amidst the bloody light, a giant blood-red wolf suddenly appeared. It was wearing a dark red wolf-shaped armor, and its whole body burst out with a dazzling red light. All the vines and leaves that came into contact with it were shaken into powder. Jiying actually showed his beastkin form at this critical moment. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The giant wolf waved its front paw, and 5 bloody claw lights rolled over, cutting down 8 big trees. Humph! Do you think that you'll be safe and sound by hiding in the wood spirit formation? Then watch me destroy this wood forest. The giant crimson wolf roared. The next moment, with a loud wolf howl, the giant wolf extended its blade-like sharp fangs. Its figure flickered, and it blasted out in a bloody rainbow. Chi-chi, wherever the crimson light passed, the vines and tree trunks that seemed to be extremely hard and thick instantly became extremely fragile. They all exploded into pieces. After a few spirals in the air, the wood spirit array that originally covered the sky suddenly revealed a lot of gaps. Outside the array, Lan Si saw the amazing destructive power of the bloody giant wolf transformed by Jiying, and his face changed suddenly. He looked back at Lu Ming, but he saw that Lu Ming was still recovering with his eyes closed. He immediately gritted his teeth, and with a flash of blue light on his body, he disappeared again. Sheila, the giant blood-red wolf, continued to rampage through the wood spirit array. Thick tree trunks were like the arms of a living creature, rushing towards the giant wolf. A blue light flashed deep in the tree trunks, and these trees were quickly dyed with a layer of blue. Ka, a claw shadow flashed, and 3 tree trunks as thick as a water tank were cut in succession. The light was obviously dimmed, and it only cut a foot deep on the 4th tree trunk before dissipating. Lan Si, you actually used the origin chi to consolidate this array. I want to see how much origin chi you can consume. The bloody giant wolf saw this scene. It was slightly startled, and then its eyes looked in a certain direction of the wood spirit array, and said with a sneer. As soon as its voice fell, its figure blurred and flew out again. A more dense claw light than before swept out in all directions. Rumble, in the wood spirit array, dozens of trees suddenly broke, and they were cut in half by the bloody claw light. Lan Si was anxious when she saw this, and her face was as pale as paper. One had to know that this wood spirit array was formed from the spiritual energy of the trees within 100 miles. If too many of the trees within the array were destroyed, the array would collapse on its own. Casting the wood spirit array had already consumed a lot of her beastkin power. Now, in order to delay time, she forcibly used the origin chi, which almost exhausted her spiritual power. It seemed that she still overestimated the restraining effect of the wood spirit array on Jiying. However, just as the woman's heart sank, a black shadow blasted out from the forest on the other side of the array, and it punched out mercilessly in the air. A large black gas rolled out along the fist, and it instantly transformed into a black mist tiger of several 10 meters in size. It roared and pounced on the giant bloody wolf. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. During the time that Lan Si fought for, he finally looked much better, and he recovered some of his vitality. The giant bloody wolf shouted angrily, and it suddenly stood up. Its 2 front claws were blurred, and a large claw light tore the mist tiger into pieces. Chi-chi, the bloody claw light was not stopped, and it continued to cover Lu Ming without slowing down. Lu Ming's figure shook calmly, and he once again turned into 4 phantasms and dispersed. But the next moment, after 3 pu, 3 phantasms were directly torn by the bloody claw net, and the remaining phantasm took the opportunity to rush out. After it condensed 100 meters away, it reappeared as Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand, and a pair of silver wings appeared on his back. After a fierce flap, he turned into a silver phantasm and blasted out. The giant bloody wolf also flew over with a low roar, turning into a bloody rainbow and chasing closely. This moment of entanglement allowed Lan Si to have a breath. After the woman quickly took a few elixirs and recovered some spiritual power, she activated the array again. In the array, with the sound of chanting, giant trees were uprooted from the ground. The sea of trees that had been destroyed by Jiying recovered quite a bit in the span of a few breaths. Thick branches and vines once again covered the sky. Facing the crazy attack of the giant bloody wolf, Lu Ming tried to delay the time and used the array several times to temporarily avoid the pursuit. Lan Si cooperated with him to activate the power of the array to delay Jiying. Even though the giant bloody wolf was furious, it couldn't do anything to the two for a while. After a while, the giant wolf transformed by Ji Ying finally flashed a hint of panic in his eyes. After another moment, the giant wolf that was originally rushing to Lu Ming turned into a human form with a flash of bloody light. He immediately stopped in place in shock. He flipped his hands again, and 4 gray beads appeared, and he threw them out. Pung pung, a few muffled sounds, the 4 beads hovered around him and emitted a large amount of gray light, condensing into a gray enchantment of several 10 meters in size. The mist was steaming, and it was square in shape. It looked extremely sturdy. Ji Ying in the enchantment quickly took out a lot of elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. At this time, countless vines wrapped around the barrier, but no matter how hard they pushed and whipped, the gray barrier remained as stable as before, without the slightest fluctuation. After Ji Ying quickly swallowed the medicinal pill in his mouth, a blue light flashed in his hand, and an ancient blue seal appeared. The seal was about the size of a head and was squarish in shape. There were strange runes carved on it, which looked like ancient characters. Waves of blue light spread out from the seal. As soon as the vines wrapped around the barrier came into contact with the blue light emitted by the seal, they quickly withered and melted. Bluewood seal. With a flash of blue light, Lan Si's figure appeared not far away. He stared at the seal in Ji Ying's hand, his eyes revealing a trace of anger. Ji Ying sneered a few times inside the barrier, but a trace of reluctance also emerged in his heart. The Bluewood seal was one of the roots of the Bluewood clan. Once it was activated, it could break the wood spirit array in the blink of an eye. However, this treasure had a time limit. Once used, it could not be used a second time in a short period of time. The Shadow Wolf clan came to the ruins of the Upper Realm for another major purpose, and the Bluewood seal was a key treasure to achieve this goal. However, Ji Ying naturally could not care so much in order to save his life at this moment. The Bluewood seal was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing all the magic power in his body. As a Jing Dan realm cultivator, Ji Ying's magic power was profound, but after days of chasing, fighting, and using the berserk transformation technique not long ago, he felt a little overwhelmed at this moment. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, the strange runes on the seal lit up one by one. A buzzing sound was heard, and the Bluewood seal floated up from his hand. Then, it emitted an even more intense blue halo. Under the illumination of the blue light, the gray barrier quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, with a cautious sound, it shattered and turned into 4 dull gray beads that fell to the ground. As soon as the trees outside came into contact with the blue light, they quickly softened and melted, turning into a thick green mist that overwhelmingly surged towards Ji Ying. Ji Ying raised the seal in his hand high and muttered something. The surrounding mist was suddenly swallowed by the seal like a whale sucking in water. In just 7 or 8 breaths of time, the originally lush and green wood spirit array completely collapsed. In the air a few dozen meters away, 2 figures appeared. They were Lu Ming and Lan Si. Haha, without the wood spirit array, what can you 2 juniors do? Ji Ying slowly flew forward as he laughed heartily. To his surprise, Lu Ming and Lan Si didn't have the slightest panic from the formation being broken. Instead, they looked at him with a seemingly calm gaze. Ji Ying's laughter stopped abruptly, and his heart thumped. A bad premonition surged in his heart, but he wasn't an ordinary person. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes, and he intended to kill one of them first. The next moment, Ji Ying was about to rush to the 2, but as soon as he moved, several vital parts of his body suddenly hurt, and he lost consciousness. The beast kin chi and strength in his body disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Ji Ying was about to rush to the 2, but as soon as he moved, several vital parts of his body suddenly hurt, and he lost consciousness. The beast kin chi and strength in his body disappeared without a trace. His eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He used the last bit of strength to barely turn his head, and finally saw what happened to his body with the corner of his eyes. The Bluewood seal that he was originally holding in his hand suddenly shot out several extremely thin transparent crystal threads. They silently penetrated the dark red armor on his body and deeply pierced into his tough body that was comparable to a spirit artifact. At this moment, the Bluewood seal was flickering like a beating heart. After a few tremors, the transparent crystal silk ejected from it absorbed all the beast kin chi in Ji Ying's body, then it began to absorb his chi, blood, and soul, making bursts of happy hissing sounds. After Jiying yelled, his 20 to 30 feet tall body quickly shriveled, and in a moment, he turned into a dried corpse. Jiying, a famous Jindan stage beast king cultivator in the Wild Continent, unexpectedly fell in the nameless valley of the ruins of the Upper Realm. After a few cautious sounds, the spirit chi in the dark red armor on the dried corpse was also absorbed by the transparent crystal silk. After a few breaths, it turned into a dull iron armor and fell into pieces. Having drunk its fill, the blue wood seal struggled free from the mummy's hand. It floated in the air by itself and continued to emit rings of blue light. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and did not show too much surprise. Before the battle, Lan Si had already told him the secret of the Bluewood seal. The reason why the seal was a sacred tool of the Bluewood clan was because there was an extremely terrifying artifact spirit sealed within it. In order to awaken it, one needed to lay down a wood spirit formation and have a Bluewood clan member break the seal and offer a sacrifice filled with the essence of flesh and blood. The sacrifice had to be a Jindan stage beastkin cultivator, so the price was quite high. Once the artifact spirit was completely awakened, the Bluewood seal's power would naturally increase greatly, and it would gain many more profound divine abilities. However, it was very difficult to truly control, so the Bluewood clan was usually unwilling to awaken it. As a result, after a long time, most of the Bluewood clan, apart from the clan leader and a few others, didn't know the true secrets of the Bluewood seal. When they activated the sacred tool, they only used a few auxiliary or simple enhancement functions. The Shadow Wolf clan naturally didn't know the true secrets of the Bluewood seal. They only saw its extraordinary enhancement effects and its importance to the Bluewood clan, so they forcefully seized it. Lan Si's status in the Bluewood clan was not small. It was only by chance that she learned the true secrets of the Bluewood seal and learned the method to awaken the artifact spirit. Only then did she join forces with Lu Ming to come up with this plan. Generally speaking, the woman first laid down the wood spirit formation in advance and used Lu Ming himself as bait. With the help of the wood spirit formation, she suppressed Ji Ying's abilities and forced him to use the Bluewood seal. Lan Si then used a secret technique to secretly communicate with the artifact spirit, borrowing the power of the artifact spirit and the Bluewood seal to successfully ambush Ji Ying. At this moment, seeing that her greatest enemy had been eliminated, the woman was ecstatic, but when she looked at the Bluewood seal that was still floating in the air, her expression became serious. At this moment, after the big seal absorbed all of Ji Ying's blood essence and monster chi, the transparent crystal threads on its surface were still swaying and curling in all directions, looking as if they were not satisfied. A blurry face vaguely appeared on the surface of the blue seal at this moment. Its eyes looked at the two of them blankly, and a wave of ferocious aura gradually spread out. Fellow Lan. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he reminded her. Fellow Lan, don't worry, I know what to do. Lan Si replied without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate body flickered, and after a few flashes, she appeared in front of the big seal. At this moment, the woman in blue's expression was extremely serious. She raised her hands horizontally across her chest, and with a flash of blue light, a somewhat strange withered branch appeared out of thin air. She quickly chanted a series of obscure incantations. With the sound of the incantation, the withered branch in her hand suddenly emitted a layer of blue light. With a turn, it wrapped the Bluewood seal and herself in the middle. Immersed in this blue light, the transparent crystal threads flying on the surface of the big blue seal suddenly quieted down. Seeing this situation, Lan Si breathed a sigh of relief. She opened her mouth slightly and spat out unknown blue runes. Under a flash, they all fell on the big seal. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the glowing talisman characters on the Bluewood seal slowly dimmed, and the countless transparent strands of hair also retracted. The face that had appeared no longer had a fierce aura, and it disappeared in a flash. When the last ray of light dissipated from the Bluewood seal, the seal fell to the ground and returned to its original appearance. Lan Si's face was relaxed. A layer of sweat had already oozed out of her forehead, but she immediately took the Bluewood seal into her hand. After carefully looking at it for a long time, she showed a trace of excitement. Lu Ming glanced at Lan Si, then he flashed to the side of Ji Ying's dry corpse. He took off a black bracelet from his wrist and played with it in his hand. Seeing this, Lanci held the thing in her hand and thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming, this time, thanks to Lu, I was able to smoothly kill Jiying and take back my clan's sacred weapon. Fellow Lan is too polite. This time our cooperation is mutually beneficial. Moreover, there is a true soul fruit as a reward. How can I not do my best? Lu Ming chuckled. When he said the 3 words true soul fruit, he intentionally or unintentionally emphasized his tone. At this moment, Jiying has been killed. This is a true soul fruit. Please keep it, Lu. Lanci smiled slightly and raised one arm. A blue light flashed in her palm, and a square jade box appeared. The material of the jade box looked quite strange. It was neither gold nor wood. It didn't look like some kind of jade either. A faint layer of blue light was attached to the surface of the box. Algae jade. When Lu Ming saw the jade box, he said. Lu also recognizes this material. Yes, this box is indeed made of algae jade. The full name of algae jade is Spirit Light Algae Jade. It is a special jade produced in my wild continent. It can ensure that the soul power of the true soul fruit will not leak. Lanci said with a little surprise. When Lu Ming heard this, he took the jade box and opened it. There was an egg-sized pale blue fruit in the jade box. It was oval in shape. The blue spirit patterns on the surface of the fruit were faintly discernible. It exuded an amazing aura. Yes, this is the true soul fruit. It has fully matured and the medicinal power has not dissipated. Lu Ming showed a dignified expression. After carefully examining it for a while, he nodded with satisfaction. As long as Lu is satisfied. Lanci fixed the hair on her temples and chuckled. Lu Ming closed the jade box, and with a wave of his hand, he put it into the Sumuru ring. Immediately, the 2 of them performed their respective techniques to remove the restriction in each other's body. At this point, the 2 of them had all reached their agreement. The next moment, the 2 of them looked at the things in each other's hands. In Lu Ming's hand was the storage bracelet that he had just taken from Jiying. In Lanci's hand was the blue wood seal. Jiying has been killed now. You and I should also divide the things left behind. Lu Ming tossed the storage bracelet in his hand and said lightly. There's no need to split it. I'm already satisfied to be able to take back my clan's saint artifact. As for the other things, fellow Daoist can leave them behind. Lan Xiyan smiled sweetly, and with a flip of her hand, she put the blue wood seal away. Then I won't be polite. Lu Ming smiled and put the storage bracelet into his sleeve. Obviously, both sides were very satisfied with this cooperation. The matter here is over, you and I will separate here. Lanci bowed slightly to Lu Ming and said. Mr. Lan, please go ahead. This trip to the Upper Realm ruins is still long. You and I may have a chance to continue to cooperate. Lu Ming also bowed back and said meaningfully. Of course. Lanci smiled softly. When she was about to leave, she hesitated and said, by the way, there is one thing. After thinking about it, I decided to tell Lu. Jiying and the Silver Tiger clan attacked you and the Nature Work sect on a whim. They were originally going to an important ruin. I heard that there may be elixirs and many other treasures there. As far as I know, not only the Beast King clan, but some powerhouses of the human clan are also rushing there. If Lu is interested, you might as well go and have a look. This is the location of the ruin. As Lanci said, she took out a crystal-clear jade slips and threw it to Lu Ming. Elixir of life. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly when he heard the words. He reached out and caught the jade slips. In the Middle Sky continent, any elixir that could extend life was in the category of heaven-defying elixir. Almost no one would sell it. Even for a large chamber of commerce like the Thousand Association Merchant Alliance, the elixir of life extension could only appear in the auction that was held once in 1,000 years. No matter what realm the cultivator was in, if he could live longer, he would have more hope of advancement. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many powerful cultivators had suddenly gained enlightenment the moment before their lifespans were exhausted, but they didn't have the time to go into seclusion. Often at this time, if they could live for another 10 or 20 years, it was very likely that they would advance and their lifespans would increase greatly. It seems that Lu is interested. However, the place where such a great treasure appears should also have its own dangers. fellow Taoist, please take care. Lanzi faintly smiled. Immediately after, his figure flashed, turning into a ray of blue light that pierced through the air and flew away. Lu Ming looked in the direction where Lan Ziyuan had gone, and a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then his gaze fell on Ji Ying's shriveled corpse. With a flick of his finger, a fireball fell on Ji Ying's corpse and burned it to ashes. Lu Ming moved and chose a direction to fly. After all, a great battle had just taken place here. Who knew if he would attract the attention of others? However, just as he took a step forward, he suddenly thought of something. His figure flashed and he flew to the location of the wood spirit array. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, and then with a wave of his hand, 4 gray beads flew out of the soil on the ground. They were the things Ji Ying used to set up the gray barrier. The barrier that Ji Ying had set up before was extremely strong. Even the wood spirit array couldn't do anything to it. At this moment, the spiritual energy emitted by the 4 gray beads was a little weak, but with a little sacrifice and nourishment, it should be able to be restored. Lu Ming held these beads in his hand and carefully looked at them for a moment. He found that these beads were somewhat like spiritual weapons, and also some like formation flags and formation plates. However, this was not the time to study them carefully. After putting away the 4 beads, his figure soared into the sky, turning into a black light that pierced through the air. After flying for a few thousand kilometers, he finally stopped before a seemingly desolate mountain peak. He casually cut open a simple and crude cave and flew in, intending to take a good rest and inspect the spoils of war this time. At the same time, in a desert tens of thousands of miles away from where Lu Ming was, sand dunes of different sizes were scattered around. The smaller sand dunes were the size of a house, while the bigger ones were the size of a mountain. Moreover, they would change their position and size as the wind blew past them from time to time. In the sky above the desert, a streak of white starlight flew over from afar and stopped above a sand dune. After the specks of starlight dissipated, a human figure was revealed. It was Kim Tin-Ti in a golden robe. At this moment, he was hanging in the air with his hands behind his back. His loose robe was rustling in the wind, and he looked back expressionlessly. He saw a flash of spiritual light in the distant sky, then a silver rainbow of several tens of meters suddenly appeared in the air and blasted toward him. The silver rainbow was extremely fast. With a sharp sound of tearing the void, it flew to 1,000 meters away from Xianxia in a moment. With a flash of light, a 20 meters tall brawny man with a tiger head appeared. He was the Silver Tiger clan powerhouse, Hu Zong, who appeared with Ji Ying before. "You have been following me for 2 days. Now that there is no one around, can you tell me the real reason?" Kim Tin-Ti stared at this person and said lightly. "You are also a smart person, why do you ask when you already know the answer? I don't believe that you haven't noticed anything by now based on the connection between the star power." Hu Zong said with a sinister smile. "You really are a branch of the ancient Heavenly Tiger clan. Now it seems that you are determined to refine me and achieve the universal Dharma idol in the secret realm ruins. But are you really so confident that you can make me stay?" Kim Tin-Ti's expression didn't change at all, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "Haha, if I miss you, where can I find someone who has cultivated the power of the stars to such a level? As for the matter of you being executed, you don't have to worry about it. You can go in peace," Hu Zong said with a wild laugh. Speaking of which, he had the bloodline of the ancient Heavenly Tiger, which was based on devouring the power of the stars. There were very few people who cultivated the power of the stars in the wild continent. This caused him to be stuck at the late Jindan stage for over 100 years, unable to advance. Now that he discovered that Kim Tin-Ti had such pure power of the stars, he naturally wouldn't let go of it. He would rather put aside the original plan of the Silver Tiger clan and Shadow Wolf clan and kill Kim Tin-Ti first so that he could refine the power of the stars in his flesh for his own use. Compared to becoming a celestial phenomenon, the original plan to extend his lifespan became secondary. As soon as he spoke, Hu Zhang's eyes flashed fiercely. He took out a silver wheel-like treasure and threw it above his head. At the same time, there was a burst of incantation coming from his mouth. After the wheel spun in the air, 100 meters huge one-horned silver tiger phantasm suddenly rose from it. After it let out a long roar, it turned into a silver glow that rushed down and flashed into Hu Zhang's head. The celestial phenomenon treasure wheel of the mystic and lightning realm. Kim Tin-Ti originally raised his arms, and his hands were already flashing with white starlight. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but stop his movements. He was shocked for the first time. At this time, Hu Zong showed a trace of pain on his face. After he raised his head and roared, the silver-white stripes on his body flashed wildly. Then, silver spirit patterns began to appear on his face, and there was a crackling sound coming from his body. His aura suddenly increased. In a blink of an eye, it increased more than twice, and it was still rising. After 7 or 8 seconds, Hu Zong turned into a giant man with a height of 80 meters. His body size was more than twice as big as when he was in the Yellow Forest. At the same time, the aura that he exuded was more than 8 times more tyrannical than Kim Tin-Ti. Boom. Hee, although with the power of the celestial phenomenon treasure wheel, I can only borrow a trace of the power of the ancestor in my clan, but to kill a mere human like you, Jin Dan, is simply using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Hu Zong laughed wildly. A silver light rolled behind him, and the huge one-horned silver tiger phantasm appeared again. It opened its mouth and spouted a cluster of silver lightning. The silver lightning turned into silver flames and surged toward Kim Tin-Ti. Wherever it passed, heat waves rolled in the air, and its aura was extremely shocking. At this time, Kim Tin-Ti's expression changed several times. Then, he sighed and closed his eyes. His arms seemed to move in front of him in a seemingly random manner, and specks of starlight appeared. A strange scene appeared. When the lightning fire landed 10 meters in front of his body, it was suddenly pulled by an invisible force. It deviated to the side and flashed past. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came one after another. The silver lightning fire landed on the large and small sand dunes on both sides behind him. For a moment, the sand flew everywhere, and everything became hazy. Seeing this, Hu Zong was furious. The one-horned silver tiger phantasm behind him let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, it turned into a silver light and pounced forward. Wherever the silver light passed, the air was distorted. At this moment, Kim Tin-Ti suddenly opened his eyes, and his arms stopped. A silver light array suddenly appeared in front of him, and it started to spin. At the same time, there was a thunderclap in the sky above, and it suddenly became dark. Specks of crystal light appeared, and they fell down like a tide into the light array below. Only then did Jin Tian let out a loud shout and formed a seal with both hands. 5 colored spirit patterns that looked like chains suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, and with a flash, they all shattered. A spiritual pressure that was a bit stronger than Hu Zhang's immediately soared into the sky from his body. At the same time, countless golden runes appeared on the surface of his body, and it shot out thousands of dazzling golden lights in all directions. The silver light transformed by the one-horned silver tiger phantasm was only 100 meters away from him. After being shown by the golden light, it burst with a whine. The silver wheel that was originally spinning above Hu Zhang's head also cracked into 2 pieces with a kacha sound, and they bounced to both sides. Hu Zong spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his face suddenly turned pale. No, this is not pure star power, the silver tiger race being let loose a roar of horror, and he abruptly shot back in retreat. At the same time, several treasures of different styles flew out of his sleeve, all of which transformed into layers of light of different colors that concealed his body within. However, the golden light that burst out from Kim Tin-Ti was far faster than ordinary people could imagine. With just a roll, it covered Hu Zong and the protective light rays, and it continued to roll in all directions. No, in the golden light, a shrill scream came, and then it stopped abruptly. For a time, the entire desert with Kim Tin-Ti as the center was covered in a golden color. After just a breath, the golden color quickly shrank like a receding tide, and it finally disappeared in a flash. Kim Tin-Ti's figure appeared in the air again. At this moment, with him as the center, all the sand dunes within a radius of 10,000 meters disappeared without a trace. What replaced them was a huge circular basin. The surface of this basin was scorched black, but it was very clean and smooth. Ahem, I have only entered the ruins for such a short time, and I actually encountered such a troublesome guy again. In this way, it seems that the mark on my body won't last long. After Kim Tin-Ti looked around, he coughed a few times and murmured with a bitter smile on his face. Soon after, in a small hidden cave, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a flat boulder. He was playing with 4 gray beads in his hand with a contemplative look on his face. The 4 beads looked the same, and their surfaces were inscribed with circles of strange runes that looked like spirit tattoos. After a long while, he injected his spiritual power into one of the beads. The runes on the surface of the bead flashed, emitting a faint gray light, and floated up from his palm. Then, he injected his spiritual power into the other 3 beads, and the 4 beads suddenly floated up at the same time. Apart from that, there was nothing special about them, and they did not form a square boundary like when Jing summoned them. Lu Ming pondered for a while, stretched out a finger, and pointed at these beads slightly, constantly changing the positions of the 4 beads. However, no matter how he arranged these beads, there was still no abnormality. It seems that some special method is needed to build a boundary. Lu Ming smacked his lips with some pity and murmured. Since he could not comprehend it for a while, he did not continue to waste time on it. After putting away the 4 beads, he turned his hand and took out the storage bracelet he obtained from Jiying, and immersed his divine sense in it. Thinking so, he immersed his divine sense into the storage bracelet. After a while, with a wave of his hand, a pile of things appeared on the ground of the cave. For a time, the entire cave was filled with the aura of treasures. As a high-rank beastkin of the wild continent, Jiying's net worth was not low. Just the spirit stones alone were no less than 40 to 50 million. The other good things made Lu Ming a little dazzled. Among these things, most of them were various kinds of spirit herbs and spiritual materials, including the new things that Jiying had obtained in the ruins of the upper realm. Rainbow coral. Lu Ming's eyes turned and stopped on a colorful coral branch, and his face was overjoyed. Not long ago, he obtained a 1,000-year-old soul-chasing grass in the ruins. Together with the rainbow coral in his hand and several other auxiliary spiritual materials, he could refine a kind of medicinal pill called heart torment pill. Once mastered, it would definitely be beneficial to condensing the Jin Dan. Speaking of which, the recipe of this paralysis heart pill was widely circulated in Taiching Gate, but it was not valued by people. The reason was that the 1,000-year soul-chasing grass and colorful coral were both extinct spiritual materials in the Middle Sky continent. As for the other supplementary spirit materials needed to refine this pill, they were all common items and were not difficult to obtain. After Lu Ming carefully kept the 7-colored coral, he planned to leave the ruins of the upper realm and immediately look for an opportunity to refine this pill. The next few spirit herbs and ores were also some rare items. There were even some that Lu Ming couldn't identify, but they were probably items from the wild continent. After he sorted the spirit stones and spiritual materials into his summer ring, more than half of the things on the ground were gone. The remaining things were a dozen spiritual weapons, a few jade bottles, a gray animal skin book, and a black box. He didn't know what was inside. As a beastkin cultivator of the Jin Dan later stage, Jiying's spiritual weapon was at least a superb spiritual weapon. He even had 4 to 5 magic weapon prototypes. Unfortunately, these spiritual weapons all exuded waves of beastkin chi. Obviously, they were sacrificially refined with the beastkin clan's forging method. It was impossible for a human to control them at all. After Lu Ming looked at them for a while, he kept all these spiritual weapons. The medicinal pills and the few jade bottles were also beastkin cultivators' medicinal pills. He also kept them into the summer ring. Finally, he looked at the animal skin book and the black box. Huh. Lu Ming's eyes stayed on the black box. This thing actually exuded a faint demonic chi. He frowned slightly, opened the box, and saw a thumb-sized transparent bead. Next to it was a black jade slips. Lu Ming picked up the jade slips and stuck it on his forehead, then took it off after a while. It turns out to be a magic crystal bead. Lu Ming pinched the transparent bead with his fingers and frowned. The magic crystal bead was an item from the 10,000 demon continent. It was used by the demon dwellers to identify and test various demonic chi. At the same time, it was also used to test the talent of the demon dwellers, just like how the human cultivator tested the spiritual root. Lu Ming was holding the magic crystal bead at the moment, and there was also a faint black light in it. This should be because he had demonized several times before, and some demonic chi had accumulated in his body. This thing should be the spoils of war that Jiying got from killing a demon dweller. It is extremely rare in the Middle Sky continent. As Lu Ming thought so, he put the bead into the summer ring. But after thinking about it, he took out the magic crystal bead and kept it close to his body. Although this magic crystal bead was not a treasure, it might be useful in the future due to its sensitivity to demonic qi. Next, Lu Ming picked up the animal skin book and roughly flipped through it. This was a beastkin scripture called True Spirit Scripture. According to the records above, this scripture was the relic of True Spirit Shadow Lord, the ancestor of the Shadow Wolf clan in the Wild Continent tens of thousands of years ago. This True Spirit Scripture was roughly divided into two parts. The first half recorded several powerful beastkin cultivation techniques. Jiying should be cultivating a technique called Phantom Secrets recorded in it. These techniques were mainly focused on body refinement. Some of them could be described as fantastic ideas, which made Lu Ming's eyes widen. However, he had already cultivated the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. No matter how exquisite these beastkin cultivation techniques were, he would not be stupid enough to recultivate them. As for some of the beastkin clan mystic arts recorded in the second half of True Spirit Scripture, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Most of these beastkin clan mystic arts were weird, overbearing, and powerful. But more importantly, a few of these mystic arts had no restrictions on the main cultivation technique and race. Although he was a human, he could also cultivate them. One of them, Blood Shield Technique, belonged to this category. At the end of the scripture, some alchemy and forging techniques of True Spirit Shadow Lord were also recorded. It seemed that this ancestor of the Shadow Wolf clan was an all-rounder. This is True Spirit Bead. Lu Ming suddenly let out a cry of surprise. In the last refining technique of True Spirit Scripture, a refining method of True Spirit Bead was recorded. The finished product looked exactly the same as the 4 gray beads he had obtained before. As he had guessed, the True Spirit Bead was not a simple defensive spiritual weapon, but a product of the combination of refining and formation. However, some special refining method was needed to control it. Lu Ming read it word by word, then he closed his eyes. After half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes and raised one hand. 4 gray beads appeared around him. He murmured and waved his hand to cast 4 spells on each bead. The 4 gray beads immediately dispersed with a whoosh, and a gray glow rolled out from their surfaces. Instantly, a faint gray square boundary was formed, covering his whole body. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. The fluctuation of the boundary was far less powerful than when Jiying had activated it. Obviously, the spirituality of the 4 True Spirit beads was greatly damaged, but at least it meant that they could still be used. His eyes flashed, and he flicked his finger. The bitter will sword flew up from his body and turned into a dazzling sword light, which heavily chopped the gray boundary. The dazzling purple electric light instantly hit the boundary, making a series of crackling sounds. However, the entire gray boundary only rippled a little, and soon calmed down. Lu Ming's eyes were full of surprise. The defensive power of this boundary was beyond his expectation. Then, he cast several more spells, and the gray boundary dispersed. The 4 True Spirit beads floated around him, one above, one below, one to the left, and one to the right. With the 4 beads as the horns, a gray light screen opened up. This light screen was several times thicker than the gray boundary, and it could also change its shape according to the position of the 4 beads. Good. Lu Ming nodded, feeling extremely satisfied. His thick earth shield was damaged by Yaoji, and he needed a prototype of a defensive magic treasure. These 4 True Spirit beads were just right. After putting away the 4 True Spirit beads, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave, pondering. He turned his hand, took out the jade slips that Lan Si had given him, put them on his forehead, and sent his soul consciousness into them. After a while, his face changed. He suddenly took off the jade slips, shook his sleeves, and took out the map of the ruins. Finally, his eyes stopped at a remote corner on the map. It's here. The place marked on the jade slips was a snowy land, which was quite far from where he was now. With his escaping speed, even if he flew at full speed, it would take him more than 10 days to get there. Although the distance was not a problem, according to Lan Si, many experts of the demon clan and the human clan were gathering there, so this trip would be full of dangers. After fighting with the demon dwellers and Jiying, Lu Ming gradually felt that all the practitioners who participated in this trip to the ruins were not ordinary, especially the Jin Dan leaders of each team. Although he was known as the number 1 in the inner gate of the Taiqing Gate, he was still a bit inferior to the evildoers of the Jin Dan level. However, since it involved the life-prolonging elixir, he had to go on this trip. It seemed that he had to make more preparations. After making up his mind, he did not hesitate anymore. He turned his hand, and a white fruit fell into his hand. It was the true soul fruit that Xianxia had given him. This true soul fruit could increase a lot of spiritual force. If he took it now, it would strengthen his soul consciousness, which would be more secure for the future treasure hunting trip. The light green true soul fruit exuded a faint fragrance that seemed to be there or not, making it seem very mysterious. Lu Ming immediately flicked his index finger, and the white mist flew into his mouth after drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Gulp. Lu Ming only felt a warm breath enter his mouth, and without chewing at all, he directly swallowed it into his stomach. A warm current surged in his internal organs. After a few breaths of time, the heat flow in his chest subsided slightly, but it was replaced by a heat flow that rapidly rushed to the top of his head. Immediately after, a series of buzzing sounds could be heard, and his entire head felt like it was going to explode. He knew that this was the process of refining the medicinal power, so he didn't panic. He just held his head with both hands, gritted his teeth, and madly channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison to protect the clarity of his divine sense. After about an hour, the buzzing sound gradually subsided and was replaced by a burst of spiritual relaxation. His sea of consciousness suddenly expanded, and a feeling of sudden enlightenment hit him. Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the medicinal power of the true soul fruit had finally managed to fuse into his body. At this time, he only felt refreshed, and the power of his divine sense had increased by about 10% compared to before. There was still a small half of the medicinal power of the true soul fruit stored in his body. Lu Ming estimated that if he refined all of it, his spiritual force could increase by about 20%. In this way, even if he tried to break through the Jin Dan realm in the future and tried to condense the Jin Dan, it would be easier. Lu Ming felt the abundance of mental power in his sea of consciousness. He sat up and used his magic power to shake off the dust on his clothes. He rubbed the area between his eyebrows, which was still aching. After resting for a while, he waved his hand. A fiery red ring and a blue flag appeared in his hand. He hadn't had time to look at these two magic treasure prototypes since they were taken out from the belly of the giant beast. The ruins of the upper realms would become more and more dangerous, so it was necessary to increase his strength. These two items, like the Bitterwheel sword, were the cornerstones of the Four Directions green sieve formation. They should be treasures of the same level, but they were clearly not as good as the Bitterwheel sword. However, it was a good choice to simply refine them and release them when he encountered a strong enemy. As Lu Ming thought about this, his eyes fell on the fiery red ring. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light. His fingers moved continuously, and a series of hand signs were shot out. The black light wrapped around the ring and slowly refined it. The fiery red ring suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. After a while, it turned into 36 layers of red lines that buzzed continuously. As he refined the fiery red ring, he raised his hand and pointed at the blue flag on the other side. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light, holding up the blue flag. In the following time, Lu Ming used the magical power of doing two things at once. He divided his mental power into two parts and wrapped them around the two magic treasure prototypes. His mental power had suddenly expanded a lot, so he could use it to temper it. A few days later, a white jade boat flew across the sky above a desolate mountain range. Lu Ming leaned on the cabin, carefully comprehending the true spirit scripture in his hand. At the same time, he spread his huge divine sense hundreds of miles around him, constantly paying attention to the situation around him. 2 days ago, he slightly refined the two magic treasure prototypes, and then immediately began to rush towards the ruins that Xianxia had mentioned. Although he also considered going to meet up with Kim Tinti and others first, he didn't know where Kim Tinti was now, and Qiu Longzi and others were a little too far away from him. He was afraid that the secret treasures had already been taken away. Nothing happened along the way, so he silently thought about the blood shield mystic art in the true spirit scripture on the flying boat. This technique required the cultivator to draw out a part of his own blood essence to refine every day, and store the refined and concentrated blood essence to form a special shield embryo, which was usually hidden in the spiritual sea. If he were to execute this technique when encountering an enemy, he would be able to instantly condense a blood shield that contained great might. Not only would it be able to effectively protect himself, but it could also absorb the blood essence energy from it when he was heavily injured, and then recover some of his injuries in a short period of time. It was extremely practical. This mystic art seemed to be similar to the previous Venerable Kuei Mu's rejuvenation technique or Wen Ai's rejuvenation curse, but because it was the replenishment of his own blood essence, not only there was no repulsion force, but there were almost no hidden dangers. Of course, in terms of self-healing effect, it was naturally inferior to the former two. As for how much power the blood shield could display, it mainly depended on the cultivator's own blood essence and the amount of blood essence integrated into it. According to the classics, the amount of blood essence needed for the first sacrificial refining was relatively more than the following few times. However, if the cultivator ignored his own body and forcefully extracted too much blood essence, it may lead to excessive blood loss and damage his vitality. Therefore, it was more difficult to cultivate this technique in the early stage, but it was relatively easier in the later stage. If some people with a strong body could extract more blood essence every day, they could condense the basic blood shield in just a few days if they persisted in cultivating. In addition, the upper limit of the blood essence that the shield embryo hidden in the spiritual sea could store couldn't exceed 50% of the cultivator's own. According to Lu Ming's estimation, with his physical body, the complete blood shield could completely resist the full blow of Jin Dan in the later stage and retreat unscathed. If his cultivation improved in the future and his physical body became stronger, the condensed blood shield might even be able to block the attack of a celestial state powerhouse. After carefully meditating for a few hours, Lu Ming put away the ancient book and sat cross-legged in the middle of the flying boat. With a wave of his hand, 4 true spirit beads flew out and condensed into a gray enchantment, wrapping the entire Daiyue jade boat in it. After making the protection, he took out a small sword and made a long and narrow cut in his palm. He channeled all his spiritual power to force out drops of red blood essence from the wound. After a dozen breaths, the blood essence had already filled about half a bowl, and under the control of his spiritual power, it condensed into an inch-sized bloody ball in the air. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately raised his hand and launched a series of symbols at the ball of blood essence according to the classic. The blood essence rotated in the air, and the symbols went into it, gradually condensing into a thumb-sized bloody bead. At this moment, Lu Ming chanted a few cryptic and strange incantations. He opened his mouth and a bloody light flashed out. With a whoosh, the bloody ball was sucked into his mouth and swallowed quickly. Lu Ming only felt that his body was hot, and there was no other abnormal feeling. When he scanned his whole body with divine thought, he was surprised to find that the thumb-sized bloody ball was lying quietly in the spiritual sea, slowly rotating. Above the ball, wisps of bloody light lingered like a small bloody mist, constantly expanding and contracting as the bloody bead rotated. With a thought, he released a wisp of divine thought into the spiritual sea, and he touched the bloody ball from time to time, but there was no effect. In this way, in the next few days, Lu Ming would sacrifice this bloody bead in the spiritual sea every day and integrate some of his own blood essence into it through mystic arts. After about 5 to 6 days of refinement, the blood-colored bead in his spiritual sea had quietly undergone some changes. Now, it looked like a bright red mini-shield. On this day, Lu Ming opened his eyes and woke up from his retreat. He suddenly stretched his arms forward and made a dazzling gesture with his 10 fingers. Then he said softly, "Cast." There was a muffled sound in the spiritual sea, and the small bloody shield was spat out from his mouth. It rotated in front of him. Poof! The small bloody shield burst open under the air, and wisps of blood essence swarmed out, turning into spots of bloody light that flickered non-stop. After a breath or two, the light condensed into a faint bloody light curtain in a radius of 5 feet around Lu Ming. Oh? This is the blood shield technique. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and an invisible spiral sword chi condensed between his fingers, shooting at the bloody light curtain. Then, a strange scene occurred. The spiral sword chi hit the bloody light curtain, and it disappeared in a flash. Except for a layer of ripples on the surface of the light curtain, there was no other abnormality. It's over. After thinking about it, he punched fiercely again. The light curtain trembled slightly, and it returned to normal. There was no sign of damage. Only then did Lu Ming nod his head. Although he had used less than 10% of his strength in these 2 attacks, the results were already very satisfactory. If he used it at a critical moment, it would be enough to save his little life. He changed the gesture in his hand, and the bloody light curtain suddenly shrank into a mini shield again. However, the color was a little dimmer than when he first came out. With a flash of bloody light, it disappeared into his body. The first time he practiced the blood shield technique was so smooth, and this made Lu Ming overjoyed. Originally, he was worried that the amount of blood essence was not easy to control, which would lead to the poor effect of sacrificing the blood shield. However, with this experience, in the next few days, he naturally extracted blood essence to sacrifice to the small bloody shield every day. On this day, the flying boat Lu Ming finally arrived in the sky above an endless snowy land. This place was a remote place marked on the map. It should be uninhabited, but along the way, he encountered several fierce battles. There were both Beastkin clan and Human clan. It seemed that the truth couldn't be concealed. It seemed that many people knew that there were treasures hidden in this land of ice and snow. When Lu Ming encountered these battles along the way, he ignored them and avoided them. He just hurried on his journey. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. Because the 2 sides he encountered along the way were either human cultivators from the Middle Sky continent or Beastkin clan cultivators from the Wild continent, there was no trace of demon cultivators and other alien races. As the flying boat Lu Ming was riding continued to fly forward, the originally flat snow land below became steeper and steeper. As far as his sight could see, tall and towering snow mountains began to appear. He quickly extended his divine thought to the front, and he suddenly found that there was a huge snow mountain with a height of 100,000 meters in front of him, and there were waves of mixed spiritual power fluctuations coming from it. When he flew closer, he suddenly found that a large number of human and beastkin clans were occupying both sides of the snow mountain. The human clan appeared in the southeast, and the beastkin clan occupied the northwest corner. Lu Ming kept the Daiyue flying boat without saying a word. After staying in the air for a while on the black cloud, he turned into a black light and flew toward the direction of the human clan. As a result, just after he escaped for another dozen miles in one breath, when he passed through a seemingly ordinary void, there was suddenly a wave of ripples like water in front of him. Lu Ming only felt that the scenery in front of him was blurred. When he regained his senses, he suddenly found himself in an open green canyon. Unlike before, on the mountains on both sides of the canyon, only a few layers of snow had accumulated on the peaks. The entire canyon was full of greenery. It was a scene of a paradise with flourishing vegetation. At this moment, a yellow and a green escape light flashed out from the depths of the canyon and galloped toward Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his brows slightly and immediately stopped. "Who are you? How dare you break into the human clan alliance?" In a mass of yellow clouds and mist, an old man with drooping eyebrows wearing a disciple costume of the Howren Academy asked loudly. "Are you Lu Ming?" Beside the old man, a green light flashed, and a gentle young scholar appeared. He looked at Lu Ming and blurted out. "What, he is Lu Ming of Taiqing Gate, who was ranked first in Elysium Association." When the old man with drooping eyebrows heard the words, he was shocked at first, but there was a hint of joy that was difficult to detect in his eyes. "You two must be friends from Howren Academy. I came here by accident. I don't know what is the situation here, and what is the human clan alliance." Lu Ming cupped his fist and said to the two when he heard the words. "Oh? Isn't it because you received the news that you came here?" The old man with drooping eyebrows was a little surprised. "I encountered a powerhouse of Beastkin clan not long ago. He chased me all the way, so I came here. I really don't know much about the things here." Lu Ming replied half-truthfully. "It turns out to be like this. In that case, I will tell you a little more about it. The matter about this alliance originated from a ruin in the depths of this canyon. It is said that there are a lot of natural treasures in it, and we have been confronting the wild beastkin cultivators on the other side for more than 10 days. The other party has 2 cultivators of Jingdan State, and we only have senior brother Sun to support the overall situation, so we are suppressed by the other party. Now we can only barely restrain them here. At the same time, we spread the news and wait for other friends nearby to come to help." The young scholar slowly explained to Lu Ming. Hearing that there were 2 cultivators of Jindan state in the Beast King clan, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. It was not easy to get the elixir of longevity. Lu has come here. You might as well consider joining our alliance and temporarily fight against the cultivators of the Beast King clan. If we repel the other party, we will naturally gain a lot when we enter the ruins. The old man with drooping eyebrows suddenly grinned. When Lu Ming heard this, he pondered for a moment. His mind raced as he analyzed the pros and cons of joining the alliance. If he didn't join them and sneaked in to search for treasures on his own, not only would he be hunted down by the demon race, but the human race cultivators would also not sit idly by. Moreover, the demon race had 2 Jindan stage powerhouses. If they were all as strong as Jiying, he would barely be able to deal with one of them if he used all his means, let alone 2 of them. Not to mention the fact that he had the help of other demon race cultivators. As a disciple of the 4 ancient sects, I really can't just turn around and leave in such a situation that involves the battle between the 2 clans. Lu Ming agreed immediately. Very good. With Lu joining us, I believe we'll have a better chance of winning. When the scholar of Howren Academy saw that Lu Ming agreed to join, he immediately became happy. The old man with drooping eyebrows beside him also showed a smile. You're overpraising me. With so many people here, I'm just the icing on the cake. Lu Ming said politely. Lu, you're wrong. Don't look at my age. In terms of strength, I'm just a mediocre person. How can I be compared with you? Therefore, I was only sent to patrol nearby. However, Lu's arrival is really timely. At this moment, senior fellow apprentice Sun is discussing countermeasures with others in the station. If he knows that you're joining, he will be very happy. The old man with drooping eyebrows waved his hand and said. Yes, senior fellow apprentice Sun and others are in front. Let's go. The young scholar continued the old man's words. Seeing Lu Ming nodded, the old man with drooping eyebrows changed his gesture. A huge yellow cloud lifted the 3 of them together, turning into a yellow light that broke through the air. At the same time, he released a communication talisman. I was a little anxious just now. I forgot to ask your names. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and asked. I'm Huan Yun, this is my junior fellow apprentice, Lin Ping. The old man with drooping eyebrows replied. By the way, I don't know who senior fellow apprentice Sun is. He must be the leader of your academy? In addition, can you tell me about the specific situation here? Lu Ming asked again. Among the 4 ancient sects of the human race in the Middle Sky continent, Howren Academy was the most willing to enter the secular world compared with the other 3 sections. Whenever something big happened in the cultivation world and the mortal world, Howren Academy was always the first to step up and intervene. Over time, when there were conflicts between human cultivators and alien cultivators, in the absence of competition from the cultivators of the other 3 major sects, the people of Howren Academy generally became the leaders of the other 3 major sections. Mr. is right. Senior fellow apprentice Sun is one of the Jindan leaders of our sect. Although he is only at the Jindan intermediate stage, and his strength is not the strongest among his peers, no one can match him in terms of strategy. His reputation is also second to none among the disciples of our academy who entered the ruins. This time, senior fellow apprentice Sun led the disciples of our sect to find this place first. We found that the ruins here had been occupied by 3 Beast King clan powerhouses. One of them was even at the Jindan stage. However, these Beast King clan cultivators were not in a hurry to break the enchantment in the ruins, but they set up camp nearby. I don't know what they were waiting for, and they had a direct conflict with us. In the beginning, we relied on the advantage of numbers, and senior fellow apprentice Sun was proficient in enchantment, so we won a little. But in the next few days, many Beast King clan cultivators gathered as if they had agreed on it. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 10 people. Among them, there was a Beast King cultivator of Jindan realm. In this situation, senior fellow apprentice Sun took us to temporarily hide here, and sent a sound transmission to the nearby human cultivators to join in the fight against the enemy. Although we haven't found any Jindan cultivators in the past few days, we have gathered more than 10 strong experts. This is why we can barely contend with these Beast King clan cultivators. This young scholar named Lin Ping didn't have the slightest intention of concealing anything, and explained the whole story in one go. After hearing this, Lu Ming's expression was as usual, but in his heart, he vaguely guessed why the Beastkin clan hadn't entered the ruins. On that day, Ji Ying and the other Silver Tiger clan expert, Hu Zong, coveted the spirit-nurturing cauldron in the body of the savage ancient beast and didn't directly rush here. Otherwise, if there were 4 Jin Dan realm beastkin cultivators, even if this senior fellow apprentice son was skilled in strategy, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. As they spoke, the 3 of them passed through the canyon and arrived at the foot of the giant snow mountain deep in the canyon. It's Lu of the Taiqing Gate, right? Come in. As soon as the 3 of them arrived, a voice transmission came from all around, echoing in the ears of the 3 of them. Lu Ming immediately released his divine thought secretly and scanned the surrounding space, but he couldn't accurately determine the exact location of the voice transmission. He could only vaguely perceive that it came from the snow mountain ahead. At this time, the old man of the Howran Academy suddenly waved his sleeves repeatedly, and several lights were launched into the snow under the feet of the 3 of them. A strong wind blew on the snow, then the snowflakes scattered, revealing a gray passage entrance. Lu, junior fellow apprentice Lin and I are still responsible for patrolling, so we won't send you in. The old man bowed to Lu Ming. Thank you for your trouble. After Lu Ming cupped his fist and thanked him, he jumped into the passage. After the old man with drooping eyebrows saw Lu Ming leave, he also urged the yellow cloud and galloped toward the valley with the young scholar. Senior fellow apprentice Huang, is this Lu Ming really as powerful as the rumors say? He can actually kill a Jin Dan level powerhouse with a pseudo-Dan stage body. Scholar Lin suddenly asked. Hehe, you don't have to ask me about this. Didn't you participate in the last Tianmen meeting? You also saw this person suppress the 2 people of the Big Dipper Pavilion and win the first place. I was outside the Tianmen meeting at that time. I also heard about this person's strength from Senior Sister later, but I didn't see it with my own eyes. Scholar Lin scratched the back of his head and said with slight embarrassment. If this is the case, then this person's strength is most likely not fake. In this way, in the next battle, we will have another chance of winning. The old man said as he stroked his beard. Then, the conversation between the 2 became inaudible. At the same time, Lu Ming had passed through a short passage and successfully entered the discussion hall of the temporary station. Instead of saying it was a discussion hall, it was more appropriate to say that it was a huge stone cave. In the hall of more than 200 feet, there were 6 human race cultivators sitting scattered. This was a lot less than what Lu Ming had imagined. The leader was dressed in the costume of the Howran Academy sect. He looked like he was in his 30s. He had a delicate face and a pair of thick eyebrows that made him look extraordinary. He was sitting on a stone chair in the middle of the hall. He should be the senior fellow apprentice son that the old man mentioned before. Among the rest of the people, there were 2 cultivators of the Howran Academy, but the young woman in green clothes that Lu Ming had seen at the Tianmen meeting was not present. As for the remaining 3 people, whether it was their appearance or dress, it was the first time that Lu Ming had seen them. According to his guess, they might be disciples of some other sect or family. One of the white-clothed cultivators was particularly imposing and seemed extraordinary. Among the people present, besides the cultivator surnamed Sun, who was at the middle Jin Dan stage, the others were the same as Lu Ming, at the false core stage. Seeing Lu Ming walk in, the people present stood up and cupped their fists towards him or smiled at him. Lu Ming politely cupped his hands towards the several cultivators and then sat on a stone bench at the side of the hall. But just as he sat down and lowered his head, his expression changed slightly and his gaze swept towards something in his sleeve. I am Sun Peng, the temporary convener of this meeting. Just now, I received a sound transmission from junior fellow apprentice Huang saying that he met Lu. I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to invite you here. The cultivator surnamed Sun waited for Lu Ming to sit down before speaking to Lu Ming with a smile. I am indebted to Brother Sun's kindness. If I hadn't been chased by a Jin Dan demon cultivator and accidentally stumbled into this place, I fear I wouldn't have met you. When Lu Ming raised his head, his expression had already returned to normal and he spoke with a smile. Lu was chased by a Jin Dan demon cultivator, yet you were able to emerge unscathed. You are truly worthy of being an outstanding disciple of the Taiqing Gate. The cultivator surnamed Sun said with a smile. I was only able to escape after expending a tremendous amount of strength and using several spirit talismans bestowed upon me by the sect. If it weren't for the demon cultivator having other important matters to attend to and leaving midway, I fear the result would have been different. By the way, who are these fellow Taoists? Lu Ming spoke with a half-truth and half-lie. Come, let me introduce you. These two are my junior martial brothers and a fellow Taoist from the demon mystic sect. The other two are from the 8 great clans. The cultivator surnamed Sun smiled and introduced the rest of the people present. When mentioning the demon mystic sect's disciple, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and he glanced at the cultivator in white robe intentionally or unintentionally. After Cultivator Sun finished introducing everyone, Cultivator Sun suddenly said with a serious expression, speaking of which, Lu Ming came at the right time. We were just discussing the competition with the demon race. Competition? Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. Yes, yesterday, the demon race suddenly changed their previous tough attitude and proposed to join forces to open the ruins and obtain the treasures together. However, regarding the distribution of the treasures, the other party proposed to divide it into 7 equal parts. After 7 one-on-one matches, the results will be decided. Cultivator Sun slowly explained. Humph, would they be so kind? Isn't it because senior martial brother Sun fought against 2 Jingdan cultivators a day ago and was accidentally injured? Now that they proposed this kind of competition, it's really shameless. One of the Haran Academy disciples with a black mole on his face snorted a few times and said. Yes, senior martial brother Sun, if we agree to this proposal, wouldn't it be the same as asking us to be their dowry and give the treasures in the ruins to the demon race? Another young Haran Academy cultivator said. As soon as this remark was made, the expressions of the other people present also became dignified. Everyone present knew that the reason why they were able to contend against the demon race until now was mainly due to their advantage in numbers and tactics. Moreover, the so-called resistance was only superficial. They won less than they lost in the battle against each other. The demon race was only worried that the human race would launch a sneak attack while they were breaking the restriction, so they didn't really fight to the death. Now that the strongest among them was injured, no one could deal with the 2 Jingdan cultivators. In the remaining 5 matches, it was likely that the human race wouldn't even be able to win half of them. After all, the demon race cultivators of the wild continent had powerful bodies. In a one-on-one situation, the advantage was very obvious. At this time, Lu Ming also came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the 2 Haran Academy disciples were so enthusiastic about him joining the alliance because they believed that he could win a match. 2 junior martial brothers, don't be anxious. I have also thought about this matter carefully and feel that it is still possible. Firstly, both of us have been fighting non-stop for the past few days and both of us have suffered heavy losses. Based on the current situation, neither of us will be able to completely eliminate the other party or chase them out of this place in a short period of time. If this goes on, I'm afraid that the other forces will benefit from it. Second, since they want to take advantage of us, why don't we push the boat with the current and beat them at their own game? Cultivator Sun waved his hand and spoke with a mysterious tone. With that said, a trace of doubt appeared on everyone's faces. They turned their attention back to Cultivator Sun and waited for his next explanation. The cultivator surnamed Sun chuckled and said, Hee, it is quite a coincidence. I just so happen to know a secret restriction technique. It is capable of placing a mark on a specific person. Once the mark is placed on a person, they can be teleported away using a special teleportation formation that I set up. The cultivator surnamed Sun chuckled. Teleported away? The others were astonished. That's right. Because this mark doesn't have any offensive effects, it cannot be detected. However, it takes a long time to place it, at least the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. My plan is that I will place a restriction on the competition grounds in advance. As a result, everyone should delay as much time as possible and strive to place the mark on their opponent's body during the course of the competition. As for me, I will use a doppelganger technique to stealthily sneak into the entrance of the ruins and place down a few long-distance teleportation formations in the surroundings. When the time comes, I will break the restriction and activate the teleportation formation. The demon race has a total of 10 cultivators. If the 7 core cultivators are suddenly teleported away, the remaining cultivators won't be a threat. By the time those 7 returned from over 500,000 kilometers away, the ruins had already been swept clean by us. The cultivator surnamed Sun swept his gaze past everyone and slowly explained, by the time they returned from over 500,000 kilometers away, the ruins had already been swept clean. A tall and thin man's eyes lit up and he waved his sleeve in praise. Senior Marshal Brother Sun is worthy of being the brains of the Howren Academy. This plan is quite good. After a short period of thinking, everyone felt that there was no problem, so they nodded in agreement. Although Lu Ming also felt that this plan was feasible, he faintly felt that there was something wrong in his heart. However, he couldn't accurately say what the problem was. After pondering for a moment, he also nodded. The competition with the Beastkin clan is extremely dangerous, especially when there are 2 Jin Dan cultivators in the opponent's formation. If we die in the competition, then even if the plan is successful, we won't be able to share the treasures in this ruins? At this moment, the demon mystic Sex White Robe cultivator asked again after thinking about it. Those who participate in the competition are indeed in danger. Although the other party has clearly stated that as long as one party voluntarily surrenders, there will be no harm to the other party's life. But since the result of the competition will directly affect the distribution of treasures, presumably both sides will fight with their lives. In this regard, I can only promise you that anyone who participates in the competition can take more treasures when sharing. As for the 2 Jin Dan cultivators on the other side, one of them will naturally be fought by me personally. The other one must have a tyrannical body that can achieve the effect of delaying for an incense stick of time. If any fellow is willing, you can tell me after thinking about it. As long as the other party is successfully marked, this person can get an extra share on the original basis when dividing the treasures. The cultivator surnamed Sun's eyes flickered as he spoke, and they finally fell on Lu Ming. Several other human race cultivators present also looked gloomy, but they didn't speak. Some of them intentionally or unintentionally looked at Lu Ming. Although they only needed to delay time, in fact, everyone knew in their hearts that a Jin Dan cultivator who could appear in the ruins was by no means as simple as an ordinary Jin Dan cultivator. Persisting for an incense stick of time was not something an ordinary pseudo-core cultivator could do. When Lu Ming saw this, his expression stirred, but he didn't immediately speak. If you are willing to participate in the competition, you can tell me now. Or, you can return and think about it. It won't be too late to give me an answer tomorrow. Ah, that's right. I forgot to tell you that the competition between the 2 races will be held 2 days from now. Apart from this, if anyone has any other opinions, they might as well raise them here. After the time it took for an incense stick of time to burn, the cultivators present expressed their willingness to participate in the competition. However, none of them were willing to fight the other demon race cultivator, the Jin Dan cultivator. Following that, everyone discussed the details of the competition and decided to delay it for a few more days. They also sent out a few more people to roam the nearby area in hopes of recruiting a few more experts to join the Human Race Alliance. After more than 2 hours, everyone finally ended the meeting, and they stood up to bid their farewells and left. In the blink of an eye, only the cultivator surnamed Sun and Lu Ming remained in the hall. As for the reason why Lu Ming had been left behind, there was no need for further explanation as everyone understood. When the cultivator surnamed Sun saw that no one else was present, he bluntly said, "Lu, I'm sure you've already guessed the reason why I asked you to stay behind." Lu Ming calmly said, "Of course I know Brother Sun's intentions. Be at ease. Leave the other Jin Dan cultivator to me. Although my chances of victory aren't great, delaying them for a while shouldn't be a problem." Lu Ming indifferently said. "Good, very good. I knew that Lu would agree to this matter. Lu shined brilliantly during the Heavenly Gate gathering and his strength is already comparable to that of the Jin Dan cultivator. I believe that a great victory is possible." When the cultivator surnamed Sun heard this, he was overjoyed. The Heavenly Gate gathering was a matter of several years ago. At that time I was just lucky. If there is nothing else, I will be taking my leave. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Good. Before the competition, you still need to recuperate and build up your strength. I won't keep you any longer. You can open up a temporary cave residence nearby. If anything happens, I can quickly inform you. The cultivator surnamed Sun nodded and said a few more polite words. After Lu Ming cupped his hands, he quickly left the hall. At the same time, in the northwest corner of the snow mountain, the monster race encampment. In a pitch-black cave, two voices were whispering to each other. Brother Ing, what do you think? You actually proposed to break the restriction together with the human race and determine the ownership of the treasure through a competition. A powerful voice said. Fellow Xiong, don't worry. Although there are 7 competitions, with our strength, how can we lose to those human cultivators? Moreover, the other party's only Jindan cultivator is now injured. As far as I know, the other party has no other strong reinforcements in the near future. We will have no problem winning 5 or 6 of the 7 competitions. Another voice that sounded dry said with a sneer. Humph, before, we wanted to seize the ruins before Jiying and Huzong arrived, but we didn't expect to encounter these Middle Sky Continent human cultivators. Now that we are counting on the 2 of them to come and destroy the human race in one fell swoop, there is no news of them. The owner of the deep voice seemed very angry. Jiying is extremely conceited. I'm afraid that he will only cause trouble here. I'm afraid that a 7th of the treasures won't be enough to send him away. It is better to give some to the human race so that we won't be in a stalemate. When the time comes, others will take advantage of us. The dry voice snorted disdainfully. In that case, it seems that we can only do this. However, we still have to think about who to send. The other voice gave its assent, and the conversation in the cave fell silent for a moment. On the side of the human cultivators' encampment was a plain covered in ice and snow. At the end of the plain were small mountains of different heights. These mountains were over 100 meters tall, while the short ones were only a few dozen meters tall. Although this place was also part of the ice and snow polar region, for some reason, there was no trace of coldness under the white snow. Under one of the inconspicuous small mountains, in a seemingly ordinary cave, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, playing with a crystal-clear bead in his hand with a thoughtful expression on his face. At this moment, an escape light galloped toward the temporary cave house that Lu Ming set up. Is Lu here? I'm Li Yonghong, here to visit. With the whistling sound, a voice transmission followed. Lu Ming relied on his powerful spiritual sense and found this person from a dozen miles away. It was a cultivator surnamed Li from the 8 major families who was in the hall with him before. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He immediately put the magic crystal bead into his sleeve, got up and walked to the entrance of the cave. Although this temporary cave house only had a set of hidden flag array, it was difficult to hide from the cultivators of the Jindan state, but it was more than enough to deceive the crystallization period cultivators. He didn't know what mystic arts this disciple used to actually find this place. But since the other party was already here, let's see what the other party's intention was first. As soon as he stepped out of the temporary cave house, he saw a handsome young man in a green robe waiting outside the cave door. I'm taking the liberty to visit, Brother Lu, please forgive me. Seeing Lu Ming coming out to greet him, the young man surnamed Li cupped his fist respectfully. You are too polite. Since you are already outside the door, please come in for a chat. Lu Ming greeted as usual. After a few simple words of courtesy, the two walked into Lu Ming's temporary cave house. Not long after, on both sides of a simple stone table in the cave house, Lu Ming and the young man surnamed Li sat opposite each other. Brother Li came at the right time. I still have something I don't understand about this group of beastkin cultivators, so I can ask you a thing or two. Before waiting for the other party to say the reason for this visit, Lu Ming spoke first. Brother Lu, if you want to know about those beastkin clan, then you are asking the right person. I followed the Howran Academy into this ruined secret realm, so I was the first to get the news and come here. We first encountered a few Split Eagle clan beastkin cultivators, then several Savage Bear beastkin clan appeared. The young man surnamed Li said to Lu Ming without thinking. What the young man surnamed Li said was roughly similar to what the old man surnamed Huang said. Split Eagle clan, Savage Bear clan? Then do you know what treasure is in this ruin? Lu Ming's mind turned, and he continued to ask. I'm not quite sure about this. I only know that Brother Sun also knew that there is a ruin here after capturing a beastkin cultivator, but I don't know what it is specifically. But since those beastkin clan cultivators value it so much, it is definitely not as simple as an ordinary treasure. The young man surnamed Li didn't mean to hide at all. I see. Then why did Brother Li come here this time? Lu Ming nodded his head and changed the topic. Here's the thing. Since I entered the ruins, I've been taken care of by the Howren Academy along the way. Although the treasures I've received are not many, they're not few either. However, the reason why I was able to get my family to spend a large amount of resources in exchange for a spot to enter the ruins was because the Li family had already obtained clues about the two ruins and had to explore them. Originally, I had planned on going alone, but now I've discovered that this place is filled with danger. There are also many foreign races from other continents that have appeared. It would be difficult for a single person to advance. This Lu also has a deep understanding of this point. Thinking back to the day when he was restrained by the demon dweller and the experience of being chased by Jiying, Lu Ming also nodded with some emotion. In fact, at first, I wanted to share these two ruins with the Howren Academy and search for treasures together. However, I later heard them mention that there seems to be another route that has already been decided on. As such, I decided to invite other fellow Taoists to go together. Oh, could it be that fellow Taoist intends to invite me to explore the ruins? Lu Ming asked after a slight pause. That's right, that is exactly what I intend to do. Originally, there was another candidate, but now that I've met Brother Lu, with fellow Taoist strength that can contend against Jing Dan, it is naturally the most suitable. The young man calmly admitted. After Lu Ming finished listening, he became completely silent. After a long while, he spoke again. Since it involves other ruins and treasures, and fellow Taoist Li and I have never met before, can you really trust me so much? Brother Lu is an outstanding disciple of the Taiching Gate and has an illustrious reputation. I can naturally trust you. If Brother Lu is willing, we can place a restriction on each other or sign a blood contract. That way, there won't be anything to worry about. The youth surnamed Li's eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke with a serious expression. So that's how it is. May I ask if Brother Li has invited anyone else? Lu Ming didn't directly agree to anything and instead changed the topic. To be honest, Brother Lu, I have also invited fellow Yi of the Demon Profound sect to accompany me. However, he seems to have something to do today, so he couldn't come with me to visit Brother Lu. I can guarantee that after adding Brother Lu, I won't invite other cultivators. After all, if there are too many people, the treasures won't be easy to distribute. In order to express my sincerity, here is a jade slips. The first place to go is recorded in the jade slips. You can give it to Brother Lu to check first. After the matter here is over, Brother Lu can decide whether to go with us or not. Hearing this, the young man surnamed Li was quite straightforward. He took out a jade slips from his sleeve and threw it directly to Lu Ming. Since fellow Li trusts me so much, I will give you an answer when the time comes. Lu Ming didn't hold back when he heard the words. He waved one hand, and the jade slip fell into his hand steadily after spinning for a while. Hee, I hope to hear good news from Brother Lu. It's getting late. There is a fierce battle in 2 days, so I won't disturb Brother Lu's meditation. The young man surnamed Li was also a sensible person. When he saw Lu Ming took the jade slips, he immediately got up and left. After the young man left, Lu Ming just hurriedly glanced at the address recorded in the jade slips, then he put it away. Not to mention that he had already formed a lot of hatred with the Demon Profound sect. In the current situation, he had no time to care about the future actions. He could only take one step at a time. After thinking so, Lu Ming once again activated the enchantment outside the cave house and concentrated on practicing the blood shield technique. At noon the next day, when Lu Ming was meditating cross-legged in the cave house, he suddenly opened his eyes. He waved one hand, and a crimson flame flew into the cave house and flashed into his hand. He scanned with divine thought, but it was a voice transmission message from the cultivator surnamed Sun, asking everyone to gather in the temporary conference hall. Lu Ming immediately packed up, left the cave house, and flew away. When he rushed to the temporary meeting hall, he found that this time, the hall was densely packed with people. There were more than 20 people. In addition to the Howren Academy old man and the young scholar that Lu Ming saw at the entrance of the canyon yesterday, the few people he saw in the hall yesterday were also there. In addition, there were some more people. They didn't look like the people of the 4 ancient sects from their dressing. One of them was a slender, dark-skinned young woman. She was particularly eye-catching. The woman was wearing a light blue dress, revealing her curvaceous figure. As she raised her hand, the two jade bracelets on her arm would collide with each other from time to time, emitting a series of crisp and low-ringing sounds. The two jade bracelets were emerald green, and they were engraved with exquisite spirit patterns. At first glance, it was a rare treasure. Lu Ming couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Although it has only been 2 days, there are many friends who came to help. I won't say any more nonsense. The day of the battle is coming, so I will now announce the candidates for the battle. Speaking of which, the number of applicants has exceeded my expectations. However, there are only 7 slots. After weighing the pros and cons, I have chosen several fellow Taoists with relatively powerful fleshly bodies to participate in the battle. I hope that those who are unable to participate won't take offense. After all, those demon cultivators are too powerful. We need to buy as much time as possible in order to smoothly plant the restriction marks. At the same time, we can avoid unnecessary casualties. The cultivator surnamed Sun loudly said to everyone. Everyone present naturally nodded. Well, since there is no objection, I will announce the list of participants. The disciples of the Howren Academy are me and junior fellow apprentice Xia, Demon Mystic Sect's disciple Lei Chang, Taiching Gate's disciple Lu Ming, the disciples of the 8 families, Li Yonghong, Shen Wanqing, and a rogue cultivator, Wu Hong. Please come to my side. The cultivator surnamed Sun slowly swept his gaze across everyone's faces and began to announce the names of the participants. Amidst the whispers, Lu Ming and the others stepped forward and walked towards the open space beside the cultivator surnamed Sunday. As Lu Ming just walked over, he seemed to be casually looking at the other 5 people. Among them, he knew the 2 people from the Howren Academy and the Demon Mystic Sect. Li Yonghong was the person who came to visit yesterday. The remaining Shen Wanqing was a young man in a red robe with a proud expression. As for the casual cultivator named Wu Hong, she was actually the young woman in a blue shirt with dark skin that he saw just now. Since this woman wasn't a disciple of the sect's noble families, it was quite strange that she was able to enter the Upper Realm ruins. I heard that there are 2 real pellet state Beastkin cultivators in the Beastkin clan. I wonder who Mr. Sun is going to send to deal with them. The young woman also looked at the others and asked faintly. Fairy Wu wasn't present yesterday and may not know the situation. I have decided that I will personally deal with one of the Jin Dan stage demon cultivators. The remaining one will be dealt with by Lu of the Taiching Gate. After all, it is very dangerous to hold on for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Lu, as the previous Heavenly Gate meeting's number 1, should be more than enough to hold on for this period of time. The cultivator surnamed Sun said unhurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also cast their gazes at Lu Ming. Good, Lu is also a famous person. Even I, who has lived in the mountains for a long time, have heard of him. There will naturally be no problem with him fighting. Wu Hong turned her gaze to Lu Ming with a look of interest. When Lu Ming saw this, he smiled slightly and didn't say anything. After the cultivator surnamed Sun finished speaking, he said, if there are no objections, then the gathering is over. Everyone else may leave, but the fellow Taoists participating in the competition, please stay for a moment. After cultivator Sun finished speaking, he spoke. When the others heard this, they weren't surprised and took their leave. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming and the other 6 people remained in the hall. The cultivator surnamed Sun said, in order to smoothly carry out the plan and ensure everyone's safety, I will be giving out 2 items. One of them is a teleportation talisman. This talisman is for you to use to protect your life. In a moment of crisis, you only need to tear it apart and you will be able to teleport 200 to 300 meters away. Although leaving the stage is considered to be admitting defeat, you must remember to prioritize your own life. There is no need for you to make unnecessary sacrifices. The second item is the crystal pendant. This jade pendant was made from natural cold snow and smelted with a special restriction. You only need to carry this jade pendant with you and before the battle, quietly pour your magic power into it and completely activate it. The jade pendant will turn into an invisible aura that drilled into your opponent's body, forming a restriction mark. With that said, the cultivator surnamed Sun took out light purple talismans and sparkling white jade pendants and handed them over to Lu Ming and the others. After Lu Ming took the talisman and jade pendant, he put them in front of his eyes and looked at them carefully. The inch-large jade pendant was incomparably translucent and shimmering with a faint light. One could faintly see traces of snow-white crystals circulating within the jade pendant, appearing quite mysterious. With a thought, he poured a bit of magic power into the pendant. Strands of translucent threads that were difficult to see with the naked eye floated out from the surface of the jade pendant and floated in the air. At the same time, the jade pendant slowly melted. Lu Ming immediately stopped his magic power and the translucent threads silently flew back to him. In the blink of an eye, the jade pendant condensed back to its original state. At that moment, everyone present examined the pendant and revealed astonished expressions. The cultivator surnamed Sun explained, "When I personally refined this jade pendant, I also injected a special restriction into it. After it is activated, if it doesn't sense any nearby demonic qi, it will revert back to its original jade pendant form." Fellow Taoist Sun is truly proficient in the Tao of restrictions. We are relieved. In addition, I am worried that the demon race will send people to guard the entrance to the ruins. Fellow Taoist should be careful when using your avatar to place down the formation. Cultivator Li put away the two items and warned. Cultivator Sun confidently said, "Fellow Taoists, please be at ease. Although I am injured and my strength is inferior to that of the two Jin Dan demon cultivators, concealing the formation from the other demon cultivators shouldn't be a problem. If fellow Taoists have no other questions, you may return and rest up. Tomorrow morning, we will gather here and set off for the competition grounds. When the time comes, we must give it our all. We cannot allow them to notice anything amiss." Cultivator Sun spoke with a confident tone. After the young woman and the others asked a few more questions, they cupped their hands and bid their farewells. Lu Ming also returned to his temporary cave residence. In the following time, Lu Ming carefully examined the jade pendant that Cultivator Sun had given him. After determining that what Cultivator Sun had said was true, he carefully hid the item within his clothes and sat cross-legged in meditation. The night passed without incident. On the morning of the second day, when Lu Ming once again arrived at the temporary gathering place for everyone, a huge light blue flying carriage was already quietly parked on the snowy ground. The cultivator surnamed Sun from the Haran Academy was talking to the old man surnamed Huang. Judging from the number of people, the rest of the people had already arrived. Seeing Lu Ming arrive, the youth surnamed Li nodded to Lu Ming. The blue-robed young woman, Wu Hong, also smiled at him. Lu Ming calmly returned their greetings. After a while, when everyone had boarded the flying car, Sun shot a blue light at the flying car. The entire giant flying car turned into a long rainbow amidst the rumbling sounds and flew forward, gradually disappearing into the end of the vast white snow. Cultivator Sun's flying chariot was clearly an extraordinary item. Its flying speed was even higher than Lu Ming's Daiyue flying boat. After only flying for about a quarter of an hour, everyone appeared at the edge of this ice and snow polar region, on an empty flat ground at the foot of another giant snow mountain. In order to prevent both sides from taking advantage of the competition to compete for the ruins, I discussed with the leader of the Monster Clan Alliance and decided to compete here. This place is thousands of miles away from the ruins, but if something really happens, we can reach it in a moment. It will take at least a day to break the enchantment of the ruins, so there is no need to worry. I have just received the news that the Monster Clan Alliance has almost sent out all of their forces, leaving only 3 or 4 crystallization period beastkin cultivators to patrol and guard the ruins. It is the same as we expected. The cultivator surnamed Sun whispered to everyone. When everyone heard it, their faces showed a look of eagerness. Haha, Mr. Sun still has time to laugh now. Could it be that your injury has healed and you are full of confidence for this competition? A deep and resonant voice came from the distant horizon. Everyone's face changed, and they immediately looked at the source of the voice. In the sky a few miles away, 2 clusters of mist, one black and one brown, were rushing toward them at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen escape lights of different colors came one after another. In just a few seconds, they stopped in an open space thousands of meters away from everyone. In the gray-brown mist at the front, a black muscular man wearing a fur coat could be vaguely seen. In the other vague black mist, there was a gloomy low laughter. While the cultivator surnamed Sun and the others were sizing them up, the two Beast King cultivators quickly dissipated. The figures of the two Beast King cultivators finally appeared clearly in front of Lu Ming and the others. The person on the left was 30 meters tall with dark skin and a stocky waist. His whole body was covered with thick brown hair, and he was wearing a fur coat. He looked like a big brown bear. He must be the Jin Dan leader of the savage bear clan mentioned by Li Yonghong. The person on the right was tall and thin. His face was gloomy. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. There were bursts of light flashing in his eyes. Coupled with the aquiline nose that did not match his face, it made people feel uncomfortable. He was undoubtedly the Jin Dan powerhouse of the Split Eagle clan. The dozen people who followed behind also withdrew their beastkin aura at this moment, and they faintly divided into two groups. Obviously, the two Beast King clan muscular men of Split Eagle clan and Savage Bear clan were the leaders. They looked at the humans with extremely unfriendly eyes. When Lu Ming looked at the two Beast King clan muscular men, his pupils abruptly shrank. The two Beast King clan muscular men exuded deep and dense Beast King clan demonic qi. They were almost on par with Jiying and Hu Zong. At that moment, the aquiline-nosed man of the Split Eagle clan seemed to sense Lu Ming's gaze. He suddenly turned his head and a faint golden light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, as if they were being scorched by fire. His heart trembled and he revolved his magic power. A layer of black light covered his eyes and the stabbing pain slowly subsided. A trace of surprise appeared on the aquiline-nosed man's face and the golden light in his eyes slowly faded. At that moment, the black beast-like muscular man took a step forward and said in a loud voice, "Since you've all come, let's not waste time and begin. 7 duels, life and death will be decided by the heavens." The man surnamed Sun swept his gaze across the group of Beast King clan demonic chi and nodded. "Good," as fellow Xiong said, "there is nothing more to say between us. Let's begin." As soon as the voices of both sides fell, a pitch-black demonic wind rose behind the black beast-like muscular man and landed between the two groups. The demonic wind dissipated, revealing a black-robed man with a scar on his face. "I am Xiong Wu of the Barbarian Bear Clan. You human scum, which one of you wants to die first?" The knife-scarred man laughed wildly and unscrupulously challenged. The human cultivators were naturally enraged when they heard this. A red-robed man's face darkened and he suddenly turned into a fireball and shot forward. The man surnamed Sun frowned slightly when he saw this but didn't say anything to stop him. Lu Ming looked at the red-robed man's back. This person was Chen Wanqing, a disciple of the 8 great clans. From the looks of it, he cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. Both sides were at the pseudo-pellet stage. In terms of spiritual power, the Beast King clan's knife-scarred man seemed to be better. However, since Chen Wanqing dared to challenge him, he should have something to rely on. Although Xiong Wu of the Barbarian Bear clan shouted loudly at first, he didn't make a move after his opponent appeared. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that the opponent didn't make a move, Chen Wanqing snorted coldly. He made a gesture with both hands, and a dazzling flame suddenly appeared on the surface of his red robe. Whoosh, a fire snake with the thickness of a bull flew out from his right sleeve. It wrapped around his body and hissed at the knife-scarred man. The fire snake seemed to be quite spiritual. It spat out flames from its mouth from time to time. This is spirit-devouring fire snake. I didn't expect someone in the Middle Sky continent could control such a spirit beast. The hook-nosed man's eyes flashed with golden light. He looked at the fire snake on the red-robed man and murmured. "Spirit-devouring fire snake? I haven't heard of this name. Is this beastkin very powerful?" The black brawny man asked in a tight voice. The knife-scarred man was his clansman, and this was the first battle between the two sides, so he attached great importance to it. After all, if he lost, it would be a great blow to his morale. This spirit-devouring fire snake is a mutated spirit beast that lives in volcanic magma. Once it is born, it feeds on fire. It is born with the ability to control fire. The beastkin fire produced in its body is even more powerful than the innate pellet fire of the Jin Dan cultivator. But Brother Xiong doesn't have to worry. This fire snake's cultivation is still shallow. If it evolves from snake to dragon, even you and I will have some trouble dealing with it. As for now, it's nothing to worry about. The hook-nosed man said faintly. The black brawny man's face changed slightly at first, but he was relieved when he heard the last part. Lu Ming, who was standing on the opposite side, moved his ears, and his eyes flashed slightly. Although the hook-nosed man spoke softly, and they used beastkin power to isolate the sound, Lu Ming's divine thought was powerful, and he had taken the true soul fruit. His divine soul power had greatly increased, so he could still hear most of the conversation between the two. He immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at the fire snake. For this Shen family, one of the 8 great families famous for their fire control mystic arts, he also heard a little about it, but he never had the chance to see it in person. It was said that the fiery mountain villa where the Shen family was located was built in the Qian mountain range, which was as famous as the green smoke nether sea. There were countless volcanoes around. Several volcanoes would erupt every day. The magma that was enough to melt the superb spiritual weapon made cultivators below the crystallization period unable to step in at all. In the Qian mountain range, the fire-attributed energy was naturally extremely abundant, causing many fire-attributed beasts that had long gone extinct in other places to appear. Every direct disciple of the Qin clan had to find and raise a spiritual beast on their own in order to obtain the acknowledgement of the Qin clan. It seemed that this spirit-devouring fire snake was Xianxia's spirit beast. Your fire snake doesn't look ordinary. In the field, the beastkin cultivator with a scar looked at the fire snake on the young man in red robe and said in a deep voice. If you are afraid of death, immediately kowtow and admit defeat, then I will consider letting you live. Xianxia said with a strange smile. Just because of this sentence, I, Xiongwu, will crush your bones into ashes today. The beastkin cultivator with a scar flashed a murderous light in his eyes. He sneered, made gestures with both hands, and chanted in a low and obscure voice. The black beastkin aura on his body surged, turning into countless pitch-black tentacles that danced wildly on his body. Xianxia's face changed slightly. His 10 fingers moved like a wheel. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a rune on the fire snake. The fire snake raised its head and suddenly flew up from the young man in a red robe. Its body suddenly burst into crimson flames, burning up. In the flames, the body of the fire snake also became a lot bigger. It opened its mouth, and a crimson fire pillar was spewed out from its mouth, rushing toward the scar-faced man. Wherever the pillar of fire passed, the void seemed to be unable to withstand the high temperature and began to distort. Lu Ming and the others who were standing in the distance also felt a scorching sensation on their faces, burning their skin to the point of pain. The scar-faced beastkin cultivator seemed to have not heard it. He made a few gestures with both hands. His eyes suddenly turned crimson, and his body under the black robe suddenly swelled. In a blink of an eye, his furry body burst out of his clothes, and his whole body swelled to several times the size of the original. His head had also turned into a bear's head at the moment. It looked more ferocious against the scar on his face. Both of his palms were covered with thick black hair, and a pitch-black beastkin aura was entwined on them. With a loud roar, the huge fist released black gas and punched out. A loud bang resounded, the huge fist hit on the fire pillar. As the red and black lights intertwined, a huge force suddenly broke out. The crimson fire pillar only lasted for a moment, then it suddenly burst and turned into a sky full of flames. The scar-faced man's fist made a squeaking sound. A large area of his skin seemed to be burned by the flames, but he didn't seem to feel it. He rushed toward the young man in a red robe. Seeing this, Xianxia's face changed. He turned his hands and spat out a palm-sized red flag. The small flag swelled in the wind, and with a whoosh, it turned into the size of 10 meters. As Xianxia quickly chanted an incantation, the scarlet banner shone with a bright red light. Suddenly, a billowing flame shot out from the surface of the banner. The flame quickly spread out and transformed into a cloud of fire with a radius of several hundred feet. The cloud of fire enveloped Xianxia and the fiery serpent. Seeing this, the scar-faced beastkin cultivator's eyes flashed fiercely. However, the fire cloud in front of him was rolling endlessly, so he had to stop. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Human scoundrel, do you think you'll be fine just by hiding in there? The scarred bear suddenly let out a strange cackle. It opened its mouth and shot out a pillar of black light that was as thick as a bucket. Soon after, it transformed into a dozen or so streaks of black light that danced in the air. Eh? Lu Ming's expression changed as he watched the battle from below. Among the dozens of black lights, there were actually flying hammers. Most demonic cultivators relied on their strong bodies and innate skills to fight. Very few of them used spirit weapons or artifacts. Yet, this bear demon had actually mastered a set of flying hammers. Judging from its imposing manner, this set of flying hammers had already reached the level of a magic treasure prototype. A sharp glint flashed through the scarred bear's eyes. The dozen or so black flying hammers swayed and instantly transformed into 30 or so black hammer shadows that simultaneously attacked the fire cloud from all directions. A strange light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The secret technique that the scarred bear demon used at the moment was somewhat similar to the sword light division technique recorded in the great symbol sword technique that he had practiced in the past. However, the dense black hammer shadows danced around the fire cloud. In just a moment, it had madly smashed hundreds of times. Loud rumbling sounds continued to be heard in the air as if there were hundreds of thunder bursting at the same time. However, the churning fire clouds seemed to be empty, causing all the hammer shadows to hit nothing but air. The bear demon's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what method the other party used to avoid his flying hammers, the contempt in his heart was slightly reduced. He waved his hand and all the flying hammers shot back. His eyes flashed with a strange light and he was about to use other means. All of a sudden, the entire cloud of fire began to tumble, and then rapidly became smaller. Not good. The beastkin cultivator with an aquiline nose stared at the fire cloud with a golden light flashing in his eyes. His expression changed slightly. "Brother Eagle, what's wrong?" The black strong man saw the aquiline nose man's expression and couldn't help but ask. The aquiline nose man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he frowned. On the opposite side, Lu Ming also showed a trace of surprise on his face when he saw the situation. Through the power of his divine sense, he could barely detect that in the fire cloud at this moment, the fire snake was wildly sucking in the surrounding fire cloud. Its body was also rapidly expanding. In the next moment, all the fire cloud quickly rushed to the center and the fire snake's body appeared again. Like a balloon, it had already expanded to more than 20 feet. A gust of wind blew and the surrounding fire cloud disappeared completely. 2 coral-like horns grew out of the fire snake's head, and 4 thick claws grew out of its lower abdomen. Its body was covered with fiery red scales, and there were faint crimson flames flashing on its surface. Serpent transformation. The scarred bear demon's eyes flashed and he cried out involuntarily. The figure of the red-robed man also emerged and stood behind the huge fire serpent. A cold smile appeared on his face and he lightly said, "Go." The huge fire serpent let out a roar and fiercely pounced toward the scarred bear demon. The scarred bear demon had a dignified look on his face. He repeatedly made several hand signs and the dozen black flying hammers hovering above his head merged into one. They turned into a giant hammer that was more than 20 feet in size. Then, it fell toward the head of the fire serpent. Seeing this, the red-robed man waved his hand and made a hand sign. Bang! A loud sound was heard, the fire serpent's body suddenly rose a few feet high in flames. With a flash of its 2 front claws, it blocked the falling black giant hammer. No matter how hard the scarred bear demon urged the hammer, it couldn't fall even an inch. Immediately, the fire serpent opened its mouth and spouted a huge blazing fireball. The fireball fiercely hit the black giant hammer. For a time, the black gas on the surface of the black giant hammer and the large wave of fire formed by the explosion of the fireball intertwined in midair. The billowing black and red mist suddenly filled the entire sky. After the black giant hammer was hit dozens of times in a row, its brilliance dimmed and the hammer's flying speed also became sluggish. Seeing this, the scarred bear demon's face showed a trace of anxiety. He fiercely clenched his teeth and spouted a pitch-black beam of light. The beam of light merged into the black giant hammer. After spitting out the beam of light, the scarred bear demon's body made a series of bone-cracking sounds. His huge body quickly shrank down to its original size. His complexion became slightly pale. With the help of the black beam of light, the black giant hammer immediately shone brightly and buzzed incessantly. It was like a dormant giant beast desperately struggling to break free from the claws of the fire serpent. The huge force contained in the giant hammer caused the fire serpent to involuntarily tremble. A look of pain flashed in the red-robed youth's eyes. He had used a secret technique to temporarily give the spirit snake the power of the fire serpent. He had almost overdrawn his magic power. Moreover, there was a huge flaw in this technique. He took a deep breath and flicked his fingers. A series of red hand signs were shot out. The body of the fire serpent burst into flames. In the midst of the flames, the shadow of a huge fire banner flashed. From within the black and red mist, an ear-piercing screech resounded. Immediately after, a frenzied crimson storm appeared out of thin air and suppressed the black hammer's radiance once again. Just now, the scarred bear demon's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and spouted out an inch-large black bell. With a flash of black light, the black bell soared into the sky and flew above Xianxia's head. With a shake, it issued a clear ringing sound. In the air, a circle of black sound waves appeared and enveloped the fire serpent and Xianxia. The sound wasn't loud, but the fire serpent below trembled and issued a mournful wail. The flames on its body seemed to go out of control and fiercely sprayed out in all directions. Xianxia's eyes also flashed with a trace of confusion. The magic power within his body suddenly went out of control and scattered everywhere. The black giant hammer took advantage of this opportunity to fiercely swing. With a wing sound, it broke free from the suppression of the fire serpent and turned into a black light that soared into the sky. The black light circled in the air, and after a loud roar, a house-sized shadow of the hammer suddenly appeared in the sky. The surface of the hammer was covered in black gas, and it fiercely smashed down. At this moment, the red-robed youth had yet to recover. With the terrifying momentum of the huge shadow of the hammer, if he were to be hit, he would instantly be smashed into a pile of meat paste. Even his soul wouldn't be able to escape. At this critical moment, a silver light flashed on Xianxia's neck and a sparkling bead flashed out. With a pu sound, it shattered and a silver rainbow rolled out from it. With a flash, it collided with the huge shadow of the hammer. An earth-shaking sound rang out, the black light and silver light instantly intertwined and turned into a huge ball of light that exploded with a loud bang. The violent fluctuations turned into gusts of hurricanes that swept in all directions. When the spectators on both sides saw this, they all raised a multicolored light barrier to block the hurricanes. When Xianxia saw this, his expression relaxed. With a loud shout, he repeatedly flicked his fingers and shot a spell seal at the body of the fire serpent in front of him. The flames on the body of the fire serpent stabilized and its huge head opened its mouth, spitting out a thick pillar of fire towards the scarred bear demon bear. Xianxia and Xiongwu were the first two to fight. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged several blows. Because each of them had used their trump cards from the get-go, their momentum was enormous and attracted everyone's attention. What nobody noticed was that since the beginning of the battle, wisps of tiny crystal threads that were hard to be seen by the naked eye were spreading out from Xianxia's waist towards Xiongwu's body. At this moment, the crystal threads had already stopped flowing out. When the distant cultivator surnamed Sun saw this, his eyes lit up for a moment before quickly returning to normal. The scarred bear demon bear's eyes flashed and he struck out with a hammer incantation. The huge black hammer in the air once again shined with black light, transforming into the phantom of a huge black bear that collided with the fire serpent's pillar of fire. The huge black bear roared. Although its fat body was repeatedly pushed back by the pillar of fire, it was still able to block it. The scarred bear demon sneered and raised his hand to point. The black bell in the air let out a clear ring, releasing an even thicker sound wave. The fire serpent let out a mournful wail and the flames that had just stabilized on its body once again sprayed out in all directions. Its huge body began to tremble. Xianxia's body also trembled and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The scarred bear demon took advantage of the situation and spat out a black light that fell on the bell. Then, he pressed his two hands down in a dignified manner. "Break!" A stern shout sounded out. The black bell emitted a black light. With a tremble, the black light condensed into a 3-meter-tall bell phantom. Buzz! The bell shadow vibrated, and emitted a black sound wave that condensed into a black light ball. Then, it flashed and submerged into the fiery dragon's head. The fiery dragon wailed as if it had suffered a serious injury. Then, its huge body burst into flames that filled the sky with a loud rumble. Xianxia spouted a mouthful of blood, and his aura plummeted in an instant. A red light flashed, and the devouring spirit fire snake reappeared. But, its body had shrunk to its original size. It looked dispirited and listless. Beside the fiery snake, the scarlet fire banner was dim. It seemed that its spirituality had been damaged, and it wouldn't be able to be used for a while. A thunderclap resounded, a big black hand stretched out like lightning, and grabbed the scarlet fire banner. The devouring spirit fire snake hurriedly turned into a red light, and dashed away. After a few flashes, it returned to Xianxia's side. Haha, this fire banner is your life spirit weapon. You fused the fire banner with the fiery snake, and transformed it from a snake into a flood dragon. Its power has greatly increased. But, it's a pity that your cultivation isn't high enough. So, the fusion is too difficult. The scar-faced bear demon laughed complacently. Then, a black light surged out of his hand, and transformed into a big black hand that firmly grasped the scarlet fire banner. Then, he pointed a finger at it. Boom! The black hammer turned into a huge hammer shadow in midair, and once again fell down on Xianxia's head. Xianxia's complexion changed dramatically. His body trembled, and he opened his mouth to spit out a bowl-sized flame lotus. The flame lotus rotated, and quickly expanded by dozens of times. Then, it turned into a huge red lotus that was several feet in size. Then, it emitted a bright red light, and resisted the black hammer. At the same time, the scarlet fire banner flashed, and a lotus shadow emerged. The scar-faced bear demon's complexion slightly changed when he saw this. The black demon chi on his body surged, and he was about to make a move. But, Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he shouted the word explode first. The lotus shadow that emerged on the fire banner exploded with a loud bang, and the big black hand around it was blown to pieces. The scar-faced bear demon didn't wait for it to react. The fire banner blurred, and turned into a red shadow. Then, it quickly flew back to Xianxia's hand. The giant red lotus in midair exploded, sending the black hammer and the bell flying backward. There's no need to fight. I admit defeat. When Xianxia saw this, he turned into a ball of fire and shot towards the human cultivators. At the same time, he shouted. The scarred bear demon had been affected by the previous explosion, and his face was covered in dirt. Hearing this, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes, and he turned into a black light and chased after them. At this moment, a blurry white light flashed in front of the scarred bear demon, spinning endlessly in front of it. Bang! The scarred bear demon collided with the white light and was sent flying. He staggered back 2 steps before stabilizing himself. Xianxia took this opportunity to return to the crowd of human cultivators and gasped for breath. Fellow Taoists, this is only a martial arts competition. Afterwards, we will work together to break the restriction of the ruins. There is no need to fight to the death. Fellow Shen has already admitted defeat, so this match is your victory. The cultivator surnamed Sun withdrew his arm, and the white light that blocked the scarred beast cultivator flashed back into his sleeve. Xiongwu, you have already won. Don't cause any more trouble. Come back. In the demon race camp, the leader of the barbarian bear tribe saw this and said. The scarred man glared hatefully at the red-robed cultivator. He waved his hand to recall the flying hammer and the black bell, and flew back to his camp. When the cultivator surnamed Sun saw this, he also retreated. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He flipped his hand and took out a red pill. After swallowing it, his complexion became slightly better. Beside him, there was a young girl wearing a red robe sitting at the side. She was whispering something to him. Looking at her clothing, it was obvious that she was a disciple of the Shen clan. On the demon race's side, the hook-nosed man and the black-robed man discussed a few words in a low voice. Black light flashed on the surface of his body, and he appeared at the location of the previous battle with a series of afterimages. I will fight the next match. Which one of you humans will come out? The hook-nosed man's tone was indifferent, and his expression was quite relaxed. He swept his gaze over the human cultivators. The demon race won the first match, which could be considered a good start. For the second match, they sent out a Jin Dan beast cultivator. It was obvious that they wanted to win 2 matches in a row and further damage the morale of the human side. The human cultivators discussed in low voices for a while. Most of their gazes wandered back and forth between Lu Ming and the cultivator surnamed Sunday. According to the previous discussion, the 2 demon race Jin Dan beast cultivators would be dealt with by the 2 of them. Lu Ming turned his head to look at Cultivator Sun and indifferently said, "Let me deal with this person." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression immediately changed. "Good. Lu, you can go first. But be careful." The cultivator surnamed Sun was startled, but he immediately nodded and warned. Lu Ming smiled faintly and secretly poured a trace of magic power into a jade pendant at his waist. Black chi surged from his body and he flew out. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the hook-nosed man and calmly looked at the beast cultivator. "Very good. On your side, apart from the Jin Dan cultivator, your aura is the strongest. You being the one to fight is to my liking. Let's see how many rounds you can survive." The hook-nosed man looked up and down at Lu Ming and sinisterly smiled. "I know that your esteemed self is a bird-type beast and that your cultivation is higher than mine. However, there are always variables in a battle. Your esteemed self shouldn't boast too much from the start." Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. "Humph. If you want to know whether or not I'm boasting, then try it with your life." The hook-nosed man spoke in a hoarse voice. At the same time, the azure demonic chi on his body surged and strands of azure air revolved around his body. When faced with a Jin Dan stage beast cultivator from the savage continent, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't underestimate him. With a shake of his sleeve, a flash of purple light shot out. It was the bitter wheel sword. At the same time, he quickly pointed at the air with one hand and muttered an incantation. The bitter wheel sword immediately shined with a purple sword light. With a blur, it turned into 9 identical purple sword lights. With another flash, hundreds of sword shadows whistled through the air toward the hook-nosed man. The hook-nosed man covered the sky and the earth. For a time, a dense amount of sword chi crisscrossed on the battlefield. Even the spectators in the distance felt as if they were being enveloped by the sword shadows. The Bitterwheel sword was a lightning-type flying sword. In terms of speed, it wasn't much slower than the Void sword. When it used the sword light technique, its power could not be underestimated. So it's a sword cultivator. Its power isn't weak, but it's a pity that it's too slow. The hook-nosed man calmly evaluated the sword shadows that whistled through the air. Then, with a flash of azure light, he disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew behind Lu Ming and the hook-nosed man appeared out of thin air. A pair of black wings appeared on his back. It was as if his entire body had melted into the wind. "Die." The hook-nosed man raised one hand and his palm instantly turned into a black claw. With a chi-chi sound, he fiercely clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's entire body was torn into several pieces by the huge claw shadow. In the next moment, the hook-nosed man's expression changed. Lu Ming's broken body slowly dissipated. It was only an afterimage. 100 feet away, Lu Ming's figure flashed. A pair of silver wings had appeared on his back. They gently flapped, but his expression was somewhat serious. Although he had relied on the 3 shadowy mirages technique and the beast armor technique to accelerate and avoid the opponent's attack, he could clearly feel that the hook-nosed man was only testing him this time and had not used his full strength. In terms of speed, the hook-nosed man was definitely faster than him. At this moment, his mind was filled with rumors about the Split Eagle clan. It was said that this clan was a branch of the ancient 9 Heavenly Eagle. They were good at controlling the wind-type yuan qi between heaven and earth. Not only was their speed amazing, but they also had the power to tear the void. However, in order to tear the void, one had to reach the celestial phenomenon realm and borrow the power of the 9 Heavenly Eagle. TSK, your speed isn't slow. You can actually use illusions to form wings. Not bad, this is even more interesting. The man with a hooked nose slowly turned around and looked at the silver wings on Lu Ming's back. He said word by word. "Humph." Lu Ming snorted. A blue light flashed in his hand and a blue flag appeared. It was the treasure that he had obtained from the giant beast's belly. He injected his spiritual power into it and quickly chanted a spell. After a wing sound, a blue light appeared on the flag. With Lu Ming as the center, a blue light formation several tens of feet in size appeared out of thin air. The hook-nosed man frowned slightly when he saw this. However, at this moment, Lu Ming waved the flag in his hand. Hua la la. The surface of the flag flashed blue and the sound of surging waves was loud. Monstrous seawater gushed out and suddenly divided into several water columns that were as thick as water tanks. They shot toward the hook-nosed man. The hook-nosed man frowned. His figure flickered like a light wind and disappeared strangely. After the water pillars crashed into the ground, they all fell into thin air. Not far in front of Lu Ming, a black shadow flashed. The hook-nosed man appeared again. His two arms moved and countless green claw shadows appeared in the sky. They shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face froze. He shook the flag in his hand and a blue light curtain condensed instantly on top of his head. There was a faint sound of water flowing from it. The green claw shadows hit the light curtain and stirred up waves of water. The blue light curtain only shook a few times but did not collapse. At the same time, the blue flag in Lu Ming's hand flew out and hovered around his body. It emitted a dazzling blue light. It fell on the ground below and turned into strange runes flashing with blue light. Up. Lu Ming let out a low roar and stretched out both of his hands, slowly lifting them up from the bottom. There was a loud rumbling sound. The ground below suddenly shook, and the snow on the nearby snow-capped mountains collapsed as if responding to the tremors. The ground that was imprinted with blue runes cracked open with a few crisp sounds, and water columns shot up into the sky from the ground. Bang! Bang! The pillars of water wildly flashed with blue light before exploding in the air. In an instant, they turned into surging waves of seawater that spread in all directions. The faces of the humans and demons changed. They all formed hand seals and shot backwards. At the same time, layers of barriers appeared around their bodies, separating them from the water. A moment later, the nearby space was submerged by the surging seawater, forming a small lake. The ability to summon large amounts of water with magic power wasn't rare. However, for Lu Ming to create such a large body of water with a flip of his hand, it was somewhat shocking. In the sea, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of satisfaction. He waved one hand and with a "so," the flag flew back and disappeared into his sleeve. The reason he was able to summon such a large body of water was partly due to the flag and partly due to the nearby snowy mountain wasteland. The water vapor was inexhaustible, allowing him to multiply the power of the flag. At the same time, the hook-nosed man's body had already swelled with an azure light barrier, isolating the surrounding seawater. At the same time, his body shot backwards and stopped 100 feet away. He looked at the surrounding seawater with a slight change in expression, but it soon returned to normal. I didn't expect a trifling false-core human cultivator to have such enormous magic power. However, do you think you can gain an advantage in a battle in the water? You are truly too naive. The hook-nosed man sneered and flipped his hand. A flickering blue glyph appeared in his hand and he slapped it on his chest. With a flash of blue light, the glyph disappeared into his body. At the same time, a layer of water appeared on his body and the azure light barrier disappeared. This time, the two didn't need to say anything. After a moment of confrontation, they simultaneously flapped their wings, transforming into a silver and azure streak of light that collided with each other. Amidst the heaven-shaking rumbles, the seawater violently tumbled. With the collision of the two's magic power as the center, monstrous waves were set off from time to time, forming huge whirlpools in the blink of an eye. The cultivator surnamed Sun, who was watching the battle, glanced around. Seeing that everyone's attention had been attracted by the battle between Lu Ming and the aquiline-nosed man, he lowered his eyelids, and a yellow light flashed across his pupils. The hawk-nosed demon cultivator was entangled by Lu Ming and had no time to be distracted. The black burly man of the savage bear race was careless. Now was the perfect time to strike. He secretly made a hand seal with his sleeve, and with a flash of light, a fist-sized humanoid puppet appeared in his hand. Its face flashed, and a pair of flashing yellow eyes suddenly appeared. At the same time, thousands of miles away, at the foot of a towering snow-capped mountain, there stood two green stone pillars that were several hundred feet tall and about 10 feet thick. The stone pillars were engraved with countless large and small runes that flickered with colorful lights. Between the two stone pillars was a valley. A yellow, egg-shaped light barrier enveloped the entire valley. The glaring yellow light soared into the sky, and it was especially eye-catching in the white world of ice and snow. This place was the entrance to the ruins. Beside the two stone pillars, there were two beastkin cultivators standing on each side. The left side was two bear clan, and the right side was two eagle clan. The strength of the four beastkin clan cultivators was around the crystallization period later stage. They were relatively weak among the people who entered the ruins this time. Perhaps it was for this reason that they were sent to guard the entrance of the ruins. Although the four of them were responsible for guarding this place, they all looked a little bored. Some of them yawned from time to time. I really don't know what boss is thinking. The entrance to the ruins here is extremely sturdy, and it's impossible for it to be opened in a short period of time. He even arranged for us to guard this place, a strong bear beast cultivator grumbled as he looked around casually. That's right. I wanted to go and take a look at the competition with those humans today, but I didn't expect to be sent to guard the door. How boring. Another bear clan demon cultivator complained as he stretched his back. The two eagle clan beastkin cultivators standing on the other side heard the words of the two bear beastkin cultivators, looked at each other, and sneered silently. But what these beastkin cultivators didn't notice was that a yellow figure slowly emerged from the ground 1,000 meters away from the entrance of the ruins. This figure looked looming. It seemed to be a spirit body, but it didn't exude the slightest aura. It was like a rock, but its blurry face looked 80% similar to the cultivator surnamed Sun, but it had no expression at all. After the yellow figure glanced around quickly, he dived into the ground again, revealing only half of his head on the ground. He carefully looked at the huge enchantment at the entrance of the ruins, and a bloody light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the yellow figure opened his mouth, and a faint red mist gushed out from his mouth. Under the illumination of the 5-color light on the stone pillar at the entrance, it was even more difficult to detect. The mist quickly spread in all directions, and in the time it took to take 7 or 8 breaths, it had completely blended into the air and disappeared without a trace. A bear beastkin cultivator twitched his nose as if he felt something, but then a trace of intoxication appeared on his face. What are you doing? The other bear beastkin cultivator seemed to notice the abnormal behavior of his companion, and he wanted to ask, but halfway through, he also showed an intoxicated look as if he was immersed in a beautiful dream. The two eagle clan beastkin cultivators had a much slower sense of smell than the bear clan. They had already inhaled a lot of bloody mist unknowingly, and they also became muddle-headed. After a short while, the yellow humanoid figure slowly emerged from the ground, and he cast his gaze toward the 4 demonic cultivators. His expression was still completely blank, but yellow light swirled around his body, and he gradually took on a substantial form. He suddenly opened his hands, and a thick stack of formation flags appeared in his hands with a flash of green light. Swoosh swoosh, the sound of breaking through the air came, his fingers flicked quickly, and a green light lit up. Formation flags flew out one after another and landed on the ground near the 2 green stone pillars, arranging according to a certain pattern. In less than a moment, all the formation flags had been inserted on the ground, forming a strange array. It was somewhat similar to some teleportation arrays commonly seen in the Middle Sky continent, but it was also different. Immediately afterward, the yellow clone made a low roar and spouted dozens of yellow lights in a row. Each yellow light accurately fell on an array flag, and with a flash of yellow light, all the array flags instantly disappeared without a trace. The next moment, dozens of yellow lights rushed out of the ground, coiled up the 2 green stone pillars like yellow vines, then merged into them in a flash. After the yellow shadow did all this, a yellow light flashed on his body, and he burrowed into the ground again, disappearing without a trace. After 10 minutes, the intoxicated look in the eyes of the 4 beastkin cultivators slowly receded, and they gradually recovered their sobriety. However, the 4 of them seemed to have completely forgotten what happened just now. They still continued to guard the entrance of the ruins while talking and laughing. Under the blood sea of the mortal realm, on a black altar surrounded by 5 huge mountains, a tall figure bound by countless chains was looking straight at the top of the blood sea. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Calculating the time, it should be about time. As long as I can get that thing, I can leave this damned place. That's right, I finally don't have to continue hiding in this dark place anymore. Whoever dares to ruin my plans, I'll exterminate their entire family, not a single one will be spared. The figure with a head full of blood-red hair murmured in an inaudible voice. Ruins, the scene of the battle between the two clans. The cultivator surnamed Sun slowly raised his head and glanced at the surrounding cultivators. After a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes, he continued to watch the battle in the field as if nothing had happened. At this moment, in the water in front of everyone, a silver light and a green light were entangled together. They moved as fast as lightning, making a muffled thunder sound from time to time. Boom, the two lights collided violently and separated again. Lu Ming and the aquiline-nosed man looked at each other from a distance. Both of them were slightly panting. At this moment, the two of them appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. Their clothes were torn in many places and traces of blood could be faintly seen. The aquiline-nosed man's expression was gloomy. As a core member of the Split Eagle clan and a late Gene Dan stage cultivator, he had been overtaken by a false core stage human. Although he had a few methods to minimize the effects of the water's environment, it was still inferior to that on land. Regardless of whether it was his spiritual sense, reaction speed, or speed, they were all somewhat reduced. In contrast, the silver wings on the human's body were covered in a layer of faint blue light and he was like a fish in water. His speed was even faster than when he was in the air. The aquiline-nosed man's mind quickly turned and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He abruptly flapped his wings and his body strangely elongated like a boneless snake. With a loud crack, he suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. He let out an explosive roar and moved his arms. A pair of sharp black claws fiercely clawed at Lu Ming. Pooh, pew. The air above Lu Ming fluctuated and a pair of huge black claws appeared. It covered an area of several hundred feet, giving Lu Ming a strange feeling that he couldn't avoid it. However, Lu Ming's expression was not alarmed. It was as if he had already expected this. He calmly took a step back and the silver light on his back shone brightly. Streaks of blue light appeared on his wings. With a splash, Lu Ming's figure twisted and disappeared in the water. This caused the opponent's claws to miss. When the aquiline-nosed man saw this, he sneered. The wings on his back trembled and green light shone brightly. Countless palm-sized wind blades shot out from his wings. With the sound of breaking through the air, the green wind blades suddenly changed their direction. Their target was a seemingly empty place 100 feet away. With a flash of silver light, Lu Ming's figure appeared there. As if he had taken the initiative to move forward, he was instantly enveloped by the numerous wind blades. Lu Ming's face changed. The timing of the aquiline-nosed man's attack was too good. At this time, there was no way to avoid it. A thought flashed through his mind at this critical juncture, and he suddenly formed a seal with one hand. A blue flag appeared in front of him, and it spun in the air. In an instant, the surrounding seawater rolled away and collided with the wind blades, producing muffled pew-pew sounds. Although the aquiline-nosed man had the upper hand, the surrounding environment was absolutely advantageous to Lu Ming. The water waves came one after another. In a few breaths, the dense wind blades were all submerged. Immediately after, the wings on Lu Ming's back moved and he appeared in the distance with a sway. It seems that I was careless. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that relying on the advantage of the 8-tentacled sea beastkin, although it was unlikely to defeat the aquiline-nosed man, it was absolutely no problem for him to protect himself. Unexpectedly, the aquiline-nosed man saw through his escape method, and he was almost injured by those wind blades. Go. As soon as he steadied himself, he muttered an incantation and waved the flag in his hand. The surrounding water was stirred up and surged toward the hook-nosed man. He then flapped his wings and disappeared into the water again. The aquiline-nosed man's face sank, and his two arms grabbed wildly. Black claws burst out, crushing the surging waves. At this moment, a silver light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared behind the aquiline-nosed man. Two fists wrapped in black gas smashed over. The aquiline-nosed man didn't look back, but his divine thought sensed everything behind him in an instant. With a low groan, the beastkin aura on his body flourished, and his whole person turned into a green shadow, rushing straight up. Although there were water waves around him, it didn't have much impact on him. Want to leave? Not so easy. Lu Ming sneered. The water control flag beside him flashed in blue light, and a rapidly rotating whirlpool suddenly appeared in the surrounding sea. A huge pulling force made the escape light that was rushing into the sky slightly stagnant. The aquiline-nosed man in the green light changed his face immediately. However, the next moment, with a loud bang, Lu Ming's fist made a turn, and a huge force hit the hook-nosed man's shoulder. The hook-nosed man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body involuntarily flying backwards. This unexpected punch landed on the demon's body. The immense force contained within it actually caused the demon's protective demonic power to tremble violently, and it actually suffered serious internal injuries. However, when the spectators saw this scene, they all revealed shocked expressions on their faces. The faces of the demon clansmen turned ugly. After all, the Jean Dan stage monster race was known for their speed, yet they were struck by a mere fake Dan human. This was an incredible thing. TSK, as expected of the #1 inner sect disciple of Tai Ching Gate. He can actually injure a bird-type demon cultivator. On the human side, the dark-skinned woman Wu Hong's eyes lit up as she praised. It's just a hit. The real battle is coming up next, someone in the crowd said, unconvinced. When Cultivator Sun saw this, he was startled and a bloody light flashed deep within his eyes. Damned human, you actually dared to injure me. The aquiline-nosed man's face was ashen. This kind of injury was nothing to him, but to be injured by a human that he had always despised, he couldn't accept it. Boom! A loud sound rang out, his whole robe swelled up and his demonic power suddenly erupted. A violent azure current soared into the sky, pushing away the surrounding water within 100 feet, causing the surrounding void to buzz. When Lu Ming saw this scene, his face couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. He successively made several hand signs, and the water control flag flashed with blue light. More than a dozen tornado-like whirlpools appeared in the surrounding water, blocking between him and the aquiline-nosed man. At the same time, the azure light that erupted from the aquiline-nosed man's body slowly subsided. After the light faded away, his figure once again appeared. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked over, his heart trembling with fear. At this moment, the aquiline-nosed man's appearance had greatly changed. His pupils had completely turned into a brilliant golden color. His body suddenly sprouted pitch-black shiny feathers, densely covering his entire body. His originally somewhat curved nose had turned into a greenish-black eagle's beak, and the surface of his wings was suffused with a layer of green luster. There was a vaguely terrifying demonic power circulating between his wings. However, his hands and feet still seemed to maintain a human shape. Lu Ming wasn't unfamiliar with this situation. This was the half-demon transitional state. In some cases, for some demon cultivators, this state was more suitable for combat than the full demon form. He immediately muttered a few incantations, and black gas rolled out from his body. It swirled and condensed in front of him, transforming into 5 black tiger heads that were more than 100 feet in size. They roared and rushed towards the aquiline-nosed man. Human Clan Jr., you dare to hurt me. I will tear you into pieces. The hook-nosed man turned a blind eye to the oncoming tiger head. With a loud shout, he flipped his palm, and a green light flashed in his palm. Impressively, a deep green claw about 10 feet long appeared. The front of the claw shone with a cold light, and it looked incomparably sharp. With a movement of his arm, the green claw fiercely waved forward. In the sound of an explosion, a black arc of light that was more than 20 feet long appeared in the void in front of him. The arc of light took on the shape of a crescent moon, silently moving toward the 5 incoming tiger heads. Wherever it passed, not only was the turbulent water in the surroundings unable to affect it, but it also disappeared as soon as it came into contact with it, as if it had been directly devoured. Immediately afterward, after a few muffled sounds, the 5 tiger head phantoms also fiercely collided with the black arc of light. As a result, they were like clay oxen in the sea, directly submerged and disappeared. Space crack. Lu Ming's expression finally changed. With a flap of the wings on his back, he shot backwards at an incomparably fast speed. The black arc of light flashed, narrowly brushing past Lu Ming's body. It flickered several hundred feet away before disappearing without a trace. It's actually able to tear through space and form a crack. The spectating cultivators were all dumbstruck, unable to believe what they had just seen. The cultivator surnamed Sun calmly analyzed, the split eagle tribe's innate ability is wind. When cultivated to large success, they can tear through space. However, the strength of this eagle demon cultivator isn't enough. The reason he was able to do so is likely due to the item in his possession. So that's how it is. When the others heard this, they came to a sudden realization. However, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the azure claw. Someone worriedly said, for that eagle demon cultivator to possess such a powerful treasure, Lu will likely suffer. Lu is a decisive person. When he is truly unable to win, he will admit defeat. With that said, the cultivator surnamed Sun raised his left arm and light flickered in his hand, revealing a jade medallion. The medallion was engraved with 7 stars. One of the stars shined brightly while the other 6 were dim. Right at this moment, another star pattern lit up. When the cultivator surnamed Sun saw this, he took a deep breath and put it away. When Lu Ming sensed the jade medallion at his waist shatter, he let out a long sigh and waved the blue flag in his hand. Several tens of pillars of water as thick as water tanks suddenly appeared from the sea and rushed towards the hook-nosed man from all directions. He then took advantage of this opportunity to flee in a streak of black light. Don't even think of running. Hand over your life. The hook-nosed man was enraged and his body shined with azure light. He forcefully rushed out of the pillar of water and chased after Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. He suddenly waved the beast claw in his hand and a 3-meter-long arc of black light appeared, catching up to Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming let out a low shout and his body shined with black light. His figure blurred and suddenly turned into 4 identical silhouettes that shot out in all directions. A doppelganger technique? The hook-nosed man let out a cry of surprise and the azure claw in his hand shot out in 4 different directions without any hesitation. The black arc of light suddenly split into 4, each chasing after the 4 silhouettes. Poochie, 2 of the silhouettes were caught up to by the spatial tears and were swallowed in a flash. The other 2 were fast enough and barely managed to brush past the black arc of light and escape. At this time, the entire water area had shrunk by more than half under the swallowing of so many spatial tears. Puff puff, a wave somewhere on the water surface separated, and 2 silhouettes flashed out. One of them shattered instantly, and the remaining brilliance condensed and turned into a solid entity. Lu Ming took a long breath and glanced back at the furious hook-nosed man. He turned his hand without hesitation, took out a talisman, and crushed it. Bang, Lu Ming was wrapped in a cloud of white light. After a blur, he disappeared and appeared directly among the humans. He cupped his fist and said calmly, "What's wrong with you? Your strength is strong, I admit defeat." The hook-nosed man heard the words and snorted. His eyes flashed fiercely, but he still stopped. Then, he put away the green claw in his hand and made a gesture with both hands. The surface of his body suddenly shone with green light. Countless runes flowed on the surface of his body, intertwining and flashing. His appearance was restored to its original appearance. After the figure shook again, this powerful beast-kin cultivator flew back to the beast-kin clan with a string of afterimages. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. He waved the blue flag in his hand, launched a symbol, and pointed the tip of the flag at the void below. With a few loud rumbling sounds, the seawater floating in the sky suddenly fell and quickly sank to the ground. The light shield on everyone's body also converged with the disappearance of the seawater. Only then did Lu Ming put away the flag and stood still in the crowd. Although the Split Eagle clan beastkin cultivator was powerful enough, far beyond the ordinary Jing Dan cultivator, but compared with the Tian form demon that Lu Ming had fought before and the Jing that he encountered later, he was obviously far inferior. "Lu, you've worked hard this time." The cultivator surnamed Sun came over and said with a cupped fist. "I'm defeated, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lu Ming shook his head when he heard the words. "Lu, what are you talking about? It's already a big surprise that you can hold on for so long. Just leave the rest to us." The cultivator surnamed Sun said with relief. Lu Ming nodded, took out a golden yuan pill, and didn't say anything more. The other human cultivators also nodded and smiled at Lu Ming. After all, the strength that Lu Ming had previously displayed was enough to make them gasp in amazement. As the cultivator surnamed Sun began to arrange the candidates for the next match, everyone's attention quickly shifted to other areas. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He shook his right sleeve and a bead silently rolled into his palm. It was the demonic crystal bead. At this moment, a dark color suddenly appeared on the surface of the demonic crystal bead. Lu Ming lowered his head and his pupils shrank slightly. With a flick of his palm, the demonic crystal bead was returned to his sleeve, but his expression remained indifferent. The opposing monster race had won 2 matches in a row. Their momentum was greatly increased, and they looked at the human side with disdain and provocation. On the other hand, the atmosphere on the human side was somewhat dull. There's no time to lose. Let's start the 3rd match. With a loud shout from the burly man of the barbarian bear tribe, a tall gray-robed eagle tribe demon cultivator appeared in midair with a trace of mockery in his eyes. Although this demon cultivator was only at the false core stage, the demonic aura he exuded seemed to be a bit stronger than that of the scarred bear. The human cultivators looked at each other in dismay. According to the cultivator surnamed Sun, there was no need to fight recklessly. They only needed to endure until the transmission of the mark was completed. However, if they lost, they would still lose face. This match, I will fight. A clear female voice sounded, breaking the silence of the crowd. It was the dark-skinned woman, Wu Hong, who stepped forward. Fellow Taoist Wu, do your best. However, be careful. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Sun didn't object and only whispered a warning. Wu Hong nodded. An emerald green light wrapped around her body and flew out. In a flash, she landed in front of the gray-robed demon cultivator. The gray-robed demon cultivator glanced at Wu Hong, who was not far away, then swept his gaze over the cultivator surnamed Sun and the others in the distance. He said in a strange tone, "You actually sent a woman to fight. It seems that you human cultivators have exhausted your limited abilities." The moment he said that, the demons behind him roared with laughter. "Since your excellency is so arrogant, I would like to see if your excellency's strength is as powerful as your excellency's words." A cold light flashed through Wu Hong's eyes as she began to chant something. She then opened her mouth to expel a thin blue thread, which transformed into a blue ice toad that was around the size of a pavilion in the blink of an eye before pouncing toward the gray-robed demonic cultivator. The ice toad's speed wasn't very fast. Everywhere it passed, it left a white mark in the air, forming many tiny crystal and ice shards. Seeing this, a hint of sneer flashed in the eyes of the gray-robed beast cultivator. His figure flickered and turned into a faint shadow that disappeared on the spot. The blue ice toad was at a loss as it missed its target. With a flash, the figure of the gray-robed beast king cultivator suddenly appeared behind Wu Hong. His palm turned into a ferocious eagle claw, grabbing at the spiritual sea at Wu Hong's waist like lightning. As a cultivator of the Split Eagle clan, the gray-robed beast king cultivator was not only extremely fast, but his fighting style was also a bit similar to that of the man with a hooked nose. Wu Hong didn't turn around. She shook her arms, and the 2 emerald bracelets on her wrists flew out, one above her head and the other below her feet. Green light shone brightly, and instantly condensed into an egg-shaped green barrier, protecting her entire body within it. Bang! The eagle claw of the gray-robed beast king cultivator clawed at the shield fiercely, but it only dented inwards. It couldn't break through the shield at all. At the next moment, a flexible force bounced back along with the recovery of the shield, bouncing the gray-robed beast king cultivator away before he could react. At this moment, Wu Hong turned around at lightning speed. She made gestures with both hands and pointed in the air a few times. Buzz, the 2 hoops hanging above the woman's head and feet suddenly rotated quickly. Strands of green silk flew out from it, turning into a huge green silk net in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the moment when the beast king cultivator in grey robe was unstable, the net covered his head. The gray-robed beast king cultivator's face changed drastically, but it was a little too late to dodge at this time. He chanted a few incantations in different tones. Silver light flashed on his body, and 2 silver-long spears covered with strange spirit patterns flew out. They became several times larger as they flashed in the wind. After a cross, they blocked above his head, and with a boom, they stopped the green silk net from falling. The gray-robed beast king cultivator took the opportunity to fly away in a gray light. Seeing this, Wu Hong snorted. Her hands turned blurred, and she made various strange gestures. Waves of green runes flew out quickly and landed in the emerald green bracelets. Chi La. The green silk net in front of her instantly closed, wrapping the silver long spear in a blink of an eye. The gray-robed beast-kin cultivator just stood still more than 100 meters away. When he looked back, his face changed suddenly. The bracelets above and below Wuhang were rotating quickly, shooting out green silk, wrapping the two silver long spears layer by layer. Soon, they were wrapped into a green silkworm cocoon. The gray-robed beast-kin cultivator hurriedly made gestures, trying to free the silver long spears. In the cocoon, the two long spears shone in silver light, but the coiled fine silk was extremely tough. Although the long spears trembled violently, they couldn't break free at all. "Brother Ing, the situation of your clansmen seems to be a little bad." The black muscular man leading the bear clan sneered and said with a little sarcasm. Ingzhen has underestimated the enemy. That human clan female cultivator is obviously luring him to get close, but he is only at a slight disadvantage now. It is hard to say who will win in the end. The man with a hooked nose said coldly with a gloomy face. At this time, the gray-robed beast-kin cultivator was secretly complaining in his heart. The two silver long spears were his favorite weapons. Several of his trump cards needed them to be used, but he didn't expect to be trapped because of a moment of carelessness. At this moment, the blue ice toad on the other side once again pounced at him. An ominous glint flashed across the gray-robed beast cultivator's eyes as black light radiated from his hands. His two sharp claws glowed with pitch-black light, each of which was over 10 feet long. Then, he clawed at the blue ice toad. There was a clashing sound, the ice toad shattered like an ice cube, turning into a pile of broken ice, and a light blue gas escaped from it. Not good. Seeing this, the gray-robed beast-kin cultivator couldn't help but be shocked. His body released a large amount of beast-kin chi, turning into a gray-black vortex that rolled wildly, forcing away a lot of the surrounding light blue gas. After the black gas dissipated, a gray-black giant eagle was revealed. The gray-robed beast-kin cultivator directly revealed his true form, obviously ready to fight with all his strength. Seeing this, Wuhang also didn't dare to neglect. She changed her gestures and launched a series of symbols into the green bracelet that was rotating up and down. Suddenly, the bracelet released a bright green light. After a loud whistling sound, the dense green silk blasted at the giant eagle, about to pierce it with thousands of holes. Seeing this, the gray giant eagle let out a sharp cry. Its eyes flashed with blue light, and it flapped its wings abruptly. Its body turned into a gray shadow that shot out, and it became blurred along the way, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, there was a fluctuation above Wuhang, and the giant eagle appeared out of thin air in a gust of wind. It raised its two giant claws, ejecting a long black light that was a meter long, and it swooped down. With a boom, the two eagle claws fiercely grabbed the emerald light barrier around Wuhang's body, causing it to immediately cave in. Soon after, cracks appeared on its surface. The gray giant eagle spread its wings, and the beast-kin chi on its body suddenly condensed and then burst out. The black light on the eagle claws suddenly skyrocketed. Gotcha, the emerald light shield could no longer hold, and it shattered, turning into a green light rain. There was ecstasy in the gray giant eagle's eyes, and its huge eagle claws clawed at Wuhang's back without slowing down. This change of figure was as fast as lightning. It almost happened in a breath. A mere human body was absolutely unable to withstand such a sharp blow. The gray giant eagle seemed to have seen the tragic death of the human female cultivator. At this moment, Wuhang's body suddenly looked up, and there was no trace of panic or fear on her face. The gray giant eagle was startled, and its heart skipped a beat. Before it could react, there was a buzzing sound. There was a fluctuation near its claws, and a giant emerald green ring appeared. It flashed and instantly tightened. The gray giant eagle was naturally shocked and angry. It flapped its wings wildly, and the black light on its claws flashed wildly. It struggled desperately. At this moment, another emerald green ring fell from the sky, and it accurately wrapped around its neck, deeply entangling its feathers. After the gray giant eagle let out a miserable cry, it was suddenly fixed in midair. Its wings flapped wildly, and it struggled in pain. Wuhang solemnly struck out a series of hand seals, and the light blue mist that pervaded the surroundings instantly converged, enveloping the giant gray eagle within it. Traces of sharp cold air suddenly swept in all directions, and from time to time, there was the sound of condensing in the mist. After a moment, the light blue mist dissipated, revealing the scene inside. The gray giant eagle's body was frozen by a layer of blue ice crystals, and it turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. It even maintained the appearance of struggling with all its might a moment ago. The human cultivators were overjoyed to see this, and a trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. At this moment, Wu Hong put down her arms. Her face was pale, and she was panting. This moment of casting had consumed more than half of her magic power. If it wasn't for a clever plan, it would be impossible to freeze the eagle beast cultivator that was not inferior to her in speed and cultivation. Eagle Zhen. With a loud shout, azure light flashed, and the figure of the hawk-nosed man appeared. Wu Hong's expression changed abruptly. She tapped her foot on the ground and her figure shot backward. At that moment, white light flashed, and a silhouette appeared in front of her. It was the cultivator surnamed Sunday Fellow Daoist Eagle. Your clansman is only temporarily frozen. There is no threat to his life. There is no need to be too excited. The cultivator surnamed Sun indifferently said. His body faintly glowed with white light, and he was ready to attack. When the hawk-nosed man heard this, his eyes flashed, and he immediately noticed that the gray eagle's pupils were still faintly moving within the blue ice crystals. It hadn't lost its vitality. With a cold snort, he raised his hand and shot an azure streak at the eagle. The ice crystals shattered, and the gray eagle was still wrapped in 2 emerald green rings. It was unable to move. The hawk-nosed man's expression grew even more unsightly, and he coldly said to the cultivator surnamed Sun, "We lost this battle. Let him go." Wu Hong glanced at the cultivator surnamed Sun and saw him nod his head. Then, she waved her hand at the huge eagle and formed 2 hand seals. Pu, Piu. With a flash of green light, 2 green ring inscriptions appeared on the eagle's body and disappeared. In the next moment, they reappeared on the young woman's wrists. Immediately afterward, a layer of grayish-black demonic light appeared on the gray eagle's body. Its huge body quickly shrank into a human form, but its face was full of shame. Ancient spirit tool, please return it. The hook-nosed man's gaze fell on the green cocoon at the side and he coldly said. When Wu Hong heard this, she chuckled and raised her hands. The 2 rings gently touched each other. Pung pung. A crisp sound rang out, the emerald green cocoon in the air shined brightly. All of the green threads were peeled off and reintegrated into the bracelets. After the pair of silver spears were freed, they turned into 2 streaks of silver light and were taken back by the gray-robed cultivator Yingzhen. Yingzhen fiercely glared at Wu Hong before flying back to the main clan under the direction of the hook-nosed man. Wu Hong also followed behind the cultivator surnamed Sun and flew back to the crowd. Fellow Wu's cultivation method is exquisite. It's truly admirable. Admirable, admirable. Everyone cupped their hands towards Wu Hong and words of praise came from their mouths. Although Wu Hong wasn't a disciple of a sect or clan, she was able to turn the tide of defeat by herself and obtain the first victory for the human race. This caused the human cultivators to feel a trace of admiration. After Wu Hong casually responded with a few words, she sat down cross-legged and began to recover. When Lu Ming saw this, he slightly examined the Fali in his body. After muttering to himself for a moment, he also took a few medicinal pills and walked away to meditate. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, finally opened his eyes. The golden origin pill and the other 2 medicinal pills caused his body's Fali to recover by more than half and replenish his mental power. Lu, you're awake? The youth surnamedly saw Lu Ming stand up, walked over, and greeted him. Lu Ming nodded slightly at him and was about to say something when he was attracted by the sound of an intense collision of mana coming from afar. He could not help but look towards the sound. In the sky above the open space between the human race and the monster race, 2 rays of light, one white and one black, were fiercely colliding back and forth. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound from time to time. As for the other cultivators in the surroundings, aside from 2 of them who were meditating, the rest of them were nervously watching the battle in the sky. Mr. Li, how is the battle now? Lu Ming asked Li Yonghong casually. Mr. Li, what's the situation now? In order to recover his Fali as soon as possible, he had put all his attention into circulating his cultivation method. Apart from paying attention to the abnormalities in his surroundings, He did not pay attention to the situation in the arena. However, he could roughly feel that he had been meditating for about 2 hours. Now 6 out of the 7 battles have been fought. Now only the battle between Fellow Sun and the leader of the barbarian bear clan is left. The youth surnamedly glanced at the sky and said, "Oh? What was the result before?" When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed as he asked. "It's not too optimistic. In the 6 battles, only Fellow Wuhong and Fellow Yi of the Demon Mystic sect won too. However, our losses were not very ugly. At least the situation was still acceptable." The cultivator surnamedly said with a sigh. Lu Ming didn't say anything more. His gaze once again fell on the 2 people in the air. In the air, the cultivator surnamed Sun was holding a shining object in his hand. From it, a dazzling white crystal light burst out as he fought against the barbarian bear clan's large, dark man. At this moment, the large, dark man had already taken on a half-demon form. Not only did his entire head transform into the head of a ferocious bear, but his body was also covered in thick black fur. A pair of thick bear paws danced in the air, bursting out with dazzling black palm shadows. What surprised Lu Ming was that not only was the large, dark man's magic power incomparably deep, but his movement speed was also not slow. With just a pair of palms, he repeatedly collided with the white crystal light shot out from the hands of the cultivator surnamed Sunday. Every time they collided, a muffled thunderous sound would erupt. Although the large, dark man's attacks were swift and fierce, the white crystal light released by the cultivator surnamed Sun was endless. Not only was he able to receive all of the large man's attacks, but he also didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned and a black light faintly shined from his eyes. He was able to clearly see the shining object in the hands of the cultivator surnamed Sunday. It was surprisingly a foot-long square mirror. The surface of the mirror was as smooth as water and a white light flowed through it. The back of the mirror was faintly painted with patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and beasts. "It's a congealing mirror," Lu Ming muttered. The cultivator surnamed Li was startled and casually praised. "Lu also recognizes this treasure. You are worthy of being a Tai Ching sect disciple. You are truly experienced and knowledgeable." "Hee, I've only heard of it," Lu Ming noncommittally said. The cultivator surnamed Li chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, I've also heard my clan's elders mention this treasure of Haran Academy. It is said that the mirror emits divine sky-cleansing light that can restrain and purify all demonic and devilish qi. Although the barbarian bear cultivator's magic power is a level higher than fellow Taoist Sun's, I feel that fellow Taoist Sun's chances of victory are higher. Among the 4 ancient sects, the Haran Academy's cultivation method has always been the most righteous. It is known as the orthodox cultivation method of our human race. Many of their cultivation methods have a great restraining effect on both the demon and demon Tao. It actually complements this congealing mirror." Lu Ming didn't respond to the words of the cultivator surnamed Li. Instead, he spoke with a slightly strange tone. The cultivator surnamed Li was startled when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a strange expression. But at this time, Lu Ming's expression was astonishingly normal. Just as the cultivator surnamed Li wanted to say something, Lu Ming's lips suddenly moved and he sent a sound transmission. "That's right, fellow Li, I looked at the map you gave me about the other ruin. I still have some questions in my heart that I would like to ask. It seems that Brother Lu is willing to go treasure hunting with me? If you have any questions, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you." The cultivator surnamed Li was overjoyed when he heard the words, and he also sent a sound transmission back. Lu Ming smiled slightly and talked with the cultivator surnamed Li for a while. At the same time, his right hand shook slightly, and the magic crystal bead once again rolled silently into his palm. After he held it with his 5 fingers, he suddenly turned around and walked toward the demon mystic sect's man surnamed Ji not far away. "I just heard that fellow defeated the Beast King clan's powerful enemy and won a victory. It's really gratifying." Lu Ming stood in front of the man surnamed Ji with a smile on his face. He cupped his fist slightly. "Lu is too kind." The man surnamed Ji retracted his gaze from the air. There was a hint of doubt and vigilance in his eyes. After all, the demon mystic sect and Lu Ming, the disciple of the Tai Ching Gate, couldn't get along with each other. Lu Ming didn't seem to feel the coldness of the man surnamed Ji. After saying a few words of congratulations, he slowly walked away and walked toward Wu Hong. The cultivator surnamed Ji looked at Lu Ming's back with some bewilderment for a long time before withdrawing his gaze with a frown. Lu Ming casually walked around the crowd and chatted with everyone. Then, he returned to his original spot and continued to watch the battle in midair without batting an eyelid. High up in the sky, the battle had reached a critical moment. After a fierce collision, the two figures were ejected from each other. The cultivator surnamed Sun took a deep breath and clasped his hands in front of his chest. Countless thumb-thick white lights flew out from his palms and strangely shot into the white mirror in front of him. Suddenly, the light-congealing mirror shined brightly. After a tremble, a white mirror appeared out of thin air. Then a second mirror, a third mirror. After 3 breaths of time, 8 identical white mirrors appeared in front of the cultivator surnamed Sunday. They floated up and down and refracted dazzling white light from the mirrors. When the burly man saw this, his expression slightly changed. The magic power fluctuations coming from the white mirrors caused his heart to palpitate. He let out a low shout and his hand seal became sluggish. A dark iron medallion with a bear pattern appeared in his hand, calming his heart. But before he could react, the cultivator surnamed Sun had already launched an attack. He opened his mouth and spat out the word, fuse. The 8 mirrors trembled and simultaneously spat out a ray of white light, fusing into a 10-meter thick beam of light that shot toward the burly man's head. Go! The burly man shouted and the iron medallion in front of him shined with black light. With a whoosh, a large amount of black chi surged out. In the blink of an eye, the medallion transformed into a lifelike shadow of a ferocious bear face. Just as the bear face took form, the white beam of light struck it. The black bear face let out a miserable shriek. The area that was struck by the white beam of light quickly turned into wisps of smoke and dissipated. It was as if a large hole had been melted away. However, the black bear face was extremely huge. The black chi from other areas converged and resisted the white beam of light in the blink of an eye. When the burly man saw this, his expression relaxed and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the iron medallion. The illusory bear face in the air suddenly glowed with red light and spat out 2 streaks of crimson light. They transformed into 2 thumb-thick snakes and shot towards Cultivator Sun like arrows. The cultivator surnamed Sun's expression changed and he formed an incantation gesture with his hand. The 2 white mirrors split into 2 beams of white light and shot towards the blood-red snakes. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds rang out at nearly the same time. The 2 blood-red snakes hadn't even touched the white beam of light when they exploded and turned into 2 clouds of blood mist. The mist quickly fused and enveloped the cultivator surnamed Sunday. When the burly man saw this, a vicious smile appeared on his face. The blood mist appeared ordinary, but it was refined from the blood essence of a variety of sinister demon beasts. Even if it couldn't kill the cultivator in front of him, it should be able to temporarily trap him for some time. In the next moment, the burly man poured a steady stream of demonic power into the iron medallion in his hand. The black bear face in the air suddenly swelled and roared, preparing to launch another attack. At that moment, a cold snort came from within the blood mist. The sound of air being pierced rang out and a dense amount of white light shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist was riddled with holes and the cultivator surnamed Sun's figure was revealed. Impossible! When the burly man saw this, he couldn't help but cry out. In the crowd of spectators, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. The cultivator surnamed Sun paid no attention to him. As soon as he broke free, he formed an incantation gesture with his hands and the 8 white mirrors around him suddenly exploded, transforming into countless light arrows that shot forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air rang out. The black bear's face was instantly submerged in the rain of white arrows and was pierced with countless holes. It let out a howl and loudly dissipated. When the burly man saw this, his expression froze and he let out a shout. Black demonic chi suddenly flourished from his body and dense black hair began to grow on his entire body. From a distance, he looked like a huge ball of black fur floating in the air. The white light arrows struck the surface of the shield and white spots of light appeared. At the same time, the sound of explosions rang out, but they were unable to penetrate the shield in the slightest. Scatter! When the cultivator surnamed Sun saw this, his eyes flashed and he let out a shout before waving his hand in a hand seal. All of the light arrows in the air suddenly exploded with a loud rumble, and a glaring white light enveloped the dark burly man's entire body. The burly man only saw a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him and his expression suddenly changed. He hastily retreated and raised his hands to receive the light arrows. However, his stature had barely moved when a white light flashed on top of his head. Then, the 8 white light mirrors suddenly appeared on top of his head, as if they had teleported. Then, they issued a low-pitched cry, and a huge white halo shrouded the sturdy man inside. The burly man's expression greatly changed. To his horror, he discovered that he was unable to move his body in the slightest. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified. The burly man's heart sank and the iron medallion in his hand shined with black light. In an instant, a black light barrier appeared around him. The cultivator surnamed Sun kept an eye on the burly man's movements and muttered an incantation. He waved his hands in a variety of complex hand seals and spat out several balls of blood essence. At the same time, he extended his finger and pointed in the air. Following a few splashes, the blood essence suddenly split into 8 balls of light, all of which fell onto the 8 white mirrors in a flash. After doing all of this, Cultivator Sun's complexion became incomparably pale, without the slightest trace of blood. After receiving the blood essence blessing, the mirror surface shined brightly and spouted white flowers of flames that fell on the burly man's protective halo. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of white flames that submerged the burly man and burned him fiercely. Immediately, the spectating cultivators could only see white flames surging within the huge light barrier. They were no longer able to see what was going on inside. However, from time to time, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. It was clear that the bare demonic cultivators were attacking the light barrier with all their might. Cultivator Sun's figure blurred and appeared in the air above the 8 white mirrors. The series of successful attacks did not cause him to reveal any joy. Instead, he sat down with a gloomy expression and formed a seal with his hands. A thin white light flew out from his body and connected with the white mirror below. The white light barrier below began to flicker and flicker with spiritual light. "Senior Eagle, will Leader Xianxia be alright inside?" A burly man from the barbarian bear tribe spoke to the hook-nosed man respectfully with a worried expression on his face when he saw this. The other man eagerly said, "If there really is danger, we don't need to abide by the agreement. We can directly charge in and rescue the leader." "Hehe, what are you so worried about?" Although this human cultivator had some remarkable abilities, the series of techniques he used consumed a lot of his magic power. Although the white flames were powerful, with Xianxia's bear spirit token's defense, it could definitely withstand it. It was just a matter of whose magic power was exhausted first. "If there is no other choice, then we can act." The hawk-nosed man chuckled and didn't appear worried in the slightest. Hearing this, the 2 barbarian bear tribe men looked at each other, then they agreed and retreated. In the distance, the human cultivators were both happy and worried. When they first saw the cultivator surnamed Sun trap the demonic bear cultivator, they were excited. But now that the 2 sides were competing in magic power, they were greatly worried. Lu Ming silently moved to the back of the crowd and stared at the cultivator surnamed Sun in the air. It was unknown what he was thinking. As time slowly passed, the cultivators on both sides grew impatient. The humans were fine, but if it weren't for the hawk-nosed man holding them back, the demonic bear cultivators would have already rushed out. In the air, the cultivator surnamed Sun's face was as pale as paper and his eyes were dim. His aura was less than a tenth of what it was at its peak. The halo of white light emitted by the octagonal mirror had also dimmed significantly, but the white flames inside were still burning fiercely. At that moment, a muffled sound came from the light barrier. The cultivator surnamed Sun's expression changed. The white halo suddenly shook violently, and the white flames within it tumbled. Suddenly, countless black beams of light burst out from it, shooting out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the white light barrier was riddled with holes and dispersed. A black streak of light shot out from the barrier and landed 100 meters away. In a flash of black light, the burly man's figure was revealed. At that moment, he had already restored his human form. His clothes were tattered and scorched with traces of fire. His aura was scattered and he was gasping for breath. However, the fierce expression on his face didn't diminish in the slightest. The burly man waved his hand and black light flashed. The iron plate appeared in front of him, but its light had dimmed and the bare face pattern on its surface had disappeared. The dark-skinned burly man's complexion suddenly turned livid. This iron plate was his natal magic treasure, but it was actually damaged to this extent. Even if he brought it back to the clan and refined it again, who knew how long it would take for it to be as good as new? Unforgivable. The burly man gritted his teeth as he spat out these words. He raised his head to look at the cultivator's surnamed son and an ominous glint flashed from his eyes. Demonic chi violently surged from his body. On the other side, the cultivator's surnamed son's condition wasn't much different. His complexion was pale and his eyes were dim. But in a flash of white light, the 8 white mirrors turned back into light congealing mirrors and returned to his hand. Brother Bear, let's end this match here. As cultivators of the Jin Dan, I reckon that a victor won't be decided in a short time. It would be better to consider this match a draw. A silhouette flashed and the hook-nosed man appeared at the burly man's side. Of course. The cultivator's surnamed son's eyes flashed and he lowered his arm. The dark-skinned burly man looked a little unwilling. The hook-nosed man's lips moved slightly, and he transmitted a few words to him. The dark-skinned burly man's expression changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. The demonic chi on his body slowly dissipated. The hook-nosed man looked around and loudly said, "That's good. The 7 matches are all over." In the air, human and demon silhouettes repeatedly swayed. The cultivators of the human and demon races flew over and stood facing each other in a confrontation. After this match, the hostility between the two sides grew even stronger. For a time, the surrounding atmosphere became tense. It was likely that a battle would erupt if there was even the slightest disturbance. "Brother Sun, are you all right?" When Lu Ming saw this, his expression changed. He tightened his grip on something within his sleeve and silently approached Cultivator Sun a few steps. He then faintly asked, "It's no problem. There is no need to continue fighting." The cultivator's surnamed son put away the light congealing mirror and took out a thumb-sized pill that sparkled with spiritual light. He swallowed it and shook his head. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he nodded before taking a step back. At that moment, the hook-nosed man dryly coughed and broke the oppressive atmosphere. He took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "According to our previous agreement, we will work together to break the restriction at the entrance of the ruins, and then divide the treasures according to the results of the competition. Now that the results are out, our demon race has won 4, drawn 1, and lost 2, so we will take 4.5 of the treasures in the ruins. Fellow Taoists of the human race shouldn't have any objections, right?" The cultivator with the surname Sun took a deep breath and said, "That is only natural. Since we have come to an agreement beforehand, it is only natural that we will abide by this result." "That's good." The hook-nosed man grinned. The cultivator surnamed Sun smiled and said, "There is no time to lose. Let's head to the ruins up ahead. If we delay, something unexpected might happen. Fellow Taoist Sun, there's no need to rush. The enchantment at the entrance can't be broken in a short time. It's not too late to take a rest before leaving," the hook-nosed man said with a slight frown. "If we delay any longer, who knows what accidents might happen. In the previous battle, no one from either side was truly injured, so why should we waste more time?" With a wave of his hand, a light blue flying carriage flew out of his sleeve. His figure flashed and he landed on top of it. The other human cultivators also flew into the carriage. In a flash of blue light, the flying carriage turned into a streak of light and flew towards the ruins. When the demon race cultivators saw this, there was an immediate uproar and they all proposed to immediately set off. "Don't be noisy. Since those humans are so nervous, let them go ahead and break the formation first. We will first recuperate nearby and wait for everyone to recover some magic power before setting off. Hee, the restriction at the entrance of the ruins is extremely powerful. It will be impossible to break it in a short time." The hook-nosed man coldly said and looked at the blue streak of light in the distance with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Not long after, 2 silhouettes appeared in a hidden cave on the mountain below. They were Xianxia and the hook-nosed man. "The human cultivators have already gone to the forbidden area ahead of us. Why did you have us make such a big fuss and come here? Isn't it the same outside? Xianxia complained with some dissatisfaction. The hook-nosed man unhurriedly said, even if we let them set off first, we will still arrive first. Don't forget that on the first day we arrived, I laid down a short-distance teleportation formation here. This time, we actually let those human bastards win 2 rounds and a draw. This is a far cry from our plan back then. Are we really going to split the treasure with them? Xianxia's face was full of displeasure as he said. This matter is also out of my expectations. I didn't expect that there would be such a tough opponent among the fake pellet state cultivators. Especially the kid that fought with me. Not only did he almost hurt me, he was able to escape from my hands in the end. But then again, if they let this person fight against the other people on our side, I'm afraid we can win one more match. The aquiline-nosed man revealed a slight hesitation and said slowly. Brother Ing, what do you mean by this? How can you boost the morale of others and diminish our own? Hearing this, Xianxia slammed his palm down and smashed the stone table in front of him into pieces. He said furiously. Brother Xiong, don't be impatient. I actually already have a plan to deal with them. However, you and I still need to plan how to deal with these human cultivators with extraordinary combat power. After all, how can such a treasure like the Mountain River Pearl fall into the hands of those human cultivators? The aquiline-nosed man rolled his eyes and said with a light smile. Oh? I knew that Brother Ing must have a good plan. Xianxia immediately turned from anger to joy as he said. How about this, when the time comes, we will do this. The aquiline-nosed man leaned close to Xianxia's ear and said in a soft voice. Good, good, good. No wonder Brother Ing said that you want to go back. It turns out that you have such a good plan. Let's do it. Then I will immediately give the order. This time, we must make sure that these human race bastards don't return. But since it's like this, we don't need to rest too much. Let's teleport over immediately. It seems that what you said to the other clansmen before was just an excuse. Xianxia's eyebrows were tightly knitted at first, but he immediately relaxed after hearing this. He clapped his hands and laughed. After saying the word good 3 times, he left with a face full of smiles. In a giant blue flying car that pierced through the sky, the people of the Human Race Alliance were not depressed because they only won 2 matches. Instead, they were all excited and chatting with each other from time to time. Actually, if we let Lu deal with a crystal-level cultivator today, then we'll be able to obtain 3 victories and be evenly matched with the monster clan. The youth surnamed Li chuckled. Fellow Daoist Li, according to what you said, if we were to arrange for powerful cultivators to fight against weaker cultivators, it would be possible for us to win 4 matches, right? However, when the time comes, he won't be able to take action on the spot and plant a mark on the bodies of the 2 Jingdan cultivators, Wu Hong said with a faint smile. Although Lu is the #1 person in the Sky Gate gathering and his strength is obvious to all, it's still not quite possible for him to defeat a Jingdan advanced stage powerhouse of the Goblin clan. Another youth from the Haran Academy sighed and said. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He just sat quietly in a corner and meditated. At this moment, a yellow escape light blasted back from a distance. It was the old man with yellow eyebrows of the Haran Academy, Huang Yun, who was responsible for surveying nearby. The Beastkin clan people have also left at this moment, but they didn't rush directly to the ruins. Instead, they are resting in the original camp. The old man with yellow eyebrows reported to the cultivator surnamed Sunday, we have won 2.5 victories this time, and the Beastkin clan people will not give up. But no matter what tricks they want to play, it is too late now. This time, the plan could be said to be quite successful. The teleportation array at the entrance of the ruins has been set up, and the 7 people have been marked. When the enchantment is broken and the array is activated, they can be teleported away together. Remember, we must finish the battle quickly and capture all the remaining Beast King clan cultivators. The cultivator surnamed Sun held a jade token and shook it to everyone. There were 7 shining stars flashing on it, and he said with a smile at the same time. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, without the 7 Beast King clan cultivators led by the 2 Jingdan cultivators, the rest of the Beast King clan cultivators were naturally not a problem. All the treasures in the ruins were naturally in the bag. After less than a meal's time, Lu Ming and his party came to the entrance of the ruins according to the agreement with the Beastkin clan. But to everyone's surprise, when they arrived, they found that the group of Beastkin clan cultivators had already been waiting at the entrance of the ruins. "How could you run ahead of us? I understand, you arranged the teleportation array in advance." All the Beastkin clan cultivators were surprised, but one of them immediately reacted and shouted, "Surnamed Sun, what took you so long? With such a slow speed, we thought that your human race had already given up on the 2.5 sets of treasures." The dark-skinned burly man in the lead, Xianxia, glanced at the human race cultivators and mocked. The group of Beastkin clan cultivators behind him also sneered. "You." When the red-robed Xianxia heard this, an angry expression appeared on his face. He raised his arm slightly and was about to attack. Cultivator Sun hastily raised an arm to block him. His expression didn't change as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. His lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission to the others. "The teleportation array hasn't been discovered. Everyone, remember to be patient for now. After we break the restriction and activate the teleportation array, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop." Then, he lightly said to the Beastkin clan cultivators in front of him, "Fellow Daoist Xiong must be joking. These 2.5 treasures are indeed not much compared to what your Beastkin clan has, but we will absolutely not give up." Just as the two were talking, Lu Ming expressionlessly released his spiritual sense and swept it over the Beastkin clan cultivators. His eyes slightly flickered. "Since you've all come, let's not talk nonsense. Let's break the restriction and enter to seize the treasures." The hooked man beside Xianxia took a step forward and loudly said to Lu Ming and his party. The cultivator surnamed Sun nodded and said, "That's good. Let's avoid long nights and many dreams." Everyone shifted their gaze to the entrance of the ruins. There were 2 azure stone pillars that were several hundred feet tall. They saw a faint azure light screen between the multicolored stone pillars. It was faintly discernible and appeared to be as calm as the surface of water. When Lu Ming saw this, his eyebrows slightly raised. From the aura emitted by the 2 stone pillars and the light screen, it was somewhat similar to the wood spirit formation that Lan Si had laid down. Behind the stone pillars, there was a towering mountain valley that was surrounded by a layer of yellow egg-shaped light. All of the treasures were clearly inside. Behind the stone pillars, the dark-faced young woman, Wu Hong, said with slight doubt, "The restriction here doesn't seem to be anything special." Fellow Daoist Wu's words are incorrect. This place is an extremely profound wood attribute restriction. None of us present possess a restriction-breaking technique. We can only break it through brute force. But even if both sides join forces, I fear it will be impossible to break it in less than 4 to 6 hours. Cultivator Sun replied. "This servant is untalented. I'll give it a try first." Wu Hong raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Then, she gracefully took a few steps forward. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of the green light curtain. Then, she shook her arms and 2 emerald green bracelets flew out of her hands. The young woman muttered an incantation and the 2 green bracelets began to revolve in front of her. They suddenly grew several meters in size. Puff. Puff. Unceasing sounds rang out as palm-sized silver talisman characters flew out from the bracelets. In a flash, they entered the azure light screen. When Xianxia saw this, he sneered and said, "This light screen can consume all magic power. It can only be destroyed by continuously pouring magic power into it until it reaches its peak." The young woman acted as if she hadn't heard him and continued to control the bracelets, releasing even more silver talisman characters. A short moment later, silver light began to seep out from the azure light screen and thin cracks began to silently appear on its surface. When Wu Hong saw this, her face lit up and she formed an incantation gesture. The bracelets flourished with brilliance and released even more silver talisman characters, causing the thin cracks on the azure light screen to grow thicker and thicker. When Cultivator Sun saw this, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said, "It seems that fellow Daoist Wu's bracelets are a rare treasure. They seem to be able to restrain this restriction." When the 2 Jindan demon cultivators saw this, they glanced at each other with surprise. At that moment, the 2 emerald bracelets suddenly let out a muffled hum and began to tremble. The dark-faced young woman frowned and her expression became dignified. After a few breaths of time, the silver cracks that were originally as thick as an arm rapidly thinned. Even the specks of silver light emitted from the azure light screen were completely devoured by the azure light. The azure light screen once again became as calm as still water. Pung pung. The two bracelets uncontrollably fell to the ground. The dark-faced young woman's complexion greatly changed and she hastily waved her hand. The two bracelets transformed back into two jade bracelets and flew back to her arm. After a slight inspection, she let out a sigh of relief. When the several demon race cultivators saw this, they laughed with ridicule. When Lu Ming saw this, his eyes flashed. This restriction was indeed very different from the ones he had encountered before. However, he now had the bitter will sword in hand. If he combined it with the restriction-breaking secret technique of the great symbol sword art, he could give it a try. However, this thought passed through his mind in a flash. Since fellow Taoist Wu has no way to break this restriction, we can only use the stupidest method and forcibly break this restriction. After Cultivator Sun sighed with slight disappointment, he ordered everyone. Several disciples of the Haran Academy took the lead to attack. Each of them raised their hands, and a blue rainbow shot out. Under the blue light were gray iron books. After opening one by one, colorful ancient characters surged out and turned into swords, axes, and axes that slashed at the light screen. Lu Ming also raised his arm. A clear sound was heard and a purple rainbow flew out. It released crackling purple lightning and bombarded the light screen. The rest of the human race cultivators also cast various secret techniques and treasures and surged toward the light screen. Well, we can't fall behind others. Let's also attack. Xianxia also said to the monster race cultivators behind him. All of the demonic beast cultivators responded in unison before unleashing all types of attacks toward the azure light barrier. For a time, at the entrance of the ruins, there was an endless roar and various rays of light soared into the sky. Cultivator Sun and the two monster race Jin Dan powerhouses didn't make a move. They just looked at each other coldly and vigilantly. Following the incessant casting of their techniques, rumbling sounds continued to echo from the valley where the ruins were located. But regardless of what spirit tools or secret techniques they used, they were unable to cause much damage to the huge light barrier between the two azure stone pillars. Various colored rays of light surged forward, but they were like clay oxen entering the sea, never to return. After an entire hour, the huge azure light barrier only slightly swelled from the inside out. Apart from that, there were no other changes. Seeing this, the cultivators on both sides sucked in a breath of cold air. You two still haven't made a move. Do you plan on wasting a few days and nights here? The cultivator surnamed Sun suddenly said to Xianxia and the cultivator surnamed Sunday, the one surnamed Sun, aren't you also not making a move? Xianxia coldly snorted. The hawk-nosed man coldly glanced at the cultivator surnamed Sun and then looked at the situation of the restriction breaking not far away. His eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. It seems that we are still quite wary of each other. However, the movement of the techniques here is too great. If this continues, I fear it will attract people from other forces. I think both sides should put down their guard and work together to break the restriction first. After the cultivator surnamed Sun made a suggestion, he didn't wait for the two demon cultivators to agree. His figure blurred and appeared in the air in front of the azure light barrier. He spread his hand and a white light condensed into the light congealing mirror in his palm. A white crystal light shot out from his fingertips. All of the white crystal light condensed into a thick white crystal pillar in midair. With a pu sound, it entered a certain part of the azure light barrier. The surface of the azure light barrier rippled and slightly swelled, but it didn't show the slightest sign of breaking. After Xianxia and the hawk-nosed man looked at each other and whispered a few words, they both soared into the air and appeared a few dozen feet in front of the light barrier. Their bodies surged with demonic chi. Ao! Behind Xianxia, the surging demonic chi transformed into the shadow of a giant bear. It let out a wild roar and spat out 3 scarlet fireballs from its mouth. At first, each of them was only the size of a head, but halfway through, they swelled with the wind and became the size of a house in the blink of an eye, charging straight at the azure light barrier. As soon as the 3 crimson fireballs came into contact with the green light curtain, a violent shockwave spread out, and the entire light curtain began to shake. The shadow of a huge ancient tree, which almost filled the entire green light curtain, slowly emerged. The rustling sounds continued without end. Green leaves flew out from the branches of the ancient tree and turned into beams of green light. The 3 red fireballs were cut into pieces in the blink of an eye. The other people's attacks were also neutralized by the green light that covered the sky. As Lu Ming attacked with the bitterwheel sword, he saw the shadow of the ancient tree. A trace of doubt flashed in his heart. Looking at the vision of this restriction, could it be related to the big seal in the hands of Lan Ning? Just as Lu Ming was thinking, the hook-nosed man suddenly made his move. He spread open his arms like a falcon before sweeping them through the air, and a series of gray feathers flew out of his sleeves before transforming into gusts of gray gale-force winds. Pu-pu sounds could be heard. The dense hurricane and the green leaves intertwined and collided, bursting apart one after another. The momentum was astonishing. With the addition of the 3 Jindan cultivators, the spirits of both sides were roused, and they continued to attack with all their might. After about half an hour, the leaves that flew out of the ancient tree on the green light screen began to sparse, and the originally verdant pattern also became a little withered and yellow. Seeing that their attacks were obviously effective, everyone revealed a happy expression. The indiscriminate bombardment continued for another half an hour. The tree pattern on the green light curtain became increasingly withered and yellow, and the light curtain almost bulged out into a ball shape, as if it was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, with a pu sound, the green light curtain trembled, and the entire ancient tree pattern loudly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the light curtain. With a chila sound, the green light curtain also turned into specks of azure light that collapsed. At the same time, wisps of multicolored light erupted from behind the light curtain. The multicolored light didn't have any offensive nature, but it was dazzling and dazzling. It filled the sky, and everyone was caught off guard. For a time, they were unable to clearly see the situation behind the light curtain, and they all vigilantly retreated. Just as everyone was flustered, the cultivator surnamed Sun let out a loud laugh. Without hesitation, he flipped his hand, and a jade token appeared in his hand. 7 golden lights flew out from it and entered the 2 huge green stone pillars. All of a sudden, the 2 stone pillars tremored violently, and a milky white light formation that was around an acre in size suddenly appeared in the air nearby, encompassing both the humans and the demons. Pu-pu. After several muffled sounds, Xianxia and the other demon race cultivators didn't react. Golden light rolled out from their bodies, and they turned into 7 golden pillars of light that shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. After a pung sound, the white light formation instantly collapsed. What's going on? The leader and the others were teleported away. Surnamed Sun, what did you do? These human bastards use tricks, kill them. When the other demon race cultivators saw this, they were naturally alarmed and angry. After a loud shout, they immediately rushed toward the human cultivators. Humph. The cultivator surnamed Sun didn't answer the demon race cultivators' questions. Instead, he raised his hand and a white jade pen flew out. Suddenly, the jade pen shined with white light and the spirit patterns on its surface flashed. It suddenly grew to about 10 feet in size, and the tip of the pen was as sharp as a blade. With a shake, 100 feet long brush shadow appeared, sweeping toward the 2 eagle demons at the front. The 2 eagle demons waved their arms at the same time, and 2 rolls of gray mist condensed, turning into dense claw shadows that directly blocked the jade pen shadow. Loud bangs sounded, the claw shadows that filled the sky didn't have the slightest resistance and instantly turned into gray smoke. At this time, the 2 demon race cultivators showed a look of horror, but the jade pen shadow was already in front of them. In the panic, the 2 didn't even have time to take out their spirit weapons. They could only hurriedly use their aura to resist. But all of this was just in vain. With 2 pu sounds, the shadow formed by the jade brush swept back and forth, turning the 2 eagle cultivators into ashes. The cultivator surnamed Sun was able to effortlessly crush 2 of the demonic cultivators, causing the remaining demonic cultivators to reveal expressions of shock. They all stiffened on the spot and looked at each other in dismay, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Fellow cultivators, our plan has succeeded. Now, don't let any of these demon race cultivators go. After the cultivator surnamed Sun sneered, he called out to Lu Ming and the others. He once again controlled the giant pen in the air to sweep toward the group of demon race cultivators. After a scream, a bear demon was knocked away by the giant penned shadow again, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Seeing this, the other human cultivators were naturally overjoyed and attacked. He could take this opportunity to vent all the grievances that he had accumulated in the previous battles. Let's fight with these despicable humans. The group of demon race cultivators naturally wouldn't wait for death. They either transformed into semi-beastkin or revealed their original form, fighting directly with the human cultivators. Lu Ming waved in the air, and a small purple sword appeared in a flash. After a swoosh, it blasted at the semi-beastkin beastkin cultivator that was charging at him. It was the bitter will sword. Seeing the flying sword slashing at him, the bear cultivator roared angrily. The beastkin aura surged out of his body, and his brown hair grew wildly, wrapping his whole body in it. Pung! The purple sword light landed on the beastkin cultivator, cutting off a large piece of brown hair and a piece of flesh, causing him to stumble. At this moment, a yellow bead blasted from the side. It turned into green smoke and instantly shrouded the bear cultivator. The bear cultivator screamed. As soon as his tough brown hair touched the smoke, it immediately made a rustling sound and curled up. Lu Ming took the opportunity to point in the air. The bitter will sword turned into a purple rainbow and flashed through the bear cultivator's waist, easily cutting it in half. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky. Lu Ming glanced at the place where the bead came from. The person who helped was the young man surnamed Li. The Li family, one of the 8 great families, was good at various poisonous insects and mist. It really deserved its reputation. After nodding at Lu Ming with a smile, he turned his gaze to the remaining beastkin cultivators. The same scene was also happening in several other places from time to time. Due to the sudden disappearance of the 7 core beastkin clan cultivators, the strength of the beastkin clan cultivators was greatly reduced. Under the chaos, they were killed by the human cultivators. In less than 15 minutes, half of the beastkin cultivators were injured, and 7 or 8 of them died tragically. Mr. Sun, it seems that someone is coming this way. Suddenly, someone shouted. When the cultivators heard this, their hearts trembled and they looked over. In the distance, they saw 7 streaks of light rapidly approaching. Among them, one was black and one was brown. You surnamed Sun, you dare to trick me. Today, I will tear you despicable humans to pieces. A roar came from the brown streak of light. This voice was familiar to everyone. If it wasn't the beastkin Jin Dan realm cultivator Xianxia, who else could it be? A trace of surprise flashed across Lu Ming's face. With his powerful spiritual sense, he naturally confirmed that the 7 that were rushing over were the 7 beastkin cultivators that should have been teleported away. What's going on? Wu Hong's expression froze and she asked Cultivator Sunday. I clearly set up a long-distance teleportation formation, but I don't know what went wrong. Could it be that there are other restrictions in the ruins that prevent them from being teleported too far? Cultivator Sun's face was full of bewilderment. In just a few words, the 7 streaks of light were less than a kilometer away from the cultivators. The cultivators no longer had the time to pay attention to the fleeing beastkin cultivators and faintly moved closer to Cultivator Sunday. Their expressions fluctuated. After all, in terms of strength, the other party had 2 late Jin Dan realm cultivators. Even if there were only 7 more, their strength was above that of the human cultivators. As for the fleeing beastkin cultivators, after fleeing for some distance, they rejoiced and shot back. The situation on the field took a sharp turn. Facing the 7 beastkin race cultivators, everyone looked at the cultivator surnamed Sun. Now that the situation has changed, if we retreat now, the other party will definitely not let us go. If we leave like this, it is equivalent to giving away the treasures here. It is better to fight to the death. We have a chance of winning. The cultivator surnamed Sun thought for a moment and immediately transmitted his voice to everyone. As soon as this statement came out, the originally somewhat bewildered crowd felt that it was reasonable, and the fighting spirit in their hearts immediately rose. After all, with their cultivation at this level, which one of them hadn't gone through a narrow escape from death? They naturally understood the principle of seeking wealth in danger. Seeing this, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. He silently retreated a few steps and landed at the edge of the crowd. At this moment, the 7 beastkin race cultivators were not far from the human cultivators. After the young man surnamed Li and the white-robed cultivator of the demon mystic sect looked at each other, they raised their arms at the same time. Two streaks of light, one blue and one black, shot directly at the fastest gray mist. It was the man with the aquiline nose. At this time, the man with the aquiline nose was already completely different from before. The gray feathers all over his body stood up, and his entire head had the appearance of an eagle. The gray mist that wrapped around his head also faintly turned into the shape of a giant eagle. Xianxia, I will go stall the one surnamed Sunday. I will leave the rest to you. The half-demon, hook-nosed man didn't pay any attention to the two spirit tools and coldly spoke. Instead, he changed directions and passed through the two streaks of light at an inconceivable angle, heading straight for the cultivator surnamed Sunday. Brother Ing, you can rest assured that I will tear those bastards to pieces. In the yellow mist, Xianxia, who had completely transformed into a giant bear, roared. After the cultivator surnamed Sun's lips moved slightly, he quickly gave a few instructions to everyone. He called back the jade pen with one hand and put his hands together in front of his chest. Suddenly, a white flame burst out from the tip of the jade pen. It flashed and turned into a huge white tiger phantom, meeting the aquiline nose man head-on. Boom boom, the sound of the collision was endless. The scene of the eagle and tiger fighting suddenly appeared in the void. On the other side, the transformed Xianxia led the other 5 people and charged into the crowd of human cultivators. The brown giant bear that Xianxia transformed into stood up and stretched out his thick bare paw, tearing a Howren Academy disciple who couldn't react in time into two. The other 5 demonic cultivators of the Savage Bear tribe and the Split Eagle tribe also had high morale. They all transformed into their half-demonic or full demonic forms and joined the others. The scene immediately became bloody, and the sounds of killing rang out everywhere. After Wu Hong was sent flying by Xianxu's palm, she immediately flashed in anger and appeared in front of Lu Ming. She quickly transmitted her voice, Lu, why don't the two of us join forces to stall this demon? Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be killed one by one. All right. When Lu Ming heard this, he hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. With a loud shout, the black mist rolled out of his body. After a burst of dragon roars and tiger roars that resounded through the sky, 5 black mist dragons and mist dragons blasted out from behind him, pouncing towards Xianxia who was not far away. Insignificant skill. Xianxia had just slapped a human cultivator's flying knife into 2 pieces. When he saw the scene again, he immediately laughed wildly. His other meaty bear paw just slapped at Lu Ming in the void. Boom, a black giant palm phantasm the size of a house flashed, and it immediately slapped back all the mist dragons and mist tigers that pounced over. Hell purgatory. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. With a point of his finger, the mist dragon and mist tiger suddenly dissipated. They once again turned into a sky full of black light and instantly enveloped the defenseless Xianxia. At the same time, Wu Hongyu's face sank. With a wave of her sleeve, a black light flashed out and directly entered the hell purgatory. Suddenly, a burst of roars and crackling sounds came from the black ball of light formed by the hell purgatory. The people on the side saw that Lu Ming and Wu Hongyu had successfully trapped Xianxia with a thunderous method, and they also did their best to encircle the other 5 demon cultivators. However, at this time, the remaining demon cultivators that had originally escaped also pounced back again and joined the various groups of battle. Suddenly, a chaotic battle broke out. Overestimate yourself. After only 3 or 4 breaths of time, a deep roar came from the black ball of light. Pooh! Pooh! 2 gigantic yellow claws suddenly extended out from the black light. The sharp claws were filled with a dense cold air. With another swipe, the gigantic ball of light was torn into pieces. It turned into specks of black light and dissipated, revealing Xianxu's trapped body. In his mouth, there was a slender black needle. He casually opened his mouth and spat to the side. A black line flashed and disappeared into the nearby ground. You want to hurt me with this level of method? What a joke! Xianxia sneered disdainfully, then his figure flickered and he shot toward where Lu Ming and Wu Hongyu were. Seeing this, Lu Ming and Wu Hong smiled helplessly and could only join forces to fight again. At this time, in front of the valley where the ruins were located, various kinds of spiritual lights burst out with dazzling light. Earth-shattering loud noises came one after another, causing the entire void to shake. Although the individual strength of the demon cultivators had a slight advantage, the human cultivators relied on their advantage in numbers and fought back with all their might, barely managing to tie. However, in a short period of time, both sides obviously couldn't completely suppress the other side. As a result, this group battle had once again turned into a protracted battle. As time went by, roughly 3 to 4 more cultivators were killed or wounded on the human side. As for the Yao side, 1 was killed and 1 was wounded. Overall, they were still evenly matched. Lu Ming and the dark-faced young woman were still entangled with the brown bear that Xianxia had transformed into. After the complete transformation, Xianxu's whole body was surrounded by demonic qi, as if he had inexhaustible magic power and physical strength. Under the protection of the black fur, it could be said that he was almost invulnerable to swords and spears. As for the majority of the attacks from Lu Ming and Wu Hongyu, he ignored them. Under the blur of a pair of bare paws, a huge palm shadow appeared, covering the sky and pressing down on the two. Lu Ming relied on the 3 shadowy mirages' great technique to constantly transform into phantoms, dodging wave after wave of attacks. As for the dark-faced young woman, she activated her pair of jade bracelets to the extreme and barely blocked Xianxu's attack. But even so, under the dense wave of palm shadow attacks, the two seemed to only have the strength to resist. On the other side, on the side of the Jindan cultivator Sun, the situation appeared to be far from reassuring. It seemed that due to the excessive consumption of magic power, he was now faintly at a disadvantage. On his shoulder, there was a huge hole dug out by the hook-nosed man. Blood gurgled out, causing his originally bloodless complexion to become even paler. At that moment, the cultivator surnamed Sun suddenly put away the jade brush in his hand. With a shake of his sleeve, a roll of blood qi shot out, turning into a 50 to 60 meter long crimson blade. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and the blade flashed with crimson light, suddenly growing to over 30 meters in length. As soon as the blade was released, the nearby cultivators felt their blood qi tumble, and their blood essence showed signs of being out of control. However, in the midst of the bloodlust, no one would delve into this matter. Not far away, Lu Ming sensed the situation within his body and his eyes flashed with an indiscernible trace of surprise. Surnamed Sun, your current injuries are not light, yet you still want to use your blood essence to activate such a treasure. Could it be that you truly wish to perish together? Speaking of which, you plotted against us first. If you are willing to give up on the treasure, we can consider letting you leave. After all, if this continues, you won't be able to obtain any benefits. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. You should understand this. Just as the cultivator surnamed Sun prepared to summon the crimson blade, the hook-nosed man's expression changed and he suddenly took several steps back, taking the initiative to propose peace. Hearing this, the human and demon cultivators in the battle all pricked up their ears, and their movements all slowed down at the same time. After all, both sides had consumed a great deal of magic power. It would be best if they could stop fighting. For a time, everyone's attention was focused on the cultivator surnamed Sunday. When the cultivator surnamed Sun heard this, he frowned and stood in place. He didn't attack, nor did he speak. He merely looked at the blood blade in his hand and a strange smile appeared on his face. When Lu Ming saw this, he narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Boom! The ground beneath them suddenly split open, and 7 scarlet jade pillars, each 10 feet thick, soared into the sky. A series of crimson translucent threads shot forth from the jade pillars, forming a crimson light barrier that instantly enshrouded everyone within. At the same time, the cultivators only felt that the blood in their bodies was surging. With a sizzling sound, the blood essence gushed out uncontrollably through the skin, flashing into the 7 pillars. Even the 3 real pellet state cultivators were no exception. When the cultivators saw this, they were thrown into disarray. Some immediately released defensive magic tools while others used magic techniques to attack the crimson light barrier. However, the light barrier was extremely tenacious and couldn't be destroyed in the slightest. The area immediately descended into chaos. From time to time, human and demon cultivators would fall from the sky. Lu Ming was also startled. He also felt a strong suction force coming from all directions, causing the blood essence in his body to gush out. He immediately formed an incantation gesture with both hands, wanting to use the magic power in his body to forcefully suppress the leakage of blood essence. However, it seemed to be of no use. Threads of blood essence continued to gush out of his body. After a short moment, Lu Ming fell from the sky with a thump. He heavily fell to the ground and remained motionless. After the time it took to finish a meal, apart from the 3 Jindan cultivators, everyone else fell from the crimson light barrier. Although Xianxia and the hawk-hooked man appeared to be able to float in the air, their bodies were also covered in blood. Their bodies swayed and their faces were filled with alarm and anger. I truly didn't expect that they would still propose peace negotiations at this point. This is truly not the style of the demon clans of the savage continent. It seems that after so many years, your demon clans have become greedy for life and afraid of death. The cultivator surnamed Sun, whose body was also covered in blood, suddenly let out a gloomy sneer. Just as his voice fell, he lightly clenched his hand and the crimson blade in. His hand shattered with a ping sound. The blade turned into small blood snakes that drilled into his body. The wounds on Cultivator Sun's body quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye as the small blood-colored snakes entered his body. When Xianxia saw this, he was first startled before angrily roaring, "You're a blood Dao cultivator. Everything here is your doing." The nearby hawk-nosed demon cultivator's complexion also turned ashen. "Hee, you've learned of this too late." Cultivator Sun wildly laughed and a bloody light flashed from his eyes. The 7 giant crimson pillars suddenly shined with bloody light and a 5-meter-long white talisman began to appear on their surface. As blood essence continued to pour into them, the talisman began to turn bright red. "This is a blood sacrifice, quickly stop him." The hawk-nosed demon cultivator shouted when he saw this. At the same time, his body surged with demonic chi, transforming into gray feathers that filled the sky. Ao! Xianxia also roared towards the sky and the phantom of a giant bear condensed behind him, pouncing towards Cultivator Sunday Humph. "Most of your blood essence has already been drained, yet you still want to forcibly take human form? You're simply courting death. Fine, I'll personally take your blood essence to complete the blood sacrifice." Cultivator Sun coldly snorted and shot forward in a flash of bloody light. The gray feathers and the giant gray bear silhouettes that filled the sky dispersed the moment they came into contact with the bloody light on the surface of his body. The cultivator surnamed Sun suddenly waved his hand and a dying human cultivator on the ground was rolled up. His blood essence shot out like a torrential rain, turning the human cultivator into a dried corpse. As for the blood essence that was spat out, it turned into a stream of blood and was directly sucked into Cultivator Sun's mouth. Truly delicious. Cultivator Sun licked the corner of his mouth with a malevolent expression. You're not Senior Martial Brother Sunday. Senior Martial Brother Sun doesn't know any blood Dao cultivation techniques. Who are you? A Howren Academy disciple shouted as if he had seen a ghost. When Wu Hong and the other human cultivators saw this, they were both alarmed and furious. However, they were all paralyzed on the ground, unable to move in the slightest. Who am I? Of course it's your senior brother Sun. The cultivator surnamed Sun laughed maniacally and his figure flashed to appear beside Xianxia. He grasped at the air with one hand and a sky-blood palm condensed out of thin air before crashing down. After the battle, Xianxia's Fa had already been depleted, and most of his blood essence had been sucked away. Now that he was slapped by the blood-red palm, even though he roared and waved his paws to block, he was still sent flying with a boom. His body, which was 50 to 60 feet long, was instantly enveloped by a cloud of blood mist. Chi-chi's sound rang out. After a scream, pillars of blood that were as thick as fingers shot out from Xianxia's body and entered the 7 blood pillars. The blood, flesh, and soul of this Jindan bear demon quickly melted and shriveled. In the blink of an eye, only a thin bear skin was left. After absorbing Xianxia's blood essence, more than half of the runes on the 7 blood-red pillars had turned dark red. The cultivator surnamed Sun curled his lips and continued to fly towards the hawk-nosed man. When the hawk-nosed man saw this, his complexion instantly turned bloodless and he let out an indignant roar. He flapped his wings and turned around to flee like a gust of wind. But in the next moment, a ping sounded and his head collided with the blood-red light barrier. He staggered and bounced back. The cultivator surnamed Sun wildly laughed and pounced forward as a streak of crimson light. After a short moment, the 7 jade pillars were finally filled with blood-red runes. At the same time, their surfaces began to shine with crimson light. Haha, the blood sacrifice is finally a success. My meticulous planning wasn't in vain. The cultivator surnamed Sun tossed the hawk-nosed man's corpse away and laughed heartily. At the same time, his body spun in the air and shot rays of golden light at the 7 jade pillars. Bang bang! The 7 blood crystal pillars exploded and a bloody mist violently surged out, transforming into a sea of blood mist. The cultivator surnamed Sun muttered an incantation and spat out fingernail-sized blood-red runes from his mouth, completely absorbing the surrounding blood mist. Puff! Puff! A series of loud sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, these blood-red runes had grown to the size of a fist. Their surfaces flickered with a layer of crimson light. Seal! The cultivator surnamed Sun shouted and the blood-red runes trembled slightly in the air. With a piercing sound, they imprinted on his forehead, limbs, chest, and abdomen. As the runes on the cultivator surnamed Sun's body flickered, the aura he emitted began to rise steadily. In an instant, he reached the late Jin Dan stage from the middle stage of the Jin Dan stage. After a few more breaths of time, he reached the peak of the late stage. His eyes had also turned completely crimson, and his hair had turned blood-red as if it had been dyed with blood. As it fluttered in the wind, it looked like a ball of burning flames. His face twisted and became blurry. The man with the surname Sun had already transformed into a faint bloody shadow that seemed to have no physical body. So, everything was planned by you. Who are you? The young woman, Wu Hong, asked angrily with half-opened eyes. Her originally dark skin became extremely pale because of the large amount of blood essence being extracted. Who am I? How can you scoundrels know? The voice of the cultivator surnamed Sun, who had turned into a bloody shadow, suddenly became old. He glanced at the dying Wu Hong and grasped the air with one hand. The entire air suddenly tightened. Puff! The dark-skinned young woman's body burst open, and the remaining blood essence turned into a cloud of blood mist. After condensing in the air, it was sucked into the bloody shadow's mouth. A bunch of trash. In this way, the life-prolonging spirit medicine is in my pocket, and I can finally leave that abyss smoothly. Ha ha ha. Thousands of years of imprisonment of the Divine Empress is finally over. The bloody shadow muttered a few more words to himself, and at the same time, his figure floated down to the cultivators on the ground. Who are you? What happened to the real senior martial brother Sun? Not far away, Howren Academy's Huang Yin struggled to raise his head and looked at the cultivator surnamed Sun with a face full of grief and indignation. Sun Peng? Since you miss him so much, I will reluctantly be kind this time and send you to see him. The bloody shadow sneered and waved one hand. A blood light wrapped around the old man's body and pulled him to the front, then a blood light burst out from his hand and pierced into the old man's forehead. Body. Huang Yin opened his mouth wide, and his throat made a silent cry. After struggling a few times, his eyes became slack and stopped moving. The flesh and blood on his body quickly shrank, then he turned into a dry corpse. After absorbing another person's blood essence, the bloody light on the bloody shadow became brighter. Then he laughed wildly and grabbed with both hands. 2 blood lights shot out from his hands, wrapping the dying demon mystic sex young man in white robe and the young man surnamed Li on the ground. Then he pulled them to the front. With a flash of blood light, the 2 young talents of the Middle Sky continent died and became 2 dry corpses. At this moment, a lightning-flashing flying sword suddenly flashed out from a green-robed cultivator who was lying on the ground, stabbing at the cultivator surnamed Sun at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Sun hurriedly threw away the 2 corpses in front of him. The blood light on his body rolled and turned into a blood shadow that flew backward. Although he wanted to dodge, the distance between the 2 was too close. The lightning flying sword became blurred and stabbed into the right shoulder of the cultivator surnamed Sun. Purple lightning arcs suddenly appeared on the flying sword, instantly wrapping the cultivator surnamed Sun inside. The purple lightning arc spread on his body, tearing his protective blood light into pieces. The cultivator surnamed Sun let out a muffled groan. The blood light around his body converged, and his body stiffened. At the same time, the green-robed cultivator who released the flying sword suddenly bounced up. He stomped on the ground with one foot, and his figure became blurred. The next moment, he appeared behind the cultivator surnamed Sun in a flash. His two hands were entangled with black gas. With a shake of his arms, the two fists were like a poisonous dragon coming out of its hole, heavily hitting the back of the cultivator surnamed Sunday Wing. With a muffled sound, a berserk power surged from the fists. Ripples appeared in the surrounding air. The cultivator surnamed Sun stood in place without moving. At an unknown time, a layer of viscous blood light appeared on his body. Not only did it instantly suppress the purple lightning arcs emitted by the flying sword, but it also forcibly blocked his fists. "So it was you?" the cultivator surnamed Sun shouted. Just as his voice fell, his complexion changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The viscous blood light on his body trembled. It seemed that although the berserk fist energy was completely blocked, it still injured him. The green-robed cultivator appeared to be in his 20s. It was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw that the blood shadow was injured, his eyes brightened. Black light shined from his body and his figure blurred. Suddenly, 3 more phantoms appeared and surrounded the cultivator surnamed Sun. With a shake of his arm, a dense rain of fist phantoms struck the blood light protecting the cultivator surnamed Sun's body. The blood light protecting the cultivator surnamed Sun's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, it dimmed a bit. But with a sudden shout, he formed an incantation gesture with one hand. Countless blood threads burst out from the blood light and instantly pierced through the 3 phantoms. Lu Ming's original body's complexion changed. With a tap of his feet, his figure instantly shot backwards. However, he waved his hands repeatedly and a pitch-black mist dragon shot out. It passed through the bloody threads and roared as it hit the protective blood light of the cultivator surnamed Sun. However, with a pung sound, it automatically turned into black gas and exploded. When the cultivator surnamed Sun saw this, he was startled. But when he saw the black chi scatter to reveal 2 golden talismans, his expression greatly changed and he shouted, "Not good." In the next moment, 2 balls of dazzling golden light suddenly erupted. With a world-shaking thunderclap, the 2 balls of golden light shrank and completely submerged the cultivator surnamed Sunday. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He waved his hands repeatedly, and 4 gray beads appeared. They were the true spirit beads that he had just obtained not long ago. In a flash of gray light, the 4 beads fiercely shot towards the place where the golden light had exploded. As Lu Ming chanted, the 4 beads spun on the spot. At the same time, the gray light rolled and condensed into a gray 4-sided enchantment, wrapping the golden light that had not yet dissipated along with the billowing smoke inside. After 2 or 3 breaths, the golden light within the gray barrier gradually dissipated, leaving only a cloud of gray smoke in the middle. I didn't expect that I, the blood ancestor, would be wrong this time. You, the Tai Ching Gate kid, are the most troublesome among this group of people. An old voice came from within the smoke. It seemed that he wasn't injured by the 2 golden thunder glyphs at all. Then the smoke parted and his figure reappeared. Blood ancestor? When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes narrowed. For some reason, when he heard this name, the figure of the evil cultivator Blood Emperor, who was ranked first on the outer sex life and death list, appeared in his mind. The head of the cultivator surnamed Sun was still shrouded in a cloud of bloody mist. His face couldn't be seen at all. His clothes were tattered and a large hand was holding on to the bitterwheel sword. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. TSK, do you think you can trap me with just a barrier? The cultivator surnamed Sun looked at the gray barrier around him. He was startled at first, but then he sneered. The next moment, his mouth lightly spat out a few cryptic incantations. His body shook and a rolling bloody mist immediately gushed out of his body. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at the cultivator surnamed Sun. He muttered an incantation and waved his hands in front of him, forming a series of hand signs. The 4 gray beads surrounding the cultivator surnamed Sun suddenly shined brightly, causing the entire gray barrier to tremble. The cultivator surnamed Sun's face changed. 2 giant bloody hands suddenly emerged from the bloody mist above his head. They pushed to both sides, forcibly pushing the gray barrier outwards. He wanted to squeeze through it. When Lu Ming saw this scene, a sneer appeared on his face. He suddenly changed his hand sign and spat out the word explode. The 4 gray beads suddenly began to spin in place. Under the bright light, they quickly turned into 4 huge dazzling balls of light. The cultivator surnamed Sun only had time to show a look of horror before he was submerged by the fierce light. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Along with this sound, the gray light that filled the formation trembled violently, and then exploded with a loud bang. The raging storm swept in all directions, and the surrounding blood-red light barrier also trembled, almost on the verge of collapse. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was already covered in black smoke as he flew backward. He had learned from the True Spirit Sutra that these 4 True Spirit beads had been designed with this type of self-detonation method in mind when they were being refined. They would first enshroud their enemies in a barrier, then self-detonate, and all of the resulting power would be unleashed upon the enemies within the formation. Judging from the current situation, it was several times more powerful than the previous 2 Golden Thunder talismans. At this moment, a streak of crimson light shot out from the flames and smoke, flying into the distance. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. However, with Lu Ming's eyesight, with a flash of his eyes, he discovered that there was a blood-colored ghost-like thing in the blood light, but it looked a little incomplete. "You want to leave?" The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. His figure flickered, and the next moment, he blocked in front of the blood light. Black light shone from his body, and a large black hand quickly grabbed at the blood spirit. However, a blurry face suddenly appeared in the blood spirit, and it said fiercely, "Boy, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Brat, I've been waiting for this moment. Since you've destroyed my body, then hand over your body to me." As soon as the voice fell, the blood spirit directly penetrated the large black hand with a whoosh, and in a flash, it pounced in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, a terrifying pressure suddenly came. Lu Ming only felt a hum sound in his sea of consciousness, and his body couldn't help but pause slightly. However, the next moment, his eyes immediately regained clarity. However, at this time, the blurry face was already close at hand. His face changed, and he suddenly took a deep breath. The small 5-colored thunderball trapped in the spiritual sea fake elixir in his body just trembled, and a 5-colored thunder seal suddenly appeared in front of his chest that was covered by his clothes. He then opened his mouth, and with a roar, a ray of 5-colored lightning flashed out and struck the face firmly. "This is the 9th heaven thunder, how is it possible?" With a sharp roar, the ghost face was immediately enveloped by the dense 5-colored electric filaments. Crack, 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 crack. The face instantly disintegrated in the lightning. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. At the moment when the holy thunder was cast, Lu Ming's figure also suddenly retreated a few feet. Looking at the scene in front of him, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. The power of the 9th heaven thunder was so great that no matter how many times he looked at it, it still made him feel a sense of shock. The moment the blood shadow disappeared, the blood-colored light that had originally enveloped everyone flashed a few times, and then dissipated. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart slightly relaxed. His eyes flashed, and he slowly swept his surroundings. The ground at the entrance of the ruins had been dyed red with blood, and everywhere was filled with the pungent smell of blood. He scanned with his divine sense. At this moment, apart from himself, there were no other living auras at the scene. The human and demon cultivators who were on the verge of death had also been caught in the explosion just now, and their corpses had also disappeared. After a sigh, Lu Ming flew around in a circle, and collected some of the people's storage magic tools that had not been affected, as well as the scattered spiritual weapons. Finally, he flew to the huge deep pit on the ground that had been formed by the explosion. He waved one hand, and a somewhat dim purple sword flew out and landed in his hand. It seemed that this bitter-will sword had also been caught in the explosion just now, and its spirituality had suffered a lot of damage. Lu Ming felt slightly regretful in his heart, and with one hand, he put it into his sleeve, and prepared to slowly nourish it. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. His figure moved, and he flew into the huge pit below. At the bottom of the huge pit, there was a mutilated and charred corpse. Some of the original appearance of the cultivator surnamed Sun could still be vaguely seen. Lu Ming landed next to the corpse, and with a flip of his right hand, the magic crystal bead in his palm impressively turned a grayish-black color. Without saying anything, he bent his finger, and a spiral sword chi shot out, hitting the corpse's head. Pung! The entire head shattered, and at this moment, a small ball of blood light emerged from it. With a scream, it turned into a blood shadow, and directly escaped from the deep pit. Humph, still want to escape? Lu Ming sneered, and with a flick of his finger, 7 or 8 purple electric lights flew out, forming an electric net. In a flash, it blocked the blood shadow, and with another pull, it arrived in front of him. The blood-red light rushed left and right in the electric net, but every time it came into contact with the purple electric light, the blood-red light would emit a wisp of green smoke. This repeated a few times, and finally, it became obedient. Humph, you are really cunning. You actually split the soul essence into 2. Even if one part is killed, the other part can take the opportunity to escape. Speaking of which, this secret technique of splitting the soul essence is very mysterious. Who are you? Lu Ming stared at the blood-red light, and said expressionlessly. In the electric net, the blood-red light flashed, and a vague and distorted face appeared. Boy, how did you sense my existence? The face in the bloody light let out a sharp voice. Instead of answering Lu Ming's question, it asked a question back. Lu Ming's face darkened, and an electric light shot out from the electric net, hitting the blood-red face. The blood-red face suddenly let out a scream. You have to understand the situation. If I want to kill you now, I can do so at any time. If you don't want to die, answer my question obediently, Lu Ming said coldly. Hee, kid, I am now just a remnant of the original body's soul. So what if I turn into ashes and smoke? However, I will remember you. You ruined my plan. When I get out of the blood sea, I will definitely capture you alive, extract your soul, and refine it. The blood-red face looked more arrogant than Lu Ming, and it screamed. Is that so? I will wait for you. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and with a thought, the purple electric net slowly retracted. Seeing this, the blood-red face finally showed a trace of fear, and it hurriedly said, Kid, wait a minute. Oh, are you willing to tell me? Lu Ming stopped retracting the electric net and revealed a faint smile. Humph, I am not afraid of death, but it is not worth it to die here without knowing anything. I can answer your question, but in return, you have to answer my question honestly. The blood-red face snorted coldly and continued. Okay, I can agree to this condition. Then you can answer my first question first. Lu Ming was stunned when he heard that, but he immediately smiled and nodded. About your question just now. I am the blood ancestor, Xianxia. I'm sure you've never heard of this name before, the crimson face said with a sneer. Lu Ming was speechless when he heard that. Indeed, he had never heard of the blood ancestor or Xianxia. Now it is my turn. When I possessed the body of the Howren Academy's disciple, you must have noticed something, right? You were able to stay calm and kill me when I let my guard down. You are really good at scheming. You even hid it from me. How did you find out that there was something wrong with the body I possessed? The blood-red face said in confusion. You have to blame your bad luck for this. As far as I know, the blood cultivation technique originated from the demonic cultivator in the Thousand Demon Continent. Even after generations of evolution, the essence of the cultivation technique has not changed. Since you are called the blood ancestor, your demonic cultivation technique is naturally profound. The aura on your body is the same as the demonic cultivator. Unfortunately, I happen to have a treasure that can detect the aura of the demonic cultivator. It is useless for you to hide it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said faintly. When he first saw the cultivator surnamed Sun in the Snow Mountain Hall, the demon crystal bead sensed the demonic cultivator's aura. However, the demon mystic sect's disciple was also present at that time. At first, he thought that this person carried some spiritual weapon that contained the true demonic aura. After that, he noticed that something was wrong. After deliberately contacting the cultivator surnamed Sun, the man surnamed Ji of the demon mystic sect, and other people one by one, he finally understood that the source of his demon crystal beads detection was actually the cultivator surnamed Sun of the Howren Academy. Therefore, Lu Ming had been paying attention to the actions of the cultivator surnamed Sun, and he had been preserving his strength. During the blood sacrifice, he even pretended to fall to the ground. In fact, he immediately used the blood shield technique to quietly protect his body. Most of the blood essence that he spat out previously was in the shield, so he didn't really lose much. That was how he could retain his almost complete combat power. A treasure that can sense the demon's aura. Could it be the demonic crystal bead? The bloody face said in a sharp voice. Now it's my turn to ask. Where did you come from? How did you get into the ruins? Lu Ming asked coldly again. Kid, you don't have to beat around the bush about my origin. Just like you, I came to this upper realm ruins from the Middle Sky continent. However, I possessed another family's disciple along the way. That's how I managed to sneak in. Speaking of which, you and I don't have any deep hatred. Young man, are you interested in working with me? The crimson face suddenly changed the topic. That's right. Cooperate with you? Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words. Yes, although your cultivation is a little low, you're quite smart. If you help me get something in this ruin, I can give you unimaginable benefits. The bloody face's tone was full of temptation. Oh, tell me about it. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, but he replied calmly. It's very simple. I've lived for countless years, and I know countless strange techniques. For example, this secret technique of soul splitting. As long as you learn it, you can split your soul at will. In this way, even if your real body is unfortunately destroyed, you can continue to live in this time. In addition, I also know countless elixir recipes and secret techniques that can help you successfully advance to the Jin Dan realm, and the bloody face said confidently as long as Lu Ming nodded, he would immediately get endless benefits. Sounds good. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He seemed to be a little tempted. That's for sure. Little friend, it's definitely a wise choice for you to cooperate with me. How about this, little friend, you find a suitable body for me first, and I'll immediately teach you the secret technique of soul splitting. The bloody face smiled, and even the way he addressed Lu Ming changed. A cold sneer suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's face. He suddenly clenched his right hand, and the purple electric net closed instantly. Boom! The crimson face let out a blood-curdling screech as it was reduced to ashes amidst countless bolts of purple lightning. The reason why Lu Ming had been talking nonsense with the bloody face until now was mainly to find out Bloody Shadow's identity and whether there were other clones in the ruins of the upper realm. He had roughly guessed what he wanted to know from the crimson face. As for cooperation, he knew that he did not have the ability to scheme against an old ghost that had lived for God knows how many years. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. The Jin Dan cultivator of the Haoran Academy, Sun Peng, who was known for his resourcefulness, was the best example. With his status and cultivation, if he hadn't been bewitched by the blood ancestor's incarnation, how could he have been possessed so easily? However, these thoughts only flashed through Lu Ming's mind before his gaze returned to Cultivator Sun's body. After searching for a moment, he took out a storage ring and flew out of the hole, landing in front of the ruin's entrance. At present, the restriction outside the ruins had been jointly broken by the people of the two clans. In the stone wall behind the two cyan stone pillars, a dark cave entrance was revealed. A row of white stairs led straight underground. From the cave entrance, a strong earthy smell wafted out. There was also a faint multicolored light faintly coming from inside, causing one's imagination to run wild. Lu Ming stood in front of the cave entrance with an excited expression on his face. However, he did not immediately enter the cave. Instead, he muttered to himself. He suddenly patted his waist with one hand, and a cloud of black chi flew out of the cultivating soul pouch. It swirled and condensed, revealing the figure of a young girl wrapped in black muslin. Master! The scorpion blinked a few times and gracefully bowed to Lu Ming. Scorpion, investigate this cave for me. If there is any danger, do not move. Immediately come out, Lu Ming ordered indifferently. Yes. The scorpion twisted her slender waist, and a yellow cloud appeared on her body. In a flash, she drilled into the ground. Lu Ming turned his hand and swallowed an elixir. He took out an upper-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand to restore his spiritual power. After a quarter of an hour, Scorpion's voice came from Lu Ming's mind. As his expression moved, he immediately walked toward the cave entrance and slowly went down along the white stairs. The cave was slanted to the underground. There was no fork in the road, but it was dark inside. Lu Ming walked carefully while spreading his divine thought, always paying attention to the movement around him. Fortunately, like Scorpion's voice transmission, there was nothing unusual in the passage except for the damp and slightly earthy hot wind blowing from time to time. The more he went down, the more frequent the damp hot wind blew. It was really hard to imagine where the cave led to. After walking for about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the stairs slowly became flat, and the originally narrow passage gradually became wider. It was not a problem for several people to walk side by side, but the hot wind blowing in their faces was getting hotter and hotter. Lu Ming calculated that he was already a few hundred meters deep underground at this moment. After walking for a while, the passage finally disappeared, and a half-closed stone door appeared in front of him. Lu Ming pushed the stone door, and an open underground swamp world suddenly appeared in front of him. This underground space was 100 or 200 meters high and had a radius of a few acres. On the surrounding stone walls, there were a lot of shining unknown ores, illuminating the surrounding environment. At a glance, there were dark swamps with bubbles everywhere. A hot and damp wind was generated out of thin air above the swamp, exuding a rotten smell. In addition, the spirit of this underground space seemed to be several times richer than the outside, which made Lu Ming a little surprised. When Lu Ming's gaze extended a little further, his heart skipped a beat. He saw that above the swamp more than 100 meters in front of him, there was a large smooth stone wall, on which there were several small springs, from which trickles of spring water flowed. Spirit spring? Lu Ming murmured to himself. The spring water exuded a very rich spirit, which was probably the source of the rich spirit of this place. However, his attention quickly shifted away, because on the stone wall below the spring, there was a translucent purple small tree about 10 meters tall, strong branches, and a translucent body. He saw a stream of spirit energy escaping from the spring, constantly gathering at the roots of the small tree. After being absorbed by the small tree, all of it poured into the 3 dark purple fist-sized fruits on the treetop. This is the purple origin fruit. Looking at the situation, it's already 30,000 years old. If I eat one, I can at least increase my lifespan by 100 or 200 years. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, and did not find any monsters guarding the fruit tree. In a few flashes, he landed in front of the purple fruit tree, staring at the 3 purple fruits with a fiery gaze. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade box, carefully removed the 3 fruits, and placed them in the jade box. Looking at the 3 fruits in the box, his eyes flashed. In the Sutra Pavilion of the Taiching Gate, he had seen records about the purple origin fruit. This thing did not need to be refined into a pill, and could be directly consumed, but it would take a lot of time to refine its medicinal power, and the medicinal power would not be as good as after it was refined into a pill. After hesitating for a while, he put the jade box away. Nowadays, in the ruins of the upper realm, every day was very precious, so it was better not to spend time on this. Even if most of them were handed over to the sect, the remaining one could be used to refine a furnace of purple origin pill that could increase one's lifespan. Lu Ming glanced around again. At the same time, his divine sense also instantly shrouded the underground space, searching it carefully. After a while, there was a hint of disappointment on his face. In addition to the purple origin fruit tree, there were only some ordinary spirit grasses growing in the swamp. Although some of them were not low in maturity, they were not rare in the Middle Sky continent. They were not of much value to him. Could it be that those people of the Beastkin clan plotted just to get these 3 purple origin fruits? He murmured. Where's Scorpion? Lu Ming was contemplating, and he suddenly remembered that he didn't see Scorpion after entering this place. So he hurriedly contacted Scorpion through his mind. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull were now his important spiritual pets, and they had great potential. He must not lose them. Master, I sense that there is a special place underground, and I am exploring there. Scorpion's mind transmitted a vague message. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words. He just used his huge divine sense to explore the space of thousands of meters around here, and he didn't find anything strange. Could it be that the special space mentioned by Scorpion is still deeper underground? After thinking about it, he immediately extended his divine sense to the underground, but he still didn't find anything except a few ores after exploring for thousands of meters. With Lu Ming's current divine sense, it was already the limit to go thousands of meters underground. The underground was not like the deep sea, where all kinds of breaths were mixed. The deeper he went, the greater the influence of the geocentric magnetism on his divine sense. Generally, cultivators used the Earth Escape Talisman to dive into the ground. 3,000 meters was the limit. It was very dangerous to go deeper. Once the Earth Escape Talisman failed, the whole person would be buried alive in the ground. Even the crystallization period cultivators would be in a dilemma. The reason why Scorpion could dive so deep was also because of her innate Earth attribute divine art. Seeing that his divine sense couldn't detect anything, Lu Ming didn't continue to waste his strength. He retracted his divine sense and waited quietly in place. After half an hour, a yellow light appeared on the ground next to the swamp. After a flash, it turned into a girl with a black veil. It was Scorpion. "Master, I found a space below. There seems to be a lot of treasures in it." As soon as Scorpion appeared, she couldn't wait to tell Lu Ming. "Okay, take me to see it," Lu Ming said with joy when he heard the words. Scorpion nodded, and a yellow light rose from her body, wrapping Lu Ming in it. Then, she went into the ground in a flash. It was the first time that Lu Ming was taken underground by Scorpion. It felt completely different from when he used the Earth Escape Talisman before. The yellow light emitted by Scorpion shone on the surrounding soil, and the soil suddenly showed ripples like running water. The hard ground suddenly turned into yellow water. Scorpion dived all the way with him as if they were in a river. The speed was amazing, and there was no resistance at all. Lu Ming couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Diving all the way, they soon encountered a hard rock area. Speaking of which, Scorpion's Earth Escape Talisman was really mysterious. Even the hard rocks deep in the ground could be flashed, but the speed was slightly slowed down. After a while, the two finally came to a depth of 1,500 meters underground. "We're here, Master." As soon as Scorpion's voice sounded, Lu Ming felt a light in front of him. The surrounding rock walls disappeared, and he entered a huge spherical underground space. There was a faint yellow light everywhere in front of him. The entire spherical space was shrouded by a yellow enchantment. The space here was very large, it was more than twice as large as the swamp cave just now. In front of him, a green palace with the size of an acre was floating in the air. The current situation is a bit similar to when I was in the small flame world. Lu Ming glanced at it a few times, and he suddenly recalled things from a long time ago. He felt dazed for a while. "Master, I sense that the palace is full of a very strong aura of Earth attribute." Scorpion pointed to the palace and said. "In that case, let's go and see." Lu Ming scanned the surroundings with divine thought. After finding nothing abnormal, black gas came out of his body, wrapping the two bodies, and they landed in front of the palace. The construction of the palace here was exquisite. The whole body was built with green organ. With Lu Ming's knowledge, he actually couldn't recognize what material this was. The palace gate with a height of 30 meters was half closed. A yellow crystal stone of several meters in size was inlaid on the beam at the top of the gate, exuding a faint yellow glow. Each of the four corners around the hall had a green stone pillar engraved with many rune patterns. It was similar to the stone pillar at the entrance of the ruins, but it did not generate a light curtain to block. It seems that this is the real location of this ruin. It is hidden so deeply that ordinary people can't sense it at all. I'm afraid that they will stop at that swamp. Scorpion, thanks to you, I can find this place. Lu Ming said with a smile after watching it. Master is overpraising. Scorpion is more sensitive to the aura of Earth attribute. Scorpion also showed a happy look on her pretty face when she heard the words. Lu Ming nodded and took a few steps forward. He shook his sleeve abruptly, and a shapeless force immediately surged out and slowly pushed open the half-closed door. What entered their eyes was a huge hall. The floor was paved with huge square green stones, and there were a few simple green stone tables and chairs on it. There were no other special decorations. At the end of the hall, there were two passageways, one on the left and one on the right, leading to an unknown destination. Master, it seems like this is a cave abode. Scorpion looked around and said. Yes, but I'm afraid it has been abandoned for a long time, Lu Ming said slowly as his gaze fell on the thick layer of dust on the stone table in front of him. There doesn't seem to be anything here. Let's go take a look at those two tunnels, Scorpion suggested after thinking about it. Lu Ming nodded. He made a gesture, and the black gas on his body was released, surrounding the two. He went to the left tunnel at the end of the hall. At the end of the tunnel was a secret room. After a slight hesitation, he opened the door and found that it was a bedroom. There was only an empty stone bed, and there were a few clothes hanging on the wall. It didn't look special. There seems to be nothing here. Seeing this, Scorpion said with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Lu Ming scanned slightly with divine thought. He walked out with a wry smile and took Scorpion to the right tunnel of the hall. As a result, there was also a secret room at the end of the tunnel. After he pushed open the door, a strong earthy smell suddenly assailed his nostrils, causing his body to stiffen. Behind the door was a huge stone room. From the outside, it seemed to be the same as the bedroom just now. After walking in, he saw that the area was surprisingly huge. It was actually not much smaller than the swamp space outside. What surprised Lu Ming even more was that on the ground of this huge stone room, there were many small golden mountains that were more than 100 feet in size. There were as many as 12 of them. These small mountains were made of a kind of golden clay. This clay was not unfamiliar to Lu Ming. It was the gold essence resting soil that he had seen in the Yunchuan continent. This is all gold essence resting soil. Even though he had seen countless treasures, he was still deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Standing beside him, Scorpion's face was also full of horror. She walked to the side of a small mountain. Her feet touched the ground, and her body leaned forward. Her delicate nose fiercely sniffed a few times. From the looks of it, it seemed that she wanted to take a bite. Lu Ming let out a long breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He raised his arm and touched the small golden mountain in front of him. He discovered that it was soft and slightly elastic. It is indeed gold essence resting soil. He nodded his head, and his expression had already recovered its calm. His body moved, and he flew to the top of a small mountain of resting soil. There were many other materials piled up here. Rock crystal, earth soul, purple gold soil, sea crystal. Lu Ming carefully identified them, and his expression became more and more shocked. These materials were all more precious than the gold essence resting soil. Of course, the quantity could not be compared to the gold essence resting soil. He also checked the other small mountains of resting soil. Every one of them was piled up with the exact same kinds of precious materials. Even the quantity was exactly the same. These should all be materials used for refining tools. In addition to the gold essence resting soil. It seems that someone specially piled them up here to refine some kind of magic treasure. Lu Ming slowly landed on the ground, and muttered to himself. Master, hurry up and put these things away. These are all precious treasures that are rarely seen in the outside world. The Scorpion circled around a golden mountain a few times, and said excitedly. Lu Ming glanced at the Scorpion, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Although the Scorpion was a ghost, it had evolved to this point, and the F-alien in its body leaned towards the earth attribute. It instinctively liked the gold essence resting soil, a top-grade earth attribute material. Scorpion, don't be anxious. This place is so well hidden that no one should be able to find their way here. Also, with so much resting soil, the Sumera ring can't hold it all. Lu Ming said with a chuckle. Although the Sumera ring space was large, it could only hold one small mountain of resting soil at most. There were 12 of them here. That's true. Hearing this, the Scorpion was dumbfounded. Huh. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed slightly. He moved and walked to a corner of the stone room. The remains of a cultivator wrapped in a yellow robe were sitting there with their legs crossed in silence. The style of this robe was simple, quaint, and peculiar. It didn't seem to be worn by the cultivators of the Middle Sky continent. What was even more amazing was that after so many years, the robe was still brand new, exuding a faint yellow light. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary thing. The remains wrapped in the long robe were more or less well preserved. However, each and every bone was snow white and translucent, like white jade crystals. It seems that this person should be the owner of this place. Lu Ming stood beside the skeleton and grabbed A dark cyan token the size of a palm flew out of the waist of the skeleton and fell into his hand. One side of the token was engraved with some strange patterns, which were very similar to the rune patterns on the cyan stone pillars outside the hall. The other side was engraved with a few ancient bewitching characters. Lu Ming had some impression of this font. It seemed to be the bewitching language of the wild continent. He had also seen it in the True Spirit scripture. Is this person actually a bewitching cultivator of the wild continent? Lu Ming guessed in his heart, but this was not impossible. From the fact that the 4 great bewitching clans, Split Eagle, Savage Bear, Shadow Wolf, and Silver Tiger were determined to get this ruin, it was most likely related to this person. Master, is this the control token of the enchantment around the palace? Scorpion was stunned, then asked. It should be. Lu Ming tried to explore the jade token with divine thought. A little light immediately emerged from the token, bouncing his divine thought away. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He tried a few more methods, but it didn't work. The cyan jade token seemed to need a special method to control. He shook his head and gave up on the idea of using the token. With another wave of his hand, the yellow robe on the corpse shook, turned into a yellow light, and fell into his hand. This robe seemed to be a strange treasure. When he touched it with his fingers, he felt a cold metallic feeling. Without the robe to cover it, the corpse was completely exposed. On the knuckles of the right hand, there was a simple black ring. A storage ring. Lu Ming's face lit up, and he casually threw the yellow robe to Scorpion. He bent over to pick up the ring and used his divine thought to explore it. Suddenly, his expression changed. Master, what's inside? Scorpion, who was holding the yellow robe, saw this and couldn't help but ask. When Lu Ming heard this, he waved his hand, and a number of things appeared and fell to the ground. These things were colorful ores and some metal essence resting soil. There weren't many of them. In addition to these, there was also a white jade box, which was slightly more eye-catching. Among these materials, there were a few rock crystal earth souls and purple gold soil. These should be the materials left over from the 12 small mountains. As Lu Ming guessed this, he waved his hand and the white jade box flew into his hand. He subconsciously used his divine thought to explore it, but he didn't expect it to be repelled. He muttered to himself that it was strange, and he used force to open the lid. However, he hesitated for a moment and stopped. Then, a black chi appeared on his body and wrapped around it. When Scorpion saw this, her pretty face also changed. She took a step back, and a yellow light appeared on her body. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and used force in his hand. With a light paw sound, the lid automatically flipped open. Apart from this, nothing else happened. It seems that I was thinking too much. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the item in the box. It was a simple yellow jade slips. Lu Ming immediately dispersed the black chi on his body. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently picked up the jade slips. He stuck it on his forehead and stood there motionlessly. As time passed, Lu Ming's face showed a hint of joy. As time passed, the smile on his face became wider and wider. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he removed the jade slips from his forehead. His face was full of uncontrollable excitement. Master, what is recorded in it? Scorpion saw the change in Lu Ming's expression, and its face was full of curiosity. It couldn't help but ask. It's the refining method of a real magic weapon. Lu Ming said casually. His figure flickered, and he appeared on top of the nearest resting soil hill. He released his divine sense and quickly checked it. Scorpion saw Lu Ming's impatient expression, so it obediently didn't ask much. It just crossed its arms behind its back and tiptoed to look around. After inspecting all of the small hills, Lu Ming took the time to finish a meal. Only then did he land in front of the corpses surrounded by black gas. His face revealed a thoughtful expression. In the jade slips, it recorded the refining method of a magic weapon called Mountain River Pearl. According to the description, this magic weapon was made up of a set of 12 Mountain River pearls. As for its power, the jade slips didn't explain in detail. It only said that this treasure could be used by one, but with each additional pearl, it could produce many combinations and changes. It was really mysterious. The core material for refining the mountain river pearl was the 12 hills made of resting soil beside him, as well as the precious materials on them. It must be known that the gold essence resting soil was a scarce item whether it was in the Yunchuan continent or the current Middle Sky continent. Not to mention the amount of a mountain, even if it was the size of a fist, it was often priceless. Now, there were 12 metal essence resting soil that were like small mountains. How could this not cause Lu Ming to be shocked and ecstatic? According to his current understanding of the situation, it should be that the ancient cultivator in front of him had painstakingly prepared most of the refining materials, but he didn't know why. But in the end, he didn't get what he wanted and died here inexplicably. Now, it was all Lu Ming's fault. Master. Scorpion looked at Lu Ming's face and called out softly. Its pair of eyes sparkled as it looked at the jade slips in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming came back to his senses, smiled, and threw the jade slips in his hand over. The girl caught it, closed her eyes, and sent her divine sense into it. Master, it looks like we've hit the jackpot. This is the prototype of a whole set of magic treasures. It's only one step away from the final formation of the magic weapon. After a while, the scorpion opened its eyes and said excitedly. Yes, these magic treasure embryos are indeed rare, but we still lack a large amount of first yuan heavy water. Lu Ming nodded and said calmly. Hearing this, Scorpion's pretty face also showed some regret. The mountain river pearl, as the name suggested, was a magic weapon with two attributes of water and earth at the same time. It had to use the mountain as the embryo, the water as the vein, and integrate with the essence of heaven and earth. With the current materials, it could only be refined into a semi-finished product at best. To truly refine it, a large amount of first yuan heavy water was needed. However, first yuan heavy water was also an extremely precious material. After Lu Ming came to the Middle Sky continent, he tried to find some to improve the power of the two heavy water pearls in his hands, but unfortunately, he had never been able to do so. After all, this kind of material required a cultivator who was proficient in water attribute cultivation method to spend a lot of time refining an astonishing amount of water from rivers and lakes to form little by little. But ordinary cultivators would not do this kind of thing just for a few forging materials and waste their own cultivation time. There's nothing to be regretful about. Let's find a way to collect these materials first. Lu Ming said with a smile. Right now, he lacked the first essence heavy water, so he couldn't refine the pearl of mountains and rivers. However, there was a technique recorded in the jade scroll that could condense the small mountain of growing soil, along with the other materials, into a round pearl. In this way, it saved him the trouble of moving 12 hills. As Lu Ming thought so, he slowly walked to the front of a growing soil hill. After a moment of concentration, he shook his arms and his body suddenly shone with a black light. Black gas surged out and his hands formed a strange seal. The black gas around him followed his gestures and slowly dissipated forward, wrapping around the growing soil hill. After the black gas covered the entire hill, Lu Ming began to chant a strange incantation in a low voice. The black gas that wrapped around the growing soil hill gradually turned into a black flame. With a wave of his hands, a white symbol flew into the black gas and landed on the growing soil hill. The entire growing soil hill began to emit a faint yellow light. Seeing this, Lu Ming's incantation became more and more rapid. He constantly waved his hands and formed white symbols. Under the black gas, the light emitted by the growing soil hill grew brighter and brighter. As Lu Ming chanted the incantation, its size also became smaller and smaller. After about an hour, the small growing soil mountain that was 1,000 feet tall impressively became an earth-yellow crystal bead that was only a few inches in size. It quietly floated in front of Lu Ming. The surface of the bead emitted circles of earthy yellow light. Moreover, a vivid and lifelike image of a small hill appeared on its surface. It gave off a sense of spirituality. Good, I've finally finished one. Lu Ming reached out to wipe the sweat from his face and carefully put away the earthy yellow crystal bead. Speaking of which, after the mountain river bead was truly refined, it could change its size at will. However, now that it was only a semi-finished product, it could only shrink according to the incantation recorded on the jade slips. However, this incantation was quite strange and consumed a lot of spiritual power. With his current cultivation, it was a little strenuous to put away just one. He shook his head helplessly. He flipped his hand and took out a golden yuan pill. After resting for a while, he walked to another hill and began to refine it. After spending a whole day, he finally shrunk the 12 growing soil hills in the stone room into the shape of an inch-sized earthy yellow crystal bead. It's finally done. Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged. While Lu Ming was refining the hill, Scorpion had been standing at the side. At this moment, it was looking at the yellow robe in its hand. "Why, do you like this robe?" Seeing this, Lu Ming suddenly said. Scorpion was startled when she heard the voice, and then her face was a little red. "This is an earth attribute robe. It seems to have some function of hiding aura. It is quite suitable for you. Take it if you like it," Lu Ming said faintly. "Thank you, master." Scorpion was delighted when she heard the words, and she bowed. "By the way, after coming in just now, I just looked at the 2 rooms in the hall in a hurry. You go and search this palace carefully again. Don't miss anything." Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and ordered. Scorpion nodded when she heard the words and put on the yellow robe. After that, a yellow light flashed, and she left the stone room. Before leaving, she didn't forget to close the door of the stone room. In the following time, Lu Ming took out a few elixirs and consumed them. He held a high-grade spirit stone in each hand and began to silently cultivate to restore his almost exhausted spiritual power. After a while, he turned his hand and took out an earthy yellow crystal bead. He looked at it carefully. The surface of the crystal bead was shining with yellow light, and a thick and heavy spiritual pressure was emitted from the ball. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The embryo in front of him had not even begun to be refined. It was not even a semi-finished product, but it already had such a pressure. The semi-finished product was the real Mountain River Pearl. It was even more unimaginable how powerful it would be. Speaking of the first yuan heavy water, which was used to refine a real magic treasure, the 2 heavy water beads in his hand were also refined with this material. Although this amount of heavy water was not enough to refine this magic treasure embryo, if it was only integrated into one of them, it seemed that he could try to refine a semi-finished Mountain River Pearl that could barely be used. After thinking for a long time, a black light flashed in his other hand and 2 black beads appeared. His face was full of eagerness. If the Mountain River Pearl really had the terrifying power described in the jade slips, even if he only obtained a semi-finished one, his strength would immediately increase by a lot. He would be more confident in treasure hunting in the ruins in the future. After Lu Ming's expression changed a few times, he threw the yellow crystal bead in his hand into the air. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of pure spiritual power. With a pu sound, it turned into a black gas that wrapped around the yellow crystal bead. He made a few more hand signs. The black gas rolled slightly and turned into black flames. Under the burning of the black flames, the yellow light emitted from the surface of the earthy yellow crystal bead gradually became brighter. Then, Lu Ming also threw out the 2 black beads and made a hand sign with one hand. Whoosh, the 2 heavy water beads emitted the sound of tides and began to emit a black watery light. According to the records in the jade slips, a large amount of first yuan heavy water was needed to refine a real Mountain River Pearl. However, refining a semi-finished Mountain River Pearl required very little amount of first yuan heavy water. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. He opened his mouth and spat out a wave of spiritual power that wrapped around the heavy water beads. Under the burning of the black flames, the 2 heavy water beads gradually turned into a black water cloud that slowly rotated in the air. The earthy yellow crystal bead emitted an increasingly intense yellow light. However, the yellow light was not evenly distributed, causing some parts of the bead to be bright and some parts to be dark. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. He knew that this was because the various materials in the earthy yellow crystal bead were not evenly mixed together. Fortunately, the jade slips had already recorded the solution to this situation. He calmed himself down, and according to the records in the jade slips, he executed the hand signs without the slightest mistake. As the hand signs entered, the earthy yellow crystal bead slowly began to rotate. After about 15 minutes, the light on the crystal bead finally gradually stabilized. Seeing this, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. With a light wave of one hand, the black cloud formed by the heavy water bead floated toward the crystal bead. Then, with a light move of his finger, a wisp of water vapor separated from the black cloud and fused into the yellow crystal bead. The yellow crystal bead's light suddenly dimmed, but very quickly, it gradually brightened again. Furthermore, it had a more delicate and gentle feeling than before. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Ming was a little happy. It seemed that his decision to fuse the heavy water bead into it was correct. Based on this trend, as long as he used the true fire to burn it for a few more days, he would be able to refine the mountain river pearl by more than half. At this moment, with a pu sound, the yellow crystal bead's light suddenly became several times brighter. The piercing yellow light wrapped around the black cloud formed by the heavy water bead and instantly swallowed it. What's going on? Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. Before Lu Ming could understand what was going on, the yellow crystal bead suddenly produced a strong suction force, swallowing the black true fire that was wrapped around it. His face turned pale with fright. He let out a low shout and immediately separated his hands after putting them together. Two black beams of light as thick as an arm shot out at the same time and injected into the crystal bead. The yellow crystal bead buzzed and the light it emitted dimmed a little. However, it still flashed wildly with spirituality. Its entire body became translucent, and there was a faint ball of yellow light spinning wildly inside it. In the face of this situation, Lu Ming did not dare to be negligent. His hands turned like wheels, and various spells shot out one after another. With great difficulty, he managed to slow down the spinning speed of the yellow light in the crystal bead, but he still could not stop it. Seeing this, Lu Ming secretly complained in his heart. He had originally planned to try refining this yellow crystal bead into a semi-finished pearl of mountains and rivers, but for some reason, when the first yuan heavy water in the heavy water bead came into contact with the magic treasure embryo, it was as if a volcano had been ignited. In an instant, the various materials inside the bead were completely smelted. The current pearl of mountains and rivers was no longer a semi-finished product, but was directly moving towards a finished product. Moreover, the refining could no longer be stopped. If it was forcibly stopped, all the materials inside the bead would be wasted. However, the amount of first yuan heavy water contained in the two heavy water beads was too little. If this continued, the final success rate would naturally be pitifully low. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He finally understood what it meant to be in a dilemma. Refining magic treasures used spiritual materials. The most difficult thing was how to balance the spirituality of the various materials and combine them into one without collapsing. Especially now that the pearl of mountains and rivers lacked a large amount of heavy water, it was even more difficult. Spirituality, that's right, the spirit-nurturing cauldron. Lu Ming was secretly anxious. Suddenly, he thought of the spirit-nurturing cauldron he had just obtained. According to Yi Ro of the Celestial Work sect, this treasure came from an ancient refining sect. Its important function was to add spirituality to magic treasures, which should be helpful in the current situation. Moreover, according to what Lan Si said, Jiying conspired to obtain the spirit-nurturing cauldron for a great purpose, and perhaps it was also for the sake of these 12 beads of mountains and rivers. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated, and silver light flashed as a small silver cauldron appeared before him. Lu Ming immediately used the ability to multitask, splitting half of his mental power to continue refining the mountain river bead. At the same time, he opened his mouth to spit out a burst of black light, and the other half of his mental power began to quickly refine the spirit-nurturing cauldron in front of him. The spirit-nurturing cauldron slowly began to glow with silver light, and countless runes began to appear. The runes began to flicker as if the entire cauldron had become a living being. After half a day, a soft chi-la sound was heard, and the mouth of the cauldron spouted silver threads, which automatically wrapped around the yellow crystal bead in front of it. The surging yellow light in the yellow crystal bead finally calmed down. Lu Ming could faintly feel that the spirituality of the various spiritual materials that had been fiercely colliding inside the crystal bead had a tendency to fuse together again. This spirit-nurturing cauldron really has endless uses. I only refined it a little, and I'm afraid I haven't even used 1/10 of the effects of this treasured cauldron. It's worthy of being a treasure of an ancient refining sect. Lu Ming was ecstatic, and hurriedly began to refine the cauldron again according to the method recorded on the jade slips. However, in the current situation, in order to not cause a change in the bead again, the speed of refining was more than 10 times slower than before. Master. At this time, Scorpion walked in from the door of the stone room, and was shocked to see the scene in front of him. Scorpion, immediately sneak back to the entrance of the ruins and erase the traces of the battle there as much as possible. Also, make some messy traces in the swamp space in the ruins, and make a scene that the place has been swept clean. Try not to let people notice the existence of this place. Lu Ming cautiously made a hand sign as he commanded. If he wanted to complete the sacrificial refining of the mountain river bead now, it would take more than a few days. He estimated that it would take at least a month. Although the palace here was hidden, and there was a restriction to conceal it, it was still difficult to guarantee that it wouldn't be noticed. Understood, Master. Scorpion quickly nodded, and then his figure flashed and flew out of the palace. Fei you come out too. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he freed a hand. He gently patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist, and a cloud of black gas flew out, turning into the appearance of a green-robed child. Master, you finally remembered me. Fei called out in a childish voice. Fei this is the formation plate for the Universal Fairy Formation. I taught you how to set up the formation. Go and set up the formation to surround the entire palace, isolating the fluctuations of spiritual power from here. Don't let it spread outside. Lu Ming said, and with a wave of his hand, the formation plate and formation flags of the Universal Fairy Formation appeared and fell to the ground. Don't worry, Master. Fei complied, and bent down to pick up the formation flags and formation plates on the ground. He quickly walked out, and didn't pester Lu Ming like he usually did. Although he was in the soul-recovering bag, he still understood the current situation. After giving these instructions, Lu Ming slightly calmed down. He took out a medicinal pill, and placed a few high-grade spirit stones on his body so that he could replenish his magic power at any time. After refining for a long time, the consumption and replenishment of magic power was an extremely important matter. Fortunately, he had no shortage of medicinal pills to restore magic power. Lu Ming slowly exhaled, and calmed his mind. He muttered an incantation, and his 10 fingers continuously flicked into the bead of mountains and rivers to form a series of hand seals. Just as Lu Ming began to refine the bead of mountains and rivers, in the sky thousands of miles away from the ruins, a brilliant white starlight flew at an incomparably fast speed. It had a long tail behind it, like a bright meteor streaking across the sky. The starlight suddenly paused in midair, and then fell straight down, landing in front of 2 tall peaks that were thousands of feet tall. The starlight slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of a young man wearing a loose golden robe. It was Kim Tin-Ti. After he stabilized his body, his eyes flashed as he looked at the 2 peaks. In terms of size, there was nothing special about the 2 peaks. However, one of them was incomparably silver, and most of its peak was covered in a layer of crystal clear ice and snow. The surrounding area was extremely cold. The other mountain peak was a dazzling purple. It was covered with trees that looked like maple trees, and their leaves were suffused with a strange purple glow. The 2 peaks were less than 10 miles apart, and in the middle was a flat canyon full of dense trees. At this moment, a silver light flashed in the valley, and soon disappeared without a trace. Kim Tin-Ti's eyes flashed, and his figure moved forward. When his figure approached the bottom of the valley, the surrounding void suddenly appeared with a faint ripple. Kim Tin-Ti's body quickly submerged in it, and disappeared. The void ripple slowly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The scene in front of Kim Tin-Ti suddenly changed, and he appeared in a stone forest. A hemispherical blue light curtain with a radius of hundreds of feet enveloped the stone forest. At this moment, there were more than 10 figures standing or sitting in the stone forest. They were the disciples of Taiqing Gate, and there were several cultivators from other sections. The Ouyang sisters were also among them. Senior fellow apprentice Jean, you're finally here. You've made us wait for so long. When Qiu Longzi saw the person coming, he immediately strode over with joy and said with a loud voice. When the rest of the disciples saw Kim Tin-Ti appear, they also showed a big sigh of relief. This upper realm ruins was a bit too cruel for the crystallization period cultivators like them. Junior fellow apprentice Qiu, why are you here? I returned to the previous temporary station a few days ago, and it had already become a ruin. It took me a lot of time to find this place according to the marks you left along the way. What happened? Kim Tin-Ti glanced around and asked with a flash in his eyes. Sigh, it's our bad luck. 2 days after you left, a group of alien race cultivators somehow found us. We had a fierce battle, and we had to change our station. 2 of our juniors died on the spot. Qiu Longzi's smile disappeared on his face, and he said with a heavy tone. This ruin is full of danger. Junior fellow apprentice Qiu, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Kim Tinti sighed when he heard the words. Senior fellow apprentice Jean. When Kim Tinti and Qiu Longzi were talking, 2 people came out from the crowd and bowed to Kim Tinti. They were Luo Tiancheng and Wen Ai. Alright, I'm relieved that the 2 of you are safe. Jean Tianxi looked at the 2 of them and nodded. Junior fellow apprentice Luo and junior fellow apprentice Wen found this place yesterday. I have already heard from them that you were attacked by the savage Beastkin clan. Qiu Longzi said slowly. Now it's almost half of the 1-year deadline. According to the past records, I'm afraid that the people of various forces are beginning to move. Kim Tinti nodded thoughtfully and said in a deep voice. Senior fellow apprentice Jean is right. Nowadays, the upper realm ruins are getting more and more dangerous. Qiu Longzi glanced at the remaining Taiqing Gate disciples and said in a deep voice. By the way, do you have any information about younger brother Lu? Kim Tinti suddenly asked. No, we have been here for more than 10 days. Except for the 3 of you, no one else has been here. Qiu Longzi said with a flash in his eyes. Hearing this, Kim Tinti frowned. Senior fellow apprentice Jean, you don't have to worry too much. It's said that younger brother Lu is very powerful. I heard from junior fellow apprentice Luo and junior fellow apprentice Wen that when facing the attack of the Beastkin clan, you guys escaped separately. Maybe younger brother Lu got rid of those pursuers and is still on the way. He hasn't found this place yet. Qiu Longzi said with a smile. I hope so. Kim Tinti sighed in his heart. When everyone escaped separately, he clearly saw that the one chasing Lu Ming was another Jingdan Beastkin clan. Although Lu Ming was very powerful, he wasn't sure if he could escape from the Shadow Wolf clan cultivator who was known for his speed. In the following time, Jean Tianxi asked about the general situation of the crowd. After gathering around for a while, everyone quickly dispersed and went to meditate and adjust their breathing. Senior fellow apprentice Jean, what should we do next? Qiu Longzi and Kim Tinti walked to the side and discussed. The younger brother Lu is the disciple appointed by the sect leader. Since he hasn't come back yet, we will wait here for a few more days. By the way, we can make a good plan for the rest of the time. Kim Tinti said so. The other disciples also have a few injuries that have not recovered. They can also take the opportunity to rest for a while. To be honest, the danger in the ruins is far beyond our expectation. I don't know how many people can go back alive. In the end, Qiu Longzi said with a wry smile. Since they chose to enter the ruins, they should naturally have this awareness a long time ago. Moreover, the sect let these crystallization period disciples enter here to have more manpower to search for treasures. As for fighting with other forces, it naturally depends on you and me. Kim Tinti replied with a cold gaze. That's true. Among the other disciples, only the younger brother Lu can really help. Qiu Longzi nodded helplessly when he heard this. So next, the people of Taiqing Gate rested quietly in this valley stone forest for a few days, but Lu Ming never appeared. In the stone forest secret room, Qiu Longzi paced back and forth a few times with a dignified face. He suddenly stopped and turned to Kim Tinti not far away and said, Senior fellow apprentice Jean, it has been a long time since you encountered the Beastkin cultivator, but there is still no news of younger brother Lu. What do you think? Although I don't want to admit it, younger brother Lu is likely to be involved in something, or he is involved in other things. It's not impossible that he has died. Kim Tinti frowned and said slowly after thinking about it. No matter what the situation is, we have been delayed here for too long. We can't wait any longer. Qiu Longzi said calmly. Then let's split up according to the original plan. Remember to leave our sect's mark along the way. I hope that younger brother Lu can follow us. Kim Tinti sighed. After the time it took to finish a meal, just like before, the 2 of them led a group of disciples and flew out of the valley. Junior brother Qiu, be careful, Kim Tinti said to Qiu Longzi. Take care, brother Jean. We'll meet at the Blue Lake on the map in 1 month. young dragon took out the map and pointed at a large lake. All right. Kim Tinti nodded. Qiu Longzi put away the map and cupped his hands at Kim Tinti. Then, he left with Long Yanfei and the Ouyang sisters. Then let's go too. Kim Tinti turned around and said as he watched Qiu Longzi and the others leave. Kim Tinti only brought 5 people with him, but they were all disciples of Luo Tiancheng, Wen Ai, and other strong disciples. Although the people of Taiqing Gate encountered many obstacles along the way, compared to Demon Mystic Sect and Nature Work Sect, the number of disciples that died was very few. The route they explored along the way was roughly maintained according to the established plan and was not disrupted. Senior brother Jean, wait a minute. Luo Tiancheng suddenly said. Kim Tinti was startled. He turned around and asked, what's the matter? It's like this. Previously, when I was being chased by the demon race, I accidentally killed a foreign race cultivator and obtained a map of the ruins from him. It's not far from the area we're going to explore next. I wonder if I can take it and explore it. Luo Tiancheng said and took out a jade slip from his bosom. He handed it to Jean Tianxi and said with some anticipation. Kim Tinti raised his eyebrows and took it. He put it on his forehead and penetrated his divine sense into it. There was a map in the jade slips with a location marked on it. It's about 30 to 40,000 miles southeast ahead. It's not far indeed. Since that's the case, let's go and have a look. Kim Tinti handed the jade slips back to Luo Tiancheng and nodded. When the others heard that there was a relic to explore, they all looked happy. Only Wen Ai looked a little gloomy for some reason. Let's go. Jean Tianxi waved his hand and turned into a white starlight, speeding away. Seeing this, the others hurriedly urged the escape light and followed. After Jean Tianxi and the others left, no one noticed that outside the valley, in a meandering stream, a blurry blue shadow suddenly appeared. It was almost exactly the same as the stream, and if one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to distinguish it. The shadow slowly condensed into a solid body. It was a strange-looking alien. This person did not wear many clothes. He was tall, more than 20 feet tall, and most of his body was covered with some blue crystal scales, even on his face. His eyes were also blue. He looked in the direction where Jean Tianxi and the others had gone, and his face showed a trace of hesitation. Relic. The blue alien muttered to himself. Then, a layer of pale blue light appeared on his body. He flashed and disappeared. Kim Tinti and the others followed the instructions on the map. They hurried all the way. Finally, after 7 or 8 days, they arrived at the area marked on the map. It was an incomparably huge swamp. As far as the eye could see, there were clusters of short reeds, and the water surface was dotted all over the place. The biggest ones were tens of miles wide, while the smallest ones were only a few meters wide. The thin mist above the swamp made it impossible for people to see the true appearance of the swamp clearly. It should be around here. Luo Tiancheng held the jade slips map in his hand. He looked around and said. However, the surrounding environment was almost the same. There were few ups and downs in the terrain. It was difficult to determine where the map marked. Even if they used their divine sense to search, it wouldn't be of much use in such a huge swamp. Junior brother Luo, there is an area 700 or 800 miles away in that direction. There is an abnormal fluctuation of spiritual qi. Kim Tinti closed his eyes and said while facing a direction. Thank you, senior brother Jean. Luo Tiancheng looked in the direction pointed by Kim Tinti. After a while, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He hurriedly flew away. Kim Tinti and the others followed. After flying for about an hour, the view in front of them widened. A small basin with a radius of dozens of miles appeared in front of him. What was strange was that although the terrain was very low and it was surrounded by swamps, not a single drop of water could be seen. There were many strange rocks in the basin. There was a towering stone hall in the center. It seemed to be made of ordinary stones. However, everyone could clearly see a faint blue light flowing on the walls of the stone hall. It's here. Luo Tiancheng saw this and his face showed a happy expression. There are no monster beasts hiding around. It is safe. Let's go in together. However, this ruin was found by junior brother Luo with the map. No matter what treasures you find, you must give him half of them. Kim Tinti said lightly. Of course. Senior brother Jean, don't worry. The others didn't have any objections. Such a distribution was reasonable. Everyone flew and landed in front of the stone hall. Through the tall door, they looked inside. It was a dark space. Everyone be careful. There is a restriction on the walls of the stone hall. You can't use your divine sense to explore inside. Kim Tinti said. When the others heard this, their faces changed. Since they couldn't use their divine sense to explore, they could only rely on their eyesight. Their ability to sense the enemy was greatly reduced. Let's go. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Luo Tiancheng took the lead and walked into the stone hall. The others slowly followed. There was only one passage inside the stone hall. It seemed to lead to the underground. Not long after, the surroundings became dark. A thick and moist smell of mud hit their faces. Luo Tiancheng walked in front. With a wave of his hand, a moonlight stone the size of an egg appeared in his hand. As soon as it appeared, the soft white light immediately illuminated the surroundings. Kim Tinti frowned. Although the moonlight stone illuminated the front, if there were demonic beasts hiding in the passage, everyone would be an obvious target. However, they couldn't use their divine sense to explore. The only thing they could rely on was their eyesight. Illumination was a must. He didn't say anything. He just focused on watching the surroundings. The ground under their feet was muddy. Everyone walked forward slowly. However, the passage was very narrow. After walking for a quarter of an hour and going through a few turns, they still couldn't see the end. However, Luo Tiancheng and the others weren't angry. Instead, they were happy. The more hidden this place was, the more precious the treasures hidden here would be. After walking for another 10 feet, a corner appeared in front of them. There was a faint white light, and the air was emitting a thick medicinal fragrance. The exit should be in front. Be careful. Kim Tinti moved and stood in front of Luo Tiancheng. Luo Tiancheng understood. He kept the moonlight stone in his hand. Everyone lightened their footsteps and slowly explored the passage. When everyone quietly poked their heads out from the corner, the scene in front of them immediately made them extremely surprised. In front of them was the end of the passage. It was an underground cave with a large area. There were many white stalactites in the surroundings. The spiritual energy was so thick that it almost condensed into a mist. In the middle of the cave, there was a medicinal mat. It could be vaguely seen that there were many different colored spiritual herbs. With a glance, they could tell that they were not low in cultivation. It's a natural medicinal garden. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so thick. A Taiching Gate disciple whispered in surprise. Although everyone was excited, no one walked over rashly. Any place with heavenly treasures would be guarded by demonic beasts. Everyone still remembered this common sense. Moreover, they couldn't use their divine sense here. Naturally, they were more careful. However, after a careful exploration, there didn't seem to be anything strange in front of them. There weren't any demonic beasts guarding this place. Only then did they relax and looked at the medicinal garden in front of them. Luo Tiancheng took a few steps to a corner of the cave. There were more than 10 green spiritual herbs that looked like they were carved out of jasper. This is jasper grass. From the looks of it, it has at least 10,000 years of medicinal properties. Kim Tinti's voice was heard. When Luo Tiancheng heard this, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. No matter what kind of spiritual herb it was, as long as its medicinal properties exceeded 10,000 years, it would have a certain value to celestial phenomenon realm and profound enlightenment realm cultivators. Also, these are fire raccoon flowers. Judging from their appearance, they are of the highest quality. Phoenix cry grass. Dragon dew fruit. Kim Tinti seemed to be very familiar with spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines. He identified the names and ages of the medicinal herbs with great familiarity, but he did not reach out to pick them. Half of the spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines in the entire herb garden had medicinal properties of more than 10,000 years. However, this was not surprising. The upper bound ruins only opened once every 30,000 years and this place was quite hidden. It was possible that no one had been here for tens of thousands of years. These spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines are extremely valuable to the sect. Junior brother Luo, when you get out of the upper bound ruins, hand over all these spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines to the sect. I believe that the sect will definitely not mistreat you. Kim Tinti took a deep breath and said to Luo Tiancheng. Luo Tiancheng heard this and his eyes lit up. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Of course. Thank you for your advice, senior brother Jean. Alright, after everyone has picked all the ripe spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines, we should leave this place as soon as possible. I have a feeling that something is wrong here," Kim Tinti said to the people around him. After a quarter of an hour, all the spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines in the entire herb garden had been picked. Half of them were given to Luo Tiancheng and the other half were distributed to the other 5 disciples. Kim Tinti only took a few of them. "Let's go," Kim Tinti said and wrapped his body in starlight. He took the lead and flew back the way he came. Seeing this, everyone naturally did not stay any longer. They all turned into conveyance lights and followed closely behind. When they came here, they were worried that there would be danger in the passage. Now that they were going back, they flew all the way. In a short while, they had flown out of the Greenstone Hall. At the entrance of the Greenstone Hall, everyone looked around. When they saw that the surroundings were quiet and there was nothing unusual, they felt relieved. Haha, this trip did not take much effort and we have obtained a lot of precious spiritual medicines. However, this is all thanks to junior brother Luo. A burly young disciple said with a smile. When AI and the other 2 heard this, they nodded their heads and added a few sentences. Luo Tiancheng chuckled. Just as he was about to say a few humble words, Jin Tianxi, who was standing in front of everyone, suddenly changed his expression. He glanced around quickly and said coldly, "Be careful, we are surrounded." The others were startled when they heard this. Before they could do anything, more than a dozen blue lights suddenly lit up in the swamp around the basin. At the same time, a gust of white cold air surged out from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area with a radius of hundreds of feet. The air became extremely cold, and white snowflakes condensed and fell down. The burly young man's expression changed, and he was about to fly up into the sky. "Don't go up, there are people up there too." Kim Tinti pulled him back and said coldly. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Luo Tiancheng, AI, and the others changed. They originally wanted to fly up, but after hearing what Kim Tinti said, they hurriedly stopped. As a result, not long after Kim Tinti's voice fell, the surrounding and the sky fluctuated, and a group of blue figures slowly appeared. Luo Tiancheng and the others reacted very quickly. At this moment, their bodies lit up with various color shields. Only Kim Tinti did not move. He still stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes glanced at the blue figures around him, and finally fell on the 2 blue figures in the air. He said faintly, "Who are you? Why did you ambush us here?" At this time, the light on the surrounding blue figures gradually dissipated, revealing their true appearances. They were the blue alien race who had spied on the people of Taiching Gate. Their bodies were covered with aqua blue crystal scales. TSK, you humans are really funny. You are going to die soon, yet you still talk so much nonsense. The 2 aliens in the sky exuded a particularly strong aura. There was an additional purple petal-like mark between their eyebrows. One of the aliens who carried a blue spear on his back could not help but sneer when he heard Kim Tinti's question. "Brother Jean, these people are the aliens who ambushed our temporary station a few days ago," the burly young man said angrily when he saw the real bodies of the blue figures around him. The others also turned pale with fright. The crystal scale race of the 3 extreme races, and they have royal blood. As soon as Kim Tinti saw the appearance of the 2 blue aliens in the air, he suddenly took a deep breath. For the first time, his face revealed a gloomy expression. Crystal tide formation, up. The other Jean Dan alien race was a woman. Her face was somewhat similar to that of her companion who carried a long spear. It seemed that she was too lazy to talk nonsense. She waved her arm, and suddenly her body was covered with aqua blue light. Walala, more than a dozen crystallization period crystal scale race people who surrounded Kim Tin-Ti and others had tridents in their hands. They raised them forward, and a deep incantation sounded. The tridents were covered with blue aqua light, and they quickly connected in the air, forming a huge blue light cover. As the aqua light flowed on the surface, Kim Tin-Ti and others were all shrouded in it. Luo Tiancheng took the lead. With a low shout, the silver light on his body shone brightly, and he punched out violently. There was a crisp crackling sound in the air, and a condensed silver tiger head shot out. With a tiger roar, it heavily hit the blue light cover. Wen Hui, who had been quiet along the way, also shone with gray light at this moment. He opened his mouth and spouted a gray light on his right hand's finger. Blood suddenly appeared, and the blood that flowed out floated in the air, quickly condensing into a small blood-colored plague crow. The gray gas on his body quickly merged into the body of the blood-colored plague crow. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored plague crow swelled to more than 100 feet in size. It flew out while squawking, and aggressively pounced on the blue light cover. What was even more astonishing was that, following a wave of tide-like sound, a blue light flashed on the surface of the blue light barrier, following which rings of light blue watery light appeared. Wherever the watery light passed, regardless of whether it was the silver fist shadows or the gray plague crows, they were all silently fused into the light barrier. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng and Wen Hui were stunned. Just now, they had already used their respective magical powers to attack with all their strength, but it didn't even cause a ripple in the formation. Haha, this crystal tide formation can even trap a celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. Since you've entered this formation, don't even think about living. Behave yourself, and you'll suffer less physical pain, the blue-speared Jin Dan alien sneered disdainfully when he saw this. Hearing this, the complexions of the Tai Ching Gate experts changed greatly, except for Kim Tin-Ti. Kim Tin-Ti looked at the blue light cover around him, and then looked at the two Jin Dan aliens in the sky. His pupils slightly shrank, but he didn't move. At this moment, the aqua blue light barrier suddenly changed again. The surrounding crystal scale aliens brandished their tridents, causing huge bubbles to appear on the blue light barrier. The bubbles were bubbling, and the blue color on the surface of the bubbles was fluctuating. Not good, what are they doing? Luo Tiancheng suddenly shouted. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding blue bubbles trembled and broke. Countless blue ice crystals shot out from the bubbles, shooting towards the people of Tai Ching Gate from all directions. The momentum was extremely fierce. The people of Tai Ching Gate were in the middle, so they couldn't dodge at all. These aliens are good at ice attribute attacks. These ice crystals are extremely powerful, quickly dodge. The burly young man hurriedly reminded. His body shone with green light, and he took out a small green shield to protect the area in front of him. The other two Tai Ching Gate disciples had seen the power of the crystal scale aliens before. When they saw the formation change, they immediately took out their protective spiritual weapons and connected with the small shield of the green-robed man. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng and Wen Hui didn't say a word. Their bodies emitted silver and gray light, forming layers of defense. These people were worthy of being the crystallization period core disciples of Tai Ching Gate. Although they were at a disadvantage, they didn't panic at all. When they stood back to back, they connected their protective light into a colorful spherical light curtain within a breath, protecting their whole body. Rumble, countless blue ice crystals suddenly hit on the colorful light curtain, and a huge force was transmitted to the people of Tai Ching Gate along the light curtain. The bodies of Luo Tiancheng and the others trembled, and their faces instantly turned pale. The entire sphere of protective light screen shook, as if it was about to collapse. The two alien powerhouses in the sky, a man and a woman, floated in the same place without moving. They seemed to be too lazy to do it themselves. At this moment, Kim Tin-Ti, who was standing in the middle of several people, changed his expression and let out a long sigh. His body suddenly glowed with faint white starlight, and he murmured. Forget it. Since we have encountered one of the three extreme races with a royal bloodline, normal tactics won't work. This is the only way. As soon as he finished speaking, a few streaks of white starlight shot out of his body. They melted into Luo Tiancheng and the others' defensive shields. The shields, which had been on the verge of collapsing, suddenly began to stabilize. Immediately afterward, wave after wave of blue ice crystals hit the light curtain, but the five-colored light curtain remained unmoved, easily withstanding all the ice crystal attacks. Seeing this, the blue spear Jin Dan alien and the other female Jin Dan's expression suddenly changed. Luo Tiancheng and the other Taiqing Gate disciples were surprised and happy at this moment. They turned to look at Kim Tin-ti, and their expression suddenly froze. But at this moment, Kim Tin-ti's body was covered with a five-colored spirit pattern that looked like a chain. It tightly wrapped around his body, but there was a dazzling golden light on the surface of his body. It seemed that he was constantly attacking the chain spirit pattern. A crisp kacha sound came, and on the chain spirit pattern, several cracks appeared. The surface of Kim Tin-ti's body became more and more golden, but his eyes finally showed a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, he clasped his hands in front of his body and made a strange gesture. The golden light on the surface of his body suddenly became brighter, and the five-colored chain spirit pattern could no longer hold on. In an instant, it shattered with a loud bang, turning into dots of five-colored crystal light. An incomparably thick golden beam of light rose from Kim Tin-ti's body and went straight to the sky. Then, from the middle, it divided into 12 golden beams of light, sweeping in all directions. A tyrannical spiritual pressure instantly poured out in all directions. Celestial State Cultivator. The alien man carrying the blue spear, after seeing this scene, suddenly cried out involuntarily. Before his voice fell, boom, the 12 golden beams of light had already hit the surrounding crystal tide array. The blue array light curtain trembled violently. The crystal scale alien's face instantly flushed, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Switch the crystal tide array to defensive mode. The crystal tide array has trapped and killed celestial phenomenon realm cultivators. This person has just advanced to celestial phenomenon realm, so there's nothing to worry about. The female Jin Dan alien also shouted in anger. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blue blood essence, which merged with the light barrier of the array below. The violently trembling blue light barrier immediately calmed down a bit. The blue spear Jin Dan man also spat out a mouthful of blood essence without saying anything, which turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the array. At the same time, the crystal scale cultivators below launched a series of hand seals, mobilizing all the magic power in their bodies and pouring it into the crystal tide array. The blue light barrier suddenly shone brightly, and a hissing electric light appeared on its surface, resisting the impact of the golden light beam. Kim Tin-ti's eyes were closed tightly. His hands were like floating clouds and flowing water, forming a series of hand seals. The 12 golden light beams emitted from his body became brighter and brighter. No matter how hard the crystal scale people poured their magic power into the crystal tide array, the golden light beam still overwhelmed the electric light that burst out from the blue light barrier. Open! Kim Tin-ti suddenly opened his eyes. His arms stopped, and the 12 golden light beams with him as the center converged into 12 golden vortexes, rotating. The misty sky above boiled like boiling water. The clouds rolled, and the extremely high void suddenly shone brightly. All the clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, and 12 huge starlight vortexes appeared in the void, facing the 12 golden vortexes below. When the two real pellet state cultivators of the Crystal Scales clan saw this situation, their faces finally changed drastically. The huge pressure in the sky was definitely not what they could bear. Even with the crystal tide array, they couldn't stop it at all. The two looked at each other and hurriedly waved their hands. Their bodies shone with blue light, and a blue barrier appeared. Ignoring the more than 10 of their clansmen below, they quickly flew away. Kim Tin-ti's eyes were indifferent. His two hands made a seemingly slow gesture. 2 of the 12 huge vortexes in the void appeared in the center. The dazzling light flashed, and 2 thick golden starlights suddenly shot down. The man with the blue spear and the female cultivator Jin Dan had just flown a few miles away when they were accurately struck by the golden starlight. 2 screams rang out. The next moment, the golden starlight dissipated, and the 2 Jin Dan cultivators of the crystal scale race completely disappeared. At this moment, the other dozen crystallization period crystal scale clan recovered from their shock. After exclaiming, they couldn't care about maintaining the formation anymore. They turned around and fled in all directions. Kim Tin-ti sneered and his 10 fingers moved slightly. Next, the starlight maelstrom in the sky shone brightly and tens of golden starlight beams descended, striking all the crystal scale clan cultivators. After a series of screams, all the Crystal Scale Clan cultivators disappeared in the golden starlight without exception. With a loud rumble, the Crystal Tide formation collapsed, and the dazzling starlight that filled the sky, as well as the 12 huge starlight vortexes in the void, also slowly disappeared. At the same time, the 12 golden vortexes emitted by Kim Tin-Ti retreated like a whale sucking water, condensing into a long white galaxy phantasm behind him. In the galaxy, 12 golden stars were scattered all over the place, shining brightly. There was a blurry pattern on the surface of each star. The entire galaxy was emitting a dazzling light like the sun, making people dare not look directly at it. Luo Tianqing and others looked at this series of changes dumbfoundedly. They opened their mouths wide and couldn't say a word. Kim Tin-Ti waved his hands and launched a symbol. The white galaxy behind him flashed and shrank into his body. Senior brother Jean, you. Luo Tianqing only reacted at this moment. It seemed that he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. I have already advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm. The power of law of the upper realm ruins will soon expel me by force. I don't have much time. I still have a few words to tell you. Kim Tin-Ti said quickly. As he spoke, the void above his head distorted, and a pitch-black spatial vortex slowly emerged. The upper realm ruins are very dangerous now. Although your strength is good, it will be difficult for you to survive here with just a few of you. Junior brother Wen, I grant you the authority to temporarily lead junior brother Luo and others. Immediately take them to meet junior brother Jiu Longzi. Don't be impatient. Before he finished speaking, a crystal light burst out from the space vortex above and wrapped around Kim Tin-Ti's body in a flash. With a flash of light, Kim Tin-Ti suddenly disappeared without a trace. Luo Tianqing and the others were unable to resist at all and were all sent flying. Fortunately, this power was hidden and had not been unleashed, so they did not suffer any injuries. When everyone stabilized their bodies and looked up at the sky again, the space vortex had already disappeared without a trace. Luo Tianqing, Wen Ai, and others were shocked when they saw this. Everyone, since senior brother Jean just said, let's go and meet with senior brother Jiu. After a while, Luo Tianqing took the lead to break the silence and said. The green-robed man and the other two nodded when they heard the words, but Wen Ai looked a little strange. After a while, a few escape lights broke through the air and flew away. Thousand Spirit Mountain, in the underground hall of the main peak of Taiqing Gate, Taoist Tiange and the other 3 celestial state elders were still sitting cross-legged on a green dragonstone pillar, quietly closing their eyes to rest. At this moment, in the middle of the 4 dragonstone pillars, the giant array flashed in green light, and a figure slowly emerged. It was Kim Tin-Ti. Kim Tin-Ti, why are you? Taoist Tiange opened his eyes the moment the array lit up. When he saw the figure of Kim Tin-Ti, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Then, his face slightly froze. He looked up and down at Kim Tin-Ti, then he shook his head and sighed, it seems that you have finally unlocked the seal. Junior nephew Jean, you are back. The other 3 celestial state elders also opened their eyes at this moment and looked at Kim Tin-Ti in the middle with some surprise. Sect leader, elders, I failed to fulfill my promise. I encountered some accidents in the land of ruins and failed to suppress the seal in my body. Jean Tianxi cupped his fists and said to all directions. The 3 elders were startled when they heard this, but they did not say anything. What happened? Taoist Tianji's eyes flashed and asked. Jean Tianxi smiled bitterly. Then, he briefly described how he encountered the heavenly form devil, how he was chased by Hu Zong, how he had to temporarily remove the seal, and how he was besieged by the Crystal Scale Clan, where he could no longer suppress the seal in his body. Taoist Tiange and the others had different expressions when they heard this. How are the other disciples now? Taoist Tiange thought for a while and asked in a deep voice. We lost a few of our disciples in the battle against the demons and other foreign races of the myriad demons continent. Also, after being ambushed by the Shadow Wolf clan and Silver Tiger clan of the Wild Continent, the younger brother Lu of the Fallen Serene Peak is missing. I don't know what the situation is now. Kim Tin-Ti briefly explained the situation of the people in the ruins. Taoist Tiange frowned slightly when he heard this, then shook his head and said lightly, I didn't expect so many changes to happen in the ruins of the upper realm. But since things have come to this, it is useless to feel regretful. You have just advanced to the celestial state, so your realm is not stable. Go back and consolidate it. Kim Tin-Ti nodded and cupped his fists at the 4 people present, then disappeared in a flash of golden light. 1 month later. In the originally quiet stone room of the underground palace, Lu Ming's laughter suddenly sounded. He stood in the middle of the stone room, holding a yellow bead the size of a baby's fist in his hand, and his face was full of joy. The yellow bead was engraved with tiny but exquisite runes, exuding an amazing aura. If one looked closely, they could find that inside the bead, they could clearly see a lifelike yellow mountain and a pitch-black river intertwined together, which looked infinitely magical. It took him a full month to finally complete the sacrificial refining of this mountain river bead. Speaking of which, this treasure was still only a semi-finished product, but the length and difficulty of the whole sacrificial refining process made him shudder. If it weren't for the spirit-nurturing cauldron to help stabilize the spirituality in the bead, this treasure would have exploded many times during the sacrificial refining. As for such a semi-finished magic treasure taking such a long time, it was also beyond Lu Ming's expectation and helplessness, because once the sacrificial refining of this treasure began, he couldn't stop it at all. In addition, he thought that if any of this magic treasure was destroyed, its power would be greatly reduced in the future, so he could only bite the bullet and stay here. Even though this treasure had been sacrificial refined, now Lu Ming still felt a pain in his heart when he thought about the month's time. If he had stayed outside the ruins for such a long time, who knew how many treasures of heaven and earth he could have found? If Lu Ming had known that this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have rashly refined this mountain river bead even if he was beaten to death. At this moment, he laughed loudly, mostly because he finally didn't have to continue wasting time here. After the laughter stopped, Lu Ming raised the bead in his hand and carefully examined it again. Although he hadn't tried the power of this mountain river bead, the faint spiritual pressure contained in the bead was already far beyond his imagination. However, because there were only 2 drops of first yuan heavy water, this mountain river bead was only in its initial form. In the future, if he found a large amount of first yuan heavy water and poured it into the bead, it would advance into a real magic treasure. Congratulations, Master, on the successful sacrificial refining. After a moment, Scorpion and Fei Er also flew in with a flash and congratulated him in unison. Speaking of which, in the past month, perhaps the method that the 2 spiritual pets laid down worked, or perhaps it was because this place was really hidden, no outsiders had ever disturbed it, allowing Lu Ming to successfully sacrificial refine the mountain river bead. The palace and the surrounding space had long been turned upside down by Scorpion and Fei Er. Unfortunately, apart from the mountain river bead, there were no other treasures. As for the corpse, he didn't disturb it and only carried the green token with him. He planned to investigate its origins when he returned to the sect. Lu Ming praised the 2 spiritual pets and put Fei Er back into the soul-cultivating pouch with one hand. A black light wrapped around himself and Scorpion, and in a flash, they flew out of the palace. After he put away the world-crossing formation, a yellow cloud rose from Scorpion's body and wrapped around their bodies, flying up to the surface. After flying out of the underground world, Lu Ming stood in front of the 2 green stone pillars. He took out the jade slips left by the young man surnamed Li and stuck it on his forehead. He didn't take it to heart at that time. Now that the young man surnamed Li and the demon mystic sect disciple had both died, and the time he spent sacrificially refining the mountain river pearl had greatly exceeded his expectations. Instead of meeting up with the people of Taiching Gate, it was better to investigate alone. Since the youth surnamed Li believed that 3 false core stage cultivators would be able to enter this place, then the risk of entering this place shouldn't be too great. Now that he had the bead of mountain and river, as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any problems. After thinking so, Lu Ming flew in the direction recorded by the jade slips. Tens of thousands of miles away from the ice and snow, there was a huge dense forest. If you looked down from the sky, the entire dense forest was a dense dark green, but if you entered the dense forest, it was a different scenery. Amidst the mottled landscape, blood-colored vines wrapped around thick tree trunks. Golden bugs the size of fingernails crawled all over the tree trunks, and fist-sized fruits hung from the branches like lanterns. These fruits also faintly exuded a soft aura, illuminating the entire dense forest. A purple escape light flew across the dense forest. On a purple flying sword in the escape light, Lu Ming in a green robe was looking around vigilantly. Since he left the ruins, he followed the location marked in the jade slips of the young man surnamed Li and combined it with the records in the sex map. According to his estimation, as long as he directly crossed this dense forest, he could directly reach his destination. As for the situation in the dense forest, he had already released his divine thought to explore from afar. Those spirit insects were just the most common low-level spirit insects. The lantern-like fruit could be used as low-level feed for spiritual pets, but for Fey Air and Scorpion of the crystallization period, it was almost useless. However, the vastness of this dense forest was far beyond Lu Ming's expectation. He had been flying on the sword for more than 4 hours, but he still hadn't seen the end of the dense forest. Just at this moment, the space in front of him rippled. The entire space suddenly trembled as a unique spiritual energy drifted past. Seeing this, Lu Ming made a gesture and the bitter will sword under his feet made a clear sound. It trembled and stopped in the air. He released his divine sense and swept it forward. He was surprised to find that somewhere 100 miles away, there was a large area that had collapsed, and a large amount of spiritual qi was constantly gushing out. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment before putting away the bitter will sword. Stepping on a black cloud, he slowly flew toward the center of the spiritual qi fluctuation. A distance of several hundred kilometers could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Only then did he discover that there was a towering tree with a diameter of several hundred feet in the center of the mountain that had clearly collapsed not too long ago. At the root of the giant tree, there was a huge tree hole, and there were some traces of artificial destruction around it. It seemed that someone had already gotten here before them. This was most likely the location of the ruins that Cultivator Li had told him about. However, it appeared that someone had already taken a step ahead of them. The nearby ground had been broken open from the inside out, and the cultivator had fled. The golden insects on the ground were currently lining up to crawl into the tree hole as if there was something inside that was attracting them. Lu Ming's expression darkened, but since he had already arrived here, he was naturally unwilling to leave empty-handed. After muttering to himself for a moment, he immediately landed at the base of the giant tree. After he confirmed that there were no abnormalities in the surroundings, his figure blurred and he entered the tree hole. As a result, when he entered the tree hole, he discovered that there was a completely different world inside. It was actually a large hall embedded in the giant tree. The large hall was very spacious, and there were tables, chairs, and cabinets that were carved out of wood. Behind the large hall, there was a passageway that spiraled upwards and downwards. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and unconsciously released his divine sense to investigate. However, after his divine sense reached 100 feet along the passageway, it was immediately blocked by some kind of restriction. He had no choice but to go up the passageway first. After some exploration, it turned out that along the spiraling passageway, there were more than a dozen inner chambers embedded in the giant tree. The doors of each inner chamber had already been destroyed, but there was a small isolation restriction array at the door. No wonder his divine sense couldn't penetrate inside. After Lu Ming thought about it, he returned to the door of the first inner chamber and stepped in. This was a room that was around an acre in size, and there were a series of small dark chambers within it. Insect eggs and feeds of all sizes were scattered all over the ground, and it was quite clear that this had once been a secret chamber used to rear spirit insects. From the perspective of the layout, at least dozens of kinds of spiritual insects had been raised here. However, it was a mess now. The dark room had already been looted. There were abandoned insect bags and beast rings everywhere. The golden insects that crawled in from outside the cave house were gathering densely, gnawing on the remaining dead eggs and feeds of the spiritual insects with relish. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he waved his hand and collected the insect eggs on the ground. He then walked to the other inner rooms and searched them one by one patiently. After a while, in the cave house hall, Lu Ming looked at the pile of spiritual insects and beasts' corpses in front of him with a bitter smile. This early comber plundered too thoroughly. Except for some corpses of spiritual insects and beasts that he was not interested in, there were only some dead eggs. There was almost nothing valuable left. Even the 2 inner chambers at the top of the giant tree, which were suspected to be the bedroom and the training room, were also empty. There was not even a single spiritual grass. Lu Ming, who got nothing, had to collect the spiritual insects and beasts' corpses scattered around these houses, as well as the dead eggs of various insects and beasts. He hoped that these corpses and dead eggs could also be of some value. He could give them to the sect to make up for the number in the future, or he could sell them as forging materials for some spirit stones. In this way, he would not return empty-handed. After he put all the things in front of him into the Sumera ring, he walked down the spiraling passage. As expected, there were also 5 inner chambers below, but the situation was similar to the inner chamber above. However, just as Lu Ming walked into the last secret room and was about to collect the dead eggs scattered on the ground, Scorpion's voice suddenly came from the soul-recovering bag around his waist. "Master, wait. The aura here is not right. As soon as I entered here, I couldn't help but tremble. It seems that there is a natural enemy that can restrain me." Scorpion's words were full of deep fear. Natural enemy? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly when he heard this. "Master, I also feel a sense of unity aura here. Although it is a little weak, it still makes me feel very uncomfortable." In another soul-recovering bag, Fei Er also said with slight fear. Oh? He had already experienced Scorpion's treasure-hunting supernatural power. Now that even Fei Er said so, this made Lu Ming feel a little strange. He hurriedly scanned the house again carefully. Inside the spiritual beast house, there was a large piece of beast eggs with a faint golden glow scattered on the ground. As far as he knew, these were the eggs of a beastkin called the 3-crown golden rooster beast, and there was almost no aura. They were obviously dead eggs. Speaking of which, the 3-crown golden rooster beast was a relatively common fire attribute spirit beast. Although it was quite rare in the Middle Sky continent, it was not a rare thing. The general spirit beast trading market would sell this egg. One could be bought for more than 100,000 spirit stones. After this beast was carefully cultivated, it could reach the strength of the condensation period in adulthood, and it was extremely fierce. It was usually purchased by the family or the sect for the condensation period disciples to accumulate actual combat experience. It was impossible to bring any fear to Scorpion and Fei Er, who had already advanced to the crystallization period. Lu Ming carefully scanned the insect eggs with divine thought, but he didn't find anything strange, nor did he find the existence of a beast egg with a strong aura. So he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist, and a black and a green mist floated out. After condensing, the figures of Scorpion and Fei Er appeared. "Since you two can sense its existence, bring it out," Lu Ming ordered directly. "Yes, Master." Fei Er and Scorpion replied in unison. In the following time, the 2 spiritual pets began to bend down and carefully check the beast eggs in the room one by one. After a while, Fei Er suddenly ran over to Lu Ming with a beast egg that glowed with a faint golden light in his hand. "Master, I found it. It's this." Upon seeing this, Sierra hurriedly tossed away the dead egg in her hand, and black chi swept forth as she appeared beside Fei Er. She stared at the golden egg in Fei Er's hand and took a step back with deep fear in her eyes. "Yes, Master, it's this beast egg." Lu Ming moved his fingers and picked up the beast egg from Fei Er's hand. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. The egg was slightly smaller than a chicken's egg, and it was a faint golden color. There were some faint white markings on the egg, and the aura it released was faint. It was somewhat similar to the holy beast egg he obtained from the sea race. Apart from being a bit larger than a normal 3-crown golden rooster egg, there was no other difference. It was extremely common for beast eggs to have different sizes, so it was impossible to determine what kind of mutation it was. Lu Ming swept his spiritual sense over the egg and found that it was completely chaotic without any abnormalities. However, since Fei Er and Scorpion both had a strange feeling about it, he didn't dare to ignore it. In the following time, he tried various methods, such as pouring his Fa Li into the egg or using special talismans to identify the grade of spirit beasts. However, he didn't get any clear results. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming helplessly shook his head. "Master, we don't know what's going on, but this beast egg is." Fei Er scratched his head with a face full of confusion. "I know, but there is no other way to identify it at the moment. I can only put it away. When I return to the Middle Sky continent in the future, I will find someone else to help me." As Lu Ming said, he put away the golden beast egg and carefully put it into a storage amulet. At the same time, he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist and kept the two spiritual pets, Fey Air and Scorpion. In the following time, he roughly searched the entire cave house, then he left and continued to fly toward his destination on his sword. 10 days later, a streak of purple light flashed over from afar in the air above a sparkling lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the purple escape light, a young man in green robe was looking around as if he was looking for something. This person was Lu Ming, who had been searching all the way. Just the day before, after he finally left the dense forest, he entered the range of this lake. Now he had been wandering in the sky for a whole day, but except for some large and small uninhabited islands far and near, he did not find any ruins. Lu Ming touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his expression moved. He kept away the bitter-will flying sword under his feet. At the same time, a pair of fleshy wings flashed behind him. He turned into a silver light and dived into the lake below. Hula, the fleshy wings behind him flashed in blue light. After a light flap, the lake water below was separated on both sides, and Lu Ming dived into the lake. As he continued to dive down, he released divine thought to explore the surroundings. This lake seemed ordinary, but it was bottomless. Even with the help of the fleshy wings, it took Lu Ming 15 minutes to reach the bottom of the lake. Sure enough, there was really a different world at the bottom of the lake. A crystal-like palace stood in the depths of the lake. This palace covered an area of about tens of acres. The whole body was made of crystals. Under the refraction of the water, it looked extremely gorgeous, giving people a kind of illusory and unreal feeling. However, when he came to the entrance of the palace full of expectations, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. A corner of the door of this palace had already been destroyed. It seemed that his luck was extremely bad, and someone else had beaten him to it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly flickered. There was a faint fluctuation of devil chi coming from the palace gate. He could vaguely determine that there was more than one person. Could it be that the intruder was a devil dweller? After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming activated the totem's secret technique. After concealing his aura, his figure flashed into the palace. After all, with his strength, he naturally did not need to worry about ordinary demons. As soon as he entered the underwater palace, his eyes lit up. The hallway of the palace was over 100 feet wide, and it was built with crystals of various colors. It was extraordinarily extravagant, and on both sides of the hallway, there were crystal pillars that were a few feet thick, neatly arranged. The stone pillars were carved with various images of sea beasts, looking extremely exquisite. While Lu Ming was focused on admiring the scenery, the sound of mining came from the end of the corridor, and he could vaguely hear a conversation. Although the distance was at least a few hundred feet, Lu Ming relied on his powerful divine sense to still hear the conversation clearly. Second brother, the strength of that nine-tailed demon fox is so strong that even Boss Missouri is not its opponent. Fortunately, the Lord gave us a life-saving method. It's a pity that the two brothers of the Ling family were used as cannon fodder by Boss Missouri, a somewhat dry voice said. Boss Missouri is a ruthless person. What's the use of saying this now? Now that it's not long before the end of this secret realm, it's better to collect some treasures honestly, so as not to be blamed by the Lord when we return. Another eccentric voice replied with slight dissatisfaction. Yes, while Boss Missouri is not back yet, let's quickly mine all these crystal water mines. It's said that the quality of these ores is excellent, and it's hard to find traces of these ores in the myriad demon continent. If we hand it over to the High Lord after we go out, maybe he will reward us with some true demonic aura if he is happy. The dry voice laughed a few times coldly and coldly. Not bad, not bad. Hide most of them. The rest can be divided equally with Boss Missouri. No matter what, he is a core clansman. He won't really put down his pride to search us. The eccentric voice also laughed. Lu Ming originally did not care about the conversation between the two demon dwellers, but when he heard the words nine-tailed demon fox, a strange expression flashed across his face. From the conversation between these people, this woman had actually not left this secret realm. After this woman completed the inheritance, her aura had already reached the great perfection of the Jin Dan realm, and was only one step away from the celestial phenomenon realm. He originally thought that she would directly leave the ruins and return to the wasteland continent, but he did not expect that she would still stay here, and even have a conflict with the demon dwellers. Just as Lu Ming was a little absent-minded, the original dong-dong sound of mining suddenly disappeared and was replaced by two bursts of sound that pierced through the air. "Oh no, I was careless." Lu Ming immediately came back to his senses and secretly cursed. "Oh? A human brat actually came. I just happened to be worried about how to report back without any treasures, and you, brat, delivered yourself to my door." A black wind receded, revealing a demon dweller that was neither male nor female, with thick makeup on, and said in an eccentric tone. "Second brother, do you want to do it, or should I? This person also seems to be in the false Dan realm, we can't be too careless." The other voice was a little hoarse, and it was a short and fat demon dweller. Different from the two groups of demon dwellers that Lu Ming encountered before, these two demon dwellers were wearing the same clothes. Although he did not know if the demon dwellers had a sect, at least they were from the same faction. "You and I should attack together. Let's finish this quickly, lest the night is fraught with trouble. If we kill him before Boss Missouri, according to the clan rules, the treasures on this human brat will belong to the two of us." The demon dweller that was neither male nor female laughed sinisterly. After that, the two of them swayed at the same time, turned into two black shadows, and shot toward where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming looked at the two black shadows rolling over, and without saying a word, he raised one hand, and a yellow bead flew out of his sleeve. After spinning in the void, it stopped in midair. The void suddenly brightened, and a yellow glow flickered nonstop, illuminating the surrounding crystal pillars with yellow light. Lu Ming then stretched out a finger and pointed at the void of the bead. The yellow bead made a deep and vigorous trembling sound, and in an instant, it turned into the shadow of a small earthy yellow mountain that was more than 1,000 feet high, pressing toward the two demon dwellers. Only to hear the rumbling trembling sound in the void. On the crystal walls on both sides of the palace, there were constantly crystal chips peeling off. The two demon dwellers saw that the situation was not good, and they were about to dodge with a roll of demonic chi. Unexpectedly, the yellow glow emitted by the mountain peak formed by the mountain river Pearl seemed to have the effect of time and space confinement. In the void, the two figures became abnormally slow. "Not good." The short and fat demon dweller panicked. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he hurriedly waved his sleeve, and a blue light flashed out, turning into a blue giant shield above his head. At the same time, he released all the demonic chi in his body without reservation, condensing it into a layer of demonic wall. After doing so, he was still not at ease, so he hurriedly took out a handful of black fine sand and threw it into the void. Presumably, he also knew that if he didn't use all his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from the magic weapon. After the crackling sound of the explosion, the black fine sand was crushed by the yellow small mountain without any effect, and it didn't even slow down the speed of the small mountain at all. In contrast, the eccentric demon dweller's mind was much calmer, and he grabbed in the void with one hand. Zila, a space crack that could only allow one person to pass through appeared, and he quickly drilled into it. Rumble, there was a loud noise, the ground of the entire palace trembled violently, and the top of the palace even seemed to collapse. The crystal pillars on both sides also cracked. The shield and the demonic wall that the short and fat demon dweller cast were crushed like paper, and his aura also disappeared without a trace the moment the small mountain fell. If there was no accident, he should be directly crushed into a meat paste, and his spirit was destroyed. 100 meters away, there was a fluctuation, and a black shadow flashed out of thin air. It was the eccentric demon dweller who escaped. Just at this moment, his original charming face showed a trace of horror. After glancing at Lu Ming, he was about to escape with a roll of black gas. At this time, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The power of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers was so great that even he did not expect it. With a wave of his hand, the small yellow mountain glowed brightly before transforming back into a yellow bead that flew back into his hand. Other than a huge pit on the ground, there was only a pool of black blood, a storage bracelet, and other items. After Lu Ming put away the storage bracelet on the ground, he rose into the air and chased along the long corridor. In the end, he did not escape far, and unexpectedly saw an unexpected scene not far away. At the end of the long corridor, the eccentric demon dweller was kneeling on the ground with a face full of horror. In front of him was a green demonic fog, and in the demonic fog, a vague figure could be seen. Boss Missouri, that human is really too strong. The High Lord once said that if we meet a strong enemy, we can't fight recklessly, so you two are not willing to move with me. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking in your heart? After listening to a few cold words, the green shadow flipped his hand, and a roll of fog wrapped the eccentric demon dweller. Boss Missouri, no, don't, ah. After a scream, the green demonic gas exploded with a bang, turned into rolling demonic flames, and dissipated into thin air. Human clown boy, I heard that you have a good treasure, how about lending it to me? After laughing, the green shadow unhurriedly floated toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming watched the green shadow kill his companion. He frowned, but there was no fear on his face. Judging from the aura, this person's strength was not as strong as Ji Ying, not to mention the blood shadow clone and the celestial state demonic cultivator he encountered before. Seeing that Lu Ming did not speak, the green shadow demonic cultivator's eyes flashed coldly. He suddenly grabbed forward with one hand, and the green demonic flame all over his body surged out and turned into a hill-sized demonic claw a few meters in front of him. It pressed toward Lu Ming with a gust of fishy wind. The demonic claw's entire body was covered in green flames, and its fingertips were emitting waves of dark green flames that were expanding and contracting indefinitely, illuminating the surrounding crystal walls, making it seem like a dark purgatory. Under the pressure of the demonic claw, Lu Ming looked like he couldn't escape, but the next moment, he raised one hand, and the yellow bead flew down again. With a tremble, it turned into a yellow hill phantasm to meet the demonic claw. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, causing the entire space to shake. The green demonic claw was not crushed by the yellow hill as Lu Ming expected, but it tightly grabbed the whole hill. The two were in a stalemate for a while in the void. A strange expression flashed across Lu Ming's face, and he quickly pointed at the yellow hill. There was a deep trembling sound, the yellow hill instantly doubled in size in the void, and it made bursts of buzzing sound, trying to shatter the whole green demonic claw. Insignificant skill. The demonic cultivator in the green shadow raised his arm up, and the green demonic claw turned into a roll of green flame, starting from the bottom of the yellow hill. Like a coiling snake, it wrapped around the whole hill, and with a turn of the direction, it threw the whole hill up. Boom! A loud sound rang out, the yellow hill pierced through the top of the entire palace. Pieces of rubble of different sizes scattered on the ground, and a yellow bead fell. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the green shadow demonic cultivator, and he was about to snatch the yellow bead. However, when he was just a step away from the yellow bead, a black shadow flashed like a ghost, and it grabbed the yellow bead in the air as fast as lightning. It was Lu Ming, who had pushed the three shadowy mirages art to the extreme. Lu Ming raised his head to look at the green shadowy devil who was just about to reach him. With a slight smile, he moved his arm and unexpectedly threw out the bead in his hand. Hua hua, the sound of flowing water appeared out of thin air, and a long black river phantom appeared out of thin air. The black river was about 10 feet wide, and the surging water was unceasingly surging. Suddenly, the entire void in the long corridor of the palace was shrouded by the black water, and it suddenly darkened. The green shadow devilish being was startled by this, and his body swayed as he evaded the winding river before flying back in retreat. At that moment, the image of a small mountain shimmering with yellow light suddenly appeared above it. Under the yellow light from the small mountain, the demon suddenly felt its body become extremely heavy, and it was difficult for it to even move. What's going on? What did you do? The green shadow's blurry face suddenly became ferocious, and he roared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled noncommittally at him, and then he changed the gestures in his hand. The black river was shining with a black light, and it completely engulfed the entire green shadow devilish being. It turned into a huge black water ball, and it spun rapidly in place like a whirlpool. The green shadow devilish being in the black water ball only felt that his body was cut by countless small sharp knives. The green demonic flames couldn't resist at all, and in an instant, his skin and flesh were cut open layer by layer. Seeing this, the devilish being gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and he used the water vapor to spread the blood essence around his body. The green spirit patterns on his body, under the nourishment of the blood essence, flashed brightly, and the wounds that had been cut instantly healed. At the same time, the green demonic chi around him condensed again, turning into green demonic eels with sharp spikes. They slowly wriggled in the black water, attempting to break out of the water ball. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't give the devilish being any more chances, and he shot a golden light at the black water ball. The black river's surging speed suddenly increased by several times, and the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared in the crystal palace. The black water ball also suddenly tightened. Withdraw. Lu Ming pointed at the air with one hand, and the black water ball suddenly withdrew. With the sound of mountains and rivers roaring, the black water droplets in the black water ball pierced through the demonic eels, instantly killing them, and shot towards the devilish being. At this moment, the devilish being turned pale with fright. After condensing the demonic chi around his body, he turned into a green shadow, and tried to forcibly break out of the encirclement. Lu Ming smiled coldly, and he gently squeezed with one hand. Bang! The black water ball suddenly burst open, and the black water vapor flew all over the sky. After a while, it condensed and turned into a long black river. As for the devilish being, it let loose a blood-curdling howl before disappearing without a trace in the black river. Only a shiny black storage bracelet remained, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Lu Ming didn't even see the appearance of the devilish being clearly, and he turned it into dust in the endless black river by relying on a semi-finished mountain river pearl. This naturally made him surprised and happy. He waved with one hand, and the entire black river around him rolled up and turned back into a yellow bead that flew back into his sleeve. His other hand gently pointed, and the black storage bracelet floated up and slowly fell into his hand. He immediately used divine sense to explore it. This devilish being was not weak, and he still had some expectations for the storage bracelet. After a while, Lu Ming suddenly became overjoyed. Because in this storage bracelet, in addition to some common items, there were hundreds of different kinds of elixirs and ores piled up into a small hill in the corner of the bracelet. Among them, the 4-color leaf Ganoderma, 6-vein grass, and other spiritual items were ordered to be collected by the higher-ups of the Tai Ching Gate. There were also many spiritual fruits and herbs that even Lu Ming couldn't name. Although these elixirs might not be of much use to Lu Ming, some of them were likely to be things that those old monsters with heavenly phenomenon took a lot of trouble to find. Whether it was selling it to the precious hall for contribution points, or handing it over to the sect, it would be a large amount of resources. Originally, Lu Ming was still worried about handing over the mountain river pearl to the sect. In this way, when the ruins were handed over to the sect, there would be some things that could make up the number. It seems that this devilish being didn't come to the upper realm in vain. Lu Ming murmured and patted his waist. 2 rolls of green and black mist floated out, condensing into Scorpion and Fei. Scorpion, go look for rare mineral veins nearby. Fei, come with me. Lu Ming ordered the 2 spiritual pets. Understood. Scorpion cupped his hands toward Lu Ming, then his figure flickered and drilled into the ground. Let's go and see if there are other treasures here. Move as fast as possible, so as not to be discovered by others and cause trouble. After Lu Ming said lightly, a roll of black gas wrapped around the 2 and turned into an escape light, flying toward the front of the palace. Half a day later, at the entrance of the Crystal Palace, Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the scenery at the bottom of the lake in front of him. Not far from him, Fei was chasing some low-grade spiritual fish that were swimming among the water plants at the bottom of the lake with great interest. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in a flash. It was Scorpion. Master, I have already put the ores here into these 2 storage bracelets. There are some ores that I don't recognize, but I have put them away as well. Scorpion said as he handed the 2 storage bracelets to Lu Ming. There are so many. Well done. Lu Ming looked at the ores in the storage bracelets with a satisfied expression. What do we plan to do next? Scorpion asked after thinking for a moment. Now that we have the mountain river pearl, there is no need to rush to meet up with the people of the sect. In the remaining half a year's time, we can search the ruins of the secret realm by ourselves. Who knows, we might find some unexpected gains. Okay, let's go. As Lu Ming said, he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist and kept Scorpion in front of him and Fei not far away. After that, he released the wings behind him and turned into a blue rainbow, flying straight up into the sky. Just as Lu Ming was wandering alone in the ruins, there were fights everywhere in the ruins. It was more frequent and tragic than before. In a scorching hot valley, everything was blazing red. The valley was surrounded by connected active volcanoes that emitted billowing black smoke. From time to time, the rumbling sound of magma erupting could be heard. In the valley, 8 or 9 cultivators were fighting with a giant beast that was covered in raging flames. The rumbling sound of explosions could be heard far away. These people were all in green robes. They were the disciples of Taiqing Gate. The leader was a burly man with a curly beard. He was one of the 2 Jin Dan leaders of Taiqing Gate who entered the ruins of the upper realm, Jiu Longzi. Around him, the Ouyang sisters, Luo Tiancheng, Long Yanfei, and the others were all there, but there was no trace of Wen Yi. The giant beast that they were fighting with looked like a lion or a tiger. It was as huge as a hill. Its body was covered with a layer of dark red scales and there was a pure white horn on its forehead. It was quite similar to the legendary sacred beast, Qilin. Although the giant beast looked like Qilin, it didn't have the slightest sense of majesty of a sacred beast. Instead, it was a bit more violent. Its 2 huge eyes were bursting with fierce light, and hot white mist was coming out of its nostrils from time to time. In the battle with everyone, the flames around its body were getting more and more intense. Suddenly, the flame giant beast let out a roar. Its huge body pounced and swept its giant claws horizontally, knocking 3 Taiqing Gate disciples who were closest to it away. They spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Seeing this, Jiu Longzi's face changed. The golden sword light in front of him shone brightly, condensing into a golden sword shadow of 100 meters. Taking advantage of this gap, it slashed at the side of the giant beast. The giant beast didn't have time to dodge, and it was hit by the golden sword light. Suddenly, blood appeared, and a huge wound of 10 meters long appeared on the giant beast's body. The hot blood immediately gushed out and splashed on Long Yanfei's shield, making a sizzling burning sound. For ordinary beastkin, Jiu Longzi's attack could be regarded as a fatal wound, but the flame giant beast didn't even look at it. The horn on its forehead emitted a white electric light. A white light blasted out and hit Jiu Longzi at an extremely fast speed. From Jiu Longzi's sword light to the giant beast's horn, the time interval was only 1 or 2 seconds. Even with Jiu Longzi's skill, he couldn't dodge it at this moment. His face changed, and the golden sword chi on his body was released. His body spun like a golden top. With a loud boom, the golden top was hit by the white electric light released by the flame giant beast and flew out instantly. End of chapter 985. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.